Chapter 5278 The White-Robed Long Chen's 8-star Battle Armor. Purgatory Energy. Just who are you? Do you know that you're making an enemy of Divine Venerate Brahma? The Silver Hair Void Crusher shouted in shock as he recognized the aura of Purgatory. He didn't know that the white-robed Long Chen was Long Chen's Heart Devil. He actually assumed some powerful lifeform had taken control of Long Chen's body. I can't be bothered to waste words on you. Try and survive this, the white-robed Long Chen sneered. With a single step, he seemed to teleport, swinging his saber toward the Silver Hair Void Crusher. Black chi erupted from Evilmoon as the white-robed Long Chen's energy poured into it, unleashing a power 1,000 times greater than when Long Chen wielded it before. The Silver Hair Void Crusher's sword was knocked away, his hand exploding on impact. He was sent flying, only to discover his flesh had been completely destroyed, leaving only bone. To his horror, a black aura swirled around those bones, rapidly corroding them. Roaring in pain, the Silver Hair Void Crusher caught up to his Divine Commander blade in midair and decisively severed his own hand to halt the corrosion. The Silver Hair Void Crusher could be considered a ruthless character. After he cut off his hand, a new hand grew out. With his blade in hand, instead of charging at the white-robed Long Chen, he retreated to his divine throne. Standing on the throne, he glared coldly at his opponent. Meanwhile, the white-robed Long Chen rested Evilmoon on his shoulder, returning the cold stare. He was in no hurry to defeat his opponent. The contrast between his stark white hair and robes and the pitch-black Evilmoon was striking. You want to rely on this throne's power to fight me? Long Chen, you couldn't even deal with this kind of trash. I truly look down on you, grumbled the white-robed Long Chen, shaking his head, clearly mocking the black-robed Long Chen. The Silver Hair Void Crusher, however, was enraged by the insult. If you hadn't schemed against me and repeatedly conned me, resulting in me unable to unleash even 30% of my full power, would you be able to act so arrogant? The Silver Hair Void Crusher roared, furious. He had been careless from the start, resulting in Long Chen and the Dragonblood Legion managing to cut off one of his hands, stab him through the back, and then even destroy his head. Moreover, Long Chen's energy continued to wreak havoc on his body, leaving wounds that hadn't healed. His combat power was greatly reduced as a result. On top of that, the white-robed Long Chen's mocking drove him crazy. Only weaklings make excuses for their failures. You're a nine-veined human emperor attacking a saint, and yet you still have the gall to complain. Are all of Lord Brahma's 8 great divine commanders as pathetic as you? The white-robed Long Chen sneered. You. The Silver Hair Void Crusher shook with rage. Suddenly, a blood arrow shot from his chest, exploding upon his throne. The throne instantly went berserk after absorbing his essence blood. A wild power erupted, instantly regenerating his severed arm and even his decapitated head. However, the newly restored parts were translucent, indicating the throne's power couldn't fully heal them. However, with his body restored, his disorderly aura started to stabilize, and he formed hand seals. The next moment, his divine throne shrank and hovered behind him as his manifestation. His aura grew heavy, as if the sea itself pressed down upon the battlefield. I don't care who you are or who your backer is. Anyone who dares to block the Brahma line is destined to die, declared the Silver Hair Void Crusher sinisterly with newfound confidence. You may have bested Long Chen, but to fully convince you of your defeat, I won't use my own abilities. I'll defeat you with his techniques, the white-robed Long Chen mocked as he prepared to unleash the full force of Long Chen's powers. A divine ring appeared behind the white-robed Long Chen, and 8 stars manifested. However, these stars were not bright, they were black, and their appearance instantly turned the world dark, as if the light itself was being devoured. The white-robed Long Chen's 8-star battle armor was unlike anything the Silver Hair Void Crusher had ever seen. There was no overwhelming aura, no powerful rumbling, and no stars lighting up the sky. It was disturbingly calm, an eerie stillness that sent a chill down his spine. At this moment, the Silver Hair Void Crusher, who had slain countless 9-star heirs, was utterly dumbfounded. This 8-star battle armor defied everything he knew. The black stars revolved slowly, their dark light like gaping maws devouring the world's energy. The sight was terrifying. Are you the primal chaos discarnate soul of the 9-star line? Probed the Silver Hair Void Crusher. His question was answered with a sudden slash. The white-robed Long Chen's attack was as swift as lightning, cutting through the very heavens. With a roar, the Silver Hair Void Crusher's divine throne shuddered, and his divine commander blade flared with light as he met the strike head-on. A heaven-shaking explosion erupted as the two divine weapons clashed, sending both combatants flying. But even as they were blasted back, they instantly recovered, stepping through the air and charging at each other once again. Evilmoon danced in the white-robed Long Chen's hands, and he repeatedly attacked, never defending. The silver hair Void Crusher clenched his teeth, unleashing his full power to try and turn the tide, but every one of Long Chen's strikes carried the force to cleave heaven and earth apart. Each blow made the silver hair Void Crusher's blood chi churn within him. Fury ignited within him. After all his years following Lord Brahma, he had only ever suffered at the hands of one half-step human emperor 9-star heir. He couldn't accept being humiliated by another. He then roared furiously as he fought back, not wanting to retreat. As a result, after over 300 exchanges, the silver hair Void Crusher couldn't hold on any longer and was blasted back. "Don't think that you've won yet," the silver hair Void Crusher roared in desperation. His divine throne vanished, and the light of his divine commander blade intensified as he prepared one final attack. In response to this, the white-robed Long Chen snorted and pointed Evilmoon at the sky. The 8 black stars behind him vanished one by one, reappearing on Evilmoon's blade. Evilmoon's aura surged with terrifying power. When all 8 stars had settled upon the blade, the weapon rumbled with such intensity that the entire world seemed to shake. The white-robed Long Chen brought Evilmoon down in a devastating slash. The two peerless divine weapons collided with full force, and the heavens themselves seemed to tremble in response. Chapter 5279 White-robed Long Chen's Victory. Two peerless divine weapons containing the full power of two experts and their powerful wills clashed. The explosion that followed was cataclysmic, as if capable of devouring all life in an instant. The once thriving world was reduced to a land of death, with the laws of the heavenly Tao's shattered and the fragments of spacetime exploding in all directions. Both the white-robed Long Chen and the silver hair Void Crusher were blown back by the impact. The silver hair Void Crusher's body was riddled with cracks, and his sword was once again knocked from his grip. He was on his last legs. "How can this be?" the silver hair Void Crusher roared in disbelief. Although he was injured, the support of the divine throne should have granted him enough power to crush any 8 vain human emperor or below. Yet, the white-robed Long Chen, with a realm no different from Long Chen's, had matched the silver hair Void Crusher in strength. Even though the white-robed Long Chen's aura was strange, he was just a saint. Logically, even if he possessed this body, due to its limitations, he couldn't possibly unleash that much power. Just as the silver hair Void Crusher roared furiously, Evilmoon tore through space, cutting through the violent chi waves with impossible speed. The saber transcended the limits of spacetime itself, leaving the silver hair Void Crusher with no chance to evade. By the time he sensed Evilmoon, it was already upon him. Just as Evilmoon was about to pierce his chest, a mirror materialized in front of it. The tip of Evilmoon's blade struck the mirror, triggering a heaven-shaking explosion. This was the star-peering heavenly mirror, a priceless treasure capable of overlooking heaven and earth and transporting its wielder through space. It was not a weapon for combat, so when Evilmoon struck it, it instantly cracked under the force. Despite the mirror's protection, the silver hair Void Crusher spat out blood as his damaged body bled from multiple cracks. "You bastard, just you wait. Next time, I'll make you regret coming to this world," roared the silver hair Void Crusher. He started to shrink, and the divine throne behind him expanded, enveloping him in divine light. "You think you can get away?" the white-robed Long Chen sneered, raising Evilmoon once more as a terrifying saber chi surged around him. However, before the strike could fall, he noticed black spots spreading across his white robes. In that instant, the divine throne tore through space and vanished along with the silver hair Void Crusher. The white-robed Long Chen stood straight with his saber raised. Looking down at the black spots creeping across his robes, he muttered, "It seems it's not yet time to control this body. I'm too early." With a derisive sneer, he added, "How useless. To be bullied by trash like that. Just wait. When the day comes, I'll control this body and rule the entire world." As the black spots multiplied, the white robes turned completely black. Long Chen's white hair darkened as the aura of purgatory receded. After that, he fell from the sky, and the earth cauldron rose to catch him, pulling him inside. "Evilmoon, bring us away," said the earth cauldron. "Why don't you do it?" retorted Evilmoon. "My power's been drained by you too. But you absorbed some of that fellow's energy just now. Don't think I didn't notice." "What nonsense. I disdain acting that way," Evilmoon grumbled, but still pressed itself against the cauldron and carried them away. Under the Earth Cauldron's guidance, Evelmu brought them to a secluded area several hours away. At this moment, Long Chen slowly woke up, startled to find that his injuries had completely healed. His eye no longer throbbed, and although his body felt drained, he was otherwise in perfect condition. What? Long Chen stared at his hands in confusion. Checking within himself, he found nothing out of place. What just happened? Neither the Earth Cauldron nor Evelmoon responded. Was it him? Long Chen wondered aloud, immediately thinking of his heart devil, the white-robed Long Chen. He appeared. He defeated the Silver Hair Void Crusher. His power. It was immense, Evelmoon confirmed. He defeated the Silver Hair Void Crusher. Long Chen was stunned. He had fought his heart devil and sensed that the latter's power might exceed his own, which had pushed him to cultivate even harder. In any case, Long Chen hadn't given up any chance to get stronger. However, the Silver Hair Void Crusher he couldn't beat had been bested by his heart devil. Suddenly, a scene appeared in Long Chen's mind. It was the white-robed Long Chen holding Evelmoon and fighting the Silver Hair Void Crusher. I recorded their battle. I wasn't planning on showing you, but, said the Earth Cauldron, hesitating. The white-robed Long Chen's overwhelming power had even made the Earth Cauldron concerned about how Long Chen might react. Watching the battle unfold, Long Chen couldn't help but feel a cold dread. His heart devil's strength was beyond his understanding. The white-robed Long Chen's 8-star battle armor was particularly shocking. Why was it so much more powerful? Long Chen could sense the purgatory power pouring out of the 8 stars. This energy was so suffocating that even the Divine Throne's power was restrained by it. When Long Chen had faced the Silver Hair Void Crusher, the Divine Throne had felt like an insurmountable mountain, but the white-robed Long Chen had been able to fight it. No, his 8-star battle armor is the same as mine. The difference is in the energy source. If his armor could withstand the Divine Throne's power, then mine can as well, remarked Long Chen, clenching his fists with newfound resolve. The Earth Cauldron consoled, Long Chen, don't feel too bad. That Silver Hair Void Crusher is truly powerful and was backed by a Divine Throne. It's normal for you to be unable to beat him. That's right, he's definitely abusing his cultivation base. If you were a heaven saint, we would beat him. Evelmoon chimed in. Long Chen smiled faintly, shaking his head. You don't need to console me. A loss is a loss. I don't need excuses. Fortunately, I had you both with me. You supported me even when I was being so stubborn. Long Chen knew that had he lost, the Earth Cauldron and Evelmoon would have fallen into the Silver Hair Void Crusher's hands, a fate Long Chen couldn't bear to imagine. Yet, despite knowing the risks, they had stood by him until they were completely drained of power, and for that, he was deeply grateful. Let's not talk about that for now. You should focus on recovering, said the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen nodded. Consuming a pill, he started to recuperate. Chapter 5280 Core Damaged. This battle showed Long Chen what a true expert was and highlighted the gap between him and these powerful figures. Despite the crushing defeat, Long Chen didn't resent the Silver Hair Void Crusher for using his higher cultivation base to bully him. After all, in the cultivation world, fairness didn't exist. Survival depended on using whatever means necessary to defeat an enemy. Perhaps someone else would not be able to recover from this loss. Perhaps their Dao heart would crumble and they would never be able to rise again, but Long Chen wouldn't. Defeat only fueled his fighting spirit. The stronger his opponents became, the more determined he grew to surpass them. Even though the Silver Hair Void Crusher was a terrifying existence, Long Chen was not afraid of him. The former's power was accumulated over countless years, while Long Chen was still young and had limitless potential. As long as Long Chen continued to cultivate hard, he would surpass the Silver Hair Void Crusher sooner or later. However, he knew the Silver Hair Void Crusher wouldn't give him the chance to grow. With his star-peering heavenly mirror shattered by the white-robed Long Chen, the Silver Hair Void Crusher would struggle to locate him again. These mirrors were rare treasures, with each divine commander possessing only one. If the Silver Hair Void Crusher wanted a replacement, he would have to borrow one from another commander. But that presented its own set of problems. He couldn't admit his failure, or that his mirror had been destroyed and that he himself was badly wounded. More importantly, greed played a role. His expression when he saw the Earth Cauldron made his intentions clear. He wanted it for himself and wouldn't risk alerting others. According to Long Chen's analysis, the Silver Hair Void Crusher would hide to recuperate before coming after him again. Long Chen, meanwhile, had other priorities. After this battle, his Saint Realm was fully stabilized, and he could now prepare to advance to the next realm, the Sage King realm. For now, he was in no danger of being immediately attacked. So, before the Silver Hair Void Crusher recovered, he would have to raise his realm as much as possible. The higher his realm, the stronger his spirit root would grow, and that would greatly increase his combat power. Long Chen spent 3 days recuperating, restoring 80% of his energy. However, when he checked his primal chaos space, his heart sank. The Fusong trees and moon trees were completely withered. Flickers of flames occasionally appeared on the leaves, but they felt listless and weak. As for Lei Linger and Huo Linger, they had transformed into tiny, 1-foot-long dragons, their auras frail. Both had given everything to protect Long Chen, exhausting themselves completely and reverting to their primitive forms. In this battle, Long Chen had used up everything. It was incredibly bitter. Reflecting on the battle, Long Chen realized that without the intervention of his heart devil, the white-robed Long Chen, he would have died. I can't let such a thing happen again, Long Chen muttered, clenching his fists. It had been many years since he had felt so profoundly powerless. It was agonizing. Once his own recovery was complete, Long Chen stabilized his spiritual space and placed the earth cauldron and Evilmoon within it to nourish them. However, with Huo Linger in a deep slumber, the earth cauldron's recovery would take longer than Evilmoon's. Evilmoon had secretly absorbed a bit of the white-robed Long Chen's power, so there was no need to worry about its recovery. Hoping for guidance, Long Chen tried to commune with the Dragon Sovereign but received no response. The Earth Cauldron told him that back when it had sent the Dragonblood Legion and the Dragon Domain's people away, the Dragon Sovereign had put in some of its power as well. Due to having just woken up, the Dragon Sovereign's power was very limited. While it couldn't help Long Chen against a powerful foe, it could aid the Earth Cauldron in sending everyone away. It wanted the Earth Cauldron to save a bit of energy so that it could help Long Chen. Hearing that, Long Chen cursed himself for being so weak. Rather than helping the Dragon Sovereign, he even made the Dragon Sovereign use up its limited energy stores for him. However, the Earth Cauldron told him not to worry. Since the Dragon Sovereign had helped, it had definitely brought his comrades somewhere close to the Endless Desolation's Dragon Domain. Their safety should not be in question. Hearing that, Long Chen relaxed. His original plan was to go after everyone after he recovered. After all, the Endless Desolation was filled with dangers. However, if his companions had the Dragon Sovereign's guidance, then there was nothing for him to worry about. Suddenly, he asked, "Senior, where do you think I should go?" Long Chen was probing the Earth Cauldron, but the Earth Cauldron said, "All paths are beneath your own feet, and each step you take leads to a different future. I cannot interfere with this karma." Long Chen could understand the Earth Cauldron's refusal to guide him. It was afraid of the karma involved. Pointing Long Chen in a direction might actually harm him. Since the Earth Cauldron didn't want to give him directions, Long Chen didn't force it. Right now, the Earth Cauldron, Evilmoon, Huo Linger, and Lei Linger were in an extremely weak state. Ultimately, Long Chen chose to be safe and slowly got deeper into the Endless Desolation. He quickly found another stronghold of the Devil race. Without wasting words, Long Chen took out Evilmoon and slaughtered them. Unable to find the altar, he swung Evilmoon around randomly, tearing apart the land, forcing out the altar in the most clumsy and violent manner. When the heavenly genius within the altar appeared, Long Chen directly cut off its head and tossed it into the primal chaos space. After battling the Silver Hair Void Crusher, Long Chen wasn't interested in fighting the geniuses in the altars. After tossing the corpses into the primal chaos space, he continued onward. With these high-level corpses absorbed by the black soil, a large amount of life energy swelled within the primal chaos space. The withered moon trees and Fusong trees rapidly revived like the spring had come once again. However, Huo Linger had sucked away so much of their power, damaging their cores. For them to fully recover would definitely take some time. With the life energy filling the primal chaos space, Huo Linger and Lei Linger's tiny bodies quivered, greedily absorbing it. However, their spiritual fluctuations were still too weak to communicate with Long Chen. This time, they had sacrificed too much. These two had followed Long Chen for so many years and had done so much for him. Seeing their weak state, he was deeply pained. As the black soil devoured these corpses, Huo Linger and Lei Linger slowly recovered, causing Long Chen to feel a bit better. After settling his emotions, with Evilmoon in hand, Long Chen continued his journey deeper into the Endless Desolation, prepared for whatever lay ahead. Chapter 5281 Return to Simplicity. A head flew through the air as a winged heaven devil collapsed. This marked the 17th stronghold of the devil race Long Chen had destroyed on his own. The ground was littered with corpses. With a wave of his hand, Long Chen sucked in thousands of corpses into the primal chaos space. Amongst them were 2 three-vein emperors, a level of power he hadn't encountered before. The might of these emperors was several times greater than that of 2-vein emperors, yet still far from the strength of a 9-vein emperor. Having already fought against a 9-vein emperor, Long Chen easily crushed these 3-vein emperors with a few strikes. Once 3-vein emperors started appearing, Long Chen knew he had gotten one step closer to the depths of the endless desolation. The deeper he went, the denser the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and the more complete the laws of the heavenly Taoes were. Only this kind of environment could raise powerful earth devils. After all, big fish couldn't grow in tiny streams. The stronger the life form, the more they needed to stay in the depths of the endless desolation. After slaying his enemies, Long Chen placed Evilmoon back on his shoulder. Through this period of slaughter, Evilmoon had absorbed an immense amount of blood-soul energy and was fully recovered. However, the earth cauldron remained weak, having expended too much energy. Fortunately, the primal chaos space was continuously nourished by emperor-level corpses, allowing the moon trees and fusong trees to recover quickly. Their vitality, in turn, helped Huo Linger recover well. As long as Huo Linger had enough flames to consume, her recovery would be quick. On the other hand, Lei Linger's recovery speed was much slower. The devil corpses didn't release enough thunder force during decomposition, and without encountering devil creatures that wielded thunder force, Long Chen was unable to help Lei Linger recover faster. Given how little thunder force was released from these devil creatures, it was clear they hadn't experienced the tempering of heavenly tribulation. Had they undergone such a baptism, their bodies should have been brimming with thunder force. For these creatures to grow so powerful without the baptism of heavenly tribulation suggested they were not bound by the same laws as the 9 heavens and 10 lands. This revelation was a new discovery for Long Chen. Lei Linger's recovery remained slow, but Long Chen knew there was no way to rush it. Only the native lifeforms of the 9 heavens and 10 lands carried the thunder force born from heavenly tribulation. Unfortunately, Long Chen only encountered masses of devil creatures in this place, so he could only press on. As Long Chen ventured deeper, the devil creatures grew stronger. 3-vein emperors became common, and he even encountered strongholds with 5 or 6 of them at a time, along with hundreds of 2-vein emperors and tens of thousands of ordinary emperors. Though they weren't enough to pose a serious threat to Long Chen, the increasing numbers made the cleanups longer. With each victory, Long Chen fed the primal chaos space with powerful corpses, accelerating the recovery of the moon trees, fusong trees, and Huo Linger. She resumed refining pills with the earth cauldron, which also started to recover as it absorbed more spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Its dark runes once more lit up. Over the next 2 months, Long Chen continued this cycle, cleaning up a stronghold, resting, and devouring the pills refined during the slaughter. As he borrowed the power of these devil creatures to help him digest the energy of these medicinal pills, his cultivation realm rapidly improved. The corpses then nourished Huo Linger, and Huo Linger continued to refine pills with the earth cauldron. Then, during one pursuit of a group of 3-vein emperors, a loud explosion echoed within Long Chen's dantian. His root chi surged, spreading through his body before returning to his core. Just that one dispersion and condensation made Long Chen feel like his root chi had memorized all his meridians. His essence, chi, and spirit underwent some kind of transformation, and even his physical body felt fortified, though the sensation was subtle and hard to pinpoint. This feeling was extremely vague. Although he felt like he had gotten stronger, he didn't sense any significant changes in his constitution. Without warning, his aura exploded to a new level, many times greater than before. With one slash of his saber, he cleaved through the group of 3-vein emperors, leaving a massive tear in the void that didn't heal for a long time. Long Chen stared at the tear in the void for a long time. Just now, his aura had naturally flowed into his attack, and though it was merely an ordinary chi strike, its power was overwhelming. Is this the power of the Sage King realm? Long Chen murmured, his voice quivering with awe. The transformation felt familiar, reminding him of the changes he had experienced when first entering the chi condensation realm. He hadn't anticipated that his path in the immortal world would lead him back to such a simple, primal state of cultivation. Is this the principle of the Grand Tao returning to simplicity? Returning to the origin, Long Chen pondered aloud. It was as though, after entering the eternal realm, the complexities of cultivation had faded away, revealing something pure and fundamental. Eternal but not eternal. What seems right but is wrong, what seems wrong but is right. Long Chen instantly felt like the clouds had split open and he was seeing the world in a new light. The eternal realm had baffled him for a long time. He had discussed it with Yu Zifeng, Ji Yuyong, Bai Shishi, and the others. However, their understanding of the eternal realm was completely different from his. Due to possessing 3 different bloodlines and cultivating the 9-star hegemon body art, Long Chen had a completely different path than everyone else's. As a result, they couldn't corroborate their understanding of the eternal realm with each other. While everyone else's eternal realm revolved around condensing eternal runes, his eternal realm revolved around condensing eternal chi, which was concentrated on his spirit root. In other words, his 6 realms of eternity revolved purely around his spirit root. He didn't need to worry about anything else. Ha ha ha. Long Chen raised his head and laughed. After understanding this, he felt enlightened. Seeing the root chi pulsing within his dantian, as if resonating with him, Long Chen was overjoyed. For the first time since its return from Long Ocean, his spirit root no longer felt foreign. It had finally undergone a second rebirth and fully merged with him. At this time, when he looked at the clump of root chi in his dantian, he saw it slowly pulsing as if communing with him. He was overjoyed. Previously, although his spirit root had returned to his body, it still felt slightly foreign to him. But now he had finally formed a kind of spiritual resonance with his spirit root. Now that I've reached the Sage King realm, I can go deeper. I can challenge stronger devil creatures. Just like that, Long Chen grandly headed deeper into the endless desolation. Chapter 5282 Gold Lion. Long Chen had reached the 3rd realm of eternity. The 6 realms of eternity were truly peculiar. The first 3 breakthroughs didn't produce any massive phenomena, but advancing to the mortal saint realm brought a corresponding heavenly tribulation. Now that Long Chen had become a Sage King, he started to form a resonance with his spirit root. His strength had grown considerably, yet he knew he wasn't a match for the Silver Hair Void Crusher. Based on his estimations, he would only be qualified to challenge the Silver Hair Void Crusher once he became a Heaven Saint. If he wanted to beat the Silver Hair Void Crusher, he would need to become stronger. With one slash of his saber, Long Chen destroyed an altar along with the egg on it. The genius slumbering inside the egg never had a chance to awaken. After multiple battles, Long Chen had come to understand the devil race's stronghold layouts, allowing him to precisely target and destroy their altars. Just as Long Chen was moving on toward his next target, a deafening roar rattled the air. A golden lion, glowing with divine radiance, suddenly appeared in front of him. Standing about 3 meters tall, the lion had fur that looked like it was crafted from pure gold, radiating a blinding brilliance. When it looked at Long Chen, it seemed confused at first, but its gaze soon sharpened with ferocity. Startled by Long Chen's aura, it had anticipated a formidable expert but instead saw a seemingly weak figure. More importantly, it sensed strong dragon blood fluctuations from him. Initially, the lion had come to warn Long Chen not to trespass into its territory. However, sensing Long Chen's power is weaker than it had expected, its killing intent surged. A demonic beast. Long Chen's eyes lit up in delight. After spending so much time fighting devil creatures, he was tired of them. Encountering a demonic beast was a refreshing change. Moreover, the appearance of a demonic beast in this area indicated there might not be any more devil creatures nearby. No wonder he hadn't found another stronghold in the past day of travel. Hey, can you tell me where I am? Have you seen any other lifeforms around here? Long Chen casually asked, ignoring the fact that the lion was baring its teeth at him. This golden lion was only a 3-vein emperor. Although its bloodline was powerful, and it should be a demonic beast race with an illustrious history, Long Chen didn't care too much. If he had encountered such a creature back in the Saint realm, he might have been more cautious. But now that he had adapted to his Sage King realm, this lion didn't pose any real threat. The golden lion suddenly pounced, its claws going for Long Chen's shoulders. With a single stomp to its nose, Long Chen sent the golden lion tumbling backward, smashing into a mountain and causing it to collapse on top of the beast. Enraged, the lion roared, and a golden vortex condensed around its mouth. A glowing sphere formed at the center of the vortex and shot toward Long Chen. When the golden sphere reached Long Chen, a hand covered in stars caught and crushed it. Seeing this, the golden lion was terrified. It instantly understood that the fellow in front of it was not its prey. It directly turned around and fled, but it hadn't gone far before Long Chen caught up and kicked it in the head. The golden lion was slammed into the ground. Roaring in frustration, it tried to rise, but Long Chen pressed his foot down, keeping it pinned. Suddenly, space quivered, and Long Chen felt a chill run down his back. Instinctively, he grabbed the golden lion by the neck and flew into the air. When he looked back, he saw a colossal golden lion, towering like a mountain, glaring at him with murderous intent. The giant lion let out a deafening roar, sending a violent wave of qi crashing through the sky. Long Chen felt the space around him collapse and hurriedly summoned his divine ring in shock. He had just subdued a 3-vein emperor golden lion, but now a far more terrifying presence had appeared. Given its intense killing intent, it was likely the parent of the smaller lion. 6 blood-colored divine runes lit up on the giant lion's body, and it summoned its manifestation, leaving Long Chen stunned. He had never encountered a demonic beast capable of summoning a manifestation before. The pressure radiating from the lion was overwhelming. 6-vein emperor. Long Chen's heart pounded hard. From the lion's immense aura, it was clear that this was a formidable opponent. The 6 runes on its body confirmed its power. Normally, Long Chen would be eager to challenge such a powerful foe, but in this perilous environment, surrounded by unknown dangers, he didn't dare to fight recklessly. The 6-vein emperor's power was fearsome, and if he got injured or if more enemies appeared, he would very well die here. Come, show me what you've got. Let's see if this meat shield in my hand can block your attacks. Long Chen taunted, waving the golden lion around arrogantly. The little lion was under Long Chen's full control and didn't dare to make any sudden moves. After all, Long Chen was capable of killing it at any moment. The little lion gazed pitifully at its giant parent, not daring to make a sound. Seeing Long Chen use its offspring as a shield, the giant lion roared in fury, as if cursing Long Chen for his despicable tactics. Long Chen responded by slapping the young lion's head, causing it to tear up. No one knew if it was from fear or anger. Why don't you try shouting at me again? Long Chen taunted, shaking the little lion in his grip. Just then, several large figures appeared around Long Chen. The sight of them sent a chill through his body. Chapter 5283 Hostage. All of a sudden, a horde of golden lions appeared around Long Chen, completely surrounding him. Did I end up running into a lion's den? Long Chen was taken aback. There were over 10 enormous golden lions, all at least as powerful as the 6-vein emperor he'd just encountered. Long Chen's heart sank. If it were just one 6-vein emperor, he'd be tempted to test himself against it. After all, he could always escape if he couldn't win. But now, faced with an entire pride of them, things looked grim. Fortunately, with the little lion in his grasp, they hesitated to make any rash moves. Long Chen found himself in a predicament. The golden lions were roaring at him furiously, but it seemed that they couldn't speak his language. If you don't want this little fellow to die, get out of the way. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to fight all of you to the death. Long Chen declared, a fight to the death. You overate yourself, little human. Suddenly, a voice filled with an ancient aura rang out. Another golden lion approached. This lion's aura was even more intimidating than the others, though its fur had lost much of its luster. It was clear that its blood qi had declined with age. This was a very old lion, likely nearing the end of its lifespan. When the old lion approached, the others immediately opened a path for it, revealing its high status. Now that he had someone who could speak his language, Long Chen felt more at ease. Communication meant there was room for negotiation. Long Chen asked, do you think I overestimate myself? Should I kill this fellow first to show you how serious I am? Long Chen channeled his astral energy into the little lion, making it grimace in pain. It roared weakly. The other lions instantly erupted in fury, their eyes burning with rage. Long Chen was clearly provoking them. However, just as they were about to step forward, the little lion quivered, and blood trickled from its eyes, nose, and mouth. The golden lions froze, horrified, and backed off. Don't play this game with me. If you want it dead, just say it. I don't need this thing anyway. Snapped Long Chen. If they dared to take another step, Long Chen would crush the little lion without hesitation. He didn't mind a bloody fight. He still had pent-up frustration from his battle with the Silver Hair Void Crusher, and this would be a good chance to see how much stronger he'd become as a Sage King. The lions were finally afraid of Long Chen. After all, the little lion in Long Chen's grasp wasn't just any member of their race. It was the most promising of their young, groomed to be their future leader. Its death would be an unacceptable blow to them. What do you want? Our gold lion race has always maintained neutrality with the human race. Are you trying to incite a war between us? The old lion demanded. Human race. Long Chen perked up upon hearing that. Could there be other humans nearby? But outwardly, he remained calm and shouted, "Don't try to scare me with talk of war. This little brat tried to steal my dragon blood and attacked me first. Are you telling me your gold lion race can attack humans, but if we fight back, it's considered inciting war?" The old lion coldly responded, "Then what do you want? Let me warn you, the one in your hands is our future race leader. If anything happens to him, I swear your entire human race will pay with their lives." At this threat, Long Chen slammed the little lion into the ground. It spat up blood and passed out. Long Chen lifted the lion and smashed it into the ground 2 more times, causing the earth to quake. The lion was utterly helpless, its body on the verge of collapse. "Come, keep threatening me. I don't mind continuing until it's dead," Long Chen said coldly. The gold lions quivered with rage, wanting to tear him to pieces. But with their future leader's life in Long Chen's hands, they were forced to hold back. They could only clench their teeth furiously. Long Chen ignored these lions. In the worst case, he would simply flee. Though the earth cauldron hadn't fully recovered, it should still be capable of transporting him away. So, if they wanted to fight, he'd accompany them. "What do you want?" roared the old lion. "If you don't want it to die, then scram. Otherwise, I'll kill it right now," threatened Long Chen. Long Chen's astral energy surged, causing the little lion to cough up more blood. It weakly tried to cry for help, but it didn't have the strength to even let out a sound. "Since you want it to die, there's no need to waste any more time. I'll fulfill your desire," said Long Chen. Stars appeared on Long Chen's hand, and the lion started to swell, its body on the verge of bursting under the pressure of his astral energy. Stop, please, we accept your conditions," roared the old lion. "Tch, how gutless. Get the hell out of my way. If anyone blocks me, I'll kill this little lion," sneered Long Chen. At the old lion's command, the other lions begrudgingly opened a path. Though they made way, their murderous gazes showed how much they hated Long Chen. Given the chance, they would tear him into 1,000 pieces. Long Chen ignored them. He tossed the little lion onto the ground and hopped onto its back. "If you want to live, take me to the human race. If you'd rather die, say the word." The little lion gritted its teeth but dared not resist. It was terrified of Long Chen, who seemed like a demon to it. Though humiliated, it lowered its head and carried Long Chen away. Watching as Long Chen left, the gold lion race's experts raised their heads and roared as if announcing something. Chapter 5284 The Desolation's Human Race. Long Chen sat atop the little lion's back, listening to the roars of the gold lion race's experts from behind. After that, a sneer appeared on his face. "They dare to bare their fangs at me. Just wait, I'll do my best to send you to your resting place soon," said Long Chen to the little lion. If it weren't for the news of the human race, Long Chen wouldn't have spared this little lion. In fact, he had been thinking about killing their 6 vain emperors. But then, it might not be so easy to slay the gold lions as they possessed immense blood chi mixed with primal chaos chi, making them a primal chaos species. Such a species had terrifying divine abilities, so their true power was far greater than it appeared. The little lion was slow at first, staggering because of Long Chen's abuses. After all, Long Chen had sent his astral energy through the lion's body and into the ground, essentially nailing it in place. Even its strong physical body couldn't resist him. But as Long Chen lifted his restrictions, the lion recovered rapidly, its speed accelerating. "What are you running so fast for? Slow down and be steady," shouted Long Chen. Hearing that, the young lion had no choice but to slow down. However, flames almost burst out of its eyes. It was the #1 genius of the gold lion race's younger generation and the future leader of its clan. Yet, it had fallen into Long Chen's hands, forced to serve as a mountain insult not only to itself but to the entire gold lion race. Most likely, its head was filled with thoughts about how it wanted to kill Long Chen. Unbothered by the lion's thoughts, Long Chen focused on the area around him. The spiritual chi in the air had stabilized, not containing too much wild devil chi. Before this, Long Chen needed to actively expel the devil qi during his cultivation, which affected his efficiency. Although he could easily handle it, weaker cultivators would struggle without the aid of a formation. However, the spiritual qi here was pure and dense, much like in the dragon domain. This place was suitable for human cultivation. After about 2 hours of travel, a shout rang out from ahead. "Who's there?" Before Long Chen could respond, the gold lion growled at them, and they instantly froze. They were nothing more than young divine venerates, so they couldn't help but quiver under the pressure of a three-vein emperor. The gold lion swaggered past them brazenly, ignoring them. Long Chen hadn't seen other humans in a long time, so he waved at them. Unfortunately, seeing him seated atop a gold lion, they were too afraid to wave back. Continuing onward, Long Chen found that this place should be the territory of the human race, and those disciples were most likely sentries. As the gold lion continued to advance, Long Chen saw pillars of light soar from behind them. The sentries had likely sent a warning back, though the method was primitive. Suddenly, the space around Long Chen quivered. There was no barrier here, but it felt like he had just walked into one. This aura. It's ancient. Long Chen mused, sensing the shift. It felt like he had stepped into a realm from ancient times. Respected gold lion race, this place is the human race's territory. "Please stop," called out a respectful yet commanding voice. All of a sudden, a group of humans appeared. Men and women, young and old, they all wore ancient robes that Long Chen had never seen before. Their leader was a lean middle-aged man in his 40s. His aura was as vast as an ocean, surprising Long Chen. This man was a two-vein emperor, but his aura was exceptionally powerful. Though he was only a two-vein emperor, Long Chen sensed that he could rival a four-vein emperor. The ones standing with the middle-aged man were also emperors. However, they were mostly ordinary human emperors. Only the middle-aged man was a mighty two-vein emperor. Behind this group of human emperors were countless young men and women. All of them possessed powerful and sharp auras, a hallmark of real warriors. Long Chen couldn't help being surprised upon seeing so many true experts. The cultivation base of these disciples was about on par with that of the dragon race's disciples. But in a one-on-one battle, the dragon domain's disciples couldn't hold a candle to them. After all, real warriors had killed their way out of battlefields over and over again. The dragon domain's disciples lacked this aspect and couldn't catch up in just 1 or 2 days. While Long Chen marveled at their strength, they were equally shocked by the sight of him riding a gold lion, a three-vein emperor no less. The middle-aged man's pupils contracted when he recognized the lion. It was the future leader of the gold lion race. The human race had been in conflict with the gold lions for years, and as one of the higher-ups, this man knew the significance of the golden lion before him. He hadn't noticed at first and thought that it was just an ordinary three-vein emperor of the gold lion race, but now he saw the truth. If he had recognized it sooner, he would have spoken more deferentially. However, he was quite smart. Seeing the lion's fury, he quickly realized that it had been forced into this situation. The thought of a human daring to force the future leader of the gold lion race to serve as a mount left him stunned. Just who was this black-robed man? Without a word, Long Chen dismounted and kicked the gold lion in the butt. Scram! The gold lion staggered, gritting its teeth. However, it said nothing as it bolted away, leaving the human warriors and emperors in shock. Chapter 5285 Cold Treatment. Everyone watched as the gold lion left and then turned back to Long Chen, too shocked to speak. Long Chen's aura had been overshadowed by the gold lion's emperor pressure. Now that it was gone, they realized that Long Chen was merely a sage king. Among these young disciples, some were saints, while others were heaven saints. However, all of them possessed powerful auras. They had probably already awakened their heaven veins. By comparison, a sage king seemed slightly below average among them. They couldn't help but be shocked by Long Chen's cultivation base. Given his audacity in riding a three-vein emperor gold lion, his strength should have been much greater. "Do you come from the outside world?" asked the two-vein emperor, stepping forward and bowing slightly. Hearing that, the young disciples let out startled cries and stared at Long Chen excitedly. "I suppose so. I'm headed for the depths of the endless desolation. That dumb lion suddenly blocked my path, but I heard that there were other humans here, so I had it bring me over," answered Long Chen. "Did no one from the gold lion race try to stop you when you caught that one?" asked the two-vein emperor. "A group of them surrounded me, but with that fellow in my hands, they had no choice but to let me go," Long Chen said with a casual smile. However, while Long Chen smiled, no one else did. Their faces showed only worry. May I ask where you come from? The Two-Vein Emperor asked again. Long Chen's expression darkened as he stared at the Two-Vein Emperor coldly, refusing to respond. The Two-Vein Emperor's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly apologized. My apologies. Our situation here is not great, and we must be cautious. I indeed come from outside the endless desolation, replied Long Chen in a cold tone. His expression was rather dark now as he was treated coldly for no reason. It seemed that these people didn't welcome him. From outside, the group exclaimed in shock. If you really come from outside the desolation, how can you be this strong? Asked one elder. They knew that the heavenly Tao laws beyond the endless desolation were incomplete, unsuitable for cultivation. Long Chen's claim instantly raised their doubts. Annoyed, Long Chen retorted, I, Long Chen, disdain lying. I'm just passing through. If it's convenient, I'd like to know how far the so-called depths of the endless desolation are. A map would be even better. Of course, I'm not asking for charity. We can always trade resources. From the Two-Vein Emperor's worried eyes, Long Chen could tell that they were worried about the Gold Lion race. Were they afraid of being implicated? Despite being humans, they didn't show any warmth or hospitality toward him. No one even bothered to ask his name or share their own, making it clear they had no intention of welcoming him. The young disciples couldn't help looking at the Two-Vein Emperor. They were all very curious and wanted to hear what it was like outside the endless desolation. However, the Two-Vein Emperor's attitude left them disappointed. Long Chen had looked happy when he first came, but now his expression was dark. The young disciples could see that he was turned off by their cold treatment. Even ordinary people wouldn't accept this kind of treatment, let alone an expert on his level. As the tension mounted, a voice rang out, ancient and commanding, Kai Feng, an important guest has come from afar. As fellow humans, we should greet him warmly. Who treats a guest like this? Perhaps the position of Tianyu City's guard doesn't suit you. A new group of people appeared, led by an elder wielding a staff, supported by those around him. Patriarch. Startled cries rang out. Patriarch, why have you come out? One of the human emperors hastily ran over to support the old man. This elder was incredibly old, his hair white and hanging to his waist. The wrinkles on his face were long and deep, and his blood qi had long since waned, but his eyes still glowed like a bright lantern. Long Chen was startled by the elder's presence. Despite his frail appearance, he radiated immense pressure. Long Chen couldn't gauge the elder's cultivation, but his intuition told him that this old man had been a terrifying existence back in his youth. Patriarch, weren't you in seclusion? Why have you come out? Asked the Two-Vein Emperor hastily. A guest of great importance has arrived. Even if I was waiting in my coffin, I would still come to greet this peerless heavenly genius from beyond the desolation. The elder said as he walked toward Long Chen. Seeing the elder swaying with every step, Long Chen hastily bowed. Junior Long Chen greets senior. The elder appraised Long Chen and nodded in approval. Good, good, truly good. For the land beyond the desolation to produce such a terrifying heavenly genius, the chi flow of the heavenly Taos is changing. The human race finally has hope to turn the tide. Good, good. The elder's eyes glowed with admiration for Long Chen. But on the other hand, Long Chen was worried that this might be the elder's final bit of energy, and he would collapse afterward. Kai Feng, however, remained concerned. Patriarch, I'm not being rude to our guest. It's just that he and the Gold Lion race. His scuffles with the Gold Lion race mean nothing. We're all humans. Do you not understand why we've survived for so long between the Stone Spirit race and the Gold Lion race? If we were not united, we'd have been devoured long ago. How can you not understand this? The elder reprimanded sharply. Yes, Patriarch, Kai Feng is wrong, replied the Two-Vein Emperor as he lowered his head. Senior, you don't need to make things hard on him. My arrival was sudden, and I don't want to cause trouble. I just seek a map or direction to the depths of the endless desolation. I didn't have time to prepare a proper gift, but I do have this longevity pill that you may find useful. Long Chen took out a case and opened it, revealing a golden pill that gleamed in the light. The elder was already waving his hand to reject it when he saw that golden pill and froze. The others were also stunned by it. A peerless grade. Golden pill. Chapter 5286 Tianyu City. This is too precious. We can't accept it, said the elder upon seeing the peerless grade golden pill. It's just a single pill. Senior, Don't take it so seriously, Long Chen replied immediately. The elder sighed, young friend, it seems you aren't aware of this, but we're an isolated little city cut off from the rest of the world. Many of our people have never seen a medicinal pill in their entire life. Now it was Long Chen's turn to be shocked, and he asked, are you saying you've relied entirely on yourselves for cultivation? The elder nodded, and Long Chen stared in disbelief at the disciples. Only now did he realize that there wasn't even a trace of medicinal pill aura coming from their bodies. They had never consumed a medicinal pill in their entire lifetime. Is there still an alchemy inheritance in the outside world? Asked a human emperor excitedly. Long Chen was about to respond when the elder interjected, let's talk inside the city. Who keeps their guests outside the gates to chat? Curious about their situation, Long Chen didn't refuse. He also insisted that the elder accept the golden pill. At first, Long Chen thought the elder's reluctance to take it was due to a lack of interest. However, it soon became clear that the pill was simply too precious for them, and they didn't have the nerve to accept it. Only when Long Chen said that he wouldn't enter the city unless they accepted it did the elder finally relent. Accompanied by everyone, Long Chen passed through a gorge fortified with worn but sturdy defenses. He sensed powerful auras nearby and asked, Senior, do we often face attacks here? It's not that frequent, but we have the Gold Lion race and the Stone Spirit race constantly eyeing us. We've fought before, and although everyone now minds their own business, we remain vigilant, the elder explained. The Stone Spirit race, is that not a kind branch of the Spirit race? Are they really warlike? Asked Long Chen. Ah, the Stone Spirit race you're referring to is different. The ones we deal with are part of an evil branch of the Spirit race, replied the elder. Long Chen suddenly thought of the Stone Spirit lifeform he had encountered before. According to the elder, the Spirit race could be split between kind and evil Spirit races. Long Chen had mostly met kind Spirit races. Once, he even got to know a Spirit race that sank into depravity in order to defend kindness, walking the line between good and evil. After thinking for a bit, he had also encountered wicked members of the Stone Spirit race. He also remembered Xianxia, the Stone Spirit he had once helped, and wondered how they were faring now. After they got through the gorge, a large city appeared before Long Chen's eyes, and an ancient aura struck him head-on. This feeling made him feel like he had been transported into the immemorial era. This city, Long Chen muttered, awestruck. This enormous city exuded a feeling of ancientness. Every single inch of it seemed to be telling people about the countless years they had witnessed. Long Chen had seen many ancient cities, but never one that looked as ancient as this. He was instantly drawn to its aura. As they neared the city gates, Long Chen saw a massive board with the characters for Tianyu 1 carved onto it. These characters were written in the original Julie Immortal character, and Long Chen was surprised to recognize them, as they were among the few he knew. Standing before the gates, Long Chen felt as if he could hear the whispers of an ancient era, a sensation that was hard to put into words. Seeing Long Chen staring in shock, those experts were all very proud. The elder said, this is Tianyu City. During the Primal Chaos War, the 9 heavens and 10 lands collapsed, and Tianyu City ended up falling here. It possesses its own divine pressure, which prevents the surrounding devil creatures from approaching us. That's why we've survived until this day. However, back then, the world was in chaos. The devil creatures were running rampant, devouring the lifeforms of heaven and earth. The Gold Lion race and the Stone Spirit race were hunted by the devil creatures as well, and they happened to run into this place. Seeing that we were protected by Tianyu City, they wanted to seize it for themselves. After countless battles, everyone became too weak to continue. Unable to conquer our city, they agreed to a ceasefire. However, every time their power rises to a peak again, they will attack. They have never succeeded, but every attack costs us dearly. We don't have the ability to strike back at them and can only passively defend. While they recover, we're in a temporary truce. Our disciples might occasionally pass through their territory to hunt some low-grade devil creatures as training. Speaking of which, this particular ceasefire has lasted a long time. The Gold Lion and Stone Spirit races should have reached their peak once more, but they've yet to make their move. That's why we're on guard. It's possible that this disturbance will break this fragile peace. Patriarch, maybe you're worrying too much. We've been keeping a close eye on them all this time. Everything is within control. There's no need to be this nervous. I've found that lately, our disciples are so nervous that their cultivation speed has slowed down. This can't continue, interjected Kai Feng. To be vigilant during peacetime is entirely correct. In addition, pressure isn't a bad thing. Growing up under pressure is a trial to the heart. It's very important, said Long Chen. The pressure has to be at the right level. Too much will have a negative effect, scoffed Kai Feng. Long Chen smiled slightly and didn't reply. This fellow might be strong, but his vision was clearly lacking. The disciples Long Chen had seen were all sharp-eyed and determined. This level of pressure was far from too much for them. Still, Long Chen was an outsider, and it wasn't his place to comment. The elder didn't argue either and brought Long Chen into the city. Long Chen touched the city bricks and frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything. He had discovered that this city was gravely worn down. Although its aura was still powerful, its actual defensive power had long since withered. He suspected that even he could destroy the city if he wished. The elder brought Long Chen to a tall tower and had everyone else leave. Only the two of them remained in the tower. Gazing out into the distance, the elder sighed deeply. Young friend, are you willing to save Tianyu City? What? Long Chen's eyes widened. He had no idea how to respond to that. 1. Heaven Feather. Chapter 5287 Heaven Essence World. Long Chen was baffled by the situation in Tianyu City. This place was filled with experts, many of whom possessed powerful auras hidden beneath their defenses. Based on his senses, Long Chen estimated that there were at least 4 vain emperors here. What stood out to him was that these 4 vain human emperors were significantly stronger than the demonic beasts and devil creatures he had encountered at the same level. Perhaps it was due to the lack of medicinal pills that forced them to rely entirely on battle to progress in cultivation, but the cultivators here seemed to possess a raw strength that surpassed their counterparts in the outside world. Based on Long Chen's estimates, a 4-vein emperor here would be on par with the 6-vein emperor from the Gold Lion race. In the outside world, it was quite rare for humans to fight demonic beasts on equal footing, even with the aid of powerful divine weapons. Tianyu City was definitely filled with hidden experts, so why would they need the assistance of an outsider like him? Furthermore, from the way this elder said it, it sounded like Tianyu City was already on the verge of collapse, but Long Chen didn't see anything like that. The elder sighed, sensing Long Chen's confusion. Young friend, Tianyu City may appear calm on the surface, but there are deep, dangerous undercurrents. We have long since reached the point of hanging by a thread. Are you talking about that city guard? Asked Long Chen. The elder was surprised by the question. You noticed? Long Chen shook his head and replied, not exactly. I didn't see anything in particular. I just didn't like him. The elder sighed once more. Tianyu City is surrounded by devil creatures. In order to defend against the devil creatures, the city is constantly expending its own energy so that we have a place to live. It has reached the point of being a lamp without oil. Tianyu City might collapse at any moment, and without its protection, the surrounding devil creatures will immediately devour all life here. However, whether it is the Gold Lion race, the Stone Spirit race, or even certain people within the human race, they cannot see that danger and are only thinking about taking control of Tianyu City, unaware that such power would be useless if they cannot escape the encirclement of devil creatures. We're all doomed if we don't find a way out. Senior, is this place still very far from the depths of the endless desolation? Isn't that place supposed to have the human race and other races? Why not ask for their aid? Asked Long Chen. The elder explained, based on the ancient maps left by our elders, what you mean by the depths of the endless desolation should be the Heaven Essence World. It is said to be the only world left intact after the Primal Chaos War, and it would take us 2 or 3 months to reach it at full speed, even without any obstructions. However, you cannot forget the horde of devil creatures along the way. Perhaps not all of them are that strong, but their numbers are crazy. 2 and 3 vain emperors number in the millions. Most importantly, their leaders are as strong as 7 or 8 vain emperors. Under their directions, the brainless monsters leave us no openings to get through them. One person might be able to slip past them without drawing their attention. But if they were noticed, they'd definitely die. Even if we could summon an army to fight against them, sooner or later we would be exhausted by their numbers. Over the years, we've sent many outstanding disciples to reach the Heaven Essence World, but no one has ever returned. We don't know if they died midway, or if they did manage to get there but simply forgot about us. In truth, the elder hoped that those disciples had gotten into the Heaven Essence World. But due to certain reasons, they couldn't transmit news between them. Hence, they knew that they were just deceiving themselves. It was almost impossible for a person to get past the layers of devil creatures. In other words, you don't even know if this heaven essence world really exists. Asked Long Chen. Long Chen's heart turned cold. If this world didn't really exist, he would be in trouble. No, the heaven essence world definitely exists. Throughout our history, our city has encountered multiple heavenly geniuses from the heaven essence world, replied the elder. Multiple heavenly geniuses. Long Chen's hope reignited. Throughout history, there were 3 separate incidents. One group had 5 people, another had 4, and once, only a single genius arrived. They were all immensely powerful, with auras comparable to 6 Vain Emperor demonic beasts, even though they were only heaven saints at the time, answered the elder. Long Chen was stunned. Heaven saints with auras on par with 6 Vain Emperor demonic beasts. If it was just their power that had reached that level, he wouldn't be so surprised. But for their auras to also reach that level meant that those people were terrifyingly powerful. Then did you ask them for help in escaping this place? Even bringing a small group of you away would be better than nothing, right? Asked Long Chen. Shaking his head, the elder continued, the path to the heaven essence world is more dangerous than you can imagine. Every single time, they said that they came out in a group of over 20 people, with around the same power level. Hearing that, Long Chen sighed. A group of over 20 heavenly geniuses had been reduced to their paltry numbers, and once, there was only one survivor. It was clear that the journey through the endless desolation was filled with unspeakable dangers. Without being able to protect themselves, they naturally couldn't bring others back to the heaven essence world. Long Chen then asked what their goal had been in coming out here, and the elder told him that it had been to go beyond the endless desolation Long Chen's world. They knew that there was a place outside the desolation, and they wanted to reach there and see what the situation was like. They wondered whether there were more humans in the outside world. Traveling through the endless desolation was extremely difficult. Those who attempted the journey had to use a secret art to seal their cultivation bases. Otherwise, the heavenly Taos would suppress them, and it would be hard for them to survive. With their power restricted, they could still fight a couple of devil creatures. However, if they stumbled upon a stronghold of these monsters, they would eventually be overwhelmed and killed. Many of them had no choice but to turn back after reaching us, the elder explained. The suppression was too intense beyond this point. For them, meeting us was already a small victory, proof that their journey hadn't been entirely in vain. They even promised that if the opportunity arose, they would send someone to bring us to the heaven essence world. But as you can see, years have passed, and there has been no word from them. We don't know whether they returned safely or perished on their way back. Seeing the elder sighing, Long Chen felt a pang of sadness. So many experts had set out, yet even they had faced such insurmountable odds. It seemed that Long Chen's journey would be even more difficult. He wondered how the Dragonblood Legion was doing. However, knowing that they had the primal Chaos Dragon Sovereign guiding them gave Long Chen some comfort. Hopefully, they were safe in making progress on their own path. It seemed that their reunion would have to wait until they all made it to the heaven essence world. Young friend, let's get back to the main issue. If you are willing to help us, I am willing to offer you Tianyu City's supreme treasure, said the elder solemnly. Chapter 5288 Tianyu Sword. Senior, I'm not such a greedy person. We're all members of the human race. If you are in trouble, it's only right for me to lend a hand. I don't need any reward, Long Chen answered, hastily waving his hand. Although Long Chen disliked the fellow called Kai Feng, this elder and many others had given him a good impression. He was naturally willing to help them. However, let me say this first. If I can help you, I'll definitely help. But if I can't, don't blame me for it, Long Chen added. Long Chen didn't dare to make promises lightly. Offering his assistance was one thing, but throwing his life away for others wasn't an option. Though they were all human, they had only crossed paths by chance. Long Chen wasn't at the point where he would sacrifice himself for just anyone. Long Chen knew that they wanted to deal with the Gold Lion race and the Stone Spirit race. He had no problem helping them, but if the gap in power was too wide, there would be nothing he could do. The elder, having lived for countless years, understood the implication of Long Chen's words. Smiling slightly, he reassured Long Chen, young friend, don't worry. We only seek your help, not for you to be our warrior. Long Chen nodded in agreement. He was here to assist, not to become their savior or a martyr. Come, let me bring you to see Tianyu City's priceless treasure, said the elder. There's no need. It must be a closely guarded secret of Tianyu City. As an outsider, I shouldn't be privy to it, Long Chen replied. No, you must see this treasure. Whether or not this crisis can be averted will depend on it, said the elder. The elder didn't give Long Chen any chance to refuse and directly brought him to the highest tower in the city. As they departed, a pair of cold eyes watched them from the shadows. They were Kai Feng's. His eyes narrowed as he saw them reach the ancient tower before he slipped back into the darkness. The tower was surrounded by multiple layers of defenses and heavily guarded. Despite recognizing the elder, the guards made the elder present his token, and only after verifying it did they allow Long Chen and the elder to proceed. The old gates groaned open, the rust of countless years making the sound particularly harsh. Once the gates were opened to the point that a person could squeeze through, the elder waved his hand and told them to stop. Opening the gates was hard, but closing them was even harder, so they could only open them a bit. After the two of them walked through, the gates slowly closed behind them. The elder brought Long Chen forward and saw another gate up ahead. The elder then placed a tablet in a notch, and the gates slowly opened. In an instant, a powerful aura blasted them, nearly sending Long Chen flying. He quickly circulated his energy to defend against it. Young friend, you really are powerful, the elder remarked, impressed that Long Chen hadn't been knocked back. This aura was a subtle test, and the elder was amazed by Long Chen's strength. The fact that he only swayed slightly before stabilizing gave the elder confidence. As the gates opened fully, Long Chen gasped in astonishment. Before him stood a colossal sword. The tower was actually built around this enormous weapon. Tears welled up in the elder's eyes as he explained, this sword is the Tianyu sword. First came the Tianyu sword, then came Tianyu City. It was forged by an immortal emperor of the human race, Lu Tianyu. In the primal chaos war, Lu Tianyu fought to the death, and the Tianyu sword fell here while protecting Tianyu City. Over countless battles, all of immortal Emperor Tianyu's descendants perished, but the Tianyu sword remained, using its own power to protect Tianyu City, protecting us useless people. It would have been able to leave back then, but in order to protect us, it fought back against the laws of this place to create a space for us in this world. Now, its divine energy is nearly depleted, and Tianyu City is also on the verge of collapsing. Everything will come to an end. When I asked you for help, it was actually a test. If you refused, you were not the one we awaited. But now that you've come, I hope that you can save the Tianyu sword. Even if we all die, it's fine. Just save it. The elder's words moved Long Chen. He hadn't expected this sword to be an immortal emperor divine weapon. But despite its mighty origins, the sword was now covered in rust, and aside from the aura that blasted out when the gates opened, it no longer emitted any energy. Big brother Long Chen, it's a flame element divine weapon, exclaimed Huo Linger excitedly. A flame element divine weapon? Long Chen was startled. If it was a flame element divine weapon, why didn't he sense the slightest flame fluctuations from it? He was an alchemist and very sensitive toward flame energy, but he didn't sense anything from it. Approaching the sword, Long Chen touched its tip. Instantly, his body shook, and his flame energy surged uncontrollably. A terrifying suction force drew out his flame energy, and a dark red flame rune appeared on the rusty blade. Seeing that, the elder trembled with emotion and clenched his fists. He knew that the Tianyu sword was now saved, and Long Chen was the one they were waiting for. Long Chen withdrew his hand, and the rune on the sword slowly faded. He hesitated before turning to the elder. Senior, I have bad news for you. What is it? The elder's expression immediately changed. The Tianyu sword's item spirit has perished, and all that remains are its instincts. Even if I can activate it, it will not be the original Tianyu sword. I'm sorry, I was too late, said Long Chen. The elder's body swayed, and Long Chen hastily caught him as he collapsed. After a long silence, the elder sighed. When Tianyu City first showed signs of decay, I feared this might be the case. But I didn't dare to look, holding onto a sliver of hope. The elder wept quietly. Unsure how to comfort him, Long Chen simply sat there with him. After some time, the elder calmed down slightly. This is fine too, it must have been tired. Now, it's gone to the next world to reunite with its master. The elder continued, young friend, see if you can still activate it. Even if it's not what it once was, that's fine. If you can, the sword will be yours. I'll give it a try, Long Chen responded. But before he could do anything, Huo Linger charged forward, pressing her hand against the sword's tip. Chapter 5289 New Life. When Huolinger emerged, the elder jumped in shock. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Huolinger was a flame spirit. Sensing the vast sea of flame energy within her, he was overjoyed. The Tianyu sword was a flame attribute divine weapon, and with this level of flame energy, it should be possible to reactivate its runes. Although the item spirit was dead, whoever could activate its runes would still be able to wield it. The Tianyu sword, like a dry riverbed, started soaking in Huolinger's energy. It quivered as its runes gradually lit up one after another. Before long, all its runes had awakened, and the enormous sword shrank into a 3-foot-long blade, floating before Huolinger. She stared at it excitedly, as the sword had been reborn and now recognized her as its master. Huolinger looked at Long Chen, who then turned to the elder. The elder immediately said, "Go ahead. You were the ones who brought it back to life. I am extremely grateful for this. Everyone is." The Tianyu sword was the mental pillar of everyone in Tianyu City. With the death of its item spirit, the remaining energy in its runes was close to being depleted. If Huolinger hadn't intervened, the sword would have been destroyed sooner or later. With its runes reactivated, it produced a new spirit. Though no longer the original Tianyu sword, it could be considered a continuation of its legacy, and it was still worth celebrating. "Thank you, Gramps," Huolinger said excitedly, grabbing the sword as its runes flowed along her arm like water. The aura of the sword and Huolinger merged seamlessly. However, at that moment, Huolinger's aura plummeted, startling Long Chen. "Big brother Long Chen, don't worry. Now our energy is connected. My energy is its, and its energy is mine. It's just that the sword is severely exhausted, and its core is damaged. I'll need to borrow the energy of the moon trees and Fusong trees to help it recover. We'll be counting on you," Huolinger said. After that, Huolinger disappeared, returning to the primal chaos space with the Tianyu sword. She transformed into a giant dragon flying in the sky, absorbing the moon flames and sun flames to help the Tianyu sword recover. The Tianyu sword, like someone on the verge of drowning who had grasped a lifeline, absorbed the flame energy with all its might, slowly revealing its original glorious form. However, it was so powerful that letting it recover would exhaust an enormous amount of energy. The moon flames and sun flames within the primal chaos space were only enough to pull it out of immediate danger. It was like pouring a bucket of water on a burning cart, insufficient for a complete recovery. Long Chen was surprised by this. This demonstrated just how powerful the Tianyu sword was. Once fully restored, Huolinger's power would undoubtedly reach terrifying heights. Long Chen's new mission was to let the Tianyu sword quickly recover its energy. According to Huolinger, the sword had overdrawn its energy and was teetering on the edge of collapse. Though she could stabilize its runes, the sword was still too weak for combat. The elder was a bit sad to see the Tianyu sword taken away. Staring at the empty tower, he felt a sense of loss. "Senior, don't worry, you can leave the problems of Tianyu City to me. Can you tell me more about the situation here?" Long Chen asked. Now that Huolinger had acquired such a powerful divine weapon, Long Chen couldn't just leave without fully understanding the situation. He felt indebted to the elder and the city for their generosity. Taking out 2 seats, Long Chen invited the elder to sit down. The elder, whose name was Chu He, began to explain the state of Tianyu City. The elder was actually a 9-vein human emperor and the person with the highest cultivation base in Tianyu City. It was thanks to his existence that Tianyu City was still peaceful. Alas, he had to be born when the Tianyu sword was already deteriorating. Other than scaring away enemies, the sword held little real power. Otherwise, Chu He would have used it long ago to slay the Gold Lion and Stone Spirit races. Although Chu He had become a 9-vein human emperor, an incident during his attempt to break through to the half-step immortal emperor realm had left his cultivation base damaged. With no medicinal pills to aid his recovery, he could no longer advance, and the wound from that failed attempt continued to torment him for countless years. As a result, although the strongest experts of the Stone Spirit race and the Gold Lion race were only 7-vein emperors, Chu He didn't dare to engage them recklessly, fearing that a misstep could lead to the destruction of Tianyu City. He didn't dare to gamble with everyone's lives like that. Knowing the terror of a 9-vein human emperor, the Gold Lion and the Stone Spirit races also didn't dare to go far against the humans. They had been living in constant fear of what Chu He might do. Since Chu He knew his situation was not good, he had been working on raising a successor. Among his 4 disciples, one named Zhang Yiming was the most talented, and Chu He had the highest hopes for him. Zhang Yiming was exceptionally powerful, and Chu He truly loved him, believing that this disciple had the potential to surpass him. However, as Zhang Yiming's strength grew, so did his arrogance. His temper worsened, and he developed a tyrannical desire for control. He started scolding his senior apprentice brothers, even striking anyone who dared to oppose him. Things reached a breaking point when Zhang Yiming was caught abusing his junior apprentice sister. Furious, Chu He nearly executed him on the spot. Chu He was a kind person and valued character and morality. However, he had not expected to have misjudged his beloved disciple so badly. This fellow's previous obedient and thoughtful appearance was all an act. Once his power grew, his true nature slowly revealed itself. In the end, due to the pleas of countless experts, Chu He chose to lock him in an underground prison to repent instead. If Zhang Yiming didn't repent, he would never be released. However, Zhang Yiming's father loved his son too much to see him rotting away. Using his connections, he managed to obtain the key to the prison and let his son go free. Knowing his son's nature, he understood that true repentance was impossible. He let his son go so that he could gamble everything on making a run to the Heaven Essence world. After all, what if he did manage to get there? Back then, Zhang Yiming was already a formidable two-vein human emperor. In Tianyu City, the number of people who could beat him did not exceed a handful. But rather than fleeing, Zhang Yiming shocked everyone by joining the Stone Spirit race. When Long Chen heard that Zhang Yiming had defected to the Spirit Stone race, he couldn't help being baffled. He turned traitor, asked Long Chen. Not only that, he is now the vice race leader of the Stone Spirit race, said Chu He, a glimmer of icy killing intent in his eyes. What? How did he manage to pull that off? Long Chen exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 5290 Genius. He ran over to the Stone Spirit race and somehow became their vice race leader. He really must be a genius. Long Chen was genuinely stunned. This fellow certainly knew how to survive and thrive in life. It's not as simple as it seems, Chu He responded gravely. Based on my estimation, he's taken control of the entire Stone Spirit race. The race leader is nothing more than a puppet he controls. Zhang Yiming's mastery over people's wills is frightening. It wasn't until I imprisoned him that I realized he had secretly learned a forbidden art, a technique capable of controlling souls and influencing people without them even realizing it. It's an incredibly powerful art, but it becomes a calamity in the wrong hands. That's why it was classified as forbidden and sealed beneath the tower. While I was in seclusion, he pretended to be acting on my orders, sneaking into the tower and stealing this forbidden art. One reason I imprisoned him was because of his wicked nature and the theft, but another reason was to prevent him from revealing the secret of the Tianyu sword. After he fled and joined the Stone Spirit race, I'm certain he already shared that secret with them. He's been selling out our information to win their trust, and he's even schemed to kill many of our experts to prove his loyalty. Now, the Stone Spirit race has no doubts about him. Taking advantage of that, he started using the forbidden art to gradually influence the Stone Spirit race. The last time a battle broke out between us, under his leadership, the Stone Spirit warriors were unusually fearless and bloodthirsty. That's how I knew he had already taken control of them. Afterward, he was named vice race leader. I suspect he controls the race leader and stays in the second position to avoid arousing suspicion. After all, he hasn't been with the Stone Spirit race for long, and there are still those who are wary of him. Long Chen nodded thoughtfully. This fellow had some skills. Long Chen suddenly asked, Senior, I don't understand. If he can control the Stone Spirit race, why hasn't he allied with you to destroy the Gold Lion race first? He could use that to redeem himself. Wouldn't that give him everything he wants here? Chu He shook his head. What Zhang Yiming desires isn't respect or reverence. He craves absolute control, the kind where people either follow him or die. He wants complete obedience through fear. Unless I die, there's no way I'd hand control of Tianyu City over to him. He most likely doesn't know about my condition, or he would have long since attacked. But as the Stone Spirit race's vice leader, his influence has already infiltrated Tianyu City. Quite a few of our experts are secretly working with him. Kai Feng is one of them. Long Chen wasn't surprised. It was no wonder Zhang Yiming, a traitor to the human race, was thriving among the Stone Spirit race. His success would naturally tempt those in Tianyu City who were dissatisfied with their own circumstances. They were simply unable to see their own flaws. They either blamed their environment, or that there were too many people, or that the higher-ups were blind and unable to see how outstanding they were. In any case, their situation wasn't as good as they believed they deserved, and it was always other people's fault. With an example like Zhang Yiming, it was all too easy for them to be tempted. For traitors to appear then wasn't surprising. "Do you know how many traitors we have amongst us?" asked Long Chen. "About 1 in 5, Chu he replied, his voice heavy. "Most are among the higher-ups, and a portion are young disciples with potential." Zhang Yiming likely hadn't bothered much with those young disciples, as they were insignificant in the grand scheme of things. However, for 1 in 5 higher-ups to be traitors, the situation was truly dire. Tianyu City was on the verge of collapsing from within. It was no wonder Chu he would beg Long Chen for help. "These old bones of mine still have some strength left," Chu he said with a sigh. "But after one more battle, they would be completely destroyed. I don't dare make any rash moves. However, when I was in seclusion, I sensed a powerful surge, and it led me to you. When I saw you, I had an intuition that you might be the one to save us from this crisis. Now, with the Tianyu sword reborn in your hands, I believe my intuition was correct. Whatever you plan to do about Tianyu City, I will follow." Long Chen smiled. "To be honest, I'm not much of a strategist. I'm also in a rush to leave, so I don't have the time or interest to scheme against them. But I've been killing devil creatures for a while now, and I could use a change of pace. Senior, tell me, how many peak experts do we have here?" Chu he thought for a moment. "At the very top, we have 7 4-vein human emperors. Unfortunately, 2 have turned against us, and 1 is wavering. We also have 46 2-vein human emperors like Kai Feng, with 9 of them already turned traitors. Amongst the ordinary human emperors, 49 out of 257 have defected, with 7 others wavering." "And how many 9-vein heaven saints are there?" asked Long Chen. Chu he was startled. According to reason, 9-vein heaven saints and half-step human emperors weren't very useful in battles. Unless both sides were evenly matched, they wouldn't affect the ultimate victory. However, since Long Chen had asked, Chu he answered, "There are over 18,000 9-vein heaven saints and half-step human emperors." "That many?" Long Chen was surprised. "Yes, many people end up stuck at that level, unable to take the final step even if they sense it," Chu he explained. "How many of those people are traitors?" asked Long Chen. "Those people don't have any special positions and their power can't affect the overall result. Zhang Yiming doesn't care about them. After all, what would be the point of wasting energy on a group of people with no power or influence? He'd rather focus on the junior generation as they have limitless potential," replied Chu he. "In other words, there should be very few traitors amongst them, right?" asked Long Chen. "You could say that, though I can't guarantee there aren't any," Chu he said, still confused. "Why are you asking?" "Well," Long Chen grinned, "what do you think would happen if Tianyu City suddenly had over 18,000 human emperors?" Chu he was too shocked to speak. Chapter 5291 Liao Yong. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, hello. As Long Chen walked out of the barrier, a disciple of Tianyu City immediately greeted him, looking at him with both curiosity and reverence. The image of Long Chen riding a 3-vein emperor gold lion was seared into many people's memories, a scene they would never forget. "Hello." Long Chen smiled and waved at those disciples. These disciples lacked the haughtiness that many talented disciples possessed. Perhaps only those who frequently danced on the edge of life and death could truly appreciate how precious life was. It was a refreshing change for Long Chen. Previously, everywhere he went, there would be a group of arrogant individuals eager to provoke him. But here, no one dared to court death because it meant they would truly die. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, do you really come from beyond the desolation?" "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, is the world outside the desolation very big? Is it bigger than this place? Are there even stronger demonic beasts than the gold lions there? More ferocious than the stone spirit race? More twisted than the devil creatures?" Once Long Chen responded, it was as if the floodgates had opened. Seeing his friendly demeanor, more and more Tianyu City disciples gathered around him. The female disciples, in particular, seemed especially curious. Suddenly, Long Chen found himself surrounded and bombarded with questions. He had no idea how to answer them all. In truth, their curiosity was understandable. In their world, only the gold lion race, the stone spirit race, and endless devil creatures existed. They had never ventured beyond this small realm. Everything they knew about the outside world came from ancient texts and stories. Now that someone from beyond the endless desolation had appeared, they were eager to learn about the world beyond. Other than that, Long Chen looked to be near their age and didn't act cold with them. His handsome features also piqued the female disciples' curiosity, and a few bold ones even tried to touch his hand to see if people from the outside world had the same kind of flesh and blood as them. Long Chen hastily but politely declined their overly forward actions, reassuring them that he would be staying for a few days. There was no need to rush, there would be plenty of time to ask their questions. Soon, the area in front of the plaza became crowded, with people drawn in by the tales of the outside world. To prevent being overwhelmed, Long Chen chose a few common questions and gave simple answers so that they wouldn't keep asking more about it. Even so, these disciples' eyes were shining as they listened to him. They all wanted to see the outside world. Hearing about the vast world filled with different races and landscapes, they were filled with envy. To them, Long Chen's experiences were like stories from a legend. Enough with the stories. How do you know any of this is true? You're just going to believe whatever he says. He could be lying, and you'd have no way to verify it. A sharp voice interrupted the excitement. Long Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man with a sword on his back leaning against the wall, glaring at him coldly. Liao Yang, what are you saying? Senior apprentice brother Long Chen has no reason to lie to us. Your words are simply hurtful, shouted a woman indignantly. The man was Liao Yang, an expert ranked among the top 10 of Tianyu City's junior generation. Known for his pride and difficult nature, most people didn't bother arguing with him. However, Long Chen had made a positive impression on everyone, and his stories about the outside world captivated them. Thus, they spoke against him. For Liao Yang to call him into question was far too rude. He was practically calling Long Chen a liar. What's hurtful about it? It's just the truth. None of us have seen the world outside the desolation. He can make up whatever he wants. How would we verify the truth? Said Liao Yang disdainfully. Furthermore, who knows whether or not he harbors malicious intentions in coming to Tianyu City? He was riding a gold lion. With his cultivation base, how could he have beaten a three-vein emperor? The most likely explanation is that he's in collusion with the gold lion race. There are too many suspicious things about him. I'm just warning everyone to be cautious, Liao Yang sneered. Long Chen met Liao Yang's glare with a smile but didn't say anything. Liao Yang found Long Chen's silent smile unnerving and demanded, what are you smiling at? Feeling guilty? Then tell us, how did that gold lion agree to let you ride it? Because I'm handsome, so it wanted to be my mount. Tell me, what could I possibly do about that? Long Chen shrugged helplessly. What nonsense. Liao Yang snorted, refusing to believe that lie. Then what if I told you that I'm so strong that it directly pissed itself and surrendered to me to save its own life? Remarked Long Chen. Even more nonsense. If everything is nonsense, how do you think I got it to carry me over? Long Chen countered. I don't care how you did it. I'm just telling you that Tianyu City does not welcome people with unclear origins. Declared Liao Yang coldly. Liao Yang, you're going too far. The patriarch personally welcomed senior apprentice brother Long Chen as an important guest. What right do you have to question him? A female disciple shouted indignantly. HMPH, what right do I have? I simply don't like him. I dislike people who might be spies or have ulterior motives. What about it? And who's to say the patriarch hasn't been deceived? Kid, I don't accept you. If you want me to, then face me in combat. If I lose, I'll shut up. But if you lose, then leave Tianyu City immediately. What a ridiculous challenge. You're already a heaven saint, while senior apprentice brother Long Chen is only a sage king. You're clearly bullying him, shouted someone. Isn't he supposed to be very strong? He even subdued a three-vein emperor gold lion. If he doesn't dare fight me, then everything he said must be lies. Liao Yang sneered. Liao Yang was trying to mess around with this rude challenge. However, the crowds couldn't find any fault in his logic. If Long Chen really did have the power to subdue a three-vein emperor gold lion, Liao Yang truly wasn't a match for him. They also wanted to know how strong Long Chen was. Under their expectant gazes, Long Chen slowly stood up. The tension rose as everyone watched, holding their breath in anticipation. Chapter 5292 Human Emperor Tribulation. When Long Chen rose, Liao Yang instantly tensed, preparing for combat. Long Chen then raised a hand and pointed at him. In response, Liao Yong's hand flew to the hilt of his sword, ready to strike. Everyone was silent. They also wanted to know just how strong this foreigner from beyond the desolation was. But instead of attacking, Long Chen simply pointed at Liao Yong and said indifferently, "You are smart. You instantly saw through me. Congratulations." After saying that, Long Chen turned and left, leaving everyone stunned. Just when they were expecting an immense battle, Long Chen retreated. "Coward, is your guilty conscience making you act weak?" Liao Yong shouted after him. "If you say so," Long Chen replied without even turning around. "As long as you don't say my rod is weak, I can accept anything else." Long Chen's actions disappointed everyone gathered here. They had thought Long Chen was a supreme expert, but his unexpected retreat made him appear cowardly. Still, some looked at him with sympathy, feeling that Liao Yong had gone too far. Long Chen headed straight for Tianyu City's scripture pavilion. Using Chu He's status plate, other than the ancient tower, he could go wherever he wanted in the city. He began scanning the books but found the collection far less impressive compared to what he had access to at the High Firmament Academy. Nevertheless, he continued searching. However, he didn't find anything he was interested in. Still, he knew there had to be a reason why Tianyu City could survive to this day. As he examined the shelves, a sneering voice interrupted his focus. "So, you're here to steal Tianyu City's secret arts? How sinister." Long Chen didn't even bother to look at the speaker and kept searching. But when he reached for a tome, the man swiftly grabbed it before he could. Only then did Long Chen glance at him, a stocky man with thick sideburns, staring at him provocatively. Long Chen's hand twitched, nearly slapping him, but he managed to control the urge. After all, the man was only a heaven saint, and a slap from Long Chen would likely turn him into a blood mist. That person sneered at Long Chen. "Gutless piece of shit, who do you think you are? You aren't qualified to touch Tianyu City's secret arts." Long Chen simply looked at this guy. The latter's face was very large, and his position was also good. Long Chen's hand was now unbelievably itchy, but he still managed to suppress his desire to slap. He then walked out of the scripture pavilion and muttered, "Are they still not done? If this drags on, I won't be able to endure much longer." When he arrived at the plaza, the odd stares from the crowd reminded him of Liao Yong's provocations. But before anyone could say anything, the tablet in his hand vibrated slightly, signaling something important. Excited, Long Chen quickly headed back to the tower. The guards checked his status plate again and let him in. Inside the tower, a giant transportation formation had been prepared, and it was already filled with 9 vain heaven saints. They had been gathered secretly, so they weren't sure of the reason for their summoning. They looked around in confusion, surprised to see so many others present, but kept quiet for the sake of the mission. When Long Chen arrived, Chu He also came out. He said, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. We are going to Heavenly Tribulation Valley." Heavenly Tribulation Valley, Patriarch, none of us have the ability to break through this bottleneck. What are we going to Heavenly Tribulation Valley for? Heavenly Tribulation Valley was a special area where Tianyu City's experts underwent tribulation. When the Tianyu sword cleaved open this space, it turned into a minor world. As a result, it became a place free from interference of the Gold Lion and Stone Spirit races. "Don't ask so many questions. Just listen to orders," barked Chu He. In truth, even Chu He didn't know what was going on. Long Chen had instructed him to gather the group but hadn't revealed any details. Everyone closed their eyes and entered their peak state, making sure that their essence, qi, and spirit were all at a maximum level. Once everyone was ready, Chu He activated the transportation formation, instantly teleporting the group to a barren valley filled with the lingering power of thunder. The land was covered in lightning runes, and the pressure from the surrounding thunder force made it difficult to breathe. "Everyone, consume this pill," Long Chen called out, tossing a pill to each of them. The gathered experts looked at the pills in confusion. None of them had ever seen or consumed a true medicinal pill before. Hence, they hesitated, unsure if this wrinkled, unremarkable pill was the real deal. What they didn't know was that there was a certain thing in this world called a pill veil. "Eat them," shouted Chu He upon seeing their hesitation. Although Chu He didn't know much about medicinal pills either, he trusted Long Chen. Hearing their patriarch give the order, these experts hastily consumed the pills. Once they did, their auras started to explode, and 9 heaven veins appeared behind them, flying into the sky. In an instant, The bottlenecks that had held them back for years shattered, and their auras surged. Emperor Qi flowed out of them as their 9 heaven veins fused into one, transforming them into human emperors. Panic spread through the group. "This is bad," someone shouted. Everyone was shocked, not having expected a single pill would break through their bottleneck. The heavens rumbled as tribulation clouds gathered above them. Lightning began to descend in a terrifying storm. "A collective tribulation, we're doomed," screamed one of the newly ascended human emperors. After all, the power of a collective tribulation was far greater than that of individual tribulations. When multiple tribulations overlapped, their power rose exponentially, creating a nightmare scenario. Chu He's heart jumped in his chest. He hadn't expected the pills to work so quickly. He had thought the advancement would take days, not mere seconds. Now, they were facing an overwhelming heavenly tribulation. As lightning crashed down, Long Chen stepped forward, positioning himself against the oncoming storm of heavenly tribulation. Chapter 5293 New Discovery. "Long Chen," shouted Chu He, his voice filled with alarm. When Long Chen stepped toward the enormous heavenly tribulation, Chu He jumped in fright. After all, this was a human emperor tribulation, and not just any ordinary one. It involved thousands of cultivators at once. In Chu He's mind, Long Chen, who was only a little sage king, was about to be obliterated by the laws of heaven and earth for interfering in this tribulation. However, with the raging lightning already falling, Chu He was powerless to stop Long Chen. "Everyone, calm down and focus on your tribulations. With me here, you will be safe," Long Chen assured, his voice steady. Just then, the lightning rain turned into a torrent of lightning swords, piercing through the air and heading straight for the gathered cultivators. Everyone hastily defended. However, the lightning sliced through their defenses, cutting into their skin and staining their robes red. Are their bodies really this fragile? Long Chen thought in surprise. Long Chen suddenly realized that their cultivation techniques were focused on immortal arts and divine power, neglecting their constitutions. In other words, while their magical abilities were formidable, they were not robust enough to withstand the tribulation's assault. "All right, come out, it's your time to show off," Long Chen said, his voice filled with anticipation. An enormous lightning dragon flew into the sky, shattering the torrent of lightning. Lightning bolts crashed against it, exploding on impact, yet it was unscathed. This dragon was Lei Linger. She had long since grown impatient, but Long Chen had initially held her back, giving the cultivators a chance to absorb the thunder force. Unexpectedly, their physical bodies were so weak that they couldn't even endure the first wave of the tribulation. The power of this human emperor tribulation far exceeded what they were used to. Lei Linger swam through the sky, effortlessly breaking apart the torrents of lightning. As the lightning struck her, it shattered into particles that rained down like harmless droplets. These lightning particles were now easy to absorb and no longer a threat to the cultivators below. Lei Linger was like a starving person devouring this tribulation. Although it was a human emperor heavenly tribulation, it didn't have the destructive energy of Long Chen's tribulations. Thus, the lightning was just a big piece of meat to her. As she absorbed the tribulation's thunder force, she passed down the residual energy to the cultivators below. Chu He was stunned to see this scene. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that someone could withstand a tribulation so effortlessly, let alone devour it like a meal. As the tribulation intensified, Lei Linger's aura grew stronger in tandem. Ever since her last battle, her strength had risen tremendously. Now, devouring human emperor tribulation lightning was effortless for her. As she devoured the tribulation's energy, her aura rapidly grew. Seeing Huo Linger rapidly recovering and continuing to grow, she had been anxious, but now, it was her turn to shine. While absorbing the tribulation's energy, she didn't forget to share some of the energy with the cultivators below, offering them the residual energy like passing down soup. Her aura grew more potent with each passing moment, and her massive body expanded until it seemed to fill the sky. Her immense form allowed her to gather every last drop of the tribulation's energy. Seeing that Lei Linger was in complete control, Long Chen was finally able to relax. With a calm expression, he flew into the air and sat on Lei Linger's dragon head. He began to absorb the thunder force himself, using it to fuel his own cultivation. As the thunder force flowed into his body, 3-leaf runes appeared within his dantian. These 3-leaf runes were his eternal runes, which had first appeared when he advanced to the eternal realm. They had granted him vast eternal energy at the time, but after that, they had seemingly disappeared. Now, amidst this heavenly tribulation, they resurfaced. As the 3 flower runes circulated, they slowly rose from the bottom of his dantian. His root chi, which resided at the top of his dantian, slowly gravitated toward the runes. What is going on? Do my eternal runes only appear during heavenly tribulation? Long Chen wondered, unable to comprehend this. By carefully observing the changes within his body, he noticed that as the thunder force entered him, the eternal runes in his root chi moved closer together. Could it be? Long Chen muttered, pleasantly surprised. The closer his eternal runes and root chi came together, the faster his aura grew. This rate of cultivation was far beyond anything he had experienced before, almost like a cheat method. Realizing the potential, Long Chen immediately summoned his 8-colored divine ring. It spun rapidly, forming a massive vortex that absorbed the tribulation's energy. As he continued to inhale the tribulation's energy, his root chi and eternal runes moved closer, resonating with each other. Eternal chi slowly merged into his root chi, while the root chi extended toward the eternal runes, like roots seeking nourishment. The 2 forces drew nearer and nearer, and Long Chen devoured the tribulation's energy with reckless abandon. But just as they were about to converge completely, the tribulation abruptly ended. The 2 forces instantly separated. Startled, Long Chen looked up to find the tribulation clouds had vanished. So fast, Long Chen muttered in frustration, feeling a pang of disappointment. If the tribulation had lasted for a bit longer, perhaps Long Chen's eternal runes would have finally merged with his root chi. Sadly, as the influx of tribulation energy ended, his eternal runes slowly faded until they were gone. Were my efforts wasted? Long Chen wondered, feeling a pang of frustration. Fortunately, after sensing his aura, he found that it was truly stronger than before. His root chi had also undergone a subtle transformation. Its aura was denser, and the flame within it burned more vigorously. Satisfied, Long Chen allowed himself to relax. He then turned his attention to the newly ascended human emperors. Their faces were filled with disbelief, as if they couldn't grasp that they had truly become human emperors so effortlessly. They felt like they were dreaming. Chu He, on the other hand, was equally stunned but overjoyed. Tianyu City had just gained over 18,000 new human emperors, causing their collective strength to skyrocket. Everyone should go into seclusion here. I have medicinal pills that will help you fully stabilize your realms within 3 days. But you must work hard for it, Long Chen instructed, distributing the pills. This time, no one hesitated to take them. With that, Long Chen and Chu He left. They returned to the tower, but just as they settled in, an ear-piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout Tianyu City. Chapter 5294 Probing. Patriarch, the stone spirit race has launched a sneak attack. The moment that Long Chen and Chu He appeared, someone immediately reported the news. Chu He's expression darkened, and they rushed toward the fortifications. From there, Long Chen saw a vast army of giants. With stone-like skin, these giants emitted icy auras, their bodies covered in black lines. They were entirely different from Shi Tongtian, the stone spirit Long Chen had previously encountered. It was as if their auras were brimming with darkness. Long Chen had also encountered members of the stone spirit race in the heavenly flame devil domain, but there were clear differences between the two. It was likely that they belonged to different branches of the spirit race. Uncountable stone spirit races experts now stood in front of the fortifications, wielding stone hatchets in their hands. Their eyes, rainbow-colored gems radiating with divine light, were unsettling. Though the gems were beautiful, their placement on the giants' faces made them appear more sinister than striking. Amongst this mass of stone spirits stood a single human. His face was gloomy, and his hair was long. Also, 4 six-vein emperors stood behind him. When Long Chen arrived, the Tianyu City's side was already ready for combat. The giant crossbows on the fortifications were aimed at the stone spirit army. Long Chen's gaze swept through the army before ultimately fixing on that long-haired man, whose gaze also locked onto Long Chen. The man had an unusual face, a wide protruding forehead, small triangular eyes, and a mouth that stretched almost to his ears. "Young fellow, you're clearly still wet behind the ears. If you don't want to die, leave Tianyu City while you can. You'll suffer a miserable fate if you stay," the ugly man said, smiling sinisterly, his grin resembling a viper ready to strike. Long Chen smirked. "You must be Zhang Yiming, right? Hee, no wonder you'd leave Tianyu City. I've seen countless lifeforms in both the mortal and immortal worlds, but there aren't many people uglier than you. If Senior Chu hadn't told me about you, I'd have thought you were a toad that somehow turned human. You really fit in with these stone monsters." How could Long Chen not understand the reason for this sudden invasion? Zhang Yiming had come to test the waters after learning that an outsider had arrived in Tianyu City. The stone spirit race hadn't come with their full force, signaling they had no intention of launching a full-scale attack. They merely wanted to probe Long Chen's abilities and gauge whether he posed a threat to their plans. There were definitely traitors within Tianyu City who had informed Zhang Yiming about Long Chen. If Long Chen had been an ordinary person, Zhang Yiming wouldn't have cared. However, the fact that Long Chen had arrived on a three-vane Emperor Gold Lion and entered the ancient tower with Chu He was enough to make Zhang Yiming cautious. This was why Zhang Yiming had brought his troops to test the waters. Hearing Long Chen's response, Zhang Yiming almost exploded. His ugly-ass face had always been a sore spot with him, twisting his personality. Because of it, he had become reclusive and antisocial, and he would resent anyone who dared to bring up his looks. Later, once he was strong enough, he would kill everyone who had mocked him. It had been years since anyone dared to insult him to his face, but Long Chen wasn't one to hold back. "Brat, you are courting death," roared Zhang Yiming. "And who will kill me? A hideous piece of shit who betrayed his master and his race." Long Chen retorted without hesitation, seeing that he had hit a sore spot. The experts standing on the fortifications directly nodded, silently cheering. They hated Zhang Yiming as well, but this traitorous bastard was just too strong, having become the vice-race leader of the Stone Spirit race. Despite him being a dirty traitor, they didn't dare to curse him. After all, they were profoundly aware of his modus operandi. Anyone who had cursed him would be hunted down and killed. Many feared that Tianyu City would one day fall to him, and cursing him would only hasten their demise. Thus, Long Chen's bold taunts were like a release for their own emotions. Previously, some had doubted Long Chen's confidence, especially after he refused Liao Yong's challenge. They had speculated that perhaps Long Chen had some trick to control the Gold Lion but wasn't actually powerful. However, his fearless verbal assault on Zhang Yiming won their approval, regardless of his strength. At the very least, no one else in Tianyu City dared to curse Zhang Yiming like this. Zhang Yiming's fists clenched so tightly that they creaked, and a bulging vein appeared on his forehead. His already ugly face became even fugglier as his killing intent surged, almost taking tangible form. "Are you shitting yourself? Sorry, but that's against the rules here. If you're going to poop, do it somewhere else," advised Long Chen kindly upon seeing Zhang Yiming's ugly expression. Zhang Yiming directly lost control and exploded with the full aura of a four-vane emperor. A wave of divine power shook the very air. Zhang Yiming's aura locked onto Long Chen. Seeing this, Chu He stepped forward for fear of Zhang Yiming injuring Long Chen. However, Long Chen stopped him, knowing that Zhang Yiming was testing him. Typically, when a cultivator's aura was locked onto by such power, their own power would instinctively react. However, Long Chen's control over his own power was so refined that he didn't respond at all. There was no way for Zhang Yiming to gauge his strength through this lock. Long Chen's root chi quivered inside his dantian, instinctively wanting to release its power to resist this lock. But Long Chen controlled it, not letting it release its energy. With his hands clasped behind his back, Long Chen looked down on Zhang Yiming and smiled derisively. He didn't say anything, just looking at him indifferently. Tianyu City's defenders tensed, ready for battle at a moment's notice. However, to everyone's surprise, Zhang Yiming withdrew his aura and waved his hand, leading the Stone Spirit army away. "Damn brat, just you wait." Chapter 5295 Shoddy Acting. Everyone watched in disbelief as Zhang Yiming left. They were all too familiar with his character. He wasn't someone to tolerate such blatant provocation from Long Chen. Yet, he had gone without a fight, leaving the crowd perplexed. Long Chen, however, understood the situation perfectly. Zhang Yiming had only come to probe him, not to engage in an all-out battle with Tianyu City. His primary goal was to assess whether Long Chen had the power to disrupt his plans. Despite failing to gauge Long Chen's full strength, Zhang Yiming had seen enough. Long Chen's youthful appearance and cultivation base were real, and his powerful blood chi alone had made Zhang Yiming cautious. As a result, he directly brought his people away, though his departure left Tianyu City's people uneasy. They sensed that a storm was brewing. After this disturbance, everyone returned to Tianyu City. Chu He returned to his own residence and entered seclusion, intent on refining the precious pill Long Chen had given him. Chu He was determined to make the most of it, not wanting to waste even a trace of its medicinal effects. Meanwhile, Long Chen found himself with some free time. Chu He had arranged for him to stay in the best cultivation room available. However, after a day of cultivation, Long Chen still couldn't figure out the connection between his eternal runes and his root qi. Knowing that a large battle could erupt at any moment, Long Chen decided to explore the city instead of remaining in seclusion. With nothing else to do, he planned to revisit the scripture pavilion not for the secret arts, but to learn more about Tianyu City's history. As soon as he appeared, a group of people set their sights on him. They were all young disciples, peak geniuses in Tianyu City, led by none other than Liao Yong. They quickly blocked Long Chen's path, and the commotion drew the attention of others in the area. Liao Yong, what are you trying to do this time? Several disciples shouted angrily. Liao Yong had previously provoked Long Chen, drawing their ire. The female disciples, in particular, viewed Long Chen as a younger brother in need of protection. Seeing Liao Yong targeting Long Chen again with an entire gang of people, the female disciples were furious. This was beyond simple bullying. If Liao Yong disliked Long Chen, he could have just ignored him. Instead, he seemed intent on causing trouble. Ignoring the protests, Liao Yong stepped forward, pointing at Long Chen. What are you up to? First, you offend the Gold Lion race, and now you provoke the Stone Spirit race. Are you trying to bring disaster upon Tianyu City? Liao Yong, stop slandering people. Long Chen is the most honored guest of Tianyu City. Do you think the Patriarch would treat him so well if he were truly dangerous? Questioning him means you're questioning the Patriarch. I'll report this to him if you don't stop. A female disciple named Li Yunhua shouted, stepping forward to defend Long Chen. Li Yunhua, stop meddling. This matter has nothing to do with you. The Patriarch is in seclusion, so while he's not here, I'm going to tear down this fellow's mask and show his true face to everyone. Shouted Liao Yong. What mask? You're just jealous of him and want to drag him down. All of us have eyes, and we all trust Long Chen. If you want to harm him, you'll have to go through me first. Shouted Li Yunhua. Li Yunhua was someone with a great reputation amongst Tianyu City's junior generation, and she often had problems with Liao Yong. Seeing him going too far, she directly stood on Long Chen's side. That's right, you have to get past us if you want to make things hard on Long Chen. Several other disciples joined her, stepping forward to support Long Chen. After all, quite a few of them idolized her, so the atmosphere instantly grew tense as they rallied to Long Chen's side. What do you think you're doing? Is this a rebellion? What kind of time is it for you to be fighting amongst yourselves? A loud shout interrupted the growing confrontation. A powerful human emperor then landed with a crash, and Long Chen recognized the sour-faced Kai Feng approaching. The disciples quickly greeted Kai Feng with respect, their anger subsiding. Even though Chu He had stripped him of his position as city guard, nothing had changed. Kai Feng was still the person with the greatest authority aside from Chu He. Seizing the opportunity, Liao Yong immediately said, "City guard, this person is highly suspicious." First, he angered the Gold Lion race, and now the Stone Spirit race. He's clearly plotting Tianyu City's downfall. How can you randomly say such a thing? Do you have any proof? Demanded Kai Feng. I have no direct proof, but do we really need it? City guard, I request that you capture him and do a soul search. Then we'll know the truth. If I'm wrong, I'll kowtow to him in apology, Liao Yong suggested confidently. Li Yunhua was furious. That's absurd. No one would agree to such an insult. A soul search was the greatest insult to an expert. Most of them would rather die than accept such a humiliation. Soul searches aren't conducted just because you ask, Kai Feng said dismissively. Don't be ridiculous. If you refuse to uphold justice, then under the laws of Tianyu City, I challenge him to battle. If he wins, he can stay, and I will leave Tianyu City. If I win, he must immediately leave before he causes calamity for us. Do you dare to accept? Shouted Liao Yong. Kai Feng turned to Long Chen. Do you accept? Long Chen almost pissed himself out of embarrassment for their terrible acting. Could it even be called acting at this point? Long Chen, don't fall for this. They want to kill you. Just don't agree, and wait for the Patriarch to come out of seclusion, said Li Yunhua immediately. Silence. This isn't a place for you to speak. Kai Feng snapped, his sudden hostility startling her into stepping back. Hey, after getting so old, you're really going to shout violently at a girl? Do you have no upbringing? Long Chen finally stepped forward, placing himself in front of Li Yunhua. He glanced at Kai Feng and Liao Yong with a cold smile. You want to test my power? Alright, let's do it. Chapter 5296 Not Worth Squat. Tianyu City, the Tianyu martial stage. This martial stage was enormous but had long since broken down. The bricks were cracked, and there was no way to activate a protective barrier. Essentially abandoned for countless years, the stage was seldom used. However, today, according to Tianyu City's rules, it had been reactivated. Seeing the martial stage's state, people couldn't help having doubts about whether or not it could endure the power of the two combatants. If it crumbled midway through, it would truly be embarrassing. A sea of people gathered around the stage, with almost everyone present except for the guards. With his hands clasped behind his back, Long Chen stood there. Facing him, Liao Yong already had his sword in hand, his aura rising. The might of a heaven saint started to seep into the air. Liao Yong's aura was very powerful and condensed. When his manifestation appeared, his icy killing intent surged, enveloping the stage. Many were worried for Long Chen, especially since Liao Yong was notorious for his cruelty. It was clear that he wasn't going to hold back today. Draw your weapon, Liao Yong demanded, pointing his sword at Long Chen, his Doyan power coursing through his heavenly fate disc. With this level of strength, you're not worthy of dying by my weapon, Long Chen replied calmly. Die, Liao Yong roared and lunged at Long Chen, aiming his sword straight for Long Chen's heart. On the other hand, Long Chen didn't move at all, causing startled gasps to erupt from the crowd. Some of the female disciples even covered their eyes, too afraid to witness what they thought would be a fatal strike. Liao Yong's sword pierced through Long Chen's chest, but Liao Yong was shocked to see Long Chen's body fading away. Startled cries rang out as they realized Liao Yong had merely stabbed Long Chen's afterimage. Using some strange movement art, Long Chen then appeared behind Liao Yong. Taking his time, Long Chen casually lifted his foot and kicked Liao Yong in the butt. The force sent Liao Yong flying, tumbling across the martial stage and smashing several holes into the ground. He rolled all the way to the edge of the stage, almost falling off. Every expert present was shocked to see Long Chen's bizarre movement art. After using this move, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking completely at ease as he stared emotionlessly at Liao Yong. While Liao Yong wasn't injured, he felt so humiliated that his blood boiled rapidly. With a roar, he charged back at Long Chen. This time, Liao Yong used multiple movements arts, his afterimages filling the air as he pushed himself to the limit. His afterimages vanished as Long Chen slapped him across the face, sending him flying once more. Like before, Liao Yong tumbled to the edge of the stage, ultimately stopping at the edge of the martial stage. To everyone's surprise, he was stopping at the exact same spot with the exact same posture. However, this time, a deep, red handprint marked his face, so detailed that even the veins of Long Chen's palm could be seen on it. Dazed and disoriented, Liao Yong stumbled as he tried to rise. It took him 4 attempts to stand, and once he did, he could barely keep his balance. His vision swam, and stars danced before his eyes. Before he found his balance, he clenched his teeth and raised his sword high, charging forward. You idiot, look where you are facing. Hearing that, Liao Yong hastily retracted his attack. As his muddled vision gradually cleared up, he realized he was on the edge of the martial stage, about to swing at the audience. Everyone in the crowd was staring at him, their bewildered expressions only adding to the burning humiliation on Liao Yong's face. He wished he could disappear into the ground. Turning back, he saw Long Chen still standing calmly in the center of the stage, his face utterly emotionless. The sight almost drove Liao Yong insane. If you have any guts, fight me directly, roared Liao Yong. Long Chen tilted his head slightly, a mocking smirk tugging at his lips. Haven't I been facing you directly? I used my foot on your butt, and my hand on your face. The results speak for themselves. You simply aren't a match for me. They are nothing more than cheap tricks. Do you dare to face my sword head-on? Liao Yong snarled, his rage consuming him. Long Chen smirked. You couldn't beat me in skill, so now you want to rely on brute force. Long Chen knew that the cultivators of Tianyu City were too used to fighting the Stone Spirit race and Gold Lion race, which resulted in them favoring head-on confrontations. This focus on brute strength made them lack finesse in their techniques. Through just 2 exchanges, Long Chen had identified Liao Yong's fatal weakness. Liao Yang was bound to lose if the fight continued like this. Realizing his disadvantage, Liao Yang was left with no choice but to provoke Long Chen this way. "Do you dare to or not?" shouted Liao Yang through gritted teeth. "Come, I will use my hands to fulfill your dream," Long Chen replied with a shrug, his tone indifferent. All of a sudden, Liao Yang's body lit up as he pointed his sword at the sky. When the sword trembled, runes flowed along it, and a powerful aura surged around him. Taking advantage of Long Chen's promise to face the attack head-on, he used a technique that required time to gather its strength. This was clearly a powerful magical art, though it wasn't practical in real combat. After all, the time it took to accumulate energy was far too long. Any opponent would have interrupted him long before he could finish. However, Liao Yang was indeed quite smart. He had trapped Long Chen with his taunts, forcing Long Chen to withstand this attack. Still, Long Chen just stood there without a care in the world. In the crowd, Li Yunhua shouted, "Long Chen, stop him before he finishes channeling his energy. If you let him, he can multiply his power tenfold." Tenfold. Long Chen raised an eyebrow, impressed by the art's potential. A magical technique capable of raising someone's power by that much was indeed rare. "It's too late, you can die now," Liao Yang sneered. In a flash, an ear-piercing sound rang out as the sword sliced through the void. Even seasoned experts in the crowd were alarmed, sensing lethal danger from the blow. This indomitable sword came crashing at Long Chen, but a hand covered in starlight suddenly caught it, halting the attack midair. Everyone watching was instantly petrified. Chapter 5297 The Truth Laid Bare. Long Chen raised his hand and caught Liao Yang's sword. This sword had been like a roaring divine wolf, seeming so powerful that it could devour the heavens. But now, it was like an obedient little dog that didn't even dare to bark. The world fell silent. Countless experts stood frozen in disbelief, their mouths agape. They didn't dare to believe what they were seeing. Liao Yang's attack was something even a too-vain human emperor would have to go all out to block, and even then, one mistake could result in severe injury. Yet, Long Chen had caught it barehanded, effortlessly dispelling all its power. Blocking an attack was one thing, but to silently nullify the force behind it required a power 10 times greater than the attack itself. Yet, Long Chen's arm didn't even twitch after catching the sword. Not even a hair was disturbed. Sweat dripped down Liao Yang's forehead. The sound of it falling to the ground was barely audible, yet it echoed clearly in the silence. Only now did Liao Yang realize just how terrifying Long Chen was. The moment his sword struck Long Chen's palm, the power he was most confident in vanished like a clay ox falling into the ocean. Facing Long Chen was like facing the boundless cosmos. Because of it, Liao Yang felt incomparably minuscule, his confidence absolutely shattered. Now, he understood that the gap between him and Long Chen was so vast, even 10 lifetimes of hard work wouldn't bridge it. Suddenly, Liao Yang lost all his energy and collapsed to his knees before Long Chen. "Do you want to live or die?" asked Long Chen. "I want to live," Liao Yang hastily replied, trembling. His sword was still in Long Chen's hand, and through it, he could sense Long Chen's killing intent. The sensation of death overwhelmed him, and his instincts screamed at him to submit and beg for mercy. "When did you betray Tianyu City?" Long Chen's question sent shockwaves through the crowd. Everyone stared in disbelief at Liao Yang. Liao Yang had barely opened his mouth when a voice rang out from the spectators. "Liao Yang, how dare you betray Tianyu City? Die!" A four-vein human emperor suddenly appeared on the martial stage, slamming his palm toward Liao Yang's head. However, Long Chen was faster. His star-covered hand struck the emperor's face before he could land the blow. The four-vein emperor hadn't anticipated Long Chen's reaction speed and was sent flying before his hand even touched Liao Yang. The four-vein emperor smashed into a corner of the martial stage, causing that part of the stage to collapse. Half of his face was crushed, and his body tumbled to the ground. Startled cries rang out. As the slap was backed by astral energy, it was devastating. Despite the emperor's powerful magical arts, his weak physical body couldn't endure it. Furthermore, his goal had only been to silence Liao Yang. He hadn't expected Long Chen to strike him. "Long Chen, how brazen! Do you think Tianyu City is beneath you? Seize him, if he resists, execute him," shouted Kai Feng, his voice shaking with rage. Dozens of traitors had long since made their preparations, so at this command, they directly charged at Long Chen, rays of divine light shooting toward him from all directions. The combined attacks were perfectly coordinated, leaving Long Chen with no way to escape. The pressure on the martial stage was immense as the attacks converged. The resulting explosion shook all of Tianyu City. Dust filled the sky, and the crowd was swept back by the shockwave. The suddenness of the attack left everyone in disbelief. It had been a battle between Long Chen and Liao Yong, so why would a four-vein emperor suddenly interfere? Before the onlookers could recover from the shock of seeing their four-vein emperor be slapped by Long Chen, these combined attacks landed, leaving them completely flabbergasted. As the dust settled, the spectators expected Long Chen and Liao Yong to have been reduced to ash. But to their shock, they saw a barrier of lightning circling around Long Chen, protecting him. It was Lei Linger. With a simple wave of her hand, she had summoned a lightning barrier imbued with emperor might. After going through the human emperor tribulation, Lei Linger came to possess a human emperor's might. These people might want to kill Long Chen, but they had never expected that Long Chen would have such a powerful expert guarding him. Within the barrier, Liao Yong trembled in fear. It was now clear to him that Kai Feng and the others had intended to kill him along with Long Chen. In a desperate shout, he bellowed, "Since you want to kill me, then you can all go down with me. Yes, I betrayed Tianyu City, but it was all Kai Feng's doing. He is the greatest traitor of Tianyu City." Liao Yong no longer gave a shit. If he had to die, he'd drag a few more people with him. Perhaps in the chaos, he could escape with his life. Seeing that his words caused an uproar, Liao Yong continued, "Everyone who attacked just now is a traitor to Tianyu City. They're all on Zhang Yiming's side. They plan to overthrow Tianyu City and offer it to the Stone Spirit race." Slander. Liao Yong, how could you accuse us of defecting to Vice Race Leader Zhang? A two-vein emperor started to shout in protest, but he made a fatal mistake, referring to Zhang Yiming by his title. His accidental confession exposed the truth. Tianyu City's experts felt like the heavens had just collapsed. Their city guard, the second in command, had actually betrayed them. He had joined Zhang Yiming's side. Was there any more hope for Tianyu City? Despair filled their hearts as these experts unsheathed their weapons, ready for battle. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Kai Feng turned to flee. However, he had barely moved when a pitch-black saber pierced through his back and out his chest. Chapter 5298 Arrangements. Are you stupid? You wanted to escape but didn't think to guard against me. Long Chen's figure slowly materialized, just as Evilmoon pierced Kai Feng's chest. Seeing this, the other experts who had attacked Long Chen tried to flee, but before they could act, multiple figures appeared, surrounding them. 3 inner and 3 outer barriers sealed the entire area. You can't escape. The Patriarch has seen through all your betrayals. A four-vein emperor shouted. This was all part of Long Chen's plan. He had deliberately told Chu He to announce his seclusion, knowing these traitors would act the moment they believed the Patriarch was unavailable. Perhaps it was the endless confinement in this place that dulled their minds, or maybe their constant dealings with the brainless Stone Spirit and Gold Lion races had made them forget how to think strategically. To Long Chen, their schemes were embarrassingly amateurish. Even Kai Feng, a two-vein emperor, and their city guard revealed his incompetence by immediately fleeing without even attempting to defend himself. Although defending would have been useless, it was still a pathetic display. As everyone was trapped, the experts of Tianyu City stood in stunned silence, unsure of what was unfolding. With a smooth motion, Long Chen pulled Evilmoon from Kai Feng's body. The flame of life in Kai Feng was snuffed out, and Evilmoon devoured his blood soul. Suddenly, one of the elders of Tianyu City appeared beside Li Yunhua, gripping her throat tightly. "If you don't want her to die, open up a path for me," shouted the elder. Li Yunhua and the others were still in shock, their minds blank from the sudden revelation of traitors among them. As a result, Li Yunhua couldn't even react to this sudden attack. The elder's nails dug into her skin, drawing blood. "Li Yichun, have you gone mad? She's one of your direct descendants," shouted one person. This elder was one of Li Yunhua's ancestors. For him to use her as a hostage shocked and enraged everyone. "Shut your mouth. Open up a path, or I'll kill her," the elder snarled, his voice filled with desperation. "You truly won't repent until death," Long Chen said, placing Evilmoon on his shoulder and slowly approaching the elder. "Don't come closer. I'll kill her if you do," the elder yelled, panic rising in his voice. "With me here, you can't kill her," Long Chen replied, shaking his head. "Stop, I swear I'll do it," the elder screamed, his voice trembling. Everyone's hearts pounded. They could see the fear in the elder's eyes, and the possibility of him killing Li Yunhua was very real. Yet, they were unwilling to let him escape. With fury in her eyes, Li Yunhua spat out, "How could I have such a disgrace for an ancestor? Long Chen, kill him. I'd gladly give my life to rid Tianyu City of this shameless traitor." "Shut your mouth," the elder roared. Long Chen's expression was flat as he continued his slow, deliberate advance. On the other hand, the elder was trembling with fear. His hand flared with energy, intending to only hurt Li Yunhua and bluff over. But before he could do so, a black streak of light severed his arm. The elder screamed, and in his panic, swung his other hand toward the back of Li Yunhua's head. However, another black streak of light intercepted and severed that arm as well. The crowd was stunned into silence. After all, Long Chen's movements were too fast for them to track. They barely saw Long Chen's shoulder sway slightly, and that elder already lost both his arms. "Not bad, using chi to wield the saber," praised Evilmoon. Long Chen hadn't physically swung his saber. Instead, he had unleashed a blade of saber chi, but it was so fast and precise that no one had even noticed it. Long Chen smiled, pleased with his control. This was a basic skill he had mastered back in the chi condensation realm, but after years of cultivation, his mastery had reached a new height. What was once a simple technique had now become an art form. "You still have 2 legs and a head. Keep trying. You have at least 3 chances left," Long Chen mocked, stopping about 300 meters from the elder. The elder's face filled with despair. Only now did he understand that Long Chen's power was far beyond his comprehension. They had been completely fooled by his appearance. The onlookers stared at Long Chen in disbelief. How could a sage king possess such terrifying strength? Was his cultivation realm even real? Gritting his teeth, the elder spat, "I admit defeat, but I don't believe you dare to kill me. Master Yiming has already taken control of the entire stone spirit race and can take over Tianyu City at any time. I'm his most capable subordinate. If you kill M." Before he could finish, Long Chen's saber flashed, and the elder's head flew through the air, his words cut short along with his life. "Since when are there so many ifs?" Long Chen remarked, shaking his head as he turned to the remaining traitors. The traitors all turned ashen, trembling in the face of death. Suddenly, one of them collapsed to his knees, but before he could speak, Evilmoon pierced his chest. "There's no need to beg. We're all busy, so go in peace," Long Chen said as he pulled Evilmoon from the lifeless body. "Please don't kill us. We were deceived. We beg you," the other traitors shouted, kowtowing desperately. They had abandoned all dignity in the face of death. "Long Chen, perhaps we should imprison them first," suggested an elder. He was one of Chu He's trusted aides in the new city guard. Without a word, Long Chen swung Evilmoon in a wide arc, killing the remaining traitors in a single stroke. That elder's face darkened, his expression souring instantly. Chapter 5299 Mysterious Place. With a single slash of his saber, Long Chen ended the lives of the remaining traitors, causing the elder's face to turn extremely sour. The elder had tried to stop Long Chen for 2 reasons. First, he wanted to gather information on Zhang Yiming. Second, he hoped to convert those powerful traitors back to their side. After all, they could be a significant force for Tianyu City. However, Long Chen disregarded his opinion and killed them anyway, not giving him any face at all. After the traitors were slain, Long Chen sheathed Evilmoon and turned to the dark-faced elder. He said, "Elder Shang, you don't need to wear that expression. First of all, any secrets that they have are worthless. In front of absolute power, schemes are worthless. Second, if they were disloyal once, they can never be trusted again. They aren't children, so they know the consequences of betraying Tianyu City. Since they chose to do so, they have to endure the consequences of this decision. But you can't just kill them outright without investigation. What if they were falsely accused?" Elder Shang argued. "Falsely accused? The moment they attack me, their lives belong to me. It doesn't matter whether they were good or bad. Once someone tries to kill me, they forfeit their life," responded Long Chen. Suddenly, a wave of icy killing intent emanated from Long Chen, sending a shiver through everyone present. It was as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. In a sharp tone, Long Chen added, "I owe Tianyu City a favor, but that doesn't give you the right to question my methods. I hope you understand that." Long Chen's voice was filled with anger. After all, he had come to help them, and yet they still criticized him. Hearing this, Elder Shang was flustered with indignation. Long Chen was too wild and domineering, not leaving any room for compromise. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, please calm down. You misunderstand Elder Shang, Li Yunhua interjected, trying to ease the tension. He's concerned about killing innocent people or missing valuable information. Maybe some of these traitors were forced into this. Li Yunhua was a bit closer to Long Chen compared to her peers, so she had no choice but to step forward, trying to defuse the situation. She hoped Long Chen would give her face and not go overboard. When Long Chen saw her step up, his expression softened slightly. He said, as a disciple of this new era, allow me to teach you a lesson. Remember my words. Everyone instantly fell silent, listening intently to his words. No matter the reason for their actions, they are still unforgivable. Their treachery would have doomed all of Tianyu City. When blood runs through this city's streets, do you feel like they will care about your feelings? Will they feel bad for you? Even if they do, so what? Can you resurrect the dead once lives have been lost? Must you wait for a tragedy before feeling justified in hating someone? You can never be soft-hearted against traitors. Long Chen's words shook their hearts. This was true. No matter their reasons or how pitiful they might be, a betrayal was a betrayal. People willing to sacrifice others in this manner were undeserving of sympathy. Who else is a traitor? Do you want me to handle it, or will you step forward yourselves? Long Chen declared. The crowd froze in shock. Were there more traitors among them? I am ashamed. The fault lies entirely with me. I beg of you, don't cast your hatred toward my family. They are innocent. Thank you, said one elder. He then stepped forward and slammed his head with his palm, ending his life on the spot. He was a too vain human emperor. I'm sorry. Why did I do something so foolish? Said another, as he also took his own life. As the traitors died one after another, the anger of those watching began to wane, replaced by a sense of sorrow. These individuals, though traitors, had once been their comrades. Witnessing their sorrowful end was too much for some people, so they turned away in grief. Seeing so many come forward voluntarily, Elder Shang and the other elders didn't know how to feel. But Long Chen had been right. These traitors could never be forgiven. Their deaths would serve as a reminder to all and a deterrent to future betrayals. It seems that some people don't have the courage, Long Chen commented, turning to Elder Shang. Gritting his teeth, Elder Shang signaled to his subordinates, who immediately apprehended several others hiding among the crowd. These individuals had hoped to escape unnoticed, but they were all killed on the spot. In truth, they had gotten the list of traitors long ago. Chu He had hoped to extract information about Zhang Yiming's plans from them, but now that they were exposed, there was no need for further delay. By the time that the traitors were dealt with, the ground was stained red with their blood. The sheer carnage left even the most hardened experts in a state of shock. This day would mark a significant turning point in Tianyu City's history, a lesson that would be etched into the minds of future generations. Bury those who took their own lives. No one is to blame their family members or discriminate against their descendants. Anyone who defies this will be severely punished, announced Elder Shang. Looking at the other traitors' bodies, Elder Shang coldly added, unrepentant things. Toss their corpses into the wilderness. Once the dead were dealt with, Elder Shang turned to Liao Yong. You idiot, you will pay for your foolishness. Seal him in the heavenly yin blood prison. No, no, kill me now. Shang Yifeng, I curse you. If you have guts, kill me now. I curse your entire family. All your children will have terrible deaths. Liao Yong shrieked as he was dragged away, desperately trying to provoke Elder Shang into giving him a quick death. However, Elder Shang was unmoved, demanding Liao Yong to be taken away like a rabid dog. As Liao Yong's wails faded, Elder Shang departed, his expression cold. Long Chen's attitude had clearly angered him. However, another elder quickly approached Long Chen to apologize on Elder Zhang's behalf, explaining that he wasn't normally so hot-tempered. In truth, Long Chen's terrifying methods had won over everyone. After all, experts respected the strong. Although Long Chen was too domineering for their tastes, they felt like this was the attitude that a supreme expert should have. Long Chen simply smiled and dismissed the apology. He had encountered many people like Elder Shang, those who needed to have absolute control over every situation. Although Elder Shang wasn't a bad person, Long Chen didn't particularly like him. Still, Long Chen wouldn't hold a grudge as he wasn't so petty. Relieved that Long Chen wasn't offended, the disciples of Tianyu City gazed at him with admiration. He had become an idol to them, though they now hesitated to approach him. Even the ones who had previously talked to him excitedly were now nervous. Finally, one disciple gathered the courage to speak. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, we've heard of a mysterious place within the devil creature's domain. Would you be interested in exploring it? Are you trying to kill senior apprentice brother Long Chen? Before Long Chen could respond, several people's expressions changed, and someone shouted, "Are you trying to get senior apprentice brother Long Chen killed?" Chapter 5300 Probing the Mystery. When Long Chen heard about a mysterious land, his curiosity was piqued. However, Li Yunhua and the others' faces grew solemn, and they quickly warned him against pursuing it. Long Chen, don't listen to him. That's no land of mystery, it's a land of death. Anyone who goes there dies, said Li Yunhua hastily. That's right, it's always been a land of death. Whether it's Tianyu City, the Stone Spirit race, or the Gold Lion race, no one dares to go there. The so-called treasures were fabricated by liars. You cannot believe them, added another person. However, Long Chen's curiosity was already piqued. He pressed them for more details and learned that the location was at the intersection of the human race, the Gold Lion race, and the Stone Spirit race territories. This land was shrouded in an ominous death chi, with black mist swirling around it like the entrance to hell itself. The deathly aura inside was so potent that none of the three races dared to approach. Even devil creatures avoided it, pulling back whenever their enemies got closer to the mist. As the Stone Spirit race and Gold Lion race were also attacked by the devil creatures, they would retreat closer to that mysterious land if they couldn't handle the pressure. On the other hand, experts from Tianyu City rarely needed to do that. After all, the Tianyu sword exuded a pressure that repelled the devil creatures. In any case, any life form only dared to stay in the outer region of that land, so no one knew what exactly was inside. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you can't go there. The human race, the Gold Lion race, and the Stone Spirit race have tried to explore that land, but far too many experts have died inside. It's essentially a trap for curious people. After the patriarch had ventured in, he didn't permit anyone to go there anymore. It's clearly a land of immense danger, said Li Yunhua. A land of immense danger. Now I definitely have to go. Long Chen replied with a grin. Long Chen just so happened to be a curious man, his curiosity was further ignited by their warnings. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen. Li Yunhua and the others were all alarmed because Long Chen refused to listen to their advice. Don't worry, I'm just going to take a look, Long Chen assured them with a wave of his hand. After asking about the mysterious land's direction, Long Chen snuck out of Tianyu City. With Evilmoon fully recovered plus Huo Linger and Lei Linger stronger than ever, Long Chen's confidence reached its peak. If he didn't go take a look at such a good thing, he wouldn't be Long Chen. Following Li Yunhua and the others' directions, he headed northwest. In under 2 hours, he spotted the black mist looming ahead. This area of black chi was so vast, stretching far beyond what the eye could see. As Long Chen got closer, he could feel the eerie aura in the air and the stench of death growing stronger. This isn't netherworld energy, it's just pure death chi, Long Chen noted. The rumors about it being a gate to hell were clearly exaggerated. As Long Chen ventured deeper, the black mist thickened. It wasn't long before he could no longer see his surroundings, and even his divine sense was suppressed. Luckily, this wasn't a problem for Long Chen. Suddenly, Long Chen paused and consumed an antitoxin pill because toxic chi started to appear in this mist. Though it couldn't threaten him yet, just to avoid any mishaps, he took the pill. After a while, the toxic mist grew so dense that he had to rely on flame energy to protect his body and clothes from corroding. Long Chen suddenly stepped on a dried-up bone, which turned out to be a human arm bone. All the other bones had disintegrated, leaving only this fragment. Even so, it was so corroded that it crumbled at his touch. Glancing around, Long Chen noticed several scattered bones. It seemed that these individuals couldn't resist the toxic chi after reaching here. However, after examining the placement of the bones, Long Chen found that they probably had gone deeper. Realizing that they couldn't withstand the toxic chi, they tried to run away before succumbing to the toxic chi. Clearly, they had overestimated their resistance to the toxic chi. The bones were severely corroded, making it impossible to determine the exact cultivation levels of their owners. However, Long Chen speculated that they must have been at least as powerful as human emperors, as weaker individuals' remains wouldn't have lasted this long. As Long Chen pressed forward, he saw more bones, each telling a similar story of failed escape. After about 2 hours, he came upon a weathered rock about 3 feet tall. Its shape vaguely resembled a human head. Upon closer inspection, Long Chen was startled by what he saw. Stone Spirit Race. Long Chen hadn't expected to encounter the corpse of the Stone Spirit Race. Their race was known for their longevity, their bodies of rock theoretically able to last indefinitely. However, not even they could endure the condition of this place. Strangely, its eyes had been plucked out, likely harvested by someone who had passed through here before. Their eyes were the core of their energy, similar to a demonic beast's demon core or a devil beast's devil crystal. They were extremely valuable. However, no one knew if the person who had plucked its eyes managed to leave this mysterious land in the end. The deeper Long Chen went, the more he saw. Bodies of the human race, the gold lion race, and the stone spirit race were scattered across the ground. These corpses were different from the ones in the perimeter. Many of them were crushed and split open, as if a battle had happened here. Then as Long Chen ventured further still, something extraordinary came into view. Rising from the mist was a massive, ancient gate. It loomed ominously in the distance, and Long Chen couldn't help but gasp when he saw it. Chapter 5301 Entity from Beyond the Heavens, Mysterious Vine. The gate before Long Chen was formed by 2 enormous dragon bones, their skulls facing each other. Though their bones were riddled with holes from corrosion, they had not collapsed. As Long Chen stood before this gate, an immense dragon might struck him, shaking his heart. He was almost certain these dragons had to be on the level of dragon emperors. After a while, Long Chen's divine sense swept over the bones and found that the dragon cores had been taken. However, from the wound, it was most likely done after they died, not before. Even after countless years, with their dragon cores extracted, they still emit such powerful auras. They had to be on the level of dragon emperors, Long Chen muttered, feeling shaken. He was completely sure about this. Sadly, the bones were so corroded that even the dragon runes on them had faded, making it impossible to determine which branch of the dragon race they belonged to. But no matter what, how did the corpses of the dragon race end up as a gate here? Asked Long Chen. Long Chen approached, ready to push open the gate, but found it impossible to move. The dragon corpses seemed to be held in place by some sort of energy. Upon closer inspection, Long Chen was shocked to see a vine among the dragon bones. This vine, which looked like a nail, was locking the entire structure in place. Using his full strength, Long Chen managed to bring down the bones, which instantly disintegrated upon touching the ground. To his surprise, where the bones had once stood was now a giant ancient vine. The vine was 10 meters thick and embedded into the earth on both sides. Despite the corrosion that had destroyed the Dragon Emperor bones, the vine remained perfectly intact. This vine is the reason the bones didn't collapse, even after countless years, Long Chen marveled, unable to comprehend the vine's origins. It had no leaves or other signs of life. Its surface was marked with what appeared to be dragon scales, and its aura was extremely odd. He had never seen anything like it before. Curious, Long Chen struck the vine with his fist, but it merely quivered a bit. This punch was enough to shatter mountains, but this vine was completely unscathed. Startled by its toughness, he grabbed it with both hands and pulled with all his might. As Long Chen activated his 8-star battle armor, the earth exploded as the vine was slowly dragged out. However, it was buried so deeply that it took Long Chen a long time to pull it completely out of the ground. When Long Chen fully removed it, he was baffled to find that the vine was entirely bare, with no roots or distinguishing features. Did I pull the wrong side? He wondered, running to the other end and pulling again, only to find the same result. The vine was like a long, bare pole. "Senior, can you help me take a look at this?" Baffled, Long Chen decided to consult the earth cauldron, disturbing its recuperation. In order to help Long Chen, the earth cauldron had exhausted all of its core energy during the last battle. After refining some pills with Huolinger, it needed time to recuperate. After examining the vine, the earth cauldron said, "This is not an entity from the 9 heavens and 10 lands." "Not from the 9 heavens and 10 lands?" Long Chen repeated in disbelief. "Bring it to your primal chaos space and see if it can come to life. Wait, don't bring the whole thing, just a small piece is enough," advised the earth cauldron. Following its suggestion, Long Chen used Evilmoon to cut the vine, but even with Evilmoon's sharpness, it took over 10 slashes to make a cut. He placed a 30-meter-long section of the vine in the primal chaos space and planted it in the ground. After waiting for a couple of minutes, nothing seemed to happen. Just as Long Chen thought that it wouldn't work, the entire primal chaos space's life energy quivered and was rapidly absorbed by the vine. It's working, Long Chen and the Earth Cauldron exclaimed simultaneously. The Earth Cauldron elaborated, this vine isn't affected by the laws of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, which is why it's so hard to cut and why it hasn't corroded. I don't know exactly what it is, but I have a feeling it will be useful one day. Make sure to raise it well. Long Chen nodded and tossed the rest of the ancient vine into his astral space to plant later. He had a feeling that growing this vine would take an incalculable amount of energy. If he were to plant the whole thing, it would severely affect the growth of the moon trees, fusong trees, and the medicinal ingredients. Moreover, Long Chen had no idea how to raise this mysterious vine. In any case, he wasn't too worried. With so many lions of the gold lion race, he shouldn't be lacking fertilizer. Based on his experience, he also knew that the more life energy the vine absorbed, the more life energy he would have available for healing, making it a worthwhile investment. Long Chen also wanted to know what this vine would look like in its complete form. He was greatly curious about entities from beyond the heavens. This piece of vine had managed to survive countless years and was so tough that Evilmoon had difficulty cutting it. Who knew how strong it would be in its peak condition? Would it flower? Would it bear fruit? Could he use it for alchemy? Countless thoughts whirled through Long Chen's mind. Chuckling, Long Chen muttered, regardless of everything else, finding this vine made this trip worth it. After burying the remains of the dragon bones, Long Chen continued forward, only to find more bones piled up onto mountains. Around these mountains were giant weapons that were badly corroded and unusable. Despite that, they still exuded powerful auras. Long Chen found that all these skeletons were facing one direction as if kowtowing. It was extremely odd. He quickly headed in that direction. With growing unease, Long Chen followed their direction deeper into the dark mist, discovering even more piles of bones as he went. The black mist grew denser, and the pressure in the air increased, but Long Chen pressed on. Suddenly, the bones around him began to exude their own powerful auras, startling him. These ancient remains still contained traces of bloodline power. Long Chen then walked back to a pile of bones. Beneath it, he noticed a blood-colored totem slowly swirling, with a blood-red groove leading deeper into the mist. Long Chen's heart pounded as he gripped Evilmoon tightly and advanced further into the darkness, sensing that he was on the verge of uncovering a terrifying secret. Chapter 5302 Green Parrot. Long Chen continued forward, feeling the death chi growing denser until it seemed to make his very soul quiver. As he pressed on, he saw more corpses scattered about, but what shocked him the most was that some of them still had flesh on their bones. These bodies exuded powerful life energy, as if they had just died. When Long Chen approached those corpses, he found that they seemed to be supported by a formation. Death chi bubbled out of them while they absorbed life energy from the air. Following the grooves of blood running along the ground, Long Chen ventured deeper into the darkness. Along the way, he was resisting the temptation to toss these corpses into the primal chaos space. Suddenly, his body jolted as an invisible force pushed him back, sending him stumbling 10 steps before he could stabilize himself. His eyes were drawn to dried bloodstains on the ground, and he was immediately struck by a sense of familiarity. It's Chu He's blood, Long Chen realized. Chu He seemed to have reached this point in his previous journey. Most likely, he had been injured and had no choice but to retreat. Don't worry, this barrier is based on realm suppression. It repelled Chu He, but that doesn't mean you can't pass through it, said the Earth Cauldron. There was a barrier up ahead, and it was one where the strength of the repelling force depended on the intruder's cultivation level. Long Chen knew this type of barrier was designed to conserve energy, only using the amount necessary to fend off the intruders. If the barrier had to use the same energy to repel an ant as it did an emperor, a swarm of ants could slowly drain its power over time. This design allowed it to withstand attacks more efficiently. However, the barrier also had a fatal flaw: every realm had its limits. If someone's strength exceeded the barrier's set threshold, it would fail to stop them. Summoning his starry sky battle robe, Long Chen touched the barrier again. Instantly, his body trembled, as if he had slammed into a solid wall. He staggered back, nearly spitting out blood from the impact. Why go to such lengths? Just let me cut it apart, Evilmoon suggested impatiently. No, we have to be quiet. Don't disturb whatever's inside, replied Long Chen. This barrier might be strong, but Long Chen felt like he could pass through on his own. Moreover, he wanted to slip through without causing a large disturbance. As Long Chen circulated his astral energy, the barrier started to tremble. A black screen of light appeared, but as he tried to push through, silver spots flickered across the barrier. Step by step, Long Chen forced his way in. With every inch he advanced, the pressure mounted, threatening to crush him. Yet, he dared not release his full strength, fearing it might cause a large disturbance. Gritting his teeth, Long Chen pressed forward. After 30 meters of painstaking effort, the pressure suddenly vanished. To his relief, he had made it through the barrier. But the moment he crossed over, an immense devilish pressure slammed into him. Taken by surprise, Long Chen was nearly flattened, his bones creaking under the weight. With great difficulty, Long Chen raised his head and saw a 30-meter humanoid figure standing ahead. The creature had long limbs and wielded a white bone spear. A pair of silver wings stretched from its back. Upon seeing its face, Long Chen couldn't suppress his shock. Winged devil, Long Chen gasped in disbelief. The winged devils he had repeatedly encountered in the mortal world existed here as well. Though its form wasn't exactly the same as the devils he had fought in the mortal world, its aura and the shape of its head were unmistakably similar. Despite being long dead, its flesh had not decayed, and its emperor pressure still radiated strongly. Long Chen examined it more closely. Its aura is like a winged devil, but it also has the bloodline pressure of the heaven devil race. What kind of monster is this? As Long Chen recalled the piles of corpses and bones outside and the grooves of blood leading into the depths, a chilling thought occurred to him. Could this be an altar? Did someone place those corpses there as offerings to draw in heaven and earth's life energy in an attempt to revive this devil corpse? The possibility alarmed Long Chen. If this devil corpse were to awaken, it would be a calamity. Slowly, he approached the body, noticing that while its blood qi remained astonishing, there were no spiritual fluctuations. He then climbed up its body, wanting to confirm if it was truly dead. Once Long Chen got to its neck, he paused for a moment. Seeing no reaction, he continued his ascent, pulling himself up by its hair until he stood atop its head. There, at the very top, he saw something unexpected: a foot-long parrot perched in the center of a six-sided star diagram. At first, Long Chen thought it was merely a totem, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was a real parrot. Its entire body was a deep emerald green, and each feather seemed to flow with a mysterious green liquid. The vividness of its green color was like nothing Long Chen had ever seen before. It was as if the whole world's green color was concentrated in the parrot. The parrot calmly squatted on the six-sided star, but when Long Chen appeared, it slowly raised its head. A pair of green bean-like eyes locked onto Long Chen. The parrot was a bit surprised to see Long Chen, and Long Chen was also baffled to see it. For a few moments, a man and a bird just stared at each other in silence. Long Chen observed the bird for a long time, noting that its aura was incredibly weak. It didn't seem like it posed any threat. "Little fellow, don't be afraid. Can you tell me how you got here?" Long Chen whispered gently, not wanting to startle it. "Brat, is this how you speak to Lord Sixth?" The green parrot's expression changed as if offended by the way Long Chen spoke to it. On the other hand, Long Chen quivered at the bird's sudden outburst, and his expression changed dramatically. Chapter 5303 Green Old Sixth. The green parrot's voice pierced directly into Long Chen's soul, causing sharp pain. His mind quaked, as if it were on the verge of exploding. The voice wasn't loud, but it echoed through his mind repeatedly as if it had become one with his soul. It was impossible to ignore. Long Chen was taken aback. The fact that there was a parrot in such a strange place was bizarre enough, but this was no ordinary bird. The green parrot tilted its head, sensing something unusual. It stared at Long Chen with curiosity. "Interesting. I actually can't see through your soul. You must have some treasure protecting you, or perhaps you cultivate a very unique technique. Little fellow, how did you end up here?" Though his soul ached from the parrot's voice, Long Chen had been on guard. Keeping his emotions in check, he countered, "And how did you get here? Brat, do you know who you're speaking to? A strand of my divine will could turn you to dust." The parrot's eyes glinted coldly, and a sharp pressure suddenly locked onto Long Chen. "Don't be afraid, it's just bluffing. It can only scare you with its aura," said the earth cauldron. Hearing that, Long Chen looked at the parrot's fierce posture with newfound confidence. Without the earth cauldron's warning, he might have been intimidated. "Are you really that amazing?" Long Chen asked, feigning surprise. "But of course, In front of Lord Sixth, all beings can only kneel. Little fellow, I see that you are blessed with exceptional talent and fortune. If you wish to pay your respects to me, the parrot slowly rose and crossed its wings in front of its chest arrogantly. Long Chen swiftly kicked the parrot, his foot moving like lightning. Caught off guard, the parrot was sent flying. However, Long Chen winced as a sharp pain shot through his foot. His toes had broken on impact. Long Chen was shocked. The parrot was smaller than a chicken but still managed to break his toes. And he hadn't even kicked it with full force. Had he done so, his entire foot might have shattered. When Long Chen's foot struck the parrot, 6 strange divine runes lit up on its body. These runes were what had broken his foot. Furious, the green parrot's feathers bristled as it started cursing loudly. You little bastard, how dare you sneak attack Lord Sixth? You little bastard, how dare you sneak attack Lord Sixth? The parrot's voice reverberated through Long Chen's mind sea, crashing like thunder. It felt as though his head was about to split open, and he grunted in pain, clutching his head. You little bastard, how dare you sneak attack Lord Sixth? You little bastard, how dare you sneak attack Lord Sixth? The curses echoed endlessly in his mind, but the parrot hadn't moved an inch. Its voice was like poisonous needles, tearing at his soul and grinding down his willpower. Throughout his life, Long Chen had faced countless powerful enemies, but never anything like this. The parrot's voice wasn't a spiritual attack or an attempt to exhaust his will. It bypassed all his defenses and attacked him directly at his core. None of Long Chen's powers could block the voice. All he could do was endure the parrot's relentless curses. Frustration and rage welled up within him, and he wanted to ask the Earth Cauldron why this was happening. Didn't it say the parrot was just acting tough? Stay calm, this is a clash of wills. You can't lose to it, urged the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen felt like his head was about to burst. After all, the parrot's curses continued to echo, grating on him endlessly. You little bastard, how dare you sneak attack Lord Sixth? You little bastard, how dare you sneak attack Lord Sixth? Unable to hold back any longer, Long Chen shot back, you ugly feathered bird, do you only know one way to curse people? The parrot immediately snapped back, who are you calling ugly? You little bastard, do you know who Lord Sixth is? When Lord Sixth dominated the lands, your ancestors hadn't even been born yet. Fuck your Lord Sixth, your old Sixth, ugly old Sixth, green old Sixth. Long Chen cursed in response. He found that when the parrot responded, due to the distraction, the pain lessened a great deal. Your old Sixth, screeched the parrot. Your whole family is old Sixth. I'm not old, I'm Lord Sixth. Lord Sixth, HMPH, you're so small, I couldn't even make a decent bowl of soup out of you. You're worse than a chicken. Fuck, you dare to look down on Lord Sixth. Today, if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't understand how great Lord Sixth is. The green parrot's feathers puffed up in fury, and it spread its wings wide. 6 glowing runes appeared on it, and a terrifying force blasted toward Long Chen. Blood spurted from Long Chen's mouth as the crushing power enveloped him. He felt as if he were about to be torn apart and couldn't help but be shocked. However, just as Long Chen thought he was finished, the runes on the parrot's body faded. The parrot seemed momentarily baffled, then looked down on him arrogantly. Little fellow, that was just a taste of my power. Apologize now and kowtow 3 times, and Lord Sixth will graciously forgive your insolence. How could Long Chen possibly not see through this act? The parrot was clearly lacking the power to activate those runes. Yet, it still acted haughty. Without hesitation, Long Chen stamped on the air and shot at the parrot like a bolt of lightning. Startled, the parrot spread its wings to flee, but before it could escape, Long Chen grabbed it by the neck, holding it up like a chicken. If I don't pluck all your feathers today, you won't know who Lord Long San is. Chapter 5304 Silver Wing Heaven Devils. Just as Long Chen was about to start plucking, the green parrot's eyes changed, revealing 6 strange spots, 3 white and 3 black. In an instant, Long Chen was hit by a wave of dizziness, as if his soul was being drawn out of his body and pulled toward those eyes. Suddenly, black spots appeared in Long Chen's own eyes. The purgatory eyes activated automatically, and both he and the parrot screamed in pain. Long Chen threw the parrot aside, clutching his eyes. It felt like sandpaper had been scraped across them, and tears streamed down his face. The parrot was also squawking, covering its eyes with its wings. Anyone hearing the racket might think that the two were long-lost friends reunited and crying with joy. After a while, the pain subsided. Long Chen and the green parrot glared at each other, both with red, watery eyes. But now, after probing each other's abilities, both were far more cautious. "Brat, who are you?" the green parrot screeched, its feathers puffing up in defense. "I'm your Lord Long San." Long Chen snapped back, summoning Evilmoon into his hand. He was no longer underestimating the parrot and even started to doubt the Earth Cauldron's advice. How could it say this fearsome creature was only good at scaring people? The parrot's pupils shrank slightly after seeing Evilmoon. Its feathers bristled. "You call yourself Lord Sixth? Well, I'm Boss Long San. Bring out your true body, and let's settle this once and for all," shouted Long Chen. He was nursing a belly of fire after having been beaten by the silver hair void crusher. Hence, when he saw a formidable opponent in front of him, his fighting spirit flared. Seeing Long Chen enter a combat state, the green parrot seemed to panic. After a while, it calmly said, "Don't bother. You're no match for me. I've lived countless years, and if I were to fight you seriously, it would be considered bullying. My reputation as Lord Sixth would be tarnished." Looking at the parrot coldly, Long Chen mocked, "Don't tell me you've gotten old and can't even ignite those runes of yours. You probably can't even fight anymore." Long Chen had seen the 6 runes materialize on the parrot's body, and they radiated an aura so terrifying that it rivaled the silver hair void crusher's throne. At that moment, Long Chen wasn't in his combat state and had come perilously close to being crushed. That was what triggered his desire to fight. He wanted to fight the green parrot to see how much he had grown. "Shut the hell up, you're the old one, your whole family is old. You little brat, if I don't teach you a lesson, you really won't understand just who Lord Sixth is." The green parrot spread its wings wide. Suddenly, a green divine radiance flooded the sky, and an enormous figure emerged, overshadowing the heavens. Powerful divine energy reverberated through the world. This figure was that of an enormous Kunpang surrounded by primal chaos chi. The barrier of death covering this place instantly shattered as if the world could not contain it. Long Chen's expression changed. This parrot's aura was even more terrifying than the silver hair void crushers. He had really kicked an iron board this time. "Don't be scared," the Earth Cauldron spoke up. "This thing is just bluffing with its aura. It's nothing more than a paper tiger. Go ahead and attack." Long Chen gritted his teeth and chose to believe in the Earth Cauldron. After all, it had already recognized him as its master. Against the silver hair void crusher, it had even given up its chance to run, just to fight to the bitter end with him. "Fine, let's decide everything in one attack." 8-star battle armor, Long Chen shouted. As his divine ring and 8-star battle armor appeared, stars covered the sky. Long Chen immediately entered his strongest combat state. 9-star air, the parrot squawked, shocked. "No. How's your blood chi so strange for a 9-star air? Is that any of your business? Come on, let's fight." Long Chen raised Evilmoon, ready for battle. "Hey, don't be rash. Since you're a 9-star air, I won't bully you. After all, I have a slight history with the 9-star line." The green parrot quickly backpedaled, retracting its Kunpang manifestation. Its eyes darted around nervously, though it tried to sound dignified. However, just who was Long Chen? He instantly saw through the parrot's act. With the Earth Cauldron's reminder on top of it, Long Chen believed that this fellow was really just a paper tiger. "You think I'm going to believe a word out of your beak? You insulted me and injured me, and now you want to talk peace. Boss Long San has never been humiliated like this before. You're going to pay for it today," Long Chen declared coldly. Long Chen was determined to find out the parrot's true origins. Based on how the Earth Cauldron spoke of it, this parrot must have an extraordinary background. But clearly, it wasn't trustworthy. Now that Long Chen had grasped its weakness, he naturally wouldn't let it go. "You little brat, don't look down on me. Lord Sixth isn't afraid of you. If you really piss me off, you won't survive." The parrot squawked, furious. "Fine, then show me what you've got." Black energy surged from Evilmoon, filling the air with a sinister aura. Stop. I'm not going to argue with a little baby. Due to my history with the 9-star line, you can treat it as me being afraid of you," said the green parrot, lifting its wings in a placating gesture. The parrot continued, "There are 6 silver wing heaven devil corpses here. The heaven devil set up some formations to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Using life chi to destroy the death chi, they tried to awaken these corpses. I've been standing guard over here for countless years, so for you to come here today, it can be said that we have destiny. Let's split these corpses equally and call it a day." Only then did Long Chen notice that after the barrier shattered, the black chi was slowly receding, revealing the corpses of silver wing heaven devils. However, the number wasn't quite right. There were 13, not 6. Before Long Chen could reply, the Earth Cauldron chimed in, find a way to trick it into revealing its control technique. Chapter 5305 Control Technique. What control technique? Long Chen did not immediately comprehend what the Earth Cauldron was talking about. The Earth Cauldron explained, this fellow is extremely sinister. It may say that it's splitting half with you, but it has placed a curse seal on these silver wing heaven devil corpses. With their secret art, the heaven devil race used the pile of corpses to seize the fortune of heaven and earth, trading death chi for life chi to revive these silver wing heaven devils. But the parrot found them and placed its curse seal on the corpses, absorbing the life chi created by the grand formation. To put it frankly, it has seized the fruits of the heaven devil race for all these years and has exhausted almost all the energy by now. It might seem generous, but even if it gave you half, these corpses wouldn't be useful to you beyond serving as fertilizer for the primal chaos space. Long Chen replied, even fertilizer wouldn't be bad. I just so happen to need some now. After all, the mysterious vine he'd recently acquired was absorbing a huge amount of life energy but still hadn't sprouted. If this continued, it would affect the growth of the other plants in the primal chaos space. Thus, when Long Chen saw these corpses, his first thought was to toss them into the primal chaos space to use as fertilizer. No, you don't get it. These corpses might have been wrecked by this fellow, but they still have a bit of life chi in them. If used well, these corpses can be used as puppets for combat. Even with only a sliver of life chi, their combat power could match that of an 8-vein emperor. They'd only manage one attack before collapsing, but I think you understand the value of such a trump card, the Earth Cauldron clarified. An 8-vein emperor. Long Chen was shocked by the potential. This parrot is no good bird. It's full of tricks. You need to outsmart it to get the control technique. Otherwise, it won't hand it over, warned the Earth Cauldron. Hearing that, Long Chen instantly understood. He had long since realized the parrot was untrustworthy. When the green parrot was done chattering, Long Chen didn't respond and just hacked Evilmoon toward it like a bolt of lightning. Long Chen didn't hold back with this attack, even using his astral energy. The green parrot thought that it had managed to convince Long Chen, so it was caught off guard and unable to dodge. A thunderous explosion rang out as Evilmoon rebounded off the parrot. To Long Chen's surprise, blood dripped from his hand. He felt like he had just struck the stars, and the backlash had injured him. The parrot, however, was unscathed. A green divine light swirled around it as Evilmoon struck. It was safe and sound, not even a feather out of place. However, it furiously cursed Long Chen. Are you crazy? I'm talking nicely to you, and you dare to attack. Are you taking me for a fool? Long Chen roared, enraged. He followed up with more relentless strikes using Evilmoon. The parrot spread its wings again, and the green divine light danced around it. It was furious and shot at Long Chen like a bolt of lightning, cursing, you little brat, even without using my core energy, Lord Sixth can still crush you. The parrot was small, but shockingly fast, leaving countless afterimages as if thousands of parrots were attacking at once. However, no matter how it attacked, Evilmoon was able to accurately block it. An ordinary person would have been overwhelmed, but Long Chen excelled in close-quarters combat. In moments, the two had exchanged 1,000 blows. Finally, Long Chen and the parrot were separated. Long Chen felt shocked as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Even after going all out, he couldn't beat a mere parrot. Long Chen raised Evilmoon toward the sky. The 8 stars behind him spun as he poured his astral energy into the blade, and a sharp aura locked onto the parrot. The parrot's feathers instantly stood on end, and it hastily cried out, you little brat, have you gone crazy? I have no enmity with you. Why must you fight me like this? I already said I'd split half of the silver wing heaven devils with you. Just what do you want? If we have no enmity, why are you treating me like a fool? Roared Long Chen, you already placed a curse seal on these silver wing heaven devils. Their life energy has been sucked dry by you. What the hell am I supposed to use them for? Soup. How did you know that? The parrot stammered, stunned. Do you think everyone's an idiot? Sending those cursed corpses into any astral space would spread the curse immediately. You act like you're being generous, but you're trying to kill me. You insult me and try to kill me. Fuck, just thinking about it pisses me off. You green old six, you've gone too far. Today, I'm going to kill you no matter what. roared Long Chen. Stop, stop, come on, let's not fight. All the energy I've absorbed would be wasted like this. I admit defeat, okay. What do you want? Name your conditions, the parrot cried. Hand over the control method for the curse seals, and we are even. Demanded Long Chen. Impossible. That's my unique secret art. Why should I teach it to you? The parrot protested indignantly. Fuck, you're the one who asked for my terms, and then you say something like that. You're duping me, aren't you? Fine, I'll stick to my plan of going all out against you. Long Chen threatened, raising Evilmoon again. Fine, fine, you are Lord Long San, alright. Lord Sixth admits defeat. The parrot grumbled. The parrot, though enraged, knew it had no choice. Using its core energy would ruin all its efforts, and killing Long Chen would yield nothing. Begrudgingly, it had to relent. The sullen feeling it felt was enough to make a person cry. The parrot was about to go insane. Once the parrot agreed, Long Chen lowered Evilmoon, though he remained in a combat stance. He said, if you dare to dupe me, then don't even think about getting out of this unscathed. I've never been so scammed in my entire life. The parrot almost died from indignation at that final sentence. It should be the one saying such a thing, no. It had been here for countless years, and now it had to split half the profits with someone, while the latter acted like they were the aggrieved party. It had never met someone so shameless before. A green light emerged from the parrot's forehead and flowed into Long Chen's mind. The earth cauldron confirmed there were no problems, so Long Chen absorbed it. In an instant, a flood of information surged into his mind. Curse it, this isn't the complete technique, the earth cauldron said. Immediately, Long Chen's anger flared again. He pointed Evilmoon at the parrot and threatened, alright, you green old six, what do you think you're doing, handing over only half the control technique? The parrot jumped in shock as it hadn't expected Long Chen to notice. However, it angrily responded, half is enough to control them. Don't get greedy, fuck your sister, I've had enough of you. Let's fight to the death. Long Chen roared and shot at the parrot, slashing it once more. Fine, fine, consider me afraid of you. I'll give you the whole thing. The parrot finally cried, its frustration boiling over. On the other hand, a victorious smile threatened to creep onto Long Chen's face. Chapter 5306 Curse Art. Long Chen stood in the air, his eyes closed as he absorbed the new technique he had just learned. Across from him, a green parrot glared at him with pure hatred. If looks could kill, Long Chen would have been minced to pieces by now. The parrot trembled with rage. In all its life, it had never been so blatantly robbed. But despite its fury, it was powerless to do anything to Long Chen. After a long while, Long Chen opened his eyes, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. With the earth cauldron's assistance, he had grasped the basics of this curse art. It was unlike anything he had ever seen. In comparison, the curse arts Long Chen had encountered were crude and violent. But the parrot's technique was on a different level, capable of integrating formations, rebirth, control, condensation, and more. The difference was like night and day. The curse arts Long Chen had known were like earth to this technique's heaven. Due to its intricacy, even with the earth cauldron's help, Long Chen had only mastered 10 to 20% of the curse art. Yet, even that fraction opened up a vast new world for him. Turning to the seething parrot, Long Chen stifled a laugh and said solemnly, our enmity ends here. After splitting the spoils, we'll be even. Long Chen then prepared to take 6 of the 13 silver wing heaven devil corpses they had defeated. It seemed fair splitting them evenly would give each of them 6, with 1 left over. Since Long Chen had benefited enough, he was ready to leave the extra 1 behind. However, the earth cauldron surprised Long Chen by telling him to take 10. Confused but trusting the earth cauldron, he did as instructed. With a series of hand seals and the newly learned curse art, Long Chen caused 10 of the corpses to tremble. Their heads lit up, and then they vanished, reappearing in his mind. He couldn't move them into the primal chaos space due to the faint trace of life chi lingering in them, but thanks to the earth cauldron, he managed to store them in his spiritual space. When the parrot saw Long Chen take 10 corpses, its rage boiled over. What do you think you're doing? Didn't we agree to split them equally? Why did you take so many? The earth cauldron's voice echoed in Long Chen's mind, instructing him on what to say next. Tell me, how many silver wing heaven devils were there? Long Chen asked. 6. Squawked the parrot without hesitation. And what's half of 6? 3. Then count how many are left. Long Chen said, trying to contain his amusement. 1, 2, 3 What's going on? The parrot was baffled. Long Chen was just as perplexed, having merely repeated the earth cauldron's words. Seeing the parrot's expression, Long Chen also had no idea what was going on. Something feels off. Let me count again. 1, 2, 3. It's not wrong, exclaimed the parrot, rubbing its head in confusion. Long Chen asked, Senior, what's going on? Is it stupid? The earth cauldron responded, It's not, but it can only count to 6. It can only count to 6. Repeated Long Chen. Could there really be such a prodigy in this world? Long Chen stared at the parrot. The latter kept counting the 3 corpses, clearly sensing something was off but unable to figure out what. Are you dumb? What are you even thinking? There were 6 corpses, and we split them evenly. So how many should you have? Long Chen pressed. I should have 3. But, alright, then that's all. Do you want the rest or not? If you don't, I'll take them as well, said Long Chen, forming hand seals again. As a result, the parrot jumped in fright and spread its wings, causing those 3 corpses to vanish. Little fellow, although I don't know what's wrong here, I can tell you're no good person. The parrot squawked menacingly. TCH, you're also no good bird. Just looking at you disgusts me, retorted Long Chen, not one to take insults lying down. After that, the parrot spread its wings and flew into the sky, but it didn't forget to curse Long Chen one final time. Don't think you've taken advantage of me. With my karma on you, you'll face retribution sooner or later. The same to you. Beware of the heavens striking you down for your wicked deeds. Long Chen called after it. The parrot muttered something inaudible as it disappeared into the distance. Because it was too far, Long Chen didn't know what it said, but he was sure it wasn't anything pleasant. What was that all about? Long Chen wondered, watching it fly off. This parrot, to call it smart, well, it could only count to 6. And yet, it was crafty enough to nearly fool him if not for the earth cauldron. It was his first time encountering such an interesting lifeform. One day, you'll learn its identity, said the earth cauldron. But even mastering a sliver of its curse art will benefit you greatly. The earth cauldron didn't say much about the parrot, but it seemed to know a lot about it. Hearing this, Long Chen chose not to dwell on the parrot's strangeness. Instead, he turned his attention to the primal chaos space. What Long Chen saw there shocked him. All the life energy inside had been drained, and even the moon trees and fusong trees were withering. The mysterious vine in the primal chaos space had shown signs of life, drawing in every drop of life energy for itself, as if clinging to a lifeline. But despite absorbing so much energy, it hadn't sprouted roots or germinated yet. The amount of life energy it needs to undergo nirvanic rebirth is unimaginable. The primal chaos space's energy alone isn't enough, muttered Long Chen. This mysterious vine was even more terrifying than he had expected. If it kept absorbing life energy, it would dry up the moon trees and fusong trees, which Huolinger relied on to cultivate and awaken the Tianyu sword. They were both in a critical phase. I need to move quickly, Long Chen thought. Long Chen had planned to wait for the sword to awaken before confronting the Gold Lion and Stone Spirit races. But now, he would have to accelerate his plan. Lightning wings sprouted from Long Chen's back as he sped toward Tianyu City. However, when he got close, he could hear the rumbling sounds of battle in the air. Damn it, they've made the first move. Long Chen cursed, fury blazing in his heart. He could see the endless tide of stone spirits and gold lions charging toward Tianyu City. Chapter 5307 Crisis. Hold on, don't let them break through our defenses. In front of Tianyu City, an expert with a sword in hand led Tianyu City's experts against the tide of enemies, defending their fortifications with all their might. This was Tianyu City's final defense line. If the enemies broke through, Tianyu City would fall, and everyone within would be crushed by the stone giants and bloodthirsty lions. At the very front of the fortifications, a fierce battle was taking place. A group of experts from the Stone Spirit and Gold Lion races fought against a single warrior Chu He. All on his own, Chu He held off the strongest fighters of both races. Wielding a long-handled broadsword, he faced dozens of enemies. Each swing of his blade shook the earth, forcing his foes back with the might of a nine-veined human emperor. Chu He was drenched in blood, some of it his own, some from his enemies. Thanks to his efforts, the strongest experts of the two races were tied down, allowing Tianyu City to continue holding on. This old fogey suddenly got stronger. Don't be afraid of him, This is just the final radiance of the setting sun. He's at death's door and won't last long. We just need to stay steady, and he'll fall," shouted Zhang Yiming, the only human among Chu He's attackers. Though only a 4-vein human emperor, Zhang Yiming's aura was nearly as powerful as the 6-vein emperors of the Stone Spirit and Gold Lion races. Under his direction, the top experts encircled Chu He, focusing on defense to exhaust Chu He's energy. According to their information, Chu He was just a flickering flame on the verge of extinguishing, not worth fearing. Thus, they had rashly attacked. Unbeknownst to them, Long Chen's medicinal pill had replenished Chu He's life energy. Hence, the instant an expert from the Stone Spirit race reached Chu He, one stroke of his sword sliced it in two. In the initial clash, Chu He had slain and severely injured several powerful enemies. But by joining forces, they somehow managed to hold him back. Chu He was well aware of his own situation. Long Chen's medicinal pill might have replenished a certain amount of his longevity, but it could not change the fact that he had grown old. He couldn't maintain this level of power for long. Thus, Chu He had instantly exploded with his full power to eliminate some of the enemy's forces. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished. The sheer number of opponents, including dozens of 6-vein emperors and 2 7-vein emperors, quickly suppressed him under Zhang Yiming's direction. Since Zhang Yiming had once been Chu He's disciple, he knew his master's fighting style well and used that knowledge to keep Chu He off balance. The mere sight of Zhang Yiming made Chu He's killing intent surge. Several times, he tried to kill the traitor, but he failed each time. At one point, Zhang Yiming had even used himself as bait, luring Chu He into an ambush that left him injured. "Zhang Yiming, you traitor, you won't meet a good end," roared Chu He. Zhang Yiming laughed arrogantly. "Even if I don't, you won't live to see it. But I'll definitely see your end, old man." Chu He's aura started to weaken, his power clearly flagging as his blood chi was nearly depleted. Seeing this, dozens of experts unleashed a torrent of attacks on him. His sword continued to dance, sending waves of sword chi through the air, but his energy was quickly waning. Each swing was weaker than the last, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The overwhelming pressure of his enemies was beginning to take its toll. Meanwhile, the defensive fortifications strained under the weight of the enemy assault. The younger generation of Tianyu City's defenders fought valiantly, but the endless tide of enemies showed no signs of slowing. It seemed like only a matter of time before they were completely overrun. Desperation filled the air. If this continued, everyone in the city would be killed. Li Yunhua watched helplessly as her comrades fell one by one. She couldn't stop her gaze from drifting toward the distant horizon, toward the mysterious land they had once spoken of. Regret gnawed at her. They should never have told Long Chen about that place. He was gone, and he would never return. As soon as he had left, the two enemy races had seized the opportunity to launch their all-out assault. Now, with their defenses on the brink of collapse, Li Yunhua clenched her teeth and stepped forward. "Senior apprentice Sister Yunhua, what are you doing?" a fellow disciple cried out in alarm. Ahead of them was the battlefield of emperors. If they went, they would be sending themselves to their deaths. Tianyu City's 18,000 newly risen human emperors were fighting at the front. Many had already fallen, leaving gaps in the defensive line, which increased the pressure on the junior disciples behind them. Li Yunhua clenched her teeth and charged toward the battlefield. Only by killing the human emperors could they hope to turn the tide. Even knowing it was suicidal, she pressed forward. Just as she charged in, a human emperor from Tianyu City was blasted back by a stone spirit expert. That stone spirit human emperor was about to stomp the injured emperor when Li Yunhua's sword struck its head. Her sword became lodged partway through the stone spirit's head, and she coughed up blood from the exertion. "Die!" the enraged stone spirit emperor bellowed, launching a fist toward her. "Senior apprentice Sister Yunhua," someone cried out in horror. Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out. The stone spirit emperor split in two, and standing behind it was a young man with a pitch-black saber. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen," Li Yunhua exclaimed in relief and joy. "Sorry for being late, leave the rest to me." Long Chen nodded to her. Waning moon breaks the dome of the heavens. An 8-colored divine ring appeared behind Long Chen as Evilmoon rumbled in his hands. A black crescent moon shot out from the edge of the saber, starting small but rapidly expanding until it stretched miles across the battlefield. It was like a black fang slicing over the battlefield. Only 3-vein emperors and stronger could survive the attack, and even they were thrown back. In one strike, Long Chen cleared the majority of the battlefield, leaving rivers of blood and lifeless bodies in its wake. Li Yunhua and the others were all stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. It was just a single slash of the saber, but it instantly emptied most of the battlefield. Without Tianyu City's experts in the way, Long Chen's attack would have annihilated all their enemies in one blow. With Evilmoon resting on his shoulder, Long Chen shot toward Chuhi's battlefield, his saber aimed directly at Zhang Yiming. Chapter 5308 Reclaiming One's Confidence. With one sweep of his saber, Long Chen shocked everyone present, both friend and foe alike. They were still stunned as Long Chen shot toward Zhang Yiming. Long Chen didn't bother with words. Brimming with murderous intent, Evilmoon slashed directly at Zhang Yiming's head. Zhang Yiming was stunned by Long Chen's sudden appearance. He had been wondering where he had gone, but seeing him now attacking, he raised his jagged saber and roared, "You little coward, you've finally decided to show yourself. Your mouth really is detestable, you traitorous bastard," Long Chen snorted as black chi gushed out of Evilmoon. The land shuddered when Evilmoon struck the jagged saber. With an explosive sound, Long Chen and Zhang Yiming were both knocked back. Everyone was astounded once again. Long Chen, a mere sage king, was able to fight evenly against Zhang Yiming, a four-vein emperor. Moreover, Zhang Yiming wasn't just any four-vein human emperor, he had once been a peak genius of Tianyu City and was regarded as a future leader. His power was nearly on par with a six-vein emperor. Tianyu City's disciples were thrilled. If Long Chen was this strong, perhaps there was still hope for their city after all. Zhang Yiming, however, was left reeling, and his arm was numb from that single exchange. He had never encountered such raw power before. While Zhang Yiming was still in shock, his jagged saber split in two. It had been cleanly severed by Evilmoon. Seeing this, he retreated. Long Chen swayed but made no move to chase Zhang Yiming. Instead, while everyone was distracted, he broke through the blockade and rushed to Chuhi's side. "Senior, sorry for being late. Leave everything to me," said Long Chen, placing a hand on Chuhi's back without waiting for a response. The earth cauldron appeared above Chuhi's head, enveloping him in divine light. Chuhi felt spatial energy wrap around him and, in an instant, he was transported to the city's fortifications. The experts of Tianyu City erupted in cheers. Chuhi was their spiritual pillar, his survival meant their hope still stood. "Young friend, I might be old, but I can still fight. Let us fight together and execute these traitors and monsters," shouted Chuhi. Even while covered in blood, he was still awe-inspiring. Chuhi was well aware of how dangerous the enemy was. There was no way Long Chen, a sage king, could handle them alone. In his eyes, Long Chen's youth made him prone to rash decisions, and Chuhi feared that Long Chen would fall into their traps. While Long Chen's strength was admirable, he was still just a sage king, and his rashness made Chuhi nervous. Long Chen was Tianyu City's hope now. If anything happened to him, they would have no hope of turning things around. As a result, Chuhi would rather use his remaining longevity to support Long Chen. That way, even in death, he could rest easy. "Senior, don't worry, I never act without confidence. I owe Tianyu City a debt, and if I don't repay it, my conscience will gnaw at me. I will help Tianyu City eradicate the Stone Spirit race and the Gold Lion race," declared Long Chen. "Ha ha ha, big words, are you going to kill us all on your own?" mocked Zhang Yiming. Beside Zhang Yiming, a 30-meter-tall stone giant wielding a golden hammer glared at Long Chen and shouted, "What arrogance! This expert of the Stone Spirit race was a seven-vein emperor and the leader of the Stone Spirit race. Damn you, how dare you humiliate the great Gold Lion race? Today, you will die a miserable death," snarled the Gold Lion race's old lion that Long Chen had encountered. It was the only one capable of speaking their language. However, this old lion was not their race leader. The true leader was a massive lion with a red tufted mane, and it was also a seven-vein emperor. Its eyes were locked onto Long Chen, looking like it wanted to eat him. Despite their disdain for Long Chen, the two race leaders were cautious, positioning themselves strategically around him. It was clear they were more nervous than they appeared. "My defeat last time nearly shattered my heart. Sorry, for Boss Long San's future, I will use you all as offerings to reclaim my confidence," said Long Chen, his gaze sweeping over his enemies. With Evilmoon on his shoulder, Long Chen took half a step back, bending both of his knees and his back slightly. As whirlpools appeared beneath his feet, his aura rapidly surged, causing his black robes and hair to billow. Chi waves exploded from Long Chen as if a volcano had erupted beneath him. Astral winds tore at the heavens, blasting the surrounding experts with an overwhelming force. Even 6 Vein Emperors were forced back several steps. Only the race leaders, though swaying slightly, held their ground. They couldn't believe that a sage king could be concealing such immense power. Inside Long Chen's dantian, his spirit root flame flickered as faint 3-flower eternal runes appeared. The power of his starry sea ignited, surging through his veins. The world itself seemed to tremble at Long Chen's power. His black hair and robes whipped violently in the astral winds, making him look like a war god descended from the heavens. It was as if the world could only submit to him. Tianyu City's disciples couldn't help quivering with excitement as they watched. In their eyes, Long Chen was an undefeatable battle god. Attack him together. Zhang Yiming's voice cracked with fear. Long Chen's power far exceeded his expectations. But before they could act, Evilmoon flashed through the air, and Zhang Yiming's head flew into the sky. Chapter 5309 Ending things here. Everyone was shocked. After all, Zhang Yiming had hidden behind the stone spirit race leader. But in a flash, his head was separated from his body. At this moment, the enemies realized that the figure they were surrounding was nothing more than Long Chen's afterimage. No one had noticed how he maneuvered past the stone spirit race leader. By the time they spotted Long Chen again, he was standing right in front of Zhang Yiming's headless corpse, his left hand forming a seal as he pushed his palm forward. Zhang Yiming's head shot toward Tianyu City, where Chu He caught it with an outstretched hand. Black chi burned along Zhang Yiming's neck, a lingering effect of Evilmoon's power. The sinister chi was draining his life force rapidly. Master, disciple knows his sins. Please let me go. I will be your most beloved disciple again. Zhang Yiming cried out in terror. He could sense his life force rapidly draining away, so he crazily begged Chu He for mercy. Thinking of their bond as master and disciple, Chu He couldn't help but sigh. With a wave of his hand, the black chi on Zhang Yiming's neck vanished. He was fully aware that Long Chen had shown mercy, leaving Zhang Yiming's fate in his hands. Many thanks, Master. Master, disciple knows his sins. Disciple will definitely repent and turn over a new leaf. Zhang Yiming was overjoyed as the black chi faded. However, Chu He simply waved his hand. Divine light flowed out and formed a seal around Zhang Yiming's head. Master, Zhang Yiming cried, but Chu He handed his head to an elder standing beside him. This traitor betrayed Tianyu City and sought its destruction. He caused the deaths of countless people, so his sins can never be forgiven. Place his head in the heavenly yin blood prison as a warning to future generations. Chu He declared. No, Zhang Yiming screamed in terror. After that, this elder took out a case and sealed Zhang Yiming's head within it, silencing his cries. Though Zhang Yiming's execution should have brought satisfaction to everyone, their attention remained fixed on Long Chen. Only now did Zhang Yiming's headless corpse crumble to the ground, drained of all energy. The death of Zhang Yiming sent the stone spirit race leader into a frenzy. After all, despite being human, Zhang Yiming was someone it trusted the most. Ever since taking him in, the stone spirit race had grown stronger under his guidance. He had offered advice and strategies for the stone spirit race and come up with many marvelous plans. As a result, they firmly believed that with Zhang Yiming's guidance, the stone spirit race could one day walk out of this land of death. Now that Zhang Yiming was dead, their future seemed bleak. Roaring in fury, the stone spirit race leader ignited 7 emperor runes on its forehead and unleashed the full power of a 7-vein emperor. The enormous body of the stone spirit race leader moved across the earth, and it threw a punch that could shatter the heavens. The sheer force of it was concentrated to perfection. Chu He's heart clenched as he realized the race leader was in a berserk state. Even he, a 9-vein human emperor, would have to pay a heavy price to block such an attack. Long Chen swung Evilmoon in response to the full power strike. The starry sea behind him quivered, and the ground beneath his feet exploded as he was pushed back by the overwhelming force. Long Chen took 9 steps back, feeling his insides twist painfully. Despite the impact, he was thrilled. He had successfully blocked the full power attack of a 7-vein emperor. A 7-vein emperor's strength surpassed even his expectations, but it only fueled his desire for battle. He needed stronger opponents to push himself further. To not repay an attack is against my nature. Have a taste of my saber. With a shout, Long Chen took 9 steps forward, his aura growing with each one. Evilmoon quivered in his hand as countless stars appeared along its blade. In an instant, Evilmoon blazed with light as an ominous, bloodthirsty aura surged forth. The moment Long Chen and Evilmoon's power merged, the enormous black saber slashed down, looking like a black river falling from the sky toward the Stone Spirit Race leader. In response, the Stone Spirit Race leader roared, crossing its arms defensively. All of its power concentrated into an absolute defense. Evilmoon struck its arms, and the earth erupted beneath them. Shock rippled through the battlefield as the Stone Spirit Race leader's arms shattered, sending it tumbling back. Though Long Chen had broken its arms, the recoil made him spit blood. It was clear that, in terms of raw power, he still fell short of a seven-vein emperor. Without Evilmoon, he wouldn't have been able to hold his ground. Kill, roared the Gold Lion Race leader. Seeing Long Chen was so powerful, the Gold Lion Race leader was worried and smashed a golden claw at him. Waning moon pierces the dome of the heavens. Long Chen thrust Evilmoon into the Gold Lion Race leader's claw. Though a seven-vein emperor's flesh was as tough as a human emperor's divine weapon, Evilmoon easily pierced through it and struck the leader's eye. The Gold Lion Race leader roared in pain as one of its eyes was blinded. It was lucky the strike had missed its head by a narrow margin. If the saber chi had hit its mark, the old lion would have died on the spot. Seeing the grim situation, the top experts of both races immediately attacked Long Chen like madmen. Evilmoon danced through the air, its sharpness incomparable. With the 8-star battle armor's energy backing it, whether flesh or stone, nothing could withstand its slashes. In an instant, 3 of the Stone Spirit race and 7 of the Gold Lion race's 6-vein emperors were slain. The moment Evilmoon sliced into them, their blood-soul energy drained away, leaving them no chance to heal. Evilmoon was a truly evil weapon, revealing its terrifying side. Any expert struck by it had no chance of survival. Realizing the tide had turned, the Stone Spirit Race leader and Gold Lion Race leader attacked Long Chen together. After all, other than the two of them, no one else could block Evilmoon. In response, Long Chen went at them head-on and repeatedly swung his saber. As their blood chi raged, Tianyu City's experts were sweating for Long Chen. The Stone Spirit Race leader and the Gold Lion Race leader were going all out, attacking fearlessly. Long Chen's Starry Sky battle robe couldn't endure all of their attacks, resulting in him quickly covered in injuries. However, he refused to back down. He countered every blow blocking a claw, he slashed back, blocking a punch, he hacked in return. The high-intensity battle rapidly exhausted Long Chen's energy, and the 8 stars behind him started to dim. Noticing this, Chu He signaled Tianyu City's experts to assist Long Chen. However, before they could act, a massive explosion rang out. With the last strand of his astral energy, Long Chen blew his enemies back. Resting Evilmoon on his shoulder and panting heavily, he declared, "All right, let's end things here." Chapter 5310 Explosive Attack. After exchanging a flurry of attacks, Long Chen realized that while he could defeat 6-vein emperors with brute force and techniques, he was rather powerless against 7-vein emperors. Despite finding openings in the defenses of the Stone Spirit and Gold Lion race leaders and attacking them relentlessly, he could only inflict minor wounds. Actually killing them seemed impossible. Although surrounded by a ton of experts, Long Chen had never feared group battles. He could even turn the weaklings' attacks into opportunities. Yet, he understood that even with the help of Evilmoon, he lacked the power to kill 7-vein emperors. Without Evilmoon, dealing with 6-vein emperors would be his limit. So, despite his recent power increase, he was still far from the level of the Silver Hair Void Crusher. "End things here. That's right, your life ends here," roared the Stone Spirit Race leader. Its forearms were broken, and its body was full of gaping wounds. A strange fluid seeped from those holes. The Gold Lion Race leader was in equally bad shape, with over 10 large bleeding wounds and 1 destroyed eye. 70 experts had come to surround Long Chen, but now, only 10 remained. Many of them were wounded, and the ground was littered with corpses of their allies. "My life ends here. How interesting," Long Chen replied with a disdainful look toward the race leaders. Checking in on Huo Linger, he found she was still in seclusion, so he didn't disturb her. Instead, he put away Evilmoon and placed his palms together. With his forefinger and middle finger pointing up, he folded his other fingers on top of each other. An immortal curse character appeared on the backs of his hands as a powerful spiritual pressure started to rise. This was not an aura pressure but more like a mix of soul and will. It was invisible and untouchable, but could be felt. The spiritual pressure shocked every expert present because they had never felt this kind of energy fluctuation before. Suddenly, the void twisted, and a massive silver wing heaven devil materialized. Its immense devil aura caused everyone, including Chu He, to freeze in terror. Chu He's expression darkened. He recognized the aura from when he had been gravely injured in the mysterious land, an injury that had haunted him ever since. After he got back, he forbade anyone from Tianyu City to go there, unless their power surpassed his. Unbeknownst to him, his injury had actually been caused by the green parrot. The sneaky bird was worried about him taking the corpses, so it intentionally drew the devil chi to sneak attack him. As for Long Chen, due to his cultivation base being much weaker and his aura being covered up by the corpses, the parrot didn't sense him. By the time Long Chen appeared in front of it, it couldn't do anything to him. One reason was that the energy in the silver wing heaven devil corpses had been exhausted, while the other was that activating them required some preparations. Long Chen hadn't given it the time to use those corpses against him. Now that Chu He saw the silver wing heaven devil and sensed its terrifying aura, his soul quivered intensely. It was a nightmare that had been bothering him for years. As the silver wing heaven devil opened its eyes, a terrifying wave of devil chi swept out like a tsunami. Long Chen leapt onto its head, and the remaining experts of the Gold Lion and Stone Spirit races fled in terror. Though they didn't recognize the devil, its aura of death overwhelmed them from head to toe. Their instincts screamed at them to flee. As Long Chen's hand seal changed, the silver wing heaven devil squatted down and slammed its claws onto the ground. A black ripple spread from the impact, quickly engulfing the battlefield. "No!" screamed the Gold Lion race leader. The Gold Lion race leader tried to flee, but the ripple overtook it and tore it apart. The black wave acted like invisible hands, ripping apart anyone caught in its path, even the 7 vain emperors. No one could resist the life-reaping ripple. Seeing this scene, Tianyu City's experts were terrified even though it meant victory for them. Their bodies quivered as they stared at Long Chen standing atop the silver wing heaven devil's head. The aura of the winged devil drew out their most primitive fear. In front of the silver wing heaven devil, they couldn't even summon the courage to run. Li Yunhua and the younger disciples had once admired Long Chen, but now, seeing him control such a terrifying monster, they were filled with fear. After unleashing this devastating attack, the silver wing heaven devil collapsed, its energy spent. It disintegrated into dust, blown away by the wind. "Damn, not bad. Too bad I can only use it once," Long Chen remarked, impressed. Even with only a trace of life force left, the corpse's attack was incredibly powerful. Long Chen could only imagine how strong the winged devil had been in life. With a wave of hand, Long Chen summoned a net of lightning that spread over the battlefield, gathering the broken corpses and bringing them to the primal chaos space. However, Long Chen didn't bother collecting the stone spirit race's bodies, as they were not made of flesh and blood. When these rockheads died, most of their energy returned to heaven and earth, and even the gem-like eyes that held their life essence dimmed. Long Chen realized he would need to extract their eyes before they died to harness their power in the future. Though Long Chen had lost a puppet, he had annihilated enemies far stronger than him. The battle taught him the vast difference between their power levels and why the Earth Cauldron had urged him to trick the green parrot into giving up the silver wing heaven devil. As Long Chen finished collecting the corpses, Chu He and the other experts from Tianyu City approached him with deep reverence. Chu He bowed deeply and said, "Thank you, Savior. Tianyu City will never forget your kindness." Shaking his head, Long Chen replied, "Senior, there's no need for such courtesy. This isn't over yet. Organize the fighters. We'll split into 2 groups and destroy their headquarters to ensure they never threaten us again." Under his direction, Tianyu City's forces prepared to launch a final strike against the remnants of the Stone Spirit and Gold Lion races. Chapter 5311 Divine Strategy, Run for Your Life. The experts of Tianyu City split into 2 groups. The seniors, led by Chu He, headed straight for the Gold Lion race, while the junior generation, guided by Long Chen, advanced toward the Stone Spirit race. Long Chen's divine sense swept through their territory, revealing that the Stone Spirit race had deployed almost all their forces in the attack on Tianyu City. What remained were just the elderly and the weak. Li Yunhua and her peers descended upon the enemies like ravenous wolves. It was an absolute slaughter. Since they had been suppressed by the Stone Spirit and Gold Lion races for so many years, every one of them had ancestors who had perished at the hands of these races. Now, the time for retribution had come, and within 2 short hours, the entire stone spirit race was massacred. Upon arriving at the heart of the stone spirit race's territory, Long Chen was surprised to find a one-way transportation formation. He instantly realized just how great Zhang Yiming's ambitions were. The bloody traitor had used the stone spirit race's power to create a grand transportation formation, wanting to pass through the blockade of devil creatures to enter the heaven essence world of legends. Although Long Chen was not a formation master, he could tell that the formation was designed to traverse an enormous distance. But in the end, it was left unfinished. Most likely, Zhang Yiming had conned the stone spirit race, telling them that he could transport the entire stone spirit race to the heaven essence world. With this false promise, he had won their complete support. Li Yunhua and the others were equally baffled by the sight of the half-finished formation, unable to figure out why there would be a transportation formation here. Everyone, the battle's over, and the crisis has been resolved. Now, Tianyu City will enjoy a period of peace. However, it's time for me to say goodbye, Long Chen announced, walking onto the transportation formation. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, Li Yunhua and the others were saddened. After all, Long Chen had helped them wipe out the Gold Lion race and the Stone Spirit race. In their eyes, he was a god-like existence. Some of them even saw him as their heaven-sent protector. Hearing that he was going to leave, they were devastated. Smiling slightly, Long Chen said, "Don't feel bad. Work hard on cultivation and walk out of this desolate world. Once you can see a vaster sky, maybe we can meet again." With a wave, Long Chen activated the transportation formation. The platform began to tremble violently, and a gust of wind pushed Li Yunhua and the others back. In a flash of light, the formation collapsed, leaving behind nothing but empty space where Long Chen had stood. Looking at the empty and crumbling transportation formation, Li Yunhua and the others couldn't speak for a long time. Their hearts felt hollow. They had just witnessed the power of a peerless heavenly genius and glimpsed what it meant to be a true peak expert, but now it was all gone, as if it had been nothing more than a fleeting dream. They wished they could remain in that dream a little longer, unwilling to wake up to the reality of Long Chen's departure. Chu He arrived shortly after, leading the senior experts who had dealt with the Gold Lion race. Seeing the shattered transportation formation, he didn't need an explanation, he understood what had happened. A great pung spreads its wings beyond the heavens. Sparrows and small birds remain perched on rooftops, while a dragon will not stay in shallow waters, Chu He sighed. Children, work hard on your cultivation. Although the crisis is over, Tianyu City's strength is waning. In 100 years, its protective energy will completely vanish. If we cannot break through the devil creature blockade by then, we will be exterminated. Long Chen saved us once, but he cannot save us forever. We must rely on ourselves. Despite their reluctance, the group began cleaning up the battlefield and left the Stone Spirit race's territory. Meanwhile, Long Chen was holding onto the Earth Cauldron, flying through a spatial channel filled with dangerous spatial blades. They exploded on contact with the Earth Cauldron, but the impact left Long Chen grimacing. After all, these spatial blades were as powerful as a 7-Vein Emperor's attacks. Though the cauldron protected Long Chen, the sheer force of the collisions nearly made him cough up blood. Zhang Yiming, you bastard. I can't believe I trusted you. What kind of half-assed transportation formation did you create? Long Chen cursed as he clung to the Earth Cauldron. Normal spatial channels were constructed to be stable, but this one was filled with chaotic spatial flows, making it dangerously unstable. Without the protection of the Earth Cauldron, Long Chen would have been torn to shreds. What Long Chen didn't realize was that Zhang Yiming had designed this transportation formation with the intention of using it after becoming an 8-Vein Emperor. Zhang Yiming also knew how unstable it was, but there was no way around it. He had given up stability in pursuit of even greater distance. He wanted to rely on the power of an 8-Vein Emperor to get through this chaotic flow of space. Unaware of this, Long Chen had already suffered dozens of cuts from the spatial blades at the beginning of the journey. If it had been anyone else, they wouldn't have stood a chance, they would have been killed 1,000 times over. Summoning the Earth Cauldron to shield himself, Long Chen pressed forward through the chaotic flow. In truth, Long Chen was capable of breaking through the spatial channel and leaving, but that meant he would have to deal with the devil creatures along the way, which would take up a lot of time. Gritting his teeth, Long Chen forced his way through the channel with the Earth Cauldron. He lost track of how long he battled through the chaos, but finally, the void shattered, and the chaotic spatial flows dissipated. The transportation was complete. "Ha ha, I made it," Long Chen laughed in relief. But his joy quickly faded as he realized he was surrounded by devil creatures. Hundreds of thousands of them, with even the weakest being an emperor, stood in a vast circle around an altar. Atop the altar, an elder waved a bone staff, leading what appeared to be a ritual. As Long Chen had unceremoniously interrupted it, now all their eyes were locked onto him. Long Chen's head buzzed as he took in the scene. The elder wore a white bone crown, radiating terrifying devil chi. It was an earth devil, and not just any. This one was a 9-vein emperor. Around him, over 10 other earth devils knelt in prayer, and each was a powerful 8-vein emperor. Could my luck be any worse? Time for the divine strategy. Run for your life. Long Chen cursed. Seizing the moment of shock, Long Chen bolted. But before he could get far, the 9-vein emperor roared, raising his bone staff. After that, a beam of divine light shot toward Long Chen. Chapter 5312 Yin-Yang Soul Calming Grass. Explosive sounds echoed across the sky as the void continuously collapsed. Long Chen shot through the chaos like a terrified rabbit, dodging attacks with everything he had. Fuck, how come my luck is this bad? Long Chen cursed as he fled for his life. Who could have imagined that he'd stumble upon a sacrificial ceremony? It was as if he had delivered himself as an offering, and countless earth devils were now chasing him. Worst of all, Long Chen had just gone through an intense battle and was completely drained of his astral energy. Against these terrifying experts, even running seemed nearly impossible. All of a sudden, a streak of divine light shot at Long Chen through the twisting space. It was the attack of the 9-vein emperor leading the earth devils. Compared to Chu He, who was also a 9-vein emperor, this earth devil was several times more powerful. There was no way to compare the power of their attacks. Long Chen didn't dare to withstand the attack of a 9-vein emperor head-on, so the earth cauldron flew out and struck the ray of divine light. With an explosive sound, Long Chen was sent flying by the terrifying shockwaves, blood spraying from his mouth. "Don't be stingy, hurry up and summon a puppet," shouted the earth cauldron. Even then, Long Chen was unwilling to use up one of the puppets. He wanted to rely on his own power to escape this predicament, but that was practically a fantasy. With no other way out, Long Chen helplessly formed a series of hand seals, summoning another silver wing heaven devil. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a terrifying pressure that made all those earth devils jump in fright. By now, the 9-vein emperor had charged to the front. Long Chen commanded the silver wing heaven devil to attack, and its fist smashed into the 9-vein emperor. In response, the 9-vein emperor raised his staff and summoned a black barrier. The silver wing heaven devil's attack shattered the shield and sent the 9-vein emperor flying. The resulting chi waves knocked everyone back, including Long Chen. While the silver wing heaven devil collapsed after that one attack, it had broken the earth devil's blockade. Without delay, lightning wings spread on Long Chen's back, and he shot out like a bolt of lightning. The appearance of the silver wing heaven devil had shocked the earth devils. They recognized its origins, and their moment of hesitation allowed Long Chen to make his escape. Just like that, he left behind a group of devil creatures staring at the crumbling remains of the silver wing heaven devil. Long Chen fled for 6 hours straight, using multiple transportation talismans along the way. Only then did he stop to take a breath, covered in sweat. It had been really dangerous just now. Without the silver wing heaven devil, he might not have made it. After taking several deep breaths, Long Chen sensed his surroundings. He didn't notice any danger, so he consumed a medicinal pill and prepared to start recovering his energy. But all of a sudden, his expression changed. He directly jumped onto a tree and hid his aura. Dozens of figures flew over the crown of that tree. To Long Chen's surprise, all of them were very young but gave off intense Doyan fluctuations. Although they were newly promoted heaven saints, their auras were extremely powerful. "Faster! We must form the barricade first, or that slut will run off," shouted one of them urgently. Once those people passed by, Long Chen tilted his head in curiosity. What's going on? Should I take a look? Curious, Long Chen concealed his presence and followed them. As he tailed the group, more and more people joined, forming a large encirclement that was gradually tightening. Sensing their auras, Long Chen was taken aback once again. All of them possessed extremely condensed auras at least twice as strong as other experts in the same realm. Is this due to the environment here? Wondered Long Chen. The spiritual qi in this region was rich, but the natural laws were chaotic, with a wild devil qi lingering in the air. This was not an ideal place for humans to cultivate. In Tianyu City, Long Chen had found that the cultivators there were stronger than those from outside the endless desolation. But these experts were even more formidable than those from Tianyu City. Clearly, the environment offered them a significant advantage. While these people were strong, Long Chen still didn't view them as a challenge. After all, they were only heaven saints and had not awakened their heaven-vein dragon chi yet. Even with his astral energy exhausted, they still couldn't threaten him. As Long Chen continued to follow them, the encirclement gradually shrank. After several hours, he saw a woman in azure robes surrounded by the group. The entire mountain valley was now a death trap for her. The woman wielded a sword that rippled with power. Her sharp gaze swept over the surrounding experts, unflinching and resolute. She clearly wasn't weak. She should be a wind element cultivator, Long Chen noted in surprise. Her wind energy was perfectly concentrated onto her sword, showing that her control over her wind energy had reached a high realm. Theoretically, wind energy was difficult to control due to its wild and free nature, making cultivators like her as rare as phoenix feathers or qilin horns. Because Long Chen was close with a master of wind energy Tang Wan he had a deep understanding of wind energy. Since that was the case, he could tell that while the woman's aura wasn't overwhelming, her control made her far more dangerous than she appeared. Damn you, who gave you the courage to steal my Wang family's treasures and kill my people? A fierce-looking man with a wolf fang club on his back shouted, glaring at the woman gloomily. His gaze was as sharp and ominous as a bloodthirsty beast. The azure-robed woman stood tall despite being surrounded, her voice cold as she retorted, slandering me won't change the truth. The yin-yang soul-calming grass was discovered by me. I was plucking it when your people attacked me, and that's the only reason I killed them. Yin-yang soul-calming grass. Long Chen was intrigued. Yin-yang soul-calming grass was considered a saint medicinal ingredient, valuable but not worth provoking such a confrontation. At the very least, it wasn't precious enough to cause heaven saints to lose their minds and attack someone for it. What nonsense. That yin-yang soul-calming grass is a priceless treasure my Wang family has guarded for thousands of years. Hurry up and hand it over. If you come with us willingly, we'll let you live, the man with the wolf fang club threatened. You're absolutely shameless. The azure-robed woman shouted, trembling with rage. It was clear that this group of bandits was planning to rob her. Since you refused to accept our kindness, don't blame us for not being courteous. With a snort, that man grabbed his wolf-tooth club and slammed it on the ground, sending tremors through the mountain range. His killing intent locked onto the woman. Chapter 5313 Wind God Sea Pavilion. This fellow's actually not weak, Long Chen muttered, realizing he had misjudged this man. The ferocious man wielding the wolf fang club was far stronger than expected, and his weapon, though appearing lightweight, was shockingly heavy. Although it was still a heaven saint divine weapon, from the divine might that erupted from it, Long Chen estimated that it was probably not much weaker than an average human emperor divine weapon. Since you refuse to give up, don't blame me for being ruthless. This is your final chance to hand over the yin-yang soul-calming grass. Shouted that man. Senior apprentice brother Cheng Yi, don't waste any more time with her. Let's show her the power of the Wang family's heavenly geniuses, said a disciple behind him. Another disciple, grinning lecherously, added, hee, we'll capture her and show her senior apprentice brother Cheng Yi's other talents. His words elicited a chorus of knowing chuckles from the group. The innuendo in their laughter was unmistakable. Seeing this, the azure-robed woman flushed with anger but kept her composure. She did her best to cool down before saying, you're willing to throw away your face just for a single yin-yang soul-calming grass. For this, you wish to be enemies with me. You stole the treasure of the Wang family and still have the nerve to argue. You won't cry until you see your coffin, it seems. Now speak, who are you? Who sent you? What sect do you belong to? Cheng Yi demanded as he swung his massive club through the air, the wind from it howling like a beast. At the very least, Cheng Yi was not completely brainless. He knew to at least learn the other side's background before going all out. The woman coldly raised her sword and replied, since you're determined to twist the truth, there's nothing left to say. Go ahead and attack. Sensing that a battle was inevitable, she didn't want to waste any more words on these scoundrels. The situation was clear. They wanted her treasure, and they would take it by force. Fine, then don't blame me. Who are you? Cheng Yi shouted, looking behind the woman. The woman instinctively turned her head to check, but it was a trap. Cheng Yi used this chance to move in front of her, his wolf-tooth club swinging through the air. He was quick and vicious. His savage strike aimed straight for her waist, and the fang-shaped spikes gleamed wickedly, making a chilling sound as it tore through space. "What a brute! Does he need to be so vicious?" muttered Long Chen, his anger bubbling inside him. Watching from his hidden spot, Long Chen couldn't help but feel angry at this scoundrel. Though he had only overheard part of the conversation, he could already guess the situation. In the cultivation world, power was what mattered. With it, someone could bully the weak and steal their lucky encounters and opportunities. This was a normal thing to do. Every cultivator understood a simple truth: if they weren't strong enough, they couldn't hold onto their treasures. Yet, even in a world ruled by power, there was a line that shouldn't be crossed. Taking someone's treasure was one thing, but taking their life just to seize it, that was pure despicability. What separated humans from beasts was their sense of humanity, but some people were far worse than animals. Cheng Yi was powerful, so Long Chen had thought that he would defeat her openly with this power and snatch the yin-yang soul-calming grass. But instead, this bastard resorted to a dirty trick, unleashing his full power to sneak attack her and take her life. The woman also hadn't expected Cheng Yi to be so vicious. Fortunately, her reactions were quick. Her sword sliced through the air to meet the wolf-tooth club. Both the woman and Cheng Yi were blown back, but she spat out a mouthful of blood. After all, one person was attacking with a fully prepared assault, while the other was hastily defending. This disadvantage left her injured. Cheng Yi didn't give her any chance to recover. His heavenly fate disc appeared behind him, and the power of his blood chi erupted like a volcano. This aura. Desolate chi. Long Chen's eyes narrowed. The desolate chi emanating from Cheng Yi's body signified an ancient bloodline, and the diagram within his heavenly fate disc resembled a mystical totem, marking him as a god cultivator. The diagram in his heavenly fate disc should be a totem. Though he hasn't awakened his manifestation, it already possesses such powerful Doyan fluctuations. He really is strong, Long Chen noted. As expected, the cultivators of the Endless Desolation had a significant natural advantage over others. Growing up in such an unforgiving environment, it was inevitable that they would become much stronger. Cheng Yi pressed his advantage relentlessly. His wolf-tooth club smashed toward the azure-robed woman with such speed and ferocity that she barely had time to react, let alone summon her manifestation. She was forced back repeatedly. Finally, she managed to call forth her manifestation. When her heavenly fate disc appeared, the entire world trembled, and astral winds erupted violently, blasting Cheng Yi back. With a single stroke of her sword, she sent him flying. Whirlpools swirled within her heavenly fate disc, and the surrounding wind energy tore through the battlefield. Her aura instantly surged to a new peak. Hee, now things are getting interesting. That sinister fellow probably can't handle her anymore, Long Chen chuckled. From the beginning, Long Chen had sensed that the woman was formidable. Now, with her heavenly fate disc unleashed, the immense wind energy filling the air brought a smug smile to his face. "You despicable bastard," the azure-robed woman cursed furiously. Even though she had managed to summon her heavenly fate disc, the earlier relentless attacks had weakened her significantly. Divine light flared from her sword. With a single swing, the void was torn apart, and sword chi slashed through the air toward Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi roared, swinging his club to meet the attack. The sword chi shattered upon contact, but the fragmented energy transformed into thousands of blades, all converging on him at once. Growling in defiance, Cheng Yi swung his club around like a top, trying to fend off the barrage of attacks. The azure-robed woman saw her chance and unleashed a flurry of sword chi, each strike backed by her powerful wind energy, making them even sharper and more devastating. Cheng Yi could barely hold on under the onslaught, unable to counterattack. Sensing the tide turning, a dozen of his lackeys rushed forward and attacked the woman together, their combined assault forcing her to halt her offense. Despicable, the azure-robed woman cursed, glaring at them. She had no choice but to block the incoming attacks, and it gave Cheng Yi the breathing room he desperately needed. Cheng Yi had been in dire straits. If she had attacked him for a while longer, he would have been defeated. However, thanks to everyone's help, Cheng Yi managed to get a breather, though he was covered in blood and seething in rage. "Slut, face your death," Cheng Yi bellowed, his manifestation blazing. Power surged into his club as he launched a fierce attack at her. This time, the woman's sword shattered under the force of his strike. She spat out a mouthful of blood, her aura plummeting as her strength faded. "Die," Cheng Yi roared, lifting his club to deliver the killing blow. But just as he was about to strike, the woman's voice cut through the air like ice. If you dare to kill me, the Wind God Sea Pavilion will annihilate your entire family. She warned, her tone chillingly calm. The Wind God Sea Pavilion. The moment he heard that name, Xianxia froze in place, his rage quickly giving way to fear. Chapter 5314 Led me instead. Wind God Sea Pavilion, you're from the Wind God Sea Pavilion. Xianxia and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. They had clearly heard of the pavilion's formidable reputation, and now they realized they had provoked an unimaginable calamity. The azure-robed woman raised her hand, and a bronze tablet appeared. It was the size of her palm, with a smooth gemstone in its center. An elegant pavilion was engraved onto the gemstone. With an icy expression, the azure-robed woman threatened, if you want your entire family wiped out, go ahead and attack me. Xianxia and his group were visibly shaken. They had indeed kicked an iron board today by offending someone from the Wind God Sea Pavilion. However, after a tense moment, Xianxia's face hardened, and he gritted his teeth. Hand over the yin-yang soul calming grass and you can go. Spat Xianxia. The woman's expression darkened. She hadn't expected that the name of the Wind God Sea Pavilion wasn't enough to scare them off. But with no other way to preserve her life, she slowly took out a little, hairy stalk of grass. The emerald grass, covered in fine hair, gleamed with a captivating luster. Its scent immediately filled the air, calming the soul in an instant. That's. Long Chen's eyes widened in surprise. The grass had started to flower, sesame seed-sized emerald flowers could be seen on it. This was the first time Long Chen had ever seen a yin-yang soul-calming grass in bloom, and its potent fragrance explained why both the woman and Xianxia were so desperate for it. After all, the value of a yin-yang soul-calming grass was decided by its fragrance. If its fragrance spread over an area of 3 meters, it would be considered a top-grade specimen. Long Chen had a similar plant in his primal chaos space, whose scent reached 10 meters, making it the best of the best. However, this particular yin-yang soul-calming grass was a very rare mutation, and its medicinal effect was inestimable. Even Long Chen found himself tempted. The yin-yang soul-calming grass was essential for refining divine medicines to calm and heal the soul. The fact that it could heal the majority of spiritual wounds was enough to make people go crazy for it. After all, damage to the soul was the most difficult to mend, and even a small injury could take years to heal. For powerful cultivators, it was even more challenging. Since that was the case, most cultivators would rather cut off part of their bodies than risk damaging their souls. This yin-yang soul-calming grass truly exceeded Long Chen's expectations. The azure-robed woman stared at the yin-yang soul-calming grass with reluctance, but for the sake of survival, she had no choice but to give it up. She slowly extended her hand, and the grass floated towards Xianxia. His heart raced as he carefully reached for it, as if afraid he might damage it. However, just as the grass was about to land in his hand, another hand snatched it away without any hesitation. This kind of treasure comes with immense karma. Child, this karma is too heavy for you to bear. Let me take it instead, said Long Chen, smiling mischievously. After fiddling with the grass, Long Chen casually tossed it into his primal chaos space. Everyone was dumbstruck by Long Chen's sudden appearance and audacity. He then turned to the azure-robed woman and shook his head. As for you, child, you're far too naive, Long Chen remarked. You had stated your sect, but they still demanded the grass. Did you really think they would let you go and let you report to your superiors? How could you not see that? The woman's expression darkened as she realized the truth. In an instant, her eyes flared with killing intent. Little fellow, you're courting death. Hand over the yin-yang soul-calming grass, or we'll tear you to pieces. Roared Xianxia, finally snapping out of his shock and fury. Long Chen merely shrugged and smiled. It seems that you still don't understand. If I want something, I'll take it. Once I have it, I'll never give it up. Besides, that grass was never yours to begin with. You snatched it from this lady, and I took it from you. That's called karma. Die, Xianxia bellowed, charging at Long Chen with a club in hand. His speed was astonishing, and it was clear that he specialized in sneak attacks. Careful, cried the azure-robed woman, but Xianxia was too fast for her warning to make any difference. Yet, just as Xianxia's club was about to strike Long Chen, it stopped a foot away from his head. Long Chen had caught it effortlessly, his hand now covered in dragon scales. What? The surrounding experts gasped in disbelief. They knew Xianxia's power well, but Long Chen had stopped his attack with one hand as if it were nothing. Even the azure-robed woman was shocked. She knew firsthand how powerful Cheng Yi was. She would have needed her full strength and technique to block his strike, yet Long Chen treated it like child's play. Not even a single hair on his head went out of place. Cheng Yi was the most shocked of all. He tried to pull his weapon free, but it didn't budge. Sensing danger, he immediately let go and retreated. "Oh, did you want this? Here you go," Long Chen said mockingly. The moment Cheng Yi retreated, Long Chen pushed with his hand, sending the club whistling toward its master. Caught in the middle of retreating, Cheng Yi hastily tried to catch his weapon. Unfortunately, Cheng Yi couldn't resist Long Chen's power, and the club slammed into his chest, piercing halfway through his body. Blood sprayed everywhere as the weapon impaled him. If he hadn't caught it, it would have torn him in half. Luckily, the part piercing his body was the handle. If it was the spiked head instead, he would have been shredded to pieces. "Child, you have to be careful. CK, you can't even hold on to your own weapon. Go back and train properly." Long Chen scolded him as if reprimanding a child. It was only then that everyone realized this black-robed man, who seemed to be just a sage king, was actually a terrifyingly powerful expert. With a dark expression, Cheng Yi slowly pulled out his club. He spat out through gritted teeth. "You may be strong, but do you even know what it means to offend the Wang family?" Scram. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to waste more words with him. Today, he had obtained a mutated yin-yang soul calming grass and was in an excellent mood. He didn't even feel like killing these idiots. "All right, since you wish to be enemies with my Wang family, do you dare to leave your name?" Cheng Yi demanded, still seething. "Listen well, my surname is Long, and my given name is Chen. But people call me Boss Long San. If you're looking for trouble, feel free to come after me." "Boss Long San has never been afraid of trouble," said Long Chen disdainfully. "Long Chen," the azure-robed woman stared at him in disbelief when she heard his name. Chapter 5315 8 Divine Daughters. "Long Chen, all right, just you wait." Cheng Yi waved his hand, and the group left, leaving the area feeling desolate. Now, only Long Chen and the azure-robed woman remained, the latter staring at him in shock. She murmured to herself, "Long Chen, Boss Long San, likes wearing black robes." Long Chen was startled. "Are we acquainted?" The azure-robed woman shook her head and then said, "I don't know you personally, but I've heard of someone with your name. I just don't know if you're the Long Chen she spoke of. Can I ask if you know a woman named Tang Wan-er?" Long Chen's heart trembled, and he stared at this woman in disbelief, not expecting to hear Tang Wan-er's name from her. "I know her. Of course I know her. May I ask where she is?" Long Chen asked, his voice quivering with emotion. Among all the women he was close to, Tang Wan-er was the one he worried about the most. He understood her deeply. She was like a child, the most dependent on him. Their last separation had been hasty. Though Tang Wan-er had shown a bit of her temper back then, Long Chen knew she was hurting inside. She had to have suffered during their time apart. He had wished to comfort her, hold her, but hadn't gotten the chance. Hearing her name now, Long Chen shook slightly. "You really are the Long Chen she talks about?" The azure-robed woman's eyes widened with excitement and disbelief. "Is Wan-er in the Wind God Sea Pavilion?" asked Long Chen. "Yes, senior apprentice sister Wan-er is like me. We both came from outside the desolation, but she has become one of the Wind God Sea Pavilion's divine daughters. She's the idol of all disciples like me who come from outside the desolation," the azure-robed woman replied, her face lighting up when she spoke of Tang Wan-er. Hearing this, Long Chen's excitement grew. He hadn't expected the woman he had just saved to be from the same sect as Tang Wan-er. This meant finding her would be much easier. Without hesitation, Long Chen took out a healing pill and offered it to the woman. Her injuries weren't severe, but the sneak attack had temporarily sapped her combat power. "Is this a top-grade golden pill?" asked the azure-robed woman, shrinking back in fright when she saw the pill that Long Chen took out. She knew how precious such pills were and had never seen one before. Hence, she didn't even dare touch it. "You are Wan-er's junior apprentice sister, so you are also the junior apprentice sister of me, Long Chen. It's just a little medicinal pill. Don't worry about it, my injuries will heal in a few days. Using such a rare treasure would be a waste," the woman replied hastily. "We don't have that kind of time. That fellow, Cheng Yi, has likely used something like a soul-chasing incense to mark you. They'll be back soon, with even more experts, Long Chen explained. No wonder they kept finding me, the woman exclaimed. Clearly inexperienced with this, she quickly grew anxious and exclaimed, we should leave right now. Even if we run, we should wait until you're strong enough to. Hurry up and eat it. We'll chat as we recover our energy. I really want to know how Wan is, said Long Chen. Hearing that, the azure-robed woman carefully received the medicinal pill and thanked Long Chen again before consuming it. Immediately, powerful medicinal energy spread through her body, healing her damaged meridians rapidly. She hadn't even needed to circulate her own energy, and her exhausted aura began recovering. The sensation of healing at such a rate was one she had never experienced before. Just like that, her gratitude toward Long Chen grew immensely. Finding a rock to sit on, Long Chen started to recover his astral energy as he listened to the woman's story. This woman's name was Xianxia, and she was actually from the Violet Flame Heaven. However, her sect was hidden in a minor world and had little contact with the outside world, so before knowing Tang Wan, she had never heard of Long Chen or even the High Firmament Academy. According to her story, the sect she grew up in was actually a branch left behind by the Wind God Sea Pavilion in the immemorial era. Furthermore, it was an extremely tiny branch. When the world gate opened, the spatial channel that had been sealed for countless years finally became accessible. As the spiritual chi of their minor world was restored, Qingzai's entire sect passed through the channel and arrived at the Wind God Sea Pavilion. Although her sect once had its own name, upon joining the Wind God Sea Pavilion, they were absorbed into its ranks, their identity merging into the larger sect. Despite having millions of disciples, her sect was but a small drop in the vast ocean that was the Wind God Sea Pavilion. With the reopening of the World Gate, all the inheritances of the Wind God throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands flowed to the Wind God Sea Pavilion. Countless sects and experts flocked to the Wind God Sea Pavilion, creating an overwhelming surge in population. The place instantly became a bustling hub, bursting at the seams with disciples. After that, each sect master was assigned various duties within the Wind God Sea Pavilion. This gave them a semblance of status while they integrated their disciples into the sect. Qingzai's sect, however, was relatively weak, and their sect master was a mere too-vain human emperor. In the end, he only got a small job in the outer sect. In blunt terms, his role was that of an attendant, a manager of miscellaneous tasks with little real authority. But this was simply how the Wind God Sea Pavilion operated. Positions were based on power and abilities. If an expert lacked strength, they had to settle for lower-tier roles, regardless of past prestige. Even a sect master had to start from the bottom here. As for Xianxia, though she was a core disciple and a prized genius in her original sect, she found herself reduced to an ordinary outer disciple in the Wind God Sea Pavilion. She wasn't even qualified to enter the inner sect. Originally, Xianxia had high hopes of rising through the ranks in the Wind God Sea Pavilion, but reality was harsh. Having grown up in a different environment, she quickly realized that the native experts of the Wind God Sea Pavilion were on an entirely different level. Core disciples, like her, could be summoned by the handful here. Even as an outer disciple, she didn't have time to relax. After passing the outer sect trials, she needed to go out for tempering and complete the Wind God Sea Pavilion's missions to maintain her status as an outer disciple. Her latest mission was to hunt down an emperor-level devil creature on her own, which wasn't actually difficult for her. However, devil creatures often traveled in packs, making the task a test not only of strength but of intelligence. It took Xianxia over 2 months to find a solitary devil creature. After slaying and recording it, she was preparing to return to report her success when she stumbled upon the yin-yang soul-calming grass. That was where her troubles with Cheng Yi started, and Long Chen knew the rest of the story. As Xianxia recounted her situation, the loneliness and disappointment in her voice were unmistakable. This new world had been a devastating blow to her. We're all seen as outsiders by the native disciples, and they look down on us, Xianxia admitted, her voice heavy with resignation. But there's nothing we can do. We are too weak. Only senior apprentice sister Wan is different. With her immense power, she soared like a shooting star and secured the position of a divine daughter. She's now one of the 8 divine daughters. It was only when Xianxia spoke of Tang Wan that light returned to her eyes, her expression brightening noticeably. Chapter 5316 Tang Wan's current situation. Through Qingzai's explanation, Long Chen learned just how terrifying Tang Wan's power had become. During the Wind God Sea Pavilion's selection process, she overcame all the obstacles and claimed the crown among countless experts from the outside world. Then, under the status of a foreign disciple, Tang Wan'er challenged the divine daughter Qian Runshui. After defeating her and taking her place, Tang Wan'er became the new divine daughter and obtained the divine daughter's throne. The divine daughter's throne. Long Chen's heart skipped a beat as he recalled the silver hair Void Crusher's divine throne. Senior apprentice sister Wan'er is truly powerful, Xianxia continued with admiration in her voice. With the support of the divine daughter's throne, Qian Runshui had the power of an 8-vein human emperor, but she was still defeated by senior apprentice sister Wan'er. Long Chen nearly cried out in shock. Comparable to an 8-vein human emperor. He could barely deal with a 7-vein emperor, yet Tang Wan'er had defeated someone even stronger. That's incredible. What about Wan'er's master, Feng Xinyue? Is she doing well? Long Chen asked. She has become one of the Wind God Sea Pavilion's 4 great Divine Wind Elders. The Divine Wind Elders' rank is just below the Assistant Sect Masters, Xianxia explained. Long Chen couldn't help but ask, then what is her realm? In a place like the Wind God Sea Pavilion, where a 2-vein emperor was little more than an attendant, for Feng Xinyue to become a Divine Wind Elder, her cultivation base had to be unimaginable. I don't know. Ever since Elder Feng Xinyue joined the Wind God Sea Pavilion, she has never revealed her true cultivation base, Xianxia replied, shaking her head. Never shown her cultivation base but still became one of the 4 Divine Wind Elders. Then she must be frighteningly powerful, thought Long Chen. Hearing that Tang Wan'er had reached a high position in her sect made Long Chen feel a sense of relief. His heart, which had been weighed down by worry, felt lighter. Then doesn't that mean Wan'er has many admirers? Long Chen asked suddenly, thinking of the countless geniuses who might try to court her. It was a very serious problem. Looking at Long Chen, Xianxia couldn't hold back a giggle. Of course, senior apprentice sister Wan'er is one of the divine daughters, after all. She's incredibly powerful and talented, even her beauty is unmatched. Naturally, she has plenty of admirers. But from the start, she already made it clear that her heart belonged to someone named Long Chen. She describes him as someone handsome and distinguished, a peerless genius whose brilliance overshadows all others. In front of him, other geniuses are like fireflies competing with the light of the moon. She really said all that? Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. Of course, why do you think I was so surprised when I heard your name? Moreover, she didn't say those things just once. She's told all those heavenly geniuses vying for her attention that she is a flower with an owner named Long Chen, so they should just give up, said Xianxia with a smile. But then, her expression turned serious as she asked, Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, why is your cultivation base still in the Sage King realm? In her eyes, Long Chen's cultivation should at least match Tang Wan'er's, considering the way Tang Wan'er had praised him. Due to certain events, my cultivation progress has been delayed, replied Long Chen. He could only thicken his face and say that. Not wanting to dwell on the topic, Long Chen quickly changed the subject. By the way, is this place the Heaven Essence world? Xianxia looked puzzled. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, weren't you transported here with your sect? Why are you asking? No, I came from the Darklight Heaven, replied Long Chen. Xianxia's jaw dropped. Are you saying you passed through the Endless Devil Sea? The Endless Devil Sea referred to the horde of devil creatures surrounding the Endless Desolation. According to what Xianxia knew, it was impossible to pass through this sea of devil creatures. If it hadn't been Long Chen who said it, she would never have believed it. He was about to explain further when his attention shifted. He then looked off into the distance and smiled. Long Chen said, they really are efficient. They're here. Xianxia was startled. It had only been a short while since they had escaped. Xianxia had mostly recovered from her injuries, but she knew Cheng Yi wouldn't return alone. He would bring powerful reinforcements, possibly even human emperors. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, we should run. They have numbers, and with your cultivation base, fighting them would put you at a huge disadvantage, Xianxia urged. There's no need to run, Long Chen said calmly. They bullied Wan'er's junior apprentice sister, so they'll have to pay the price today. Otherwise, Wan'er will be upset with me. As he spoke, the space around them quivered, and multiple powerful auras appeared, surrounding them. How brazen. You actually didn't run. Were you waiting for us to kill you? A voice filled with resentment rang out. It was Cheng Yi. Beside him stood a middle-aged man with a short beard and lightning runes swirling in his eyes, a 3-veined human emperor. Nah, I'm waiting for you to send yourselves to your death, Long Chen countered as he slowly stood up. On the other hand, xianxia immediately summoned her manifestation and prepared for battle. Sensing her aura, Cheng Yi was stunned that she had almost recovered. After all, he knew how serious her injury had been. Xianxia grew nervous. Along with the group that had originally hunted her down, there were now over 10 human emperors. The three-vein emperor next to Cheng Yi was particularly intimidating. Who are you? The three-vein emperor asked Long Chen, his gaze sharp. He felt a strange sense of danger from Long Chen, so he was unusually cautious. You don't need to know who I am, Long Chen replied indifferently. What matters is that you've surrounded and attacked a disciple of the Wind God Sea Pavilion. You've already provoked a catastrophe. Now, the only way out for you is to kill us and cover this up. Am I wrong? After knowing the power of the Wind God Sea Pavilion, Long Chen understood why Cheng Yi was dead set on killing them. This idiot had provoked a calamity and could only do this to survive. Given that they even brought a three-vein emperor over, their goal was all too obvious. With a twisted face, Cheng Yi snarled, Elder Lu, don't waste time with him. They have to die. After he was done speaking, Long Chen raised his hand and pulled, causing the void to twist and Cheng Yi to involuntarily fly toward him. Enraged by Long Chen's sudden actions, Elder Lu grabbed Cheng Yi, and the space between them twisted intensely. Cheng Yi screamed in agony as his body was torn apart by two opposing force. Chapter 5317 A Greeting Gift. Cheng Yi was ripped apart in midair as Long Chen and Elder Lu pulled at him through space. Unable to withstand the force, his body was torn in two. You brute, how vicious, why did you kill him? What sin did he commit for you to kill him so cruelly, not even leaving him an intact corpse? Long Chen pointed at Elder Lu, cursing him in mock outrage, as if heartbroken over Cheng Yi's demise. Elder Lu nearly passed out from sheer fury. He had intended to save Cheng Yi by pulling him back, but he hadn't anticipated the overwhelming strength of Long Chen's pull. Elder Lu had believed he could overpower Long Chen and rescue Cheng Yi with ease. Unfortunately, Long Chen's power was too great. But in any case, it wasn't a complete failure. At least, he had managed to pull back half of Cheng Yi. Hearing Long Chen shift the blame onto him after tearing Cheng Yi apart, Elder Lu seethed in fury, his face twisting with rage. If xianxia hadn't been so nervous, she might have laughed at the absurdity of the situation. 3 Emperor runes appeared on Elder Lu's forehead as he unleashed his full power as a three-vein emperor. From that first exchange, he could sense that Long Chen was no ordinary opponent, so he couldn't afford to be careless. When he drew the sword on his back, flames burst out, its intense heat igniting the sky. Seeing this scene, the Wang family's experts cried out in shock and quickly retreated. They hadn't expected Elder Lu to immediately use his divine weapon, a flame element divine weapon that gave off an incinerating heat. They had assumed Elder Lu could easily crush Long Chen, but here he was, using his full power and even summoning his divine weapon right from the start. Elder Lu's Emperor Qi locked onto Long Chen, and even though xianxia wasn't the target, she felt suffocated by the overwhelming pressure. She turned pale. It was her first time facing such a terrifying opponent. Unfazed, Long Chen turned to xianxia and said, "Xianxia, for our first meeting, it would be rude of me not to offer you a gift." Xianxia was completely baffled. This wasn't the time to talk about such nonsense, right? However, xianxia quickly responded, "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, the medicinal pill you gave me is the most precious thing I've ever received." Long Chen's eyes then flicked toward Elder Lu's flaming sword. "What do you think of that sword? How about I give it to you to commemorate our first meeting?" "Brat, you're courting death," Elder Lu bellowed, enraged by Long Chen's brazen disregard. His sword slashed toward Long Chen in a fiery arc. Long Chen gently pushed xianxia aside and instructed, "Get ready to catch the sword." Just as Elder Lu's sword descended, Long Chen turned ever so slightly, letting the blade graze past the tip of his nose. The precise movement caused Elder Lu's pupils to contract in disbelief. His Emperor aura had clearly locked onto Long Chen, yet Long Chen could still dodge the strike. Elder Lu concentrated his power within his sword, and not a hint of it was leaking out, evidence of his refined control. This kind of attack would erupt the moment it touched the enemy, dealing a devastating blow. With lightning speed, Elder Lu twisted his sword horizontally, aiming to slice through Long Chen's neck. But just as the blade swept through the air, Long Chen vanished, his movement so swift and seamless that it left the surrounding experts gasping in shock. After that, A sharp snap echoed through the battlefield. Long Chen had ripped the scabbard from Elder Lu's back, snapping the cord holding it in place. Enraged, Elder Lu retaliated, thrusting his flaming sword at Long Chen's chest. This time, Long Chen didn't evade. Instead, with calm precision, he raised the stolen scabbard. Clang! The sword slid perfectly into its scabbard. Xianxia felt like her heart was about to leap out of her chest. Every single one of Long Chen's movements was incredibly dangerous. The smallest misstep would have meant the sword plunging into his heart. As soon as the sword was sheathed, fiery runes flared to life along its length, numbing Elder Lu's hand and forcing him to release his grip. With the sword now firmly in his grasp, Long Chen flashed a smile. Many thanks. Just like that, Long Chen tossed the sword toward Xianxia, who instinctively caught it. Bastard! Elder Lu howled in rage, charging madly at Xianxia to reclaim his weapon. However, a large hand slapped Elder Lu in the face, sending him spinning back to where he started. Dazed, he barely stabilized himself when Long Chen's finger shot forward, piercing his forehead. Soul Search! Long Chen shouted, unleashing his spiritual strength. In an instant, Elder Lu's soul shattered, and Long Chen quickly scanned through the fragments. Through this soul search, Long Chen learned that the Wang family was the overlord of this region, which was located at the border between the Heaven Essence world and the Endless Desolation. Due to the chaotic clash of auras between the two worlds, this area was a treasure trove of mutated demonic beasts and rare medicinal ingredients for adventurers. The Wang family, as the region's most powerful force, often sent their disciples to hunt for these resources. In particular, they loved to snatch the young cubs and eggs of mutated demonic beasts. After all, these beasts held immense potential for growth and could even awaken new divine abilities. They were the coveted companions of countless experts. As for mutated medicinal ingredients, there was even less to be said about them. They possessed a fatal attraction to any alchemist. This wilderness was unsuitable for human cultivation, so not many cultivators resided here. However, because half of the Wang family's territory lay in this lawless zone, adventurers had to register with them to explore the region. This allowed those shitheads to monitor and often kill adventurers who stumbled upon valuable treasures. Rumors spread over time, resulting in many adventurers avoiding this place. Not knowing any better, Xianxia had run over here to complete her mission without a proper investigation. If she had gone to the Wang family first and registered, the Wang family wouldn't have stopped her. In fact, to suck up to the Wind God Sea Pavilion, they would have helped her out. From Elder Lu's memories, Long Chen confirmed that the Wang family's reputation was as sinister as rumored. Backed by an ancestor who was a nine-vein human emperor, they ruled their territory without scruples or honor. Upon learning that they were not good people, Long Chen was fully at ease. With a swift pull, Long Chen withdrew his hand, and Elder Lu's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. The remaining experts paled in terror. A three-vein emperor had been slain by Long Chen in a single blow, so what chance did they have? Without hesitation, these experts fled for their lives. Long Chen didn't pursue them. Instead, he called out arrogantly, his voice ringing across the battlefield. Boss Long San will be waiting. Go fetch your ancestor. Let's see if a nine-vein emperor is really so formidable. I'll tear off his head and use it as a chamberpot. Chapter 5318 Little Stratagem. By the time Long Chen finished speaking, the Wang family's experts had fled. No one dared respond to his taunts. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, are you planning to challenge the entire Wang family? Xianxia asked, staring at Long Chen in shock. How could I? I'm just bluffing. I can't beat a nine-vein human emperor, Long Chen chuckled. Then, why? Xianxia still seemed confused. Hee, you're Wan Er's junior apprentice sister. How could I stand by while they bully you? Long Chen grinned mischievously. But you already killed Cheng Yi, and even a three-vein emperor. Isn't that enough? Xianxia asked hurriedly. No, it's far from enough. They dared to offend Wan Er's junior apprentice sister, so I have to make them pay. Otherwise, how could I face her? Long Chen shook his head. Xianxia wanted to say more, but Long Chen signaled for her to follow him as they flew toward the Endless Desolation. After over 2 hours, Long Chen came to a halt, sensing the presence of devil creatures nearby. With a wicked smile, Long Chen waved his hand, and flames burst out of him, enveloping both of them. After that, the flames retreated and condensed into a sphere. While Xianxia waited here, Long Chen went out alone while holding the flame sphere. After traveling a bit further, He tossed the flame sphere into a rocky cave and returned to xianxia. Using a short-range transportation formation, he brought xianxia to hide atop a nearby mountain. Seeing Long Chen staring in one direction, xianxia couldn't restrain her curiosity and asked, "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, what are you doing?" "Shish, don't speak," Long Chen whispered, his gaze locked in the distance. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed through the air, mountains collapsed, and a wave of turbid qi shot into the sky. Long Chen slapped his thigh excitedly. "The Wang family's not bad. They're pretty efficient." "That's the Wang family's people?" asked xianxia. Chuckling, Long Chen said, "I gathered the soul-chasing fragrance that they left on us, wrapped it in flame energy, and tossed it in that cave. Now they've stumbled into a fight with the devil creatures. That doesn't make sense. The Wang family has full control of this area. How could they not know that there were terrifying devil creatures in the vicinity?" xianxia asked. "Those devil creatures aren't there normally. I lured them over," Long Chen chuckled sinisterly. After Long Chen had been transported directly next to the altar of the devil creatures, he was immediately chased by them. Though he managed to escape, the creatures continued searching for him in the surrounding area. To exploit this, Long Chen deliberately left traces of his aura to lure them in. As expected, the devil creatures believed he was still in the vicinity and were actively hunting for him. Familiar with the surroundings, the Wang family's people were unconcerned about the devil creatures, as they knew this area was far from the devil's territory. After that, they found the rocky cave and blew it up, thinking they could force Long Chen and xianxia out of their hiding spot. However, the explosion attracted the attention of the devil creatures instead. Upon spotting the humans, the devil creatures launched a ferocious attack. Explosions echoed in the distance as entire mountains crumbled under the assault. The powerful shockwaves rippled through the air, reaching even Long Chen and xianxia's hiding spot. Upon sensing the aura of a nine-vein human emperor, Long Chen grinned. "Hehe, the Wang family's patriarch really is reliable. He actually came in person." Long Chen quickly took out a formation disc, which sent him and xianxia through consecutive spatial teleportations. Suddenly, xianxia saw an ancient city ahead, and Long Chen headed straight for its gates. "Stop right there. What are you here for?" the city guards shouted, raising their weapons toward the two of them. Long Chen didn't bother answering. With a single palm strike, one of the watchtowers exploded, and the guards were sent flying, coughing up blood. "Go to the left. The highest palace is the Wang family's treasury. Go ahead and take a look to see if there's anything you like." "Don't be shy," Long Chen said with a grin. xianxia was stunned. Only now did she realize that they had entered the Wang family's city, and Long Chen had brought her here to rob them. She had never done such a thing in her life. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up, we don't have much time. Once the patriarch gets back, we're done for," urged Long Chen. Seeing xianxia reacting so slowly, Long Chen grabbed her arm and threw her. xianxia screamed as she flew through the air. To buy her more time, Long Chen unleashed a series of explosive attacks, destroying buildings and causing chaos throughout the city. The experts inside the city were all alarmed and rushed out. Seeing that Long Chen was only a sage king, a two-vein human emperor directly attacked him. But before this human emperor could do much, Long Chen already grabbed him by the neck. "Out of my way." With a flick of his wrist, Long Chen hurled the human emperor. The latter was like a shooting star smashing through countless buildings. Summoning his divine ring, Long Chen shot after the path that this human emperor kindly opened for him. All of a sudden, a three-vein human emperor appeared next to Long Chen and swung his sword at him. But Long Chen evaded the attack with a swift turn and delivered a slap to the emperor's face. With a shattered face, the emperor flew through the air, unconscious before he even hit the ground. After that, several two-vein emperors attacked Long Chen in a row, only to be sent flying with consecutive slaps. Long Chen's punch crushed a barrier, revealing an enormous medicinal field filled with hundreds of precious medicinal ingredients. Long Chen was overjoyed to see them. From Elder Lu's memories, Long Chen knew that the Wang family had a medicinal field made specially to raise these mutated medicinal ingredients. But then, Elder Lu didn't have a permit to enter it, so he didn't know the exact situation. Seeing the medicinal field, Long Chen was so excited that he almost started dancing. "Senior," Long Chen called out. If Long Chen broke the formations guarding the medicinal field, he would damage the medicinal ingredients. Hence, he directly summoned the Earth Cauldron. The Earth Cauldron was specialized in this kind of work. Its runes quivered, and with a wave of divine light, the formations guarding the field vanished. After that, Long Chen waved his hand, and all the medicinal ingredients flew into the primal chaos space. All right, we're done. Let's go, Long Chen shouted excitedly. Long Chen hurried back to Xianxia, who looked both nervous and somewhat excited. Clearly, this was her first time robbing anyone. Just as Long Chen was about to speak, his expression changed. He took out a formation disc, and the two of them vanished. As they disappeared, a group of people arrived, led by the nine-veined human emperor. Seeing the destruction, the emperor roared in fury. Who the fuck did this? Chapter 5319. Once more encountering the Soaring Dragon Company. How was it? Long Chen asked Xianxia as they rushed away. I took their entire treasury. Xianxia replied, her voice trembling with a mix of excitement and anxiety. Xianxia had always been an obedient child, always following the rules in her sect. When would she have ever done something like this? When she opened the Wang family's treasury and saw the countless divine weapons, immortal materials, and medicinal pills, her heart raced. She could barely believe what she was seeing. At the time, she had been both frightened and thrilled. Unable to tally for everything, she simply took everything she could carry. Now, flying away with Long Chen, she felt like she was dreaming. This all felt unreal. Hee, good job. Long Chen gave her a thumbs up. Long Chen couldn't help but chuckle to himself. The old saying was true. Learning good habits was difficult and required effort, like walking on thin ice over an abyss. But learning bad habits, that could happen in the blink of an eye. Xianxia's excited yet nervous expression said it all. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, can we really escape unscathed? Xianxia asked, her voice filled with unease. This was her first time doing something so bold, and it weighed heavily on her conscience. Hearing this, Long Chen laughed lightly. Don't worry about it, they definitely can't catch up to us. What lands in our pockets is ours forever. Long Chen had already carried out 3 spatial transportations, each time disrupting the space to cover their trail. It would be nearly impossible for anyone to follow them. Heavens, the Wang family is at least 100 times richer than my sect. No, maybe 1,000 times richer. There's just no comparison, Xianxia exclaimed as she continued checking her loot. As they flew, her excitement grew with every item she examined. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, let's find a safe place. I'll give you the entire treasury. What am I going to do with it? Keep it for yourself, replied Long Chen. But how can I accept such a thing? You almost died at the hands of the Wang family. Now you've gotten the compensation. It balances out your karma, so neither of you owes the other anything, Long Chen explained. My life isn't worth this much money. Xianxia protested, shaking her head. Keep it anyway, insisted Long Chen, but you should at least take a look at the treasures. There's so much. There are over 100 human emperor divine weapons. Long Chen was actually well aware of what the Wang family's treasury contained. From Elder Lu's memories, he knew the Wang family had 2 treasuries, one public and one hidden. The public one, which Xianxia had raided, was filled with commonly used items, while the hidden one contained the truly valuable treasures. The family head himself was in control of the hidden treasury, so Elder Lu didn't know about its location. Sadly, Long Chen didn't have time to search for it. For Long Chen, the public treasury that had Xianxia so excited didn't pique his interest. He told her that this was her opportunity and she should keep it for herself. If she wanted, she could share it with her friends back at the Wind God Sea Pavilion or trade the items for things she really needed. Xianxia tried to refuse several times, but Long Chen insisted. As he didn't even want to look at the treasures, she reluctantly stored them away. By this point, Xianxia viewed Long Chen as her greatest benefactor. She had never imagined becoming so wealthy. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, there's a city up ahead. We can check if their transportation formation leads to Ying Prefecture. If it does, I'll know where to go from there, Xianxia said as she spotted the city. Long Chen nodded. Right now, they were in a race against time. Could they get out of the Wang family's territory before they locked everything down? The gamble was whether this city was affiliated with the Wang family. Even if it was, Long Chen had already broken the Wang family's transportation formations, so word might not have spread yet. Either way, they had to take the chance. Traveling on foot would waste too much time. Luckily, there didn't seem to be anything suspicious about the city. It bustled with adventurers, and anyone who paid the fee could pass through easily. Long Chen wasn't sure if it was because of Qing Zai's presence, but they entered the city smoothly. To their relief, one of the 4 transportation formations there was headed to Ying Prefecture. Even better, it was scheduled to activate soon. Xianxia hurriedly paid the fee, and they rushed onto the platform just as the formation began to power up. The long-range transportation formation took a little time to activate, and Xianxia couldn't help but feel nervous. Long Chen smiled. It's fine. If this city really belongs to the Wang family, we'll rob it as well. Xianxia blushed in embarrassment. Her nervous demeanor made her look even more like a guilty person. Once the transportation formation activated, Xianxia relaxed. A spherical barrier appeared around them as they rapidly shuttled through a spatial channel. Long Chen couldn't help but curse Zhang Yiming in his mind. This was what a real transportation formation looked like. As for whatever the hell Zhang Yiming had made, that was rubbish. It had almost gotten him killed last time. Zhang Yiming was not a formation master. He had only relied on ancient texts and his limited knowledge. He himself had no idea how far the transportation formation could carry him. If not for the Earth Cauldron, Long Chen would have been sliced to bits by the terrifying spatial blades. Thankfully, this time, the spatial channel was smooth. Its walls were glossy like a mirror, and the barrier around them was stable. This was a real transportation formation. Young friend, are you out for training? An elderly human emperor suddenly asked Xianxia as they traveled through space, his eyes watching them closely. Before Xianxia could respond, Long Chen cut in. Shut your mouth and quit those wicked thoughts. Is living an honest life that hard? Just who was Long Chen? He could instantly tell that the old man was not a nice guy. The old man had noticed how nervous Xianxia had been and was trying to probe them for information. Seeing Xianxia relax, the elder guessed that she might be carrying some kind of treasure on her. From the elder's ugly face, Long Chen knew that this greedy old fuck was up to no good. 4 half-step human emperors by the elder's side glared at Long Chen, their killing intent clear. Brat, be more respectful. This is a deacon of the illustrious Soaring Dragon Company, growled one of them. The Soaring Dragon Company. Long Chen's eyes gleamed upon hearing that name. Chapter 5320 Mutual Deception. Really, are you guys really from the Soaring Dragon Company? Long Chen asked, his voice filled with excitement as he looked at them. Moreover, his expression became exceptionally friendly and warm, as if he were reuniting with long-lost family members. The sudden change caught the group off guard. Now suspicious, the elder asked, young friend, are you a VIP of my Soaring Dragon Company? I wouldn't call myself a VIP, but I've done quite a bit of business with your company. Big deals too, Long Chen said, keeping his tone friendly. You're a major client of ours. The elder was startled. It was well known that doing business with the Soaring Dragon Company required considerable status. Ordinary sects weren't eligible, only the most powerful factions could conduct transactions with them. As a result, the elder's tone changed immediately, becoming more respectful. Long Chen warmly patted the elder's shoulder and chuckled, it just so happens that I have new treasuries I'm looking to trade. Where should I look for you later? The group stiffened at Long Chen's casual gesture, but the elder quickly raised a hand. Upon hearing that Long Chen wanted to do business, he was instantly intrigued. He quickly asked, may I ask who you dealt with previously when doing business with us? Someone else might have taken the elder's question as suspicious, but Long Chen understood the rules of large trading companies. Client ownership was strictly regulated. They couldn't simply poach clients from one another, as that would cause chaos. For instance, when Long Chen did business with Zheng Wenlong at the Huayan Trading Company, other employees sometimes assisted Long Chen. However, all transactions were still credited to Zheng Wenlong. When I originally did business with your company, it was in a different world. It's been a long time, and I've lost touch with the person I dealt with, Long Chen explained casually. Hearing there was no lingering connection, the elder was delighted and smiled brightly. I can tell that you and your companion are blessed with talent and fortune. I even sense a special aura about you, which means you must have treasures. Choosing our Soaring Dragon Company is the best decision you can make. Our integrity is, aware of their integrity. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to listen to his spiel any longer and interrupted, come on, I naturally know how trustworthy the Soaring Dragon Company is. How can I reach you in Ying Prefecture City? This is my status plate, and the Soaring Dragon Company's position is on it. You can find me at any time, or we can even start discussing business right now if you like, the elder said, as he handed Long Chen a tablet with a flying dragon mark on it. When Long Chen saw the familiar mark on the tablet, any worries he had vanished. It was indeed the same Soaring Dragon Company. Seeing the elder smiling warmly, Long Chen almost shook his head. This idiot actually thought that he could con him. He wanted to lure Long Chen into an isolated spot, likely planning something unsavory. While his acting skills were decent, the way he was rushing Long Chen made his real goal all too obvious. I've got urgent business in Ying Prefecture. But once I'm done, I'll definitely come find you, Long Chen said. That's fine too. May I ask if you need any help with this business? Whatever you need, my Soaring Dragon Company can provide. Our reach is vast, and we're well connected, said the elder. Once again, the elder was probing Long Chen, leaving him speechless. Shaking his head, Long Chen replied, I'm here under orders from my sect master to pay respects to a senior. I won't trouble you. Seeing he couldn't pry any further, the elder nodded. Very well, but if you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Standing beside Long Chen, xianxia almost burst into laughter several times as she watched Long Chen lie through his teeth without hesitation. She bitterly worked to keep her expression straight. Suddenly, space quivered, and the transportation channel dissolved, bringing them to a massive transportation formation surrounded by countless others. It was Long Chen's first time seeing such enormous transportation formations. Stepping out, Long Chen was amazed by the scale of the city before them. The towering buildings exuded an ancient aura, and above the city, a colossal spirit-gathering formation swirled like a vortex, the largest he had ever seen. Young friend, we'll part ways here. If you need anything, remember to come find me. The greedy elder waved, heading towards a luxurious carriage with his entourage before disappearing into the city. As soon as the elder was gone, xianxia asked, Senior Apprentice Brother Long Chen, the Soaring Dragon Company is one of the largest merchant organizations in the Heaven Essence world, rivaling even the Wuxia Trading Company. How do you have a history with them? xianxia knew that Long Chen had only recently arrived in the Heaven Essence world, making it unlikely for him to have previous dealings with these powerful organizations. The Wuxia Trading Company. Long Chen's face lit up with delight at hearing a familiar name. Senior Apprentice Brother, you also know of the Wuxia Trading Company? Asked xianxia, surprised. Yes, do they have a branch in Ying Prefecture City as well? Alright, let's go there first. Feeling excited, Long Chen entered the city with xianxia, and they paid a hefty fee of 3,000 primal chaos spirit stones for a 1-month stay. It went without saying that only wealthy cultivators could reside here. However, once they were inside, Long Chen could feel that the spiritual energy inside was so dense it almost took physical form, making the steep price feel worthwhile. Long Chen found that Ying Prefecture City was 100 times larger than what it appeared to be on the outside. The enormous skyscrapers were incredibly dazzling. Even so, Long Chen couldn't be bothered to look around. He directly called over a carriage and told the driver he wanted to go to the Wuxia Trading Company. When he asked for the fare, he was told it would be 200 primal chaos spirit stones. In any case, Long Chen didn't need to spend his own money. Now that xianxia was loaded with treasures, she was a walking treasury. The carriage was luxurious, with its own private space, and the driver was even an earth saint. Long Chen couldn't help but feel a tinge of amazement at such extravagance. After an hour-long ride, they finally arrived. As Long Chen stepped out, he was greeted by the sight of an ancient building. Hanging prominently from the building was an enormous golden coin, the unmistakable mark of the Wuxia Trading Company, the major world golden coin. It brought a smile to Long Chen's face. Welcome to the Wuxia Trading Company. May the light of the wealth god forever shine upon you. How may I be of help today? A professional attendant immediately approached them, her demeanor relaxed yet warm, as though she was welcoming them home. Could I trouble you to settle the carriage fare? Thanks, Long Chen said with a smile. Chapter 5321. I'm going to count some inventory. The woman was baffled, never having had someone joke like this to her. It was only once the carriage drove off that she realized Long Chen was just joking. I want to see your guild leader here. Of course, I know that your guild leader is very busy and can't just randomly come out to see some sage king, especially one who looks as poor as I do. Please just show this to someone knowledgeable. I have a business proposal to discuss with him about this, said Long Chen as he handed a refined case to the woman. The woman curiously received it. She was very experienced but had never seen someone like Long Chen. He was young and didn't have anything flashy on him. While he was only a sage king, he exuded the presence of a great leader. She was unable to figure out who he really was. Long Chen seemed to have seen through her thoughts, and his words made it so that she could only act according to his instructions. There was no other choice. All right, then please wait in our hall for a moment. Have some tea. The attendant courteously brought them into the hall, where maids were specifically in charge of pouring tea. The attendant then bid them farewell and left with the case. It wasn't long before she returned, practically running. Accompanying her was a scholarly elder. Long Chen was startled to see him because although his aura wasn't very strong, he was actually an 8-vein human emperor. Long Chen slowly rose. Based on this elder's bearing, he should be the guild leader here. I'm very sorry to have kept you two waiting. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the humble guild leader of this place, Li Shuangwen, the elder said, bowing slightly. Xianxia was shocked. Given how large the Wine trading company was, she couldn't believe that simply because Long Chen asked to see the guild leader would actually come in person. This junior is Long Chen, and this is my junior sister, Xianxia. Greetings, guild leader. Long Chen cupped his fists in return. Xianxia hastily followed suit. An 8-vein human emperor was considered a big figure in the Wind God Sea Pavilion. Usually, she wouldn't be qualified to meet such a person. If you don't mind, please come inside with me, said Li Shuangwen, gesturing for them to come with him. My junior sister is a bit shy. Can you find her a place to rest? I'll discuss the other matters with you, said Long Chen. All right, Wei Ying, please bring junior sister Xianxia somewhere to rest, Li Shuangwen instructed the attendant. Xianxia looked at Long Chen nervously. However, he smiled comfortingly, and only then did she leave with the attendant. After that, Li Shuangwen brought Long Chen to a private room, where the case was placed on the table. It was what was inside that had made the guild leader personally meet with Long Chen. After sitting down, Long Chen got straight to the point. I have a very close relationship with the Wine Trading Company. In the mortal world, I benefited greatly from your assistance, and after ascending to the immortal world, I also received your support. I have just come from beyond the desolation, and I didn't expect to encounter you again here. I wish to ask about one of your people. His name is Zheng Wenlong. You came from beyond the desolation? As in, you crossed the devil domain wasteland? Li Shuangwen asked, shocked. Beyond the desolation was a specific phrase. Within the heaven essence world, there were many experts who came from other heavens. They passed through various channels to arrive here, which was nothing special. Xianxia had done just that. However, if someone said that they came from beyond the desolation, it meant they had crossed the devil domain wasteland separating this world from the sovereign emperor heaven. That was why Li Shuangwen was shocked. Due to the suppression of the laws, it was almost impossible to pass through the devil domain wasteland. Even though they knew there was a world beyond it, no one had a way of crossing over. Long Chen briefly explained how he had crossed the wasteland, moving Li Shuangwen. Then Sir's power must truly be shocking to slaughter your way through those devil creatures. It's hard to believe, Li Shuangwen praised, but he suddenly clapped his forehead. Ah, how rude of me. You said you wanted to find one of your friends. Zheng Wenlong, said Long Chen. He truly wanted to know if Zheng Wenlong had made it here. If so, things would be a bit easier. Our Wine Trading Company has a total of 8,765 Zheng Wenlongs. All of them match the age, lower plane ascension, and other details you mentioned. They are spread throughout every corner of the Heaven Essence world. It will be difficult to locate the exact one. That many? Long Chen was absolutely shocked. After thinking for a moment, Long Chen said, that's fine. I'm not in a hurry to find him. Then how about this? What do you think of the medicinal pill? Is your Wine Trading Company interested in them? Of course we're interested. This is a peerless grade golden pill. We haven't auctioned something like this in many years, replied Li Shuangwen immediately. What Long Chen had given the attendant was a peerless grade longevity extending pill, the same one he had given Chu He. This medicinal pill was like an extra life to those whose longevity was coming to an end, and they would be willing to pay a lot for it. The Wine Trading Company operated its own auction houses, and for these auctions to succeed, they needed top-tier items. By attracting large crowds and raising excitement, they could sell such treasures at excellent prices. A peerless grade longevity extending pill would drive people mad. So, as soon as Li Shuangwen saw it, he rushed over, not wanting to make Long Chen wait. I have several more golden pills like this, along with some mutated medicinal plants. I'd like you to auction them for me. If there are other mutated medicinal ingredients, I would also be interested in trading for them, Long Chen said, taking out more cases. Even Li Shuangwen couldn't help but be amazed by what was inside. Long Chen had taken out over 10 peerless-grade golden pills, each one different from the others. Such pills might not appear for years, and yet here were over 10 of them. Li Shuangwen's shock was unmistakable. As for the mutated medicinal ingredients, those were not as surprising. After all, this place was near the border of endless desolation, so the Huayan Trading Company frequently encountered mutated plants. Even so, when Long Chen produced hundreds of them, the shock returned to Li Shuangwen's face. These medicinal ingredients were ones Long Chen had obtained from the Wang family. After planting them in the primal chaos space, they rapidly proliferated. Now, he had large fields of them, so he took one of each to see if he could trade for even more mutated medicinal ingredients. Help me deal with these items and continue searching for Zheng Wenlong, the one from the Martial Heaven continent who knows me. If you find him, count these transactions under his name. I hope I can see him soon, Long Chen said. Long Chen knew that promotions within the Huayan Trading Company were based on business. The more business someone did, the higher their status and authority within the company. Hence, it was of vital importance to find Zheng Wenlong quickly. After talking with Li Shuangwen, Long Chen requested a map of the Heaven Essence world. Then he went to Qingxi, and Li Shuangwen personally saw them off. Once they left the Huayan Trading Company, Qingxi asked, "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, where are we going now?" "Wait for me at the transportation formation. I'm taking a quick trip to the Soaring Dragon Company," Long Chen replied. "You don't want me to accompany you?" asked Qingxi. "No need, I'm just going to count some inventory. I'll be fast." Long Chen parted ways with Qingxi once more and flew straight for the Soaring Dragon Company. Chapter 5322 Seizing the Treasury. The Soaring Dragon Company wasn't far from the Huayan Trading Company, but its extravagant buildings made it stand out. However, despite their flashiness, they lacked the refined dignity of the Huayan Trading Company, resembling the gaudy wealth of a villager who had suddenly become rich. The moment Long Chen arrived, dozens of barely dressed women sauntered over, swaying their hips. "Is this the Soaring Dragon Company? Or did I walk into the wrong place?" Long Chen's first thought was that he had accidentally wandered into a brothel. After this warm welcome, Long Chen didn't waste time and took out the token he had. Someone immediately rushed to report his arrival. While waiting in the lounge, Long Chen couldn't help but notice how lavish it was. The floor was covered in the fur of 6 Vein Emperor demonic beasts. He didn't know what kind of demonic beast it was, but its fur was incredibly soft, giving a comfortable feeling when walking across it. The chairs in the lounge were made of dragon bone, glossy and white like jade. Moreover, they were embedded with various kinds of rare immortal metals and gemstones, which carried various kinds of energies. Just looking at them gave people the urge to pull them out for themselves. Before long, the greedy elder arrived and greeted Long Chen warmly. "Young friend, you came quickly. Apologies for keeping you waiting, I had some other matters to attend to." "You're too courteous. Let's get right to business. I have some stock for you to evaluate," Long Chen replied, pulling out a case and opening it just enough to reveal a row of golden medicinal pills. When the elder saw the row of peerless-grade golden pills, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He hastily said, "Young friend, quick, put that away. This isn't the right place to discuss such matters. Let's switch locations." "All right," Long Chen nodded and followed the elder. But as they left the main path, Long Chen sensed something was off. The outer area had been filled with beautiful women fawning over the guests, yet now, the halls were lined with large, muscular men hiding in the shadows. Although they were hidden in the darkness, could they really escape Long Chen's senses? Internally, he sneered at the Soaring Dragon Company's blatant treachery, but his expression remained calm. Their service was as first class as ever. After passing through a few more rooms, they arrived at an iron gate. The elder smiled and said, "This is the Soaring Dragon Company's top-secret treasury. We also use it to treat our most important guests." Long Chen held back another sneer. The treasury had the unmistakable atmosphere of a prison. Once someone entered, they likely never left. As the iron gate slowly rose, Long Chen saw that the inside was as luxurious as before. However, the smell of blood was unconcealable. Long Chen instantly knew what was going to happen when he smelled the slight trace of blood, but he still walked in behind the elder without hesitation. As soon as they stepped through, the iron gate slammed shut behind them, closing instantly, unlike the slow opening. The moment the gate closed, the elder's smile vanished, replaced with an icy ferociousness. Before the elder could give any orders, Long Chen slapped him across the face, instantly shattering half of it. Shocked, the elder furiously shouted, "Attack!" From hidden spots in the walls, numerous figures emerged, powerful human emperors with sharp, lethal auras. They were clearly trained fighters, unlike the elder. However, they were still nothing in front of Long Chen. With a wave of his hand, lightning surged out, obliterating over 10 human emperors before they could even approach him. As a businessman, shouldn't recognizing the value of people and things be your forte? Sending this kind of trash against me? Sai, are you looking down on me? Long Chen sneered, turning back to the elder. The elder's face was bleeding badly, but he didn't care about any of that. Staring in shock, he shouted, "Who are you?" "I've told you, I'm here to do business," Long Chen answered, shrugging. In a desperate attempt, the elder slammed his hand toward a button on the wall, but before he could reach it, his arm was torn off. Blood soaked his robes. The elder screamed. This elder might have a powerful cultivation base, but it had no actual power behind it. It was clearly the result of external help. In actual combat, he was weaker than an average heaven saint. Let alone Long Chen, even xianxia could easily crush him. The reason he could sit in his position was all thanks to his sinister scheming. After grabbing the elder's throat like hoisting a chicken, Long Chen coldly asked, "How do you want to die?" "No, don't kill me. I can give you anything you want," cried out the elder. "You'll agree to anything I say." He. Long Chen's gaze instantly turned sinister, and his spiritual strength locked onto the elder. Under this pressure, it was impossible for the elder to lie. The elder exploded moments later. From what Long Chen had extracted, the Soaring Dragon Company mostly dealt with major sects. If a person with no background came to trade and had valuable enough treasures, they would simply be consumed. Just before Long Chen arrived, this elder had murdered an adventurer and stolen their hard-earned treasures. Furthermore, the elder didn't lie about where they were. It truly was the Soaring Dragon Company's treasury, albeit only the outer part. Long Chen pressed a button on the wall, and the iron gate slowly rose again. He took out a handkerchief, wiping the blood off his hands as he calmly walked out. "Senior, are you ready?" asked Long Chen to the Earth Cauldron. "You're really going to rob them again? Isn't this shameless?" The Earth Cauldron replied, sounding exasperated. "What are you talking about? When you looted the Wang family's medicinal field, you didn't say anything like that," pointed Long Chen. "Fine, pretend I didn't say anything." The entire Soaring Dragon Company exploded as the Earth Cauldron dug out an enormous square iron treasury from underground. "Get in here," Long Chen said, feeling delighted. After he formed a series of quick hand seals, a whirlpool appeared behind him, and he directly stuffed the treasury into the primal chaos space. Just as Long Chen completed this, countless waves of divine sense scanned him, and the weakest of them belonged to a 7-vein human emperor. Under their terrifying pressure, Long Chen's soul quivered. "Brat, you're courting death." Experts roared in fury as they charged toward him from all directions. "Bye," Long Chen chuckled. The Earth Cauldron quivered above his head, and the two of them instantly vanished. Chapter 5323 Wind Dominion Pearl. xianxia stood anxiously beside the transportation formation, holding 2 jade tablets, the tickets for using the formation. While the formation was about to activate, Long Chen was nowhere to be seen. Just as the 8 pillars of light ignited around the formation, Long Chen appeared beside her. "Here," xianxia quickly handed him one of the tablets. When Long Chen received it, the two of them stepped foot onto the transportation formation. No sooner had they boarded than the formation activated. Space rippled, and in an instant, they vanished. Immediately after, chaos exploded in Ying Prefecture City. Countless experts came flying out and rushed over to the transportation formation. "It's the Soaring Dragon Company," shouted someone who recognized them. "Where is this transportation formation headed?" An enraged 8-vein human emperor of the Soaring Dragon Company bellowed. His anger was seething, but the formation's operators merely stared back in silence. "Are you deaf?" the furious human emperor roared when they didn't respond. At this moment, a middle-aged guard stepped forward. Although he only had a Heaven Saint cultivation base, he was fearless against that 8-vein human emperor. "Guild leader Zhao, Please remember one thing. Your Soaring Dragon Company is welcome to do business in Ying Prefecture, but Ying Prefecture City is not yours. We belong to the City Lord Mansion and not under your company. In fact, we have never taken one mouthful of food from your Soaring Dragon Company. So if you wish to speak to us, be a bit more polite, or I might just decide not to answer at all. Fine, so you're working together with that brat. How dare you steal my Soaring Dragon Company's treasury? You must have a death wish. Guild leader Zhao's face contorted with rage. The Soaring Dragon Company's treasury was stolen. All the surrounding experts gasped. The thought of the Soaring Dragon Company's treasury being plundered was almost unbelievable. If it weren't for the guild leader himself confirming it, no one would have dared to entertain the idea. The brave middle-aged guard also jumped in shock, not expecting this matter to involve something so huge. However, he maintained his composure and coldly replied, "Guild leader Zhao, for good or worse, you are a major figure with a reputation. It would be best if you didn't randomly slander people. Although I am nothing more than a guard, I still belong to the City Lord Mansion. Think about the consequences of throwing mud on the City Lord Mansion." Hearing this, guild leader Zhao clenched his teeth furiously. As powerful as the Soaring Dragon Company was, they were merely guests in Ying Prefecture and could not afford to offend the City Lord. Seeing that this guard had nothing to do with this matter, guild leader Zhao's tone softened. "Tell me, where did that fellow get transported to just now?" "The Cloud River Valley," replied the guard. When the guild leader Zhao heard that, his heart sank. It was an extremely long transportation. The formation wouldn't be ready for another use for 10 days, and even with extra resources, it would take at least 3 days to recharge. By then, it would be too late to catch Long Chen. "That bastard, I swear I'll make him pay 1,000 times over for stealing my Soaring Dragon Company's things." Guild leader Zhao growled before storming off, leaving behind a trail of shocked onlookers. News of the Soaring Dragon Company being robbed by a mysterious black-robed figure spread like wildfire. The journey through space lasted an hour before Long Chen and Xianxia reappeared amid the ruins of a city. This was Cloud River Valley. Xianxia led the way now, and they flew for 3 days. After passing a wasteland, they arrived at a small city and got on its transportation formation. This pattern of travel and teleportation continued for half a month. Along the way, Long Chen checked the map provided by the Wuxian Trading Company, which was exceptionally detailed. Every place they passed was clearly marked, making it easy for Long Chen to follow. The map depicted the Heaven Essence world, with a distinct semicircle at its center, like a ball cut in half. A black dotted line outlined this semicircle, and the inside was shaded dark gray. The endless desolation looked like just a circle around them, but the inhabitants of the Heaven Essence world knew that it was a forbidden territory. None of them dared to set a foot on it. If the world that the First Branch Academy had been in was a prison, then the Heaven Essence world could be considered an even larger prison. Long Chen had many questions, especially about the semicircle and its meaning. When he asked Li Shuangwen, the man could only offer an apology, explaining that some knowledge was restricted. There were also many mysterious symbols on the map that Long Chen didn't understand. According to Li Shuangwen, these markings were reserved for individuals with higher authority. Despite these mysteries, Long Chen wasn't in a hurry. From what he could tell, even after half a month of traveling, they hadn't even covered 1% of the entire map. As they journeyed, Long Chen noticed that they were approaching a blue sea area marked on the map. He guessed that this must be the Wind God Sea Pavilion. Xianxia remained tense the entire time, as if they were being chased by wolves. Amused, Long Chen reassured her that their enemies wouldn't catch up, but she remained uneasy, only feeling safe once they reached the Wind God Sea Pavilion. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, don't laugh at me. In 2 more days, we'll arrive in the Wind God Sea Pavilion's territory. I'll happily laugh and dance once we're there," Xianxia exclaimed. After 2 more days of flight, Long Chen felt the shift in the air. It was as if the wind itself had disappeared, and everything had become unnervingly still. As for Xianxia, she was now relaxed. It seemed that this was the domain of the Wind God Sea Pavilion. "This is the land of the Wind God Sea Pavilion. In another 7 days, we'll arrive at the Wind God Island. The island houses the core treasure of the pavilion, the Wind Dominion Pearl. It compresses the wind energy of the entire region to enhance our cultivation," Xianxia explained. The notion of compressing all the wind energy into one spot amazed Long Chen. The Wind Dominion Pearl sounded like an artifact of extraordinary power. Xianxia then changed into her formal robes, light blue with a silver pagoda embroidered on the sleeves, collar, and chest. The moment she donned them, her aura was instantly revitalized. Even the robes have a formation drawn onto them. Long Chen asked, surprised. After all, Xianxia was only an outer disciple, but even her robes had formations backing them. That was truly amazing. The material of these robes couldn't be ordinary. Just as Xianxia finished dressing, several figures appeared on the horizon. Upon seeing them, she quickly pulled Long Chen aside. However, the strangers noticed them and immediately rushed over. Chapter 5324 Getting Angry. How troublesome. Xianxia's expression darkened when those people flew over. Why, are they not from your sect? Asked Long Chen. They're native disciples, and they look down on us foreign disciples. Even though we're all outer disciples, they still want to suppress us to show off their superiority, replied Xianxia with an ugly expression. How can they tell you're an outer disciple? Oh, I see, Long Chen said, glancing at their robes. Those disciples had similar robes to Xianxia's, but the material was clearly different. It was glossier and brighter. In comparison, Xianxia's robes looked a bit shabbier. It was clear these people came from wealth. Thinking of the robes he had seen in Pill Valley, Long Chen found that these kinds of robes were a luxury good in the cultivation world. There were 3 men and 1 woman in the group. The man at the front had fair skin and complexion but appeared incredibly arrogant. He gave Long Chen a dismissive glance before turning to Xianxia. Who is he? You're just an outer disciple. You can't bring outsiders to the Wind God Sea Pavilion. Furious at being interrogated like a criminal, Xianxia retorted, he is. You don't know who I am. Long Chen cut in with a haughty tone. Tell me, do you know Tang Wan? Of course, she is one of our Wind God Sea Pavilion's 8 great divine daughters. But what does that have to do with a small-time sage king like you? Replied the man as he sized Long Chen up, his disdain growing more obvious. I am her man, Long Chen declared, patting his chest loftily. What bullshit, how dare you slander Fairy Wan? You are courting death, cursed the arrogant man, not one to be outdone at a cursing battle. Long Chen pointed at the guy and countered, you're the one spouting bullshit. Your ass is shitting it right now. Shut it off, courting death. The man roared and threw a punch at Long Chen's face. Senior apprentice brother, don't. Xianxia cried out, though it wasn't clear whether she was warning the man or Long Chen. Before anyone realized it, Long Chen's hand connected with the man's face, sending him flying backward. The other 3 disciples immediately moved to draw their swords, but as soon as they touched the hilts, an overwhelming sensation of death froze them in place. It was as though they had been thrown into an ice house, paralyzed by fear. They could only stare in horror at Long Chen. If you attack me with your fists, just treat it as playing around. But if you dare to draw your weapons, I will see you as enemies. Unfortunately, I don't show mercy to enemies, said Long Chen coldly. The 3 disciples were petrified. They had never encountered someone whose killing intent could form its own domain, locking down their minds, shaking their souls, and suppressing their wills. It was unbearable. I'll kill you, the slapped disciple roared, charging back like a madman. Before he could land a blow, Xianxia intervened, disarming him with a swift move. Caught off guard, his sword flew out of his hand, enraging him further. How dare you collude with an outsider to attack your own sect? Are you rebelling against the Wind God Sea Pavilion? Bellowed that man furiously. Hearing this, Xianxia trembled with anger. Though she hadn't known Long Chen for long, she was sure he was a fearless man. If the disciple had attacked Long Chen, he would have died. By disarming him, Xianxia had essentially saved his life. However, instead of thanking her, he accused her of treason. She was so angry that she couldn't even respond. You're too kind, Long Chen said with a shrug. You saved this fool, and he acts like you've harmed him. Why bother helping such idiots? It's fine, I just want to have a clear conscience at all times, Xianxia replied, showing a bitter smile. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, don't quibble with them. Let's just go find senior apprentice sister Wan. You want to leave? Keep dreaming. Capture that little fellow, the man snarled, summoning his sword back to his hand. Along with the other 3 disciples, he blocked their path, and all 4 activated their manifestations. With one shout, a ripple spread from Long Chen, blasting all 4 of them away. They flew back in 4 different directions, and no one knew how far they went. Xianxia's heart sank momentarily, but Long Chen reassured her. Don't worry, they won't die. This is Wan'er's sect, after all. I won't kill people randomly here. Hearing that they were still alive, xianxia relaxed. She quickly led Long Chen around any other disciples they encountered, not wanting to stir up more trouble. As they continued, Xingzai's speed gradually increased. After all, she had almost limitless access to wind energy here, but no matter how fast she went, Long Chen easily kept up. Rushing through this area, they flew by quite a few disciples of the Wind God Sea Pavilion who were hunting. Some called out for them to stop, but Xingxi ignored them and continued to rush through with Long Chen. Is the conflict between native and foreign disciples really this bad? Long Chen asked. Yes, we face immense pressure from the native disciples. However, the one who suffers the most is definitely senior apprentice sister Wan'er. As the leader of the foreign heavenly geniuses, she's constantly rejected by the other divine daughters. The 8 divine sons also see conquering her as a challenge, competing amongst themselves and even gambling on it to humiliate her. Senior apprentice sister Wan'er is essentially facing off against all the top heavenly geniuses of the Wind God Sea Pavilion alone. The pressure on her is unimaginable, explained Xingxi. Fuck, they dare to bully my woman. If I don't beat the crap out of them, they won't know who Boss Long San is, Long Chen snapped, fury burning in his eyes. Let's go, I want to see who dares to bully my Wan'er, declared Long Chen. Suddenly, Long Chen grabbed Xingxi, causing her to cry out. His lightning wings unfurled, and with a twist of space, the two vanished. Chapter 5325 Wind God Stone. The Wind God Sea Pavilion was located on a section of the Devil Sea known as the Wind God Sea. Thanks to the domain created by the Wind Dominion Pearl, the Devil, creatures couldn't survive in this region. Instead, countless demonic beasts dwelled within it. This area could be considered a small gulf within the Devil Sea, yet it felt like a completely different world. While the rest of the Devil Sea was filled with turbulent devil chi, the Wind God Sea was calm and clear, teeming with life. Its waters were a beautiful azure, entirely lacking the Devil Sea's ferocity. Scattered throughout the sea were countless islands, resembling stars in the night sky, all orbiting a central island. The central island was the Wind God Island, atop which stood an enormous structure that rose higher than the clouds, the Wind God Sea Pavilion. It was a divine object left behind by the Wind God herself, a legacy from the Primal Chaos era. The Wind God had perished in the Great Primal Chaos War, and the Wind God Sea Pavilion was her only remaining inheritance. The pavilion had a total of 13 levels. At the highest level was the Wind Dominion Pearl, which shone like a full moon, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Although the Wind God had died countless years ago, her legacy endured, and her inheritance continued to thrive within the Heaven Essence world. There was a giant gate at the front of Wind God Island. But different from the beautiful entrance gates of other sects, this gate was made of several crude pieces of rock. However, when Long Chen stood in front of this gate, his heart shook. He was instantly drawn onto the characters inscribed on the gate, Limitless Wind. The moment Long Chen laid eyes on those words, he was stunned. The space around him seemed to twist, and Xingxi disappeared from his senses. He felt as though he had been drawn into a rift in space-time, leaving only him and the boulder before him. He then saw a graceful hand reach out and trace a finger across the stone. Fragments of rock flew off as the characters were etched into it. The boulder had originally been nothing special, but after the inscription, it felt imbued with life, exuding a divine aura. Time passed. The world shuttled through the ages, but this stone remained. Instead of becoming weathered, it grew even more spiritual. As Long Chen stared at the boulder, it seemed to gaze back at him. Though no words were exchanged, a silent communication took place, as though the stone was a mirror reflecting the passage of time. An ordinary stone, yet with a single touch, it was given life, transcending decay and becoming infused with divine energy. Is this the power of a god? Long Chen was awestruck. The once ordinary rock now exuded a majestic energy. After being granted life, it seemed to cultivate its own spirit. Long Chen couldn't measure its power, but in its presence, he felt minuscule, and a natural sense of reverence welled up within him. Seeing Long Chen standing there, lost in a trance, Xingxi was bewildered. To her astonishment, the characters on the gate started to shine with divine light, illuminating Long Chen. Xingxi saw it very clearly but had no idea what was going on. She then remembered when she and the other disciples had first arrived at the Wind God Sea Pavilion. Back then, countless experts watched them pass through this very gate. However, nothing unusual happened except when Tang Wan'er and her master, Feng Xinyue, walked by. At that time, the wind god stone emitted a powerful fluctuation, shaking the entire pavilion. Afterward, Feng Xingyue became one of the highest-ranking elders, and Tang Wan'er arose to the position of divine daughter. Although the pavilion's higher-ups never disclosed the secrets of the wind god stone, everyone knew that causing a reaction from it upon their first encounter signified extraordinary potential. Seeing Long Chen elicit a similar reaction, Qing Shi was both shocked and excited. Did this mean Long Chen possessed the same terrifying potential as Tang Wan'er? The wind god stone's fluctuations quickly faded, along with the image in Long Chen's mind. He saw everything around him once more. There was no one standing in front of the wind god stone other than the two of them. Other than Qing Shi, no one else saw this reaction. How amazing, Long Chen murmured, cupping his fists in respect toward the wind god stone. This wind god stone was no ordinary stone, it was a life form that had cultivated for countless years. After Long Chen offered his greeting, the stone's divine light rose slowly, as if responding to him. Qing Shi was completely stunned when she saw this. Did this not mean that Long Chen could communicate with the wind god stone? Senior apprentice brother, let's go, she urged, realizing this was their best chance to enter undetected. She quickly pulled Long Chen along, and they hurried through the gate. However, just as they entered, a group of disciples happened to be coming out. Qing Shi silently cursed her luck. These people had appeared at the worst possible time. Now they couldn't dodge even if they wanted to. Qing Shi lowered her head, dragging Long Chen along. She was praying that these people would ignore them. But the group noticed them. One woman in particular looked at Long Chen strangely, surprised to see an outsider in the pavilion. However, when she recognized Qing Zai's robes, her expression turned hostile. You foreign barbarian, don't you know that you should make way for us native disciples? She sneered. Within the Wind God Sea Pavilion, there was a deep-seated discrimination between native disciples of the Heaven Essence world and those from outside the desolation. The foreign disciples were often subjected to scorn and had no choice but to endure it. Under normal circumstances, Qing Shi would have simply avoided these native disciples by taking another smaller route. But with Long Chen by her side, she couldn't bear to lower herself like that. Qing Shi immediately panicked, not knowing what to do. Foreigner, barbarian, Long Chen frowned. These insults irritated him. Looking at the woman who had spoken, he remarked, "You have a decent face and a good build, but how are your pretty eyes filled with such idiocy? Child, it's best to train hard and learn while you're young. Don't act like you're higher than you are, or people will think you're just an ignorant frog. You're courting death." The woman was livid that a mere sage king dared to lecture her, a heaven saint. "Senior apprentice sister, let me teach him a lesson," exclaimed one of her companions. He seemed to feel like this was his chance to show off, so he immediately stepped forward, reaching for Long Chen's collar. Damn it, Qing Shi groaned inwardly and closed her eyes, bracing for what was about to happen. Chapter 5326 Inner Disciple. As soon as the man raised his hand, Long Chen flicked him lightly across the face, sending him to the ground. The man grunted as the air was knocked out of him, and then passed out. "You dare to fight back?" shouted one of the man's companions. The group was enraged, as if Long Chen should have obediently let himself be beaten, as if resistance was a great blasphemy to them. They immediately swamped him. "Aiya, what the fuck, my arm!" In an instant, all of the guys lay on the ground, writhing in pain. The only one left standing was the arrogant woman, and she was staring at Long Chen in shock. He had moved so fast that she barely saw him before the others collapsed. "You guys have quite a temper for being so weak. Children, remember to never leave the Wind God Sea Pavilion, or you'll die before you even realize what's happening," advised Long Chen. Most disciples of the Wind God Sea Pavilion lacked skill in close-range combat, likely because they focused too much on their spiritual strength and wind energy. Overall, their close-quarters abilities were weaker than those of average cultivators. Perhaps their lives had been too comfortable, resulting in their fighting skills being tailored only for martial stages displays flashy but filled with openings. Long Chen knew he could kill dozens of these disciples with a single strike. Still, this wasn't surprising to him. While the Wind God Sea Pavilion's disciples might be weak in hand-to-hand combat, once they unleashed their wind energy, their killing power could be terrifying. However, no matter how shocking their killing power was, once an enemy got close to them, they were done for. Qing Shi had suffered the same fate. She had let Cheng Yi get close and injure her, weakening her. However, These disciples were even worse than Xianxia in this regard. Who are you? The woman asked, her voice quivering. Long Chen ignored her and walked past the group just like that. Seeing this, Xianxia could only thicken her face and follow him. In any case, things had spiraled out of her control. Just as they entered the pavilion, a crowd of disciples appeared, drawn by the commotion. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, please hold back. I'll report this to senior apprentice sister Wan. Please try not to escalate things. Xianxia said nervously. Sensing the unfriendly expressions from the approaching disciples, she quickly ran off to make the report while everyone's attention was on Long Chen. Who are you? Why did you harm disciples of the Wind God Sea Pavilion? If you don't give us a good reason, don't even think about leaving. Shouted someone as they surrounded Long Chen. I wasn't planning on leaving, Long Chen replied. Move aside, I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here for my fiancé. Your fiancé? Who is your fiancé? One of the disciples asked. She is one of the Wind God Sea Pavilion's 8 divine daughters, Tang Wan, Long Chen declared arrogantly. The disciples were stunned at first, but their shock quickly turned into outrage. Where did this wild brat come from? How dare you speak of our divine daughter like that? Are you tired of living? Shouted one of the disciples. Long Chen's patience wore thin, and he replied, you should be grateful that I'm in a good mood right now. Do you realize how close you are to being beaten? Long Chen tried his best to stay calm. This was Tang Wan'er's sect, and it wasn't the place for him to cause a scene. Besides, he knew that if he lost his temper, he might not be able to control himself and could do something he'd regret. Other than that, these people were only outer disciples of the Wind God Sea Pavilion. For him to fight them would be like bullying children, and he didn't want to embarrass himself. Bastard, you dare to look down on us? One of the disciples yelled, charging at Long Chen. Before they knew it, Long Chen vanished, leaving the disciples looking around in confusion. They didn't even see where he went. Finally, one of them cried out and pointed upward. Long Chen was sitting casually on top of the Wind God Stone, looking down at them. Those disciples were livid. The Wind God Stone was a sacred object of the Wind God Sea Pavilion, with characters personally written by the Wind God. Sitting on it was a blasphemous act to the Wind God and the greatest provocation to the Wind God Sea Pavilion. Get down here, brat. Even 10,000 deaths wouldn't atone for your blasphemy toward the Wind God Stone. One of the disciples yelled. However, despite their fury, no one dared to attack Long Chen because they didn't dare to fly on top of the Wind God Stone. Seeing this, Long Chen smiled. He had expected this reaction and had purposely climbed up there to avoid further conflict. Now, he could just wait for Tang Wan'er without having to lift a finger. However, Long Chen didn't realize the extent of his taboo act. More and more disciples gathered, shouting for him to come down, but he ignored them all. This was the entrance to the Wind God Sea Pavilion, a busy place where disciples often came and went. Before long, tens of thousands of them had gathered, filled with outrage. After a while, some of them started to whisper amongst themselves, speculating about Long Chen's background. Out of the way, a cold voice suddenly rang out. The next moment, the outer disciples parted, giving way to a group of figures with strong auras. Long Chen glanced at them. The newcomers wore robes adorned with golden thread, unlike Xianxia's silver-embroidered robes. Inner disciples, someone gasped, confirming Long Chen's suspicions. A group of 7 inner disciples approached, led by a stocky, fierce-looking man who seemed to hold a great deal of prestige among the disciples. Come down, little fellow, or you'll be beaten black and blue, the fierce-looking man warned. No thanks, Long Chen replied with mock fear. If I come down, you'll beat me, and I'm afraid I won't be able to beat you. You, the fierce-looking disciple was furious. Come down, I swear I won't beat you. TCH, and who's to say the others won't? Long Chen thought. He had seen through tricks like this when he was a child. Shaking his head, Long Chen replied, no way. You look too scary. Just look at your own face, you're clearly not someone I can trust. I don't believe you. Several disciples tried to suppress their laughter. The man really did have a frightening face, but no one had ever dared to mention it. When Long Chen pointed it out, the surrounding disciples did their best to hold back their laughter. The man trembled with rage and leapt into the air, lunging at Long Chen. In his fury, he no longer cared about all the rules. Heavens, get away from me, you brute. Long Chen pretended to panic, falling to the floor and kicking his legs wildly. One of his feet landed squarely on the disciple's face, sending him crashing to the ground with a thud. The entire crowd went silent as they stared at the clear footprint on the man's face. Chapter 5327 Waiting. An inner disciple was left with a clear footprint on his face, and the surrounding disciples stared at each other in shock, unsure of how to react. "I didn't expect your face to be so big. It's even bigger than my foot," exclaimed Long Chen in surprise. The disciple felt a burning sensation on his face, and he couldn't even open his eyes from the pain. But Long Chen's taunt made him feel like he'd explode. With great difficulty, he opened his eyes and suddenly drew his sword. A sharp beam of sword chi shot toward Long Chen's head with deadly precision. The distance and angle of the attack were perfect, showcasing the disciple's above-average skill. Long Chen simply tilted his head slightly, and the attack missed by a hair's breadth. Frustrated, the disciple didn't dare to go all out, fearing that he might damage the Wind God Stone. That would be a sin none of them could afford. What he didn't realize, though, was that even Long Chen's full-power strike wouldn't scratch the sacred stone. But none of the disciples knew this. "If you have guts, come down and fight me," he roared. "Why would I fight you? I'm here to find my Wan, not to have a pointless fight with you," replied Long Chen, crossing his legs as he casually sat right beside the Wind God Stone. From his vantage point, Long Chen could see the Wind God Sea Pavilion in the distance, so he simply ignored that man's cursing and gazed into the distance. While he could see countless figures rushing over, he didn't sense Wan familiar aura. Soon, inner disciples began to join the growing crowd. Hundreds of thousands of disciples had gathered, driven by a mixture of curiosity and anger. This only confirmed that Long Chen's decision to retreat to the Wind God Stone was wise. If he hadn't, who knew how many people he would have beaten? With the way some of them talked, he might have been pushed to kill just to silence their filthy mouths. As more experts poured in, xianxia had yet to reappear, and there was still no sign of Tang Wan. This absence made Long Chen increasingly uneasy. Moreover, the insults and taunts from the crowd were escalating, and Long Chen's patience wore thin. To prevent a disaster, Long Chen chose to shut off his senses, leaning back with his eyes closed, waiting as patiently as he could. There was little else he could do for now. Meanwhile, the gathered disciples whispered among themselves, speculating about his identity. Suddenly, a shocked voice broke through the murmurs. "He's Long Chen." The revelation spread like wildfire through the crowd. Someone finally remembered what xianxia had called him before she left in a hurry, and the name quickly rippled through the masses, causing an uproar. How can that be? Fairy Wan'er's Long Chen is supposed to be a peerless genius with unrivaled talent and power, unmatched in the mortal and immortal worlds. But this fellow is only a sage king. Sure, his looks aren't terrible, and his clothes match, but I don't think he is the Long Chen. People started to discuss the new possibility, and some skeptical people were stunned. Exchanging a look, some of them suddenly attacked Long Chen at the same time. Over 10 wind blades shot toward Long Chen like lightning, drawing gasps from the crowd. But before the blades could touch him, a violet divine light flared, shattering the attacks effortlessly. What? The onlookers were stunned. These inner disciples had delivered a serious blow, but Long Chen's protective chi remained unscathed. The attackers then drew their swords. Circulating their wind energy, they once more attacked. In the end, their sharp blades barely made a dent in the violet chi barrier, and that was it. "What is going on?" shouted one of the attackers. Their swords were wind element divine weapons. They were incomparably sharp but still couldn't break Long Chen's protective chi. Can he really be Fairy Wan'er's Long Chen? At this moment, some people began to believe that the man before them was indeed Long Chen. Refusing to back down, the attackers gritted their teeth and summoned their heavenly fate discs. Their auras surged, multiplying their strength many times over. Under their pressure, Long Chen's protective chi wavered slightly, and he finally opened his eyes. In an instant, the power of Long Chen's violet blood erupted, shattering their swords and sending the entire crowd flying. Every one of them coughed up blood as they crashed backward, completely overpowered. "I don't like when people point their weapons at me. If you do it again, I might kill you all," Long Chen said coldly. His voice sent a chill through their souls, freezing the defiant murmurs in their throats. Without another word, Long Chen closed his eyes and shut off his senses once more, unwilling to be disturbed. He activated his violet blood barrier again. Though not as overwhelmingly aggressive as his dragon blood, the violet blood was extremely resilient and adaptable. It wouldn't retaliate unless he willed it. If he had used his 7-color supreme blood or dragon blood to form the barrier, the moment it was attacked, it would have detonated with destructive force, instantly obliterating anyone foolish enough to test it. With a single blow, Long Chen had taught them a harsh lesson. Despite knowing they were outmatched, they still recklessly attacked him. They really liked flirting with death. "You really are Long Chen?" someone finally dared to ask, their voice trembling a bit. Long Chen didn't bother replying. Whether he confirmed it or not didn't matter. The only thing he cared about was waiting for Tang Wan-er. "He is Long Chen, the one in senior apprentice sister Wan-er's heart. Don't act stupidly." Qing Zai's voice rang out as she rushed back with a large group of disciples. The group consisted entirely of women, numbering in the thousands. Long Chen quickly noticed that most of them were outer disciples, but there were also hundreds of inner disciples among them. Each of the inner disciples bore the character Wan on their collars, marking them as followers of divine daughter Tang Wan-er. Seeing so many of Tang Wan-er's followers appear here left little room for doubt. The black-robed man before them was certainly the extraordinary figure that Tang Wan-er had often spoken of. "Long Chen, how arrogant! Do you think the Wind God Sea Pavilion is a place where you can act recklessly? Today, I'll teach you a lesson." A thunderous voice suddenly boomed through the sky, filled with authority and disdain. Xianxia and the others' expressions instantly shifted to alarm. In unison, they shouted, "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, watch out!" The space above Long Chen twisted violently as a large hand tore through the viad, descending toward him with terrifying speed. The pressure it brought was suffocating, crushing the air around them. Every disciple present felt as if their bones might shatter under its sheer might. Chapter 5328 Divine Retainer Yan Baifei. Before the attacker even revealed themselves, the ground shook from the sheer force of their palm. It was clearly the work of a top expert, its swiftness leaving Long Chen with no time to dodge. "You think someone like you is qualified to teach me a lesson?" Long Chen snorted. Without using his dragon blood energy or astral power, he raised his hand, relying solely on his physical strength. Their palms clashed, and the shockwave from the clash rippled in every direction, blowing apart the clouds and revealing the figure of the attacker above Long Chen. Blown back by Long Chen's palm, the long-haired attacker flipped 3 times in midair before finally stabilizing himself. Even without the power of his bloodline, Long Chen's strike was powerful enough to shatter mountains. Hence, the attacker somersaulted 3 times to mitigate the immense force of Long Chen's strike. He was clearly skillful. "You have some strength, but not enough to teach me a lesson," Long Chen remarked coldly. "Heavens, it's Qian Runshui's divine retainer, Yan Baifei." Several startled cries erupted from the crowd. A divine retainer was a prestigious title given to attendants of divine sons and daughters. It was a position requiring both talent and immense strength, along with absolute loyalty to their respective divine sons and daughters. Yan Baifei was the retainer of Qian Runshui, the former divine daughter. After Tang Wan-er had defeated Qian Runshui, Yan Baifei's position had become ambiguous. However, he still believed that Qian Runshui would reclaim her title, and he harbored deep resentment toward Tang Wan-er. As a result, Yan Baifei would always cause trouble for her side. When he heard that Long Chen had appeared, he immediately rushed over. "Big words, I only used my weakest point, my physical power, in that last attack. I was afraid of accidentally killing you in one attack, so I was just testing you," declared Yan Baifei. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, don't fight him. He is Qian Runshui's retainer. As long as you don't attack him, he won't dare to do anything to you," shouted Qing Shi. According to the rules of the Wind God Sea Pavilion, divine retainers were not allowed to fight disciples beneath them unless challenged. Thus, as long as Long Chen refused to fight, Yan Baifei wouldn't be able to do anything. Otherwise, it would be a serious infraction of the rules. Since Qian Runshui had lost her divine daughter status, she had 1 year to reclaim it. If she failed, both her title and Yan Baifei's position would be permanently stripped. In the same vein, Yan Baifei was both a divine retainer and not quite one anymore. If he violated the rules, his status could be revoked in an instant, a risk he was unwilling to take. Upon hearing Qing Zai's warning, Yan Baifei sneered. "So Tang Wan-er's man is just a coward after all." Long Chen chuckled, finding the childish taunt amusing. Calmly, he responded, "It seems you refuse to accept that Wan-er has beaten Qian Runshui." Yan Baifei snorted, "Of course I refuse to accept it. She got lucky and won by a fluke." Last month, Qian Runshui challenged her again, but she made excuses to avoid the fight, clearly scared of losing. But it won't matter for long. In another month, she'll have no choice but to face the challenge, and then she'll be knocked off her throne. HMPH, a frog at the bottom of a well has no right to aim for the divine daughter's position. Who does Tang Wan think she is? A foreign barbarian cannot compare to the divine daughter Qian Runshui. Hearing this, Xianxia and the others clenched their teeth in frustration. Even someone as powerful as Tang Wan couldn't escape such prejudice. If that was her reality, what chance did they have? They had long since grown tired of the native disciples, disdain, but there was nothing they could do. It wasn't like they could decide where someone would reincarnate. Looking at Yan Baifei, Long Chen coldly said, "Child, the way you speak is quite unpleasant. It's starting to grate on me." "So what? Everything I said is the truth. In my eyes, all of you are low-tier peasants. The Wind God Sea Pavilion accepted you out of kindness, so you should be grateful. Everything you've gotten to enjoy here was ours. You know, a dog should know its place, or someone will have to break its legs. If we tell you to shut your mouths, you should tuck your tails in and shut your mouths, understand?" Yan Baifei sneered, looking toward Xianxia and the others at the end. His words were aimed at everyone on Tang Wan'er's side, causing many of the foreign disciples to look down in silence, while the native disciples sneered in amusement. After Yan Baifei was done talking, Long Chen stretched out his hands and actually started to clap for him. "What, are you admitting that I'm right?" Yan Baifei asked, sneering at Long Chen. "No, the crap you're spewing is unbearably stinky. I'm clapping because you've managed to piss me off. It's not easy to do that, it's almost impressive," Long Chen replied calmly. "You're angry, ha ha ha, then come face me if you have the guts." Yan Baifei laughed arrogantly, brimming with confidence. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, don't. Senior apprentice sister Wan is on a hunt in the Devil Sea. We've already sent word to her. She'll be back soon. Don't fall for his provocation." Xianxia shouted anxiously. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, stay calm. He is trying to provoke you. If you attack him, he'll have an excuse to wound you," shouted the inner disciples. Long Chen shook his head and sighed. "But he's already wounded me. Wan is my woman, and her enemies are my enemies. I'll leave Qian Runshui to her, but I'll deal with this dog myself." Turning to Yan Baifei, he added, "Come. If I don't beat you, until you admit defeat, I'll write my name backward." Delighted, Yan Baifei immediately said, "Everyone, you heard him. He's the one challenging me." With a wild gale surging around him, Yan Baifei's wind energy gathered as he shot toward Long Chen. However, when he appeared in front of Long Chen, he vanished, causing startled cries to ring out. It was actually an afterimage. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen. Xianxia and the others cried out in alarm as Yan Baifei reappeared behind Long Chen, his sharp claw aiming straight for the back of Long Chen's head. Without even turning around, Long Chen swung his hand, violet runes glowing on his palm as it slashed through the air. Chapter 5329 10,000 Divine Wind Streams. Yan Baifei was undeniably powerful, with incredible speed and deceptive tactics. But unluckily for him, his opponent was no ordinary fighter. Long Chen was always in battle or preparing for the next one. His combat experience was practically overflowing. So, when Yan Baifei switched movement arts and attempted a surprise attack from behind, Long Chen casually swung his hand, sending Yan Baifei flying. The poor guy tumbled through the air and smashed into the ground, creating a large hole. Unfortunately, the Wind God Island had only a shallow layer of dirt, with solid rock underneath. When Yan Baifei blew through the dirt and collided with the rock, the impact was so fierce that it flung spectators into the air, nearly causing them to cough up blood. Everything had happened so quickly that the crowd couldn't react. They stared in disbelief at the hole. The next moment, the earth quivered and Yan Baifei flew out of it. His hair was in disarray, and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. But everyone's attention was on a bruising handprint on his face. As Tang Wan'er often spoke about Long Chen, everyone was aware that she had a powerful sweetheart. However, Yan Baifei had never viewed Long Chen as a challenge, as the latter was only a sage king. But everything changed when the slap landed on his face. "You bastard, you only know how to use underhanded tricks," Yan Baifei bellowed, enraged. The ground trembled as wind energy condensed around him. When his heavenly fate disc appeared, divine light filled the sky as he charged at Long Chen again, fully provoked. As a divine retainer, Yan Baifei held himself in supreme regard. To be slapped in the face in public was not something his pride could tolerate. As Yan Baifei unleashed his full power, the surrounding disciples couldn't endure his might and were blown back by the qi waves surging out of him. Shameless thing, you tried to launch a sneak attack on me but called my slap underhanded. Just how does that stupid brain of yours work? Long Chen sneered in response. Long Chen didn't unleash his own aura as Yan Baifei went all out. He just stood there on the wind god stone, looking at his opponent coldly. Die! Yan Baifei screamed in frustration, unable to argue against Long Chen. As an azure rune appeared on Yan Baifei's hand, he slammed his palm down. His powerful aura crashed down on Long Chen, forcing him into a frontal clash. But as they neared each other, Long Chen sidestepped slightly, easily dodging. What? Yan Baifei, and everyone else watching, were shocked. Yan Baifei's heavenly fate disc had covered the area with his wind domain, supposedly locking Long Chen in place. According to reason, no matter how Long Chen moved, it would be useless. Yan Baifei's palm was guaranteed to strike him. But despite all that, Long Chen still managed to dodge, which proved that Yan Baifei was fundamentally incapable of locking Long Chen down. But if that were the case, Yan Baifei should have sensed it. The poor dude was baffled. He was certain his wind domain had trapped Long Chen, yet his attack missed. While Yan Baifei tried to process this, Long Chen didn't hesitate, swinging his hand and striking the other side of Yan Baifei's face. Yan Baifei was sent flying once more. You can't even gauge your opponent's strength before trying to trap them. You're so stupid that there's no helping you. For someone like you to dare look down on everyone else, I really don't understand where your confidence comes from, Long Chen taunted, looking down at Yan Baifei, who was now buried in another crater. Although Long Chen hadn't unleashed any aura, the crowd started to sense an overwhelming mental energy emanating from him. It felt like the aura of an emperor overlooking his empire, making everyone feel small and insignificant in front of it. This feeling was unclear and indescribable. It was a kind of mental pressure, as well as a pressure of the will that made them automatically submit. Yan Baifei's face burned with humiliation as he rose to his feet. After all, he had been beaten down consecutively. Roaring in anger, he summoned countless wind blades that whirled in his hands with ear-piercing sounds. That's the 10,000 divine wind streams. Has Yan Baifei gone crazy? Shouted a disciple by Qing Zai's side. The 10,000 divine wind streams was a famous killing move in the wind god sea pavilion, capable of compressing all the wind energy of heaven and earth. After the wind energy of heaven and earth formed a resonance with the user's wind energy, they could use their Doyan energy to detonate all the wind energy in a terrifying explosion. It was typically forbidden in sparring matches due to its high risk of accidentally killing the opponent, unless a powerful expert was present to oversee and control the battle. However, in his fury, Yan Baifei unleashed the technique anyway. This clearly showed that he wasn't just aiming to defeat Long Chen, he wanted to kill him. Die! Yan Baifei roared, ignoring the warnings of those around him as he hurled a sphere of wind blades toward Long Chen. On the other hand, Long Chen merely smiled coldly at the incoming attack. He calmly raised his hand to meet it, causing Qingxi and the others to gasp in fear. Long Chen had yet to release his aura or even enter a combat state, which left Qingxi in disbelief. She assumed that Long Chen didn't understand how terrifying Yan Baifei's attack was, and her face turned pale with fright. However, just as Long Chen's palm was about to touch that sphere of wind blades, his body seemed to dissolve into thin air. What? Yan Baifei was stunned. He had unleashed the full power of his attack, yet his target had vanished. The wind blades immediately spun out of control. With his eyes wide in shock, Yan Baifei roared, throwing the chaotic wind sphere forward while leaping back to distance himself. But it was too late. The wind blades erupted in an explosion of violent qi waves that crashed into him, causing him to cough up blood. When the dust settled, Yan Baifei was left battered and bloodied, his torn robes revealing countless bloody wounds. Despite managing to toss out the attack at the last moment, he couldn't fully withstand the force of the explosion. As the onlookers stood frozen in disbelief, Long Chen reappeared behind Yan Baifei. Sensing danger, Yan Baifei whipped around only to be met with Long Chen's foot striking him hard in the butt. Goodbye, Long Chen said calmly as Yan Baifei was sent crashing into the ground like a meteor, leaving a massive crater behind him. The surrounding experts were pale with fear, too frightened to make a sound. All of a sudden, Yan Baifei shot into the air, divine light surging through his manifestation. His aura changed drastically, and a sharp divine pressure flooded the battlefield. "He's using divine energy," shouted a disciple. Yan Baifei's face was twisted with fury, his expression terrifying. Drawing his plain blue sword, he glared murderously at Long Chen. "I'm going to kill you, you damn ant." Before Long Chen could respond, a voice rang out, cutting through the tension. The sound of it struck Long Chen like a bolt of lightning. "If you dare to harm a single hair on his head, I will cut you into 1,000 pieces." He slowly raised his head, turning toward the distant figure. Chapter 5330. Finally seeing her again. A woman tore through space, her azure robes fluttering in the breeze like a celestial being stepping out of a painting. Her long hair danced around her snow-white skin, and her eyes, like precious gemstones, shimmered with emotion. As she saw Long Chen, those eyes grew wet with tears. She possessed an unrivaled beauty and grace, but in the presence of Long Chen, she appeared vulnerable, like a fairy descending into the mortal world. Her lip trembled as she tried to hold back her tears, but they flowed freely down her face. "Wan Long Chen's voice was filled with emotion. Seeing Tang Wan again, his eyes reddened. She was as beautiful as ever, yet the weariness deep in her eyes made his heart ache. In an instant, Long Chen appeared right in front of Tang Wan. Seeing that familiar face, smelling that familiar scent, he spread his arms and pulled Tang Wan into his embrace. Both Long Chen and Tang Wan trembled, their hearts burning with emotion as they reunited. Tang Wan clung to Long Chen, openly weeping in his arms. "You scoundrel, why did you take so long? Do you know how tired I am? You bad person." She sobbed, releasing the grief that had built up inside her. "I'm sorry for being late," Long Chen whispered, his heart breaking. He knew how much she had endured in his absence. Behind her stubborn and competitive nature was a delicate heart that had always depended on him. Before she met Long Chen, she was very competitive and unyielding, like a hedgehog unafraid of rolling into any challenge. But after that, she removed her own thorns and found her safe haven. If she still put up so many thorns, it would only hurt the ones dear to her, especially Long Chen. For Long Chen, she gave up all her dreams, willing to share life and death with him. But the brutal final battle on the martial heaven continent showed her that even Long Chen was not invincible, and she took it upon herself to become stronger. To protect him, she donned her armor and trained relentlessly, not wasting a single moment. No matter how bitter it was, she could endure it. Even if cuts and bruises covered her body, even if she faced trials of death countless times, she did not retreat. None of the hardships could compare to the pain of missing him. She saw him in her dreams, but every time she woke up, she was alone. When Tang Wan saw Long Chen again, all the grief she had accumulated poured out. She hit him lightly, as if afraid that if she hit too hard, she would wake up from this dream. After all, no one had ever found a cure for the longing that came from missing someone. Not even the strongest person could resist its pain. Long Chen held Tang Wan close, feeling her trembling in his arms. Her heartbeat, her tears, her emotions, they all flowed into him, leaving his own eyes wet with tears. In Long Chen's heart, Tang Wan was still the same girl who hadn't completely grown up. Seeing the exhaustion and suffering etched into her face felt like needles stabbing into his heart. The world around them faded away. At that moment, there were only the two of them, lost in each other's embrace. Time seemed to stand still as they held on to one another, ignoring the gazes around them. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Tang Wan's sobs subsided. She raised her tear-stained face to him and asked, "Tell me, did you miss me?" Looking at her, Long Chen was filled with tender affection. Her long eyelashes still held tiny droplets of mist, remnants of her tears. "I did," Long Chen nodded, his voice thick with emotion. Tang Wan smiled through her tears. All the hardships she had endured now felt worth it. "How much did you miss me?" "The same kind of love where you'd turn yourself into a bridge and endure 500 years of battering wind, 500 years of rain, and 500 years of scorching sun, all so that when you crossed over, you could tell me, 'I love you.'" Tang Wan's eyes glistened with new tears, tinged with jealousy. Long Chen realized she was referring to the words he had once spoken to xianxia. He sighed inwardly but smiled at her. "How can the love between us be measured by time?" Long Chen said gently. "From the moment we met, our fates were intertwined. I can never forget the beauty by the water. The words I couldn't say no matter how many times I saw you in my dreams, let me say them to you now. After crossing the heavens to see you, I missed you." Scoundrel, you really are a big scoundrel, Tang Wan murmured, hitting him lightly on the chest again. The phrase, beauty by the water, wasn't just a description of her tearful self, but a reminder of their time on the martial heaven continent. Back then, Long Chen, Tang Wan Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Yi Ziqiu, and the others had gathered by a riverside table, playing a game with a floating flower. Whoever the flower bloomed beside would have to drink and confess their innermost feelings. That day, no one held back, and everyone got a little tipsy, revealing their true emotions. Tang Wan remembered that day very clearly. The first to get drunk was Yi Ziqiu, but everyone ended up drunk by the end. After ascending to the immortal world, Tang Wan had dreamed of that day countless times. Long Chen's words now resonated with her not because they were poetic, but because they touched the deepest part of her heart. Once more, she buried her head in his chest, finding peace in the place where she felt safest. Seeing her like this, Long Chen relaxed. It was a good thing he had reacted quickly. Reading all those books in the High Firmament Academy had definitely paid off, or he'd never have survived this trial of jealousy. Scoundrel, I suppose you pass. But don't be too pleased. I'll remember how long it took you to find me. We'll settle this debt slowly, said Tang Wan wiping away her tears. Her mood lightened after crying. Though she had planned countless ways to torment him, she now felt no desire to use any of them. That didn't mean she would let him off completely, though. Sensing the shift in her mood, Long Chen took a step back and, with exaggerated flair, crossed his arms over his chest and bowed deeply. Great divine daughter, it is only under your divine light that I can grow. Only with your guidance can this lost lamb find his way once more. From today on, I am your eternal servant. Whatever your orders, I will carry them out without hesitation, Long Chen declared dramatically. Tang Wan burst into laughter at his antics, forgetting all thoughts of punishment. Laughing and crying at the same time, she felt a mix of embarrassment and relief. Long Chen, if you're a man, you'll finish our battle now. A furious roar shattered the moment. The long-forgotten Yan Baifei soared into the sky, his face twisted with rage, destroying the tranquility they had just found. Chapter 5331 Qian Runshui. Yan Baifei's roar shook the land as his hair flew wildly in disarray, his powerful aura raging uncontrollably. Watching Long Chen and Tang Wan flirt so shamelessly drove him mad. You fought him? Asked Tang Wan in surprise. The moment she received word that Long Chen had arrived, she rushed over at maximum speed. Although she had heard Yan Baifei's words from a distance, she had no idea what had happened beforehand. We fought, but I can't beat him. I'm injured, Long Chen said, pretending to be sad. You're injured? Where? Tang Wan's outrage flared instantly. My hand's wounded. He smashed his face into my palm, and now my hand hurts. Look, my palm is all red because of him. Long Chen hadn't even finished before Tang Wan viciously pinched the soft flesh of his waist. Tang Wan had been genuinely worried, thinking that Long Chen might be injured. After all, Long Chen's realm was that of a sage king, while Yan Baifei was a heaven saint and Qian Runshui's retainer. She knew Yan Baifei was second only to Qian Runshui in power. However, her concern quickly turned into frustration as she realized that Long Chen hadn't changed a bit, and so, he deserved the usual punishment. Yan Baifei was trembling with fury. Losing face in front of Long Chen was already humiliating enough, but now he had become a target of ridicule. His anger surged, pushing him toward the brink of explosion. If I hadn't been concerned about damaging the Wind God's stone just now, I wouldn't have held back. Come out and fight me fairly. Let's settle this once and for all. Yan Baifei roared. I didn't come here to fight. I came to find my wife. Now that I've found her, why would I fight you? Long Chen replied, shaking his head as if doubting Yan Baifei's sanity. Do you have no shame? Are you really going to hide behind a woman for your entire life? Yan Baifei bellowed. Long Chen chuckled and stood behind Tang Wan saying, You don't understand. My constitution is very weak. A prophet once told me I have soft bones and can only eat soft rice. Besides, what's wrong with hiding behind a woman? Aren't you also depending on Qian Runshui? Yan Baifei was left speechless. As Qian Runshui's retainer, it was true that much of his success was due to her influence. We are the same, so why bother being the pot calling the kettle black? If you really have guts, then come. You can challenge my wife. We'll see if my wife can't knock you down a peg, said Long Chen with a wicked chuckle. Yan Baifei, I know you're still bitter that I defeated Qian Runshui. Fine, if you can last 10 moves against me, I'll concede the title of Divine Daughter to her, Tang Wan declared. With Long Chen back by her side, Tang Wan confidence soared. She knew Long Chen's cultivation base was only that of a sage king, but his presence made her feel invincible. She wasn't about to back down now. Really, Yan Baifei was enticed. Of course, but if you lose, can you make Qian Runshui renounce her claim to the title of Divine Daughter and promise never to trouble me again? Tang Wan challenged. That, Yan Baifei stammered, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, a cold and clear voice cut through the air. Tang Wan do you think a bitch like you can bully my retainer? As the crowd parted, a tall and slender woman with an air of icy arrogance strode forward, flanked by her followers. She exuded a chilling aura, and the space around her seemed to quiver as she walked, leaving a divine radiance trailing behind her like a rainbow. When Long Chen saw her, his heart shook. This woman was incredibly powerful, her presence reminding him of Long Tianrui. That's Qian Runshui, Tang Wan transmitted to Long Chen, her voice tinged with disdain. She's a sore loser and a vicious woman. She's secretly targeted my subordinates, even causing some deaths. The only reason I haven't fought her is because I'm afraid I'd get too angry and kill her, and my master forbade me from doing that. Killing intent flickered in Tang Wan eyes as she shared this information with Long Chen. Actually, the moment Long Chen saw Qian Runshui, he could already tell she was an arrogant woman, willing to use any means to achieve her goals. Her sharp jaw, thin lips, and the black mole at the corner of her mouth all reflected her ruthless character. Right at the start, she had insulted Tang Wan causing Tang Wan's temper to flare. Long Chen knew her woman wasn't skilled in verbal sparring. Don't say anything, let your husband deal with her, Long Chen said with a wave of his sleeve as he stepped forward. Seeing Long Chen's exaggerated posture, Tang Wan couldn't help but laugh. Just the sight of Qian Runshui made Tang Wan want to beat her up. While the disdain and contempt in Qian Runshui's demeanor were clear, Tang Wan knew she had to be careful. After all, as outsiders, they lived here on someone else's goodwill, and her master's position was not entirely stable. She couldn't afford to stir up trouble. However, with Long Chen standing in front of her, Tang Wan was suddenly reminded of their days on the Martial Heaven continent. A warm feeling filled her heart. There wasn't a woman alive who didn't appreciate the sensation of being protected by someone they loved. Despite Long Chen's lower cultivation base, he was always her mental pillar. As long as he was present, Tang Wan feared nothing. His presence alone gave her unwavering confidence. Suddenly, Long Chen asked, "Can I curse her?" Of course, Tang Wan responded with a hint of excitement. Her mouth is filthy. She often says well, you know, she's a bitch. Tang Wan bit her lip, clearly unable to repeat the word Qian Runshui had used. Seeing this, Long Chen immediately understood the kind of insults Qian Runshui had thrown at her. At that moment, Qian Runshui approached them, her gaze filled with disdain as she looked down on them. Clearing his throat, Long Chen started, "May I ask who this shovel-faced beanpole with a flat back and flatter front is? Should you be spouting crap from your grand mouth? If you're willing to help this humble self comprehend this, I would be very grateful." Qian Runshui's face darkened, and killing intent flashed in her eyes. Indeed, this woman wasn't blessed with good looks. Her long face and flat chest were taboo subjects. Hence, no one had ever dared to speak about these flaws, let alone in public. For Long Chen to ruthlessly mock her in front of everyone left the entire crowd silent, disciples gasping in shock but not daring to utter a word. Tang Wan on the other hand, was practically cheering on the inside, resisting the urge to clap for Long Chen. This woman had insulted her time and again, both openly and in secret. Since Tang Wan wasn't skilled in verbal comebacks, Qian Runshui's words had always angered her. Seeing Long Chen deliver such a sharp blow that made Qian Runshui's face twist with rage filled her with immense satisfaction. "How do you want to die?" Qian Runshui asked icily, her gaze locking onto Long Chen as her killing intent engulfed him. 1. The Chinese phrase, eating soft rice, Kai Ruan Fan, is a slang term for a man who lives off a woman or is kept by her. Chapter 5332 Infuriating someone. Are you mad? This is all it takes to anger you. Come on, just moments ago when you insulted my wife, she didn't react this way. How did you get such a thick skin? You're allowed to insult others, but no one can insult you in return. Did you think the entire Wind God Sea Pavilion belonged to you? Long Chen taunted, staring disdainfully at Xianxia, who glared back with murderous intent. Long Chen had encountered women like Xianxia before. She thrived on attention, loved being admired by the masses, and craved to be the brightest star while others faded into the background. Her vanity was unmatched. Now, Tang Wan'er had stolen her spotlight. But rather than working to improve herself, Xianxia resorted to petty, underhanded schemes to attack Tang Wan'er, revealing her inability to reclaim her position as a divine daughter through actual talent. Previously, Long Chen hadn't understood why Tang Wan'er avoided her challenge, but now it was clear, Xianxia knew she couldn't win. Thus, she must have prepared some sinister tricks to ensure that Tang Wan'er would be at a disadvantage if they fought. Seeing Xianxia in person, Long Chen could easily guess her intentions. He wasn't one to hold back when dealing with malicious individuals like her. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The Wind God Sea Pavilion is my home, and it's not for locusts like you, sneered Xianxia. Long Chen shot back, locusts. You really have a foul mouth. The relationship between a sect and its disciples is like fish and water, they depend on each other. The sect raises disciples, and disciples defend the sect and carry on its legacy. This mutual give and take is what makes a sect strong. Do you think the sect spends so much time and resources raising countless disciples just for fun? If the sect could see the future, wouldn't it only cultivate divine sons and daughters? Why bother recruiting so many inner and outer disciples? Is the sect's wisdom something a shrieking shrew like you could possibly understand? And you, acting like you are the sect master, is beyond laughable. What a joke. Are you seriously suggesting that the Wind God Sea Pavilion is banking on these lowly outer disciples becoming the pillars of the sect? Xianxia snorted in disdain. Long Chen said coldly, is there something wrong with your head? Did you not understand a word I said, or do you have donkey hair stuffed in your ears? I already explained no one knows the future. Who's to say an outer disciple with average talent today won't become a peak genius tomorrow? The path of cultivation is filled with unimaginable twists and turns. Some people soar right at the beginning, and the others need to ripen first. Talent, aptitude, hard work, luck all are crucial factors. Some people bloom early, like flowers that quickly bear fruit, while others are like saplings, slow to grow but capable of becoming towering trees if given time. Why does the Wind God Sea Pavilion raise so many disciples? It's because any one of them might become the future pillar of the sect. Perhaps one day an outer disciple will suddenly soar and eclipse the divine sons and daughters. A person shouldn't be too prideful, or those you once bullied would make you kneel and beg for mercy one day. His words ignited the spirits of the outer disciples gathered there. There were already 1 million disciples present, with over 80% of them being outer disciples. Most of them felt insignificant and weak. But no matter how weak and inferior they were, every one of them had a dream of becoming a powerful expert. They knew that it was something that they might never be able to achieve in this lifetime, but Long Chen's words set their passions ablaze. Whether native or foreign, as outer disciples, they had always been seen as nothing more than burdens by the inner sect's experts. Yet with just a single speech, Long Chen inspired them. The very thought that one of them, an outer disciple, could one day rise and surpass the divine sons and daughters sent chills through their bodies. For some reason, even though Long Chen was only a sage king, he radiated an aura that commanded trust. His presence and words stirred excitement among the outer disciples. If not for their fear of Xianxia, they would have likely burst into applause. For the first time in their lives, someone had spoken up for them, voicing their struggles and aspirations. Both native and foreign outer disciples were deeply moved, and the way they looked at Long Chen changed completely. How absurd! Outer disciples surpassing divine sons and daughters. Even the heavens are collapsing from laughter, Xianxia scoffed. A Raj in a well can't comprehend the ocean, and a summer insect can't grasp the winter's ice. You may question me, but don't question the wisdom of the Wind God Sea Pavilion. Are you implying that the pavilion master is raising these disciples for no reason? Do you think your judgment surpasses the pavilion master's? Retorted Long Chen. Shut up. The pavilion master is not someone a foreign barbarian like you can mention. Raged Xianxia. Did you just eat shit? Is that why your mouth reeks? You call people barbarians and locusts without a second thought. Who raised you? It's a good thing you're not a divine daughter, or I'd definitely make Wan'er give up her title. Being ranked the same as someone like you would be too embarrassing. Well, I can't be bothered to reason with a shrew. Did you come here as a show of might? Sorry, but you failed. As for your subordinate, I can generously forgive him for smashing his face into my hand. My Wanner also won't lower herself to quibble with a crap-spouting fool. Now, get lost. Long Chen waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a housefly. Without giving Qian Runshui a chance to respond, Long Chen turned to walk back to Tang Wan'er. But just then, Tang Wan'er's eyes widened. Qian Runshui's hand was reaching for Long Chen's throat like a claw. Qian Runshui had been infuriated for a while, but she had kept her rage in check. However, Long Chen's dismissive words and arrogant back turn had finally pushed her over the edge. She lunged to crush him, her claw reaching for his neck. Tang Wan'er moved forward in a fury, but before she could act, Long Chen's hand smacked Qian Runshui's face. A sharp, crisp sound echoed through the crowd as Qian Runshui was sent flying by a slap to the face. When she regained her balance, a vivid handprint was imprinted on her cheek, drawing gasps of shock from the onlookers. It's my first time slapping such a large face, Long Chen remarked calmly, glancing back at the enraged Qian Runshui. I'll kill you, the shrew screamed, her aura erupting in fury. Violent chi and astral wind surged wildly, tearing through the air, forcing countless experts to stumble back under the sheer force. Chapter 5333. Once more seeing Feng Xinue. Wife, save me, Long Chen cried out dramatically, darting behind Tang Wan'er in a flash, pretending to be terrified. Qian Runshui, I've had enough of you. If you really want to fight, let's do it on the life and death stage. Let the heavens decide our fates, and we'll have no further ties. Tang Wan'er shouted, raising her hand to shield Long Chen as she glared at Qian Runshui. Tang Wan'er had been holding back for a long time, but now that Long Chen was here, her courage surged. She was no longer afraid. She had already decided today, she would settle things once and for all. Her killing intent burst without bounds. Most sects had a life and death stage for resolving disputes that could no longer be mediated. With the approval of the higher-ups, this stage allowed combatants to settle their grudges in the simplest, most primal way possible. The victor became a king, while the loser became a ghost. All right, as you wish. Let's do it right now. Qian Runshui sneered, taking out a tablet with divine runes on it. This was the Divine Daughter's status plate, and Qian Runshui flung it into the air. Tang Wan'er responded in kind, throwing an identical tablet into the sky. When the two tablets collided, the space seemed to warp as a martial stage appeared overhead. Absolutely not, a furious voice suddenly echoed, and the image of the stage vanished. The tablets shot back to their owners, who hastily caught them. Assistant Pavilion Master, Tang Wan'er has gone too far. I must. Rejected. The life and death challenge is denied. Stop causing problems. Whatever grievances you have, settle them on the divine consecration stage. The voice cut Qian Runshui off with a decisive snort, its tone leaving no room for argument. The voice was piercing, and the overwhelming divine pressure told Long Chen that it belonged to a supreme expert. Tang Wan'er, this isn't over. Qian Runshui snarled. Not only will I take back everything you've stolen from me, but on the divine consecration stage, I might just take your slut life. Tang Wan'er was about to retort when Long Chen stuck his head out from behind her and smirked. Doesn't your face hurt from saying such big words? You. Qian Runshui almost exploded from rage. The previous slap was the greatest humiliation of her life, and Long Chen's words accurately struck her right where it hurt. Tang Wan'er, who had been boiling with anger herself, burst into laughter at Qian Runshui's rage. When it came to pushing people's buttons, Long Chen was unbeatable. Just you wait, Qian Runshui growled through gritted teeth before vanishing. As soon as she was gone, Yan Baifei stepped forward, sneering. Long Chen, is that your name? Don't think you can hide forever. When I get my chance, I'll make your life worse than. Before this idiot could finish, half of his face exploded into a mist of blood that filled the air. He was slapped flying into the distance, transforming into a dark spot in the sky before disappearing from sight. The crowd was stunned. Long Chen had been standing behind Tang Wan'er, and no one had seen how he managed to land that slap. It was faster than anything they could comprehend, an ethereal, almost otherworldly strike that sent shivers down their spines. Even Tang Wan'er hadn't seen how he moved. His speed was unfathomable. Long Chen had known Yan Baifei would speak up to provoke him, and after enduring Qian Runshui's threats, he had been quietly gathering energy, barely holding back his frustration. When Yan Baifei opened his mouth, Long Chen couldn't restrain himself any longer, releasing all that pent-up power in a single blow. As a result, the slap was truly solid, sending Yan Baifei flying to unknown lands. Long Chen figured Yan Baifei would be unconscious for at least 2 days after it. "That move of yours really has reached a divine level," remarked Tang Wan, clearly impressed. Seeing the two people she loathed most humiliated so thoroughly lifted a great weight off her heart. "Many thanks for your praise, great divine daughter. When this lowly Long Chen grows up, I hope to be able to wipe away all blockades in your way so that you may rise to the peak of godhood," Long Chen replied with mock solemnity, cupping his fists to Tang Wan. Tang Wan's laughter rang out again. Sometimes, Long Chen's cheeky behavior annoyed her, but other times, she found it irresistibly charming. "Let's go, I want you to see my master," said Tang Wan, wrapping an arm around Long Chen's arm and smiling. Long Chen nodded and followed Tang Wan deeper into the Wind God Sea Pavilion. Tang Wan practically skipped with excitement, her childlike glee unmistakable. The two of them laughed and joked as they walked, with Tang Wan occasionally bending over in laughter. She simply forgot all about her status as a divine daughter. Since there were too many people around, Long Chen refrained from discussing anything too serious and instead asked her about the Wind God Sea Pavilion. Tang Wan explained that the Wind God Sea Pavilion consisted of over 3.600 islands, with Wind God Island at the center. The surrounding islands were interconnected by a massive formation. It was said that when this grand formation was activated, it could twist space-time and cause a natural reaction from heaven and earth, altering the very laws of the world. This was the Wind God Sea Pavilion's strongest formation. As a result, not many forces dared to attack the Wind God Sea Pavilion in recent history. Throughout the entire Heaven Essence world, the Wind God Sea Pavilion could be considered a first-tier overlord. The 16 closest islands belong to the divine sons and daughters, a symbol of their exalted status. Furthermore, every divine daughter and divine son could have 8 retainers and 3.600 guards. All of them received special treatment, receiving stipends from the Wind God Sea Pavilion. As the island master, Tang Wan was also allocated a large amount of resources every month to cultivate even more experts. Before coming here, Tang Wan had grown under the wing of her master, never having to shoulder such responsibilities. But now, she carried the weight of leadership, fighting not just for herself but for her old sect's brothers and sisters. Despite the burden, she endured it for their sake. However, with Long Chen by her side now, the heavy burden seemed to melt away. In her eyes, Long Chen was the smartest person in the world. There was no problem he could not resolve. After passing through several mountains, they arrived at a gate where Tang Wan's followers had to remain behind. Beyond it lay a vast plaza and a cluster of buildings, marking the domain of the inner sect disciples. Proceeding further, they encountered another gate, where even the inner disciples had to stop. Only Tang Wan and her 8 divine retainers were permitted to pass through. Beyond this second gate, the surroundings grew increasingly solemn and dignified. They then got into another expansive plaza, where the 8 retainers halted, leaving only Tang Wan and Long Chen to continue forward. The palace was vast and dimly lit, with a single beam of light streaming from the ceiling, illuminating the center of the hall. Seated calmly on a bamboo mat was a woman, Tang Wan's master, Feng Xinyue. When Long Chen saw Feng Xinyue, his heart started to pound out of control. Slowly, Feng Xinyue opened her eyes. Chapter 5334 Entry Exam. Feng Xinyue remained as peerlessly beautiful as ever, her face untouched by the passage of time. Despite her many years, she looked no older than 30. Her golden robes lent her an air of nobility and majesty, like a wise empress. She looked both graceful and approachable. Even someone like Long Chen couldn't help but feel naturally inferior in her presence. She exuded a certain grandness that others could only look up to. Feng Xinyue's grandeur came from the depths of her soul, not like the fake one put on by the likes of Qian Runshui. Feng Xinyue's grace came from within, as naturally as if she stood in the heavens, while others remained grounded. What shocked Long Chen most was his inability to sense any aura fluctuations from her. Even the formidable silver hair Void Crusher was someone whose energy he could detect, but Feng Xinyue's presence was utterly elusive. Is she even stronger than the silver hair Void Crusher? Wondered Long Chen. Long Chen, shouldn't you greet my master? Tang Wan-er's voice snapped him out of his daze. She scolded him gently, noticing his absent-minded staring without a greeting. Realizing his rudeness, Long Chen was then conflicted. Feng Xinyue was Tang Wan-er's master, so by protocol, he should address her as his own master too. But Long Chen had never kowtowed to anyone except his parents, and he wasn't about to start now. His knees refused to bend. "It's fine. Cultivators need not worry about such formalities," said Feng Xinyue, her tone gentle yet commanding. "Long Chen is the dean of the High Firmament Academy. He is qualified to stand as my equal. Senior lifts me up too high. Junior Long Chen greets senior." Long Chen replied, a bit embarrassed by that. Though he wouldn't kneel, he bowed respectfully as a junior would to a senior. "Wan-er, leave us for a moment. I have some words for Long Chen," Feng Xinyue instructed. Tang Wan-er, though puzzled, obediently left as directed. "You crossed the endless desolation, correct?" asked Feng Xinyue. "You fought with someone from Brahma's line, right? Why do I sense Lord Brahma's energy on you?" Feng Xinyue eyed Long Chen closed. She was a bit surprised. Long Chen was taken aback. It had been some time since his battle with the Silver Hair Void Crusher, and his wounds had long healed. How could Lord Brahma's power still be on him? "My brothers and I encountered one of Lord Brahma's 8 great divine commanders on the way. I almost lost my life to him," Long Chen explained. "A real divine commander or one of their descendants?" Feng Xinyue inquired further. Long Chen gave a simple explanation of how they had encountered the Silver Hair Void Crusher. In truth, his memories were blurry due to his heart devil taking control of his body. He only saw himself in white robes, as well as his heart devil's bone-chilling aura. But that was all. The Silver Hair Void Crusher. "He is skilled, but his character is flawed," Feng Xinyue said with a knowing nod. "He's still celebrating his recent promotion, but his intelligence is lacking. No wonder you managed to escape from his hands." From Feng Xingyu's tone, she seemed to have a great understanding of the Silver Hair Void Crusher. She continued, "He is the first addition to the 8 divine commanders. His promotion means that one of the original commanders has died." Amazed by her knowledge, Long Chen replied, "Yes, that's exactly what he said. One of them participated in the battle against the 9-star master and was heavily wounded. Even after spending so many years recovering, he still died." Feng Xingyu remarked, "In truth, he didn't have to die. If Lord Brahma had been willing to split a portion of his energy, the commander could have been saved, though he would have been crippled. However, Lord Brahma is also in recovery and wouldn't sacrifice his own energy for a cripple. It's also why Lord Brahma hasn't shown much favor toward the Silver Hair Void Crusher. If he had, the Crusher would have become a central figure among the 8 commanders long ago. Why doesn't Lord Brahma favor him?" Long Chen asked. "It is his character," Feng Xingyu explained. "Mountains and rivers change, but people don't. Even the strongest god cannot change a person's nature. The Silver Hair Void Crusher's character is flawed, so he's always been overlooked. He was only promoted because of the death of the previous commander. His power far exceeded yours, but his arrogance and underestimation of you allowed you to escape. His own character was his downfall, and that's exactly why Lord Brahma doesn't value him." "Well, I guess it's a good thing it was him and not another commander," Long Chen said with a bitter smile. "If it had been one of the others, I wouldn't have survived." Feng Xinyue replied, "He's eager to prove himself after his promotion. By all rights, someone of his rank shouldn't be dealing with a 9-star heir. You were unlucky to encounter him, but at the same time, he was just as unlucky to meet you. He thought that he could easily capture you, only to be caught off guard again and again. He did every stupid thing possible, and that's why you managed to escape." Feng Xinyue smiled at the end, knowing clearly how vast the power gap between Long Chen and the Silver Hair Void Crusher was. Feng Xinyue then reassured Long Chen, "Now that you're here, you don't need to worry about him. He wouldn't dare to act impudently in the Wind God Sea Pavilion. Other than that, he values his face too much to openly attack you, but he may try something in the shadows. Well, as long as you stay here, you'll be safe. By the way, did Bai Lishan give you any instructions before you came?" "No," Long Chen answered, confused. He tried to recall any specific instructions but came up blank. Feng Xinyue pondered for a moment before nodding. Since he didn't say anything, staying here to focus on cultivating is a wise choice. Helping Wan-er with her problem shouldn't be an issue for you, right? Feng Xinyue pondered for a moment before nodding. Since he didn't say anything, Staying here to focus on cultivating is a wise choice. Helping Wan with her problem shouldn't be an issue for you, right? Of course not, Long Chen quickly replied. Good, then go take the entry exam, Feng Xinyue said, catching him off guard. Long Chen's jaw dropped. What, are you unwilling to let go of your status as a dean? Do you know how many years Wan has shed tears for you? Feng Xinyue's expression darkened. No, not at all, Long Chen hastily assured her. For Wan I'd give up my life, let alone a title. I'll listen to you. Satisfied with his response, Feng Xinyue nodded. Go, you won't be treated unfairly. When Long Chen came out, Tang Wan was already anxious from waiting. To her, even a short time apart from Long Chen seemed like days. What did my master say? Asked Tang Wan grabbing Long Chen's arm. Long Chen smiled wryly and replied, she told me I need to be your attendant and take the entry exam. Hee, don't worry, being my attendant is a good thing. Tang Wan laughed, her eyes sparkling as she excitedly pulled Long Chen along. Chapter 5335 Outer Disciple. The Wind God Sea Pavilion recruited new disciples all year round. As long as someone could pass the trial and was under 100 years old, they could become a disciple. Moreover, the recruitment was not restricted by cultivation base. Even if someone was in the Divine Flame realm, the moment they passed the trial, they would be accepted. The Wind God Sea Pavilion had specialized tutors and magical arts tailored to each level of cultivation, confirming Long Chen's observation that it left a path for the slow growers. The trial took place on an outer island, with a steady stream of people coming and going. The line wasn't particularly long, but it wasn't short either. After changing her clothes, Tang Wan lined up with Long Chen, holding his arm. She was in no hurry, feeling content as long as she was with him. To her, any place they went together became beautiful, even waiting in line felt like a pleasant experience. When Long Chen's turn came, Tang Wan released his arm and stepped aside. The Wind God Sea Pavilion had strict rules about the trials. Cheating or helping others was forbidden. Anyone who dared to try such a thing would be harshly punished. As a divine daughter, Tang Wan had to respect the rules. Long Chen first received a form. With no one guiding him, he randomly filled it out and handed it over to the examiner, a stiff-faced elder. He was the very image of someone impeccably meticulous, as if he would never make an exception for others. He scanned Long Chen's form briefly. Long Chen, Sage King Cultivation Base. Strengths: slapping people in the face. Interests: making my wives happy. What kind of juvenile wrote this? The examiner was livid. The strengths section was meant to highlight a person's elemental affinities like wood, water, fire, wind, lightning, etc. While most of the Wind God Sea Pavilion's disciples had a wind attribute, they still recruited those with other specialties. As for interests, applicants usually listed skills like refining pills, forging, talisman crafting, beast taming, or spirit taming. Long Chen's answers, however, were utterly ridiculous. But those truly are my strengths and interests, Long Chen shrugged helplessly. The strict elder glared at Long Chen, his sharp gaze and obscure aura causing Long Chen to tense up. Only now did Long Chen realize that the elder was actually a six-vein human emperor. From the elder's expression, Long Chen could tell that he was not ordinary. He actually managed to sense Long Chen's power. The elder shifted his gaze between Long Chen and Tang Wan in the distance, and a flash of understanding crossed his face. His anger subsided. All right, since you won't take this seriously, I'll fill it out for you. What abilities do you specialize in? Asked the elder. My physical body, I suppose, Long Chen replied. Other than fighting, do you have any other skills? Does refining pills count? Asked Long Chen. You know alchemy. The elder was surprised. A bit. Long Chen nodded. The elder jotted something on the form, using symbols Long Chen didn't recognize. Handing it to a nearby disciple, he instructed Long Chen, follow him. Long Chen thanked the elder and walked off with the disciple. Just a short distance away, they arrived at the power testing area. This test was meaningless to Long Chen. He directly picked up the testing stone, boggling the disciple. Although this stone was backed by a formation and heavier than a mountain, Long Chen still lifted it easily. Long Chen knew that if he wanted to survive here, he couldn't be too low-key. Despite the heaviest stone being used, it couldn't test Long Chen's full strength. Finally, the disciple had no choice but to bring out an ancient testing stone that had been gathering dust for years. Upon seeing it, Long Chen hesitated. Are you telling me to punch it with my full strength? The testing stone shattered to pieces under Long Chen's punch, leaving the disciple utterly dumbfounded. Long Chen then saw the disciple scribble, "Power, unknown," on the evaluation sheet with a shaking hand. Long Chen easily passed the trial. The Wind God Sea Pavilion rarely had physical type experts, and since Long Chen's performance was so exceptional, he was immediately assigned as an outer disciple. "Hee, I knew this would be easy for you," Tang Wan laughed, joining him. She guided him to receive his status plate, disciple robes, and the stipend for an outer disciple. This stipend included a set of blue robes, a sword, and a medicinal pill case. When Long Chen opened the case, he couldn't help being dumbfounded. "What the hell is this? Are we supposed to eat this?" "What did you say?" exclaimed the elder who had just handed Long Chen his stipend. "Shush, medicinal pills are exceptionally precious in the Heaven Essence world. If these pills were offered outside, people would kill for them until rivers of blood flowed," whispered Tang Wan. "A high-grade pill with no rings is considered precious?" Long Chen asked, unable to believe his ears. "I'll explain later." Tang Wan hastily dragged him away, afraid his next words might offend the elder even more. Once outside, Tang Wan explained that medicinal pills were super rare here. Only a few people could refine them, and the supply had always been monopolized by the Brahma Pill Valley. Their medicinal pills were only sold to followers of Lord Brahma. As a result, major factions had to train their own alchemists, but their alchemical skills couldn't compare to the Brahma Pill Valleys, so the pills they produced were often ordinary high-grade pills. High-grade pills with rings were reserved for inner disciples and were in limited supply. Normally, the disciples had to work hard to get more. "There's a Brahma Pill Valley here as well?" Long Chen asked, his heart trembling. If there really was a Brahma Pill Valley here, the Silver Hair Void Crusher would definitely pursue him to the Heaven Essence world. "Of course there is. The Brahma Pill Valley is immensely powerful, and no one dares provoke them. The Wind God Sea Pavilion stays out of their business," Tang Wan confirmed. As they walked arm in arm, someone suddenly blocked their path. A sharp, thin voice sneered, "So this is Long Chen. Hearing about you and seeing you in person are two different things. I'm disappointed." 9 people stood in their way, led by a pale, feminine man whose gaze felt as disgusting as a serpent's. Long Chen recognized his robes. He was a divine son. Judging by Tang Wan furious expression, Long Chen knew that he was no good egg. "Wan who is this cross-dresser?" asked Long Chen. Hearing this, the other 8 people instantly drew their weapons. Chapter 5336 Hidden Dragon Island. Long Chen had a knack for verbally slapping people, and this time was no different. The man before him reminded him of Marquis Ying from the Phoenix Cry Empire 1. Someone like him was always full of tricks. He clearly knew of Long Chen's relationship with Tang Wan and was deliberately trying to stir up trouble. But since he wanted to play, Long Chen naturally wouldn't stand on courtesy. The moment Long Chen's jab landed, that person's smile vanished, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. Being called Wan by this person gave Tang Wan goosebumps. She immediately said, "This is Yu Wenheng, the 7th of the 8 divine sons. His strength is average, but his mouth is vile." Yu Wenheng had clashed against Tang Wan before. After losing to her, he never got over it, so he constantly sought a chance to reclaim his dignity. Hearing the constant taunts, the old Tang Wan would have immediately challenged him to a one-on-one duel. But things had changed. Now that she was a divine daughter, with countless people relying on her, her actions carried far more weight. His defeat would also impact the future of many others. Under such immense pressure, she could no longer act on impulse. Responsibility gradually dulled the edge of her unrestrained courage. Yu Wenheng sneered, "Tang Wan don't get too arrogant. Soon, the divine ranking competition will come, and Qian Runshui will put you in your place. You won't even be a divine daughter then." Long Chen scoffed, "And what does that have to do with you? It's none of your business. A good dog doesn't block the way. Now move, we don't have time for a non-man non-woman." Long Chen pulled Tang Wan toward Yu Wenheng without hesitation. Though Long Chen could sense Yu Wenheng's immense power and that of his retainers, he didn't care. He knew they wouldn't dare start a fight here. So, he confidently walked forward, ready to slap anyone out of his way. At this distance, there was no way they could dodge. The 8 divine retainers were furious, but Yu Wenheng signaled them to step back. He made way for Long Chen, smirking. Keep being arrogant. The more you act like this, the more fun it'll be. We have plenty of time. Long Chen was disappointed that Yu Wenheng didn't try to stop him. Coward, Long Chen muttered under his breath. As they walked past, Long Chen's mood soured. Tang Wan'er asked, "Why aren't you happy?" "Look, he looks like he's going to die from rage." "I wanted to measure his face with my hand and enjoy his expression," Long Chen replied, his voice tinged with regret. Tang Wan'er laughed. "You fool, this isn't the place to fight. Not even my master could protect you here." Rubbing her face gently, Long Chen said, "You've become more cautious lately, and you're losing the boldness I love. It's not good. I prefer the free and unrestrained Tang Wan'er. You had to be careful when I wasn't here, but now that I stand next to you, there's nothing to fear. Even if you cause a disaster, I'll shoulder it for you." Tang Wan'er's eyes reddened. Long Chen truly understood her. In the past, she had been carefree and immature. She had never undergone the same difficulties as Long Chen. Sometimes, she even caused trouble for Long Chen and took her temper out on him. After arriving at the Wind God Sea Pavilion and becoming a pillar for so many people, she finally bore the weight of responsibility. The pressure was suffocating, and there were times she cried when she was alone. Only now did she fully grasp how heavy the burden on Long Chen's shoulders had always been. He had led the Dragonblood Legion through countless life and death battles, breaking through every obstacle in their way. In hindsight, she regretted her past immaturity and willfulness. Now, hearing Long Chen's words, she felt warmth in her heart but also deep heartache for him. Long Chen was only one person, yet he carried so much without complaint, always showing a sunny side to shield others from worry. "Fool, won't you be tired like that?" Tang Wan'er asked, her eyes misty. "This is my honor and my duty. How could I be tired? Wan'er, I love you. What I love is the real you. I want to cherish and protect you, to let you be free," Long Chen said with a smile. Tang Wan'er had always been like a child, and Long Chen cherished her innocence. If she became too mature, it would mean losing her childlike purity, which would be a disappointment. Deep inside, Long Chen wished he could create a world where his loved ones could be free, then all his efforts would be worth it. Moved to both tears and laughter, Tang Wan'er took him to a pavilion. After a moment inside, she returned with a tablet and handed it to him. "What's this?" asked Long Chen. "Hee, from now on, you're one of my fighters," chuckled Tang Wan'er. Long Chen immediately understood he was now essentially one of Tang Wan'er's divine retainers. He accepted the tablet with a serious expression, about to pledge his loyalty, but she quickly stopped him. "All right, don't do anything weird. Come on, let's go back to our island." Tang Wan'er brought Long Chen out of Wind God Island toward an enormous floating island. Even before they reached it, Long Chen could feel a powerful sacred energy washing over him. The island was covered in swirling primal chaos chi, and the laws of heaven and earth were so strong they were visible to the naked eye. "No wonder Qian Runshui hates you. This level of treatment is outrageous," Long Chen said, astonished. As soon as Long Chen stepped foot onto the island, he felt his pores open as the spiritual chi of heaven and earth flooded into him. The island's natural energy was far superior to even the best spirit-gathering formations. Hidden Dragon Island. The three characters carved into a large boulder at the entrance stirred something in Long Chen's heart. One of the three marquises from Phoenix Cry Empire. He looks kinda like a sneaky ladyboy. Chapter 52. Chapter 5337 Divine Rankings. When Tang Wan'er saw Long Chen's reaction, a warm expression appeared in her eyes. Long Chen instantly grasped the meaning behind these three words. By claiming the position of Divine Daughter, Tang Wan'er gained the right to name her island. Typically, a divine son or daughter would use their own name, but she chose something different. Those three words carried all her longing and emotions, and Long Chen couldn't help but be moved. "Greetings, Divine Daughter." Just as Long Chen was staring at the three characters, Tang Wan'er's 8 divine retainers as well as 3,600 female disciples bowed toward her in unison. They were all lined up, awaiting her command. "No need for such formalities," Tang Wan'er smiled. "Everyone, this is Long Chen, my future husband." "Greetings, Long Chen," the women said, sneaking glances at him while bowing. They kept their heads low, seemingly too nervous to meet his eyes. Seeing this, Long Chen was a bit curious. Why were these women so shy? Were they too nervous? Long Chen returned the greeting, and they slowly rose, but they still avoided his gaze. Come, let's go to the Divine Daughter Hall. We'll have a reception for my man, Tang Wan'er said with a smile, leading Long Chen inside. The island was vast, brimming with spiritual energy and strong natural laws. Birds sang, flowers bloomed, and rare beasts roamed freely. It was an enchanting place. Tang Wan'er guided Long Chen, pointing out the beautiful sights as they walked. Behind them, the 8 retainers and disciples followed at a distance, heads still down. What's wrong with them? Long Chen whispered. Tang Wan'er smiled mysteriously. Do you know why all my subordinates are women? Long Chen was baffled, but he quickly understood. Was she afraid of him getting jealous? I'm not so petty, Long Chen replied with a wry smile. That's part of it, Tang Wan'er teased. My 8 retainers and 3,600 guards were personally chosen by me. They may not be the most powerful or talented, but their character is beyond reproach. And haven't you noticed that they're all quite beautiful? What the wait, you couldn't possibly mean. Long Chen's eyes widened. Tang Wan'er playfully hit him. You scoundrel, what are you thinking? Seeing his astonished expression, Tang Wan'er realized that he was having bad thoughts. He actually suspected that she started to like women. Then why? Asked Long Chen. Tang Wan'er hesitated, her face turning red. Finally, she shyly muttered, don't you like beautiful women? They're all my trusted sisters. I've already told them. My husband is also. Long Chen was startled. Tang Wan'er blushed deeply, her voice quieter than a mosquito's. Tang Wan'er bit her lip before continuing, emperors have multiple wives and thousands of concubines. You're not inferior to them. But you have to promise me not to stray outside, or I definitely won't forgive you. Long Chen stared at Tang Wan'er, unable to believe the words that were coming out of her mouth. Seeing her struggling to mask her sadness with a brave face, Long Chen felt a pang of guilt. Silly girl. Just like that, Tang Wan'er's defenses broke down, and she sobbed. You're always outside, picking new flowers. I can't look after you. If that's the case, why not stick to this family? At the very least. At the very least. At the very least what? Long Chen asked with a playful tone, trying to lighten the mood. At the very least, they're all my people. I get the final say, she replied, a hint of stubbornness in her voice. Long Chen was speechless. She really was like a child in her thinking. How outrageous. Speak, how many more women have you fooled around with? Tang Wan'er demanded, wiping away her tears. What does she mean, fooling around with? That sounds too indecent. All right. I am innocent. Knowing he had no way out, Long Chen obediently answered her. When she learned that, Long Chen had only been with Bai Shishi in the immortal world and that she had already met her, Tang Wan'er's mood lightened, and she smiled. You do have a bit of a conscience, I suppose. With that matter settled, Long Chen suggested strengthening her forces to secure her position in the upcoming competitions. No way. These women stuck by me even in tough times. How could I abandon them now? Besides, you're here. You can help them grow stronger. The most important thing is that I trust them completely. I feel safe with them. You have your Dragonblood Legion, and I have my Hidden Dragon Legion. Tell me, would you ever abandon your brothers? She asked solemnly. Of course not, but it's not the same, Long Chen replied. What's not the same? Asked Tang Wan'er. Well, isn't it a bit awkward? Long Chen said, glancing at the women trailing behind them. Tang Wan'er chuckled impishly. What, are you tempted? Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Long Chen was speechless. If your heart were clear of guilt, why would it be awkward? Tang Wan'er teased. Long Chen found himself at a loss for words. How had he been outwitted by a child? Hee, consider this a little test for you. I want to see how sincere you are, Tang Wan'er giggled. Long Chen felt a chill. Before he could respond, Tang Wan'er reassured him, don't worry. They're like sisters to me. We've been through life and death together. Now that I have trusted comrades, just treat them like your sisters. Isn't it only right to help your sisters? Hearing that, Long Chen nodded. It seemed Tang Wan'er had found her own sense of responsibility. She had grown. In the Divine Daughter Hall, Tang Wan'er didn't sit on the throne. Instead, she sat with everyone else. Roping in one of the women, she said, Xiao Yu, tell Long Chen about the situation of the Hidden Dragon Legion. Xiao Yu was the youngest of her retainers, but her aura fluctuations were the strongest of them. Contrary to the others, she kept her hair short and neat. While a bit shy at first, she quickly composed herself. She first cupped her fists to Tang Wan'er and then turned to Long Chen. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, Our Hidden Dragon Legion has 8 retainers and 3.600 warriors. We're split into 4 corps, with 900 members each. As Long Chen listened, he realized the Hidden Dragon Legion's structure mirrored the Dragonblood Legion. The only difference was that while the Dragonblood Legion had 4 captains, Tang Wan Er's Legion had 8, with 2 captains in a corps. These 3,600 warriors were all Heaven Saints, an impressive force by any standard. However, according to Xiao Yu, their collective power lagged behind other groups. The divine rankings depended on overall strength, and as she spoke about them, the retainers' expressions darkened with embarrassment. They felt they were dragging Tang Wan Er down. If they lost this time, they wouldn't know what to do. Don't worry, with me here, you won't lose, Long Chen reassured them. Chapter 5338 Divine Flame Soul Refinement. Clang, clang, clang. Long Chen observed the Hidden Dragon Legion as they trained, their swords clashing rhythmically in the air. After all, he needed to get an overall understanding of their power. But the more he watched, the deeper his brow furrowed. Noticing his expression, the disciples started to feel uneasy. Even Tang Wan Er grew nervous. She could tell Long Chen wasn't satisfied with their performance. Long Chen, are their attacks not fierce enough? This is just training, so they're holding back. They're actually quite strong, Tang Wan Er said, trying to justify the situation. The disciples stopped their training and stood silently, awaiting Long Chen's assessment. Though they had never met him before, they had heard endless stories from Tang Wan Er about his power and achievements. Seeing his frown now only made them more anxious. Shaking his head, Long Chen said, their power is acceptable, and they are also very talented. But there's something missing: mental strength. Perhaps it's because they've grown up in peaceful times or had powerful backers, but they lack the resilience that true experts need. If they face a stronger opponent, their willpower will crumble before the fight even begins. Even against enemies of the same level, their emotions could get the best of them: fear, anger, hesitation, all of which would cause their power to plummet on the battlefield. His words hit them hard. In truth, they were aware of this weakness, but their cushioned lives had made them complacent. Back in their old sects, they cultivated only to show their own value, to gain honor for their families, and to gain face for their fathers and mothers. But after entering the Wind God Sea Pavilion, they fell from the heavens to hell. They had been stripped of their privileged positions, their comfortable lives turned upside down. Even if they realized they had wasted a great deal of their youth, it was too late to make up for it. You must have a way to fix it, right? You're the founder of the Dragonblood Legion. There's nothing you can't solve, Tang Wan Er said, holding Long Chen's hand. Her voice carried both encouragement and a hint of desperation. She knew the situation of her legion well, but she couldn't bear to abandon them. After all, their fates were already intertwined, they would rise or fall together. There's a way, but I don't know if they can endure the pain. It's called the Divine Flame Soul Refinement, Long Chen replied, looking at everyone. We're willing. As long as it makes us stronger, we'll endure anything. One disciple declared resolutely. This soul refinement technique is something I developed for my brothers in the Dragonblood Legion. They are battle-hardened warriors, but even they find it excruciating. You need to be mentally prepared, Long Chen cautioned. Tang Wan Er's expression changed slightly at his warning. Is it really that painful? Long Chen explained, after we ascended to the immortal world and I joined the High Firmament Academy, I created this technique because I was concerned some brothers would struggle to adapt to this new world. So, the Divine Flame Soul Refinement is a technique to awaken dormant combat instincts. When the Dragonblood Legion reunited, some brothers had achieved such high positions that they hadn't needed to fight for years. As a result, their battle instincts started to wane. This technique reawakened their fighting spirit, but it was an incredibly painful process for them at the time. Sister Wan Er, we're not afraid of pain. We're only afraid of being trampled on and treated as worthless for the rest of our lives, one disciple interjected. Wan Er, is this place absolutely safe? Can someone spy on us here? Asked Long Chen. Tang Wan Er reassured, it is safe. The barrier around this island was personally set up by my master. Other than her, no one can spy on us. Good, everyone, spread out and keep a distance of 30 meters from one another, Long Chen instructed. Once everyone was in position, Long Chen formed hand seals. The space behind him twisted, and a massive, radiant tree appeared, casting the world in its divine glow. It was the 7 treasure-colored glass tree. It had grown to a huge size. When it was summoned, It filled the sky, its divine radiance turning this place into a wonderland. In an instant, all the disciples felt like they were in a land of myth and legend. How beautiful, Tang Wan and the others murmured, captivated by its brilliance. The entire island became unspeakably beautiful because of its existence. Enjoy the view while it lasts, Long Chen said. In a moment, things will change. My spiritual strength will merge with the 7 treasure-colored glass tree, pulling you into another world, one filled with bloodshed and fear. You'll face the things you dread most, and your lives will feel as fragile as flickering flames. This world is partially born from my own heart. You won't die, but the pain will be very real. Are you ready? Tang Wan playfully saluted him and said, reporting to eldest brother Long Chen, we're ready. Long Chen smiled slightly. Then let us begin. As the 7 treasure-colored glass tree quivered, the beautiful landscape vanished, replaced by darkness. It was like they were drawn into an endless abyss, and countless monsters came pouring out of every direction. Suddenly, Tang Wan felt a chilling wind behind her. Without hesitation, she spun and struck with her sword, knocking back her attacker. But when she saw who it was, her eyes widened in shock. Gui Yan won, she gasped. Tang Wan recognized the attacker creepy Gui Yan from the martial heaven continent. He grinned wickedly before dissipating into the darkness. Careful, Tang Wan cried out as she noticed Xiao Yu, who was fighting crazily with everyone else, was ambushed by an assassin. A dagger appeared out of nowhere, slicing through Xiao Yu's neck. In an instant, her head flew from her body. Enraged, Tang Wan directly attacked the assassin. Her strike revealed a chubby man who was smiling sinisterly. Enputa, 1. Corrupt Path's genius with a creepy smile from the martial heaven continent. A piece of dialogue from chapter 1284 to jolt your memories. It was caused by Leng Yuyan. She said my smile was very ugly, so she left this wound behind. Now, whenever I smile, my mouth instantly splits open. Chapter 5339 7 Treasure Space. The moment Tang Wan saw Enputa, 1, he vanished. In an instant, her instincts flared, and she unleashed thousands of sword images behind her. In the blink of an eye, her sword met Enputa's dagger over 100 times, and the sound of metal clashing filled the air. Tang Wan defenses were airtight, blocking Enputa's relentless assault. Wind's Peak, Tang Wan shouted, preparing a powerful attack to kill Enputa. But just then, a massive hand descended from the dark sky, instantly suppressing all her wind energy. She was horrified. It felt as if her cultivation base had been stripped away. An explosive sound rang out as Tang Wan was simply crushed by this hand. Suddenly, the scene around her vanished. Tang Wan opened her eyes to find herself back where she had been, with the other disciples standing in place. All of them were pale with fright though. They had been wiped out, and the sensation of their bodies being torn apart was painfully real. They were shaking at how lifelike it had been. Some still didn't understand what had happened. Xiao Yu had heard Tang Wan cry right before her death, but she only felt a sharp pain on her neck before everything descended into darkness. What just happened? Xiao Yu asked fearfully, looking at Tang Wan in disbelief. Even someone as strong as Tang Wan had fallen so quickly. Had she died too? Tang Wan looked at Long Chen in shock, not understanding what had transpired. Long Chen said, the 7 treasure-colored glass tree brought all of you into my inner world. The monsters and people you saw there were all killed by me. Their powerful resentment created karmic ties to me. The 7 treasure-colored glass tree is truly a treasure. It has always helped me comprehend the Tao and block these karmas. Then, one day, I had an idea. What if I used those karmas to form a training ground? So, with the 7 treasure-colored glass trees' help, I constructed that world. In that world, you will encounter all the enemies I slew. Some of them were bodies of flesh and blood, while others were karmas left behind by heavenly tribulation. Wan the hand that killed you was called the Hand of the Heavens. With your strength, you could have survived it, but it suppressed all laws. It weakened your wind energy, causing fear to take root in your heart. That fear created an opening, and your will wasn't firm enough, so you were crushed. Long Chen's explanation stunned everyone further. All those terrifying creatures were his past foes. After hearing this, Tang Wan realized why she had seen figures like Gui Yan and even Enputa. Again, she demanded, taking a deep breath as the other disciples steeled themselves, determination burning in their eyes. They were very brave. Despite the fear of death, they readied themselves for another attempt. The 7 treasure-colored glass tree quivered, and once again, they were transported to that hellish world. But once more, aside from Tang Wan everyone was killed instantly. In front of a tide of endless devil creatures and terrifying experts, they didn't have the slightest ability to resist. They were instantly slain without having any chance to fight back. This was a huge blow to them. In truth, anything capable of binding itself to Long Chen through karma had to be incredibly strong. These creatures, resentment at the time of their deaths had been so great that the heavenly Taos had captured their karmic ties. The weaker ones weren't even qualified to appear. All of these beings were fierce and ominous, far beyond the strength of ordinary foes. As a result, this group of women, who had never truly experienced the harsh trials of the battlefield, stood no chance against them. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, Tang Wan'er opened her eyes, sweating profusely. That person was Qin Keqing, a heavenly genius of the Zither sect. She was sinister and treacherous. She used the sound of the zither to disturb her opponent's heart and took advantage of that opening to launch a killing blow. Alone, she wouldn't have been a threat, but in a group battle, if you fail to balance your enemy's attack rhythms, you'll be at a serious disadvantage, said Long Chen. Again, Tang Wan'er demanded, unwilling to admit defeat. Long Chen glanced around. Though looking pale, the others were equally determined to keep fighting. Despite their exhaustion, they were ready to have a go again. Nodding, Long Chen activated the 7 treasure-colored glass tree again, sending them into that illusory world. Once more, aside from Tang Wan'er, everyone was instantly killed. This time, all of them grew anxious and antsy. They felt powerless, so powerless that there was no hope for them. Don't panic, Long Chen comforted. You must be prepared for death in this world. When you can face it without fear, you'll be able to make the right decisions in the heat of battle. That decision might not change the outcome, but the mindset is crucial. To be honest, I didn't expect you to have the courage to return after the first attempt. Under the 7 treasure-colored glass tree's power, everything feels so real, and you can't tell illusion from reality when you die. But you've challenged this illusory world 3 times already. That's very impressive. Long Chen's praise made them feel a bit better, so they gritted their teeth and prepared to challenge this illusory world again. Your minds are too strained. It's not the right state to continue, Long Chen said, waving his hand and sending golden pills to each of them. Take this soul-calming pill and rest. This is a top-grade golden pill. Startled cries came from those who recognized this pill. After all, only divine sons and daughters received such pills, and that was only once a year. For Long Chen to casually hand out over 3,000 left them awestruck. They hesitated to take the pills. At this time, Tang Wan'er came out of the illusory world. Looking at the pills floating in front of everyone, she smiled wearily and said, "Don't be shy. With him around, we'll never run out of pills. Shouldn't you thank Big Brother Long Chen?" "Thank you, Big Brother Long Chen." The disciples chorused. Although being called Big Brother by so many women at once gave Long Chen an awkward chill. He quickly had them consume the pills. As they recovered, Long Chen observed the wind fluctuations swirling around them, impressed by how rapidly they were improving. "It seems that I underestimated them," he mused. "Their potential is amazing. The Hidden Dragon Legion might truly become something special." An hour later, fully recovered, the disciples' eyes gleamed with newfound confidence and sharpness. "Continue," Long Chen commanded as the 7 treasure-colored glass tree quivered, once again drawing them into the illusory world. 1. The leader of the Bloodkill Hall in the immortal world. He is also called the Killing God, who's previously worshipped by Dong Mingyu. Chapter 5340 Human Saint Tribulation. 10 days later, Long Chen finally ended their intense training. By now, the Hidden Dragon Legion had undergone a complete transformation. Their eyes were sharp and their auras resolute. They had taken their first steps onto the battlefield, and the bloodshed they endured had solidified their wills. At the very least, when faced with death, they wouldn't freeze. They would always have a chance to fight back. Long Chen's training method was astonishing, almost like a cheat code. It quickly raised their combat experience and tempered their minds. Within his 7 treasure space, a never-ending tide of ferocious demons, devils, and beasts, his most brutal and violent enemies, appeared. Only those with immense power could bind themselves to Long Chen through karmic resentment. The grudges they carried in death now targeted these disciples with merciless, almost suicidal attacks. Over these 10 days, these disciples had experienced death countless times. If their wills weren't strong enough, they would have long since gone mad. Thanks to the 7 treasure-colored glass trees' power, everything felt completely realistic. They were unable to tell that they were in an illusion, so they didn't think they would wake up after being killed. It was an incredibly cruel trial, but these seemingly weak women had endured it. Long Chen had adjusted the difficulty slightly, knowing they weren't Dragonblood warriors. If he had subjected them to the same standards, it would have been too much. Even so, this trial was far beyond what an ordinary person could handle. Long Chen hadn't expected much from them, but they surprised him with their grit and determination. "Long Chen, why are we stopping?" asked Tang Wan, clearly eager for more. She had gained immense benefits from this training and could feel herself undergoing a metamorphosis. In truth, they were all mentally exhausted, even with the aid of medicinal pills. They had pushed themselves to the limit, but none of them wanted to waste this opportunity for growth. With every iteration, their souls grew stronger. Their minds and wills were transforming, and they started to find the confidence of true experts. Though they could only last a few breaths in the 7 treasure space before being killed, they now had hope. They also saw what it meant to be a true expert. As they grew in the 7 treasure space, they felt even greater admiration for Long Chen. He was practically a supreme god in their hearts. Every terrifying enemy they faced had been slain by Long Chen himself. Any doubts they had about his power were long gone. They realized that by following in his footsteps, they could grow stronger. As long as they persevered, they were confident they could emerge from this as changed people. "Don't rush. Consume your medicinal pills. We'll take a one-day break," said Long Chen. "Resting for a whole day? That's too long. The divine ranking competition is coming up, and we can't slack off," said one of the 8 retainers. Her name was Wan Kong, with the same Wan character as Tang Wan. Despite the gentle meaning of the character, both Tang Wan and Wan Kong were fiery existences, Wan Kong even more so than Tang Wan. "I've planned everything. Rest for a day and return to your peak condition. Tomorrow, you'll face a new challenge," replied Long Chen with a smile. "What challenge?" asked Tang Wan. "I'm ready to touch the next realm. Tomorrow, I'll undergo my human saint tribulation," Long Chen revealed. Human saint tribulation? Tang Wan immediately grasped his intentions, though the others were still confused. She simply told them to focus on recovering. The next day, Tang Wan used a transportation formation to bring them all to the Devil Sea. Hidden Dragon Island had a powerful long-distance transportation formation, a privilege reserved for divine daughters, which saved them considerable travel time. They arrived in an area deep within the Devil Sea, a place feared even by the Wind God Sea Pavilion disciples. The sea was filled with terrifying sea demons, and the location Long Chen chose was known for being particularly dangerous and secluded. Once there, Long Chen closed his eyes and spread his senses across the surroundings. Not detecting any threats, he started forming a series of hand seals. A low rumble came from his body, and his aura rapidly surged. The next moment, the sky darkened as tribulation clouds gathered, spreading far beyond the horizon. The sight of such an enormous tribulation stunned the Hidden Dragon Legion. They had never seen anything like it. "This is just a minor tribulation. How can it be so massive?" someone exclaimed. The human saint tribulation was a minor one within the 6 stages of the eternal realm. For heavenly geniuses, it was usually just a formality, barely more than a routine test. But Long Chen's tribulation was on an unprecedented scale, filled with a destructive will that sent shivers down their spines and stirred their most primal fear. "It's about what I expected. A tribulation on this level perfectly suits your power. Cultivation is, at its core, a defiance of the heavens. When the heavenly Taos are unfair, you must learn to fight back and not submit to fate," said Long Chen. As he spoke, lightning beasts descended from the clouds, roaring fiercely. "Sisters, attack!" Tang Wan took the lead, swinging her sword through the tribulation lightning, cutting down the beasts. In response, the heavens raged, and a violent will crashed down. Under Tang Wan's lead, the Hidden Dragon Legion's female warriors all attacked, tearing apart the lightning beasts. Just as they were locked in battle, a sinister voice echoed from the sky. "Hiding here to undergo tribulation in secret. You must be tired of living." Chapter 5341 Mad Lightning. A group of people suddenly appeared in the midst of Long Chen's tribulation. Leading them was a man with a black eye patch. This caught Long Chen off guard. He sensed a powerful lightning aura from the man, which clearly marked him as a rare lightning cultivator. The man was tall, muscular, and bald, with runes slithering like centipedes across his bald head. Just looking at it gave people chills. His single eye, filled with flashing lightning runes, gazed at Long Chen with contempt. That's Mad Lightning. No one knows his real name, but he's one of the Wind God Sea Pavilion's divine sons, Tang Wan'er informed Long Chen through a spiritual message, her expression cautious as she recognized the man. Long Chen glanced at him. The name fit perfectly. Everything about this man screamed wild and unruly. Mad Lightning stood with his hands behind his back, arrogantly sizing up Long Chen. So, Tang Wan'er, this is the Long Chen you've been talking about. He doesn't seem like much. If you were with me, no one in the Wind God Sea Pavilion would dare to trouble you. Behind Mad Lightning, his 8 retainers grinned lecherously. Long Chen's expression darkened. Wan'er, what would happen if I kill them? Asked Long Chen. Don't. The Wind God Sea Pavilion forbids disciples from killing each other. If you kill him, it will implicate my master, Tang Wan'er said hastily. She could sense Long Chen's bloodlust rising. Mad Lightning and his men burst into mocking laughter, as if they had just heard the funniest joke in the world. I promise I'll be quick and clean, Long Chen transmitted back to her. Long Chen, calm down, Tang Wan'er pleaded, grabbing his arm. This place is still considered the Wind God Sea Pavilion's territory. If you kill them, all the karma can be calculated. I know you're angry, but please endure a bit. During the ranking competition, we'll teach them a lesson. Long Chen clenched his fists, his knuckles white with suppressed rage. If Tang Wan'er weren't here, not even the heavens could stop him from killing these fools. Don't like what I said, little man? Mad Lightning sneered. If it weren't for the pavilion's rules, you'd already be a corpse just for looking at me that way. But don't worry, the ranking competition is coming. You'll see that you're nothing but trash. You don't deserve her. Mad Lightning waved dismissively, and his retinue followed suit with more taunts. One of them even made a vulgar gesture and said, little fellow, I also want to experience your techniques. If you can't even beat me, you should just kill yourself, ha ha ha. As soon as they were gone, Long Chen's face turned ashen, his eyes sharp and dangerous, as though he was on the verge of exploding. Long Chen, please, Tang Wan'er murmured, holding him tighter. Let's wait for the competition. We'll teach them a lesson they'll never forget. Long Chen nodded reluctantly and instructed her to lead the others in battling the lightning beasts. These beasts, summoned by the heavenly Taos, roared with a power that could shake their souls. Though the disciples were holding their ground, they were still at risk. Seeing Long Chen calming down, Tang Wan'er smiled at him softly. When no one was looking, she snuck in a quick kiss on his cheek before returning to the battlefield. Long Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. He looked at his own hands, which had seen so much bloodshed, yet they still reached for those he loved. If it hadn't been for Tang Wan'er holding him back, he would have killed Mad Lightning. Long Chen wasn't sure why he had been so quick to anger over a few words. The moment he lost his cool, he thought of the white-robed Long Chen. Back when the white-robed Long Chen appeared, he had a similar feeling. He thought back to the time the white-robed Long Chen had appeared, and he could sense a similar sense of rage and instability. The realization sent a chill through him. When had his heart grown so weak that such a small provocation nearly drove him to explode? Is this the influence of my heart devil? Long Chen wondered, his thoughts racing. Each time the white-robed figure appeared, Long Chen's temper seemed to worsen. It was as if the slightest touch would make him explode like a blazing volcano. In the past, Long Chen would have shrugged off such taunts, maybe even slapped the offender lightly to teach them a lesson. But this time, a fierce desire to obliterate Mad Lightning had surged through him, as if he wouldn't be satisfied until the man was reduced to dust. Moreover, it wasn't just Mad Lightning. Even his 8 retainers, disdainful expressions made Long Chen want to tear off their faces. What's happening to me? Long Chen shivered. Have I become bedeviled? The image of the white-robed Long Chen, with his cold, emotionless black eyes, flashed in Long Chen's mind. His icy black eyes only contained a desire to kill, devoid of other emotions. Long Chen took a deep breath, struggling to calm himself. This loss of control wasn't just a bad omen, it was dangerous. If his heart devil's influence continued to grow, it might overpower him completely. Damn it, why am I always so unlucky? There's never a shortage of idiots trying to provoke me. What a pain, Long Chen muttered to himself as he tried to calm down. However, the image of Mad Lightning's smug face resurfaced in his mind, reigniting the anger he had just suppressed. At that moment, the tribulation clouds trembled. Snapping back to the present, Long Chen quickly called out, Lei Linger, keep the tribulation under control. Don't let it dissipate. Lei Linger shot out of the primal chaos space. With swift hand seals, she summoned lightning chains that locked onto the clouds, securing them in place. At this moment, the tribulation beasts were gone, and the storm was nearing its end. The female warriors were exhausted, and seeing Lei Linger suddenly unleash such an immense divine ability left them stunned. Condense! Lei Linger shouted. The next moment, the tribulation clouds shuddered, and the laws of the 10,000 Taos collapsed as the clouds were compressed into a tiny sphere in her hand. Just then, Long Chen felt a faint tremor in his dantian. When he looked inward, a smile spread across his face. Chapter 5342 Greeting Gift. Long Chen focused inward, observing his dantian. He noticed that the root chi within it was becoming increasingly active, with the eternal runes beneath his dantian almost converging on it. It seemed as though the two were undergoing some sort of metamorphosis. At the same time, his chi experienced a qualitative transformation. Long Chen wasn't sure how other cultivators advanced through the 6 realms of eternity, but he felt that for him, everything centered around this mass of root chi. He also sensed that his spirit root was awakening. Unfortunately, he still couldn't communicate with it or establish a true resonance. Despite this, Long Chen was filled with anticipation. After all, his spirit root had been inside Long Ocean for far too long, and it needed more time to adjust to his body. Long Chen waved his hand, feeling his aura flow effortlessly around him. As his root chi quivered, his power surged through his body, smoother and faster than ever before. After the tribulation ended, they returned to the Wind God Sea Pavilion. But other than Long Chen and Tang Wan, everyone else wore a black veil to cover their eyes. This was Long Chen's idea. He found that their gains during this tribulation were even greater than he had expected. It was the first time these warriors had fought against the will of the heavenly Taos. When they realized that they could oppose the heavenly Taos, they felt like nothing else in this world was worth fearing. Through repeated slaughter and tempering of the heavenly tribulation, they were like rusty blades that had been polished and sharpened, their eyes now gleaming with a sharpness that was hard to miss. Mad Lightning and the others hadn't noticed this change due to the tribulation covering them. But now, they would easily be exposed. That was why Long Chen had them wear a black veil. That way, as long as they concealed their auras, people wouldn't notice their transformation. When they came, they had to use the transportation formation. But on the way back, they had to fly back themselves. On the way, Long Chen asked, Wan can we discuss something? Is it possible to expand the Hidden Dragon Legion to double its current size? It is possible, but we have limited resources, and the Wind God Sea Pavilion won't provide more. Honestly, it's tight as it is with what we currently have. The Hidden Dragon Legion receives less than half of what the other Divine Sons and Daughters subordinates get. That's one of the reasons we haven't been able to catch up to them in terms of overall power, Tang Wan replied, her tone a bit gloomy. With me here, resources won't be an issue. What's more important is whether you can find more beautiful and kind-hearted women to join, said Long Chen, smiling. That shouldn't be a problem. There are many sisters from the Wind sect that I couldn't bring with me. They're only slightly less talented, but I could definitely recruit them. However, Tang Wan hesitated. The ranking competition limits the number of participants, and we're already at the maximum. Even if we expand the Hidden Dragon Legion, the ones capable of competing will only be these few people. We're already close to the date of the competition, and the time is pressing. If we suddenly recruit so many people, won't it affect everyone's cultivation speed? Don't worry about that, just recruit some trustworthy people. Ideally, we'd double the number to around 7,200, Long Chen replied, flashing a smile once again. Tang Wan raised an eyebrow and remarked suspiciously, why are you smiling like that? You don't look innocent. Long Chen was speechless, so he glared at her. What are you talking about? I'm just saying that the Hidden Dragon Legion and the Dragonblood Legion would be a perfect match, don't you think? Tang Wan quickly understood. Long Chen was matchmaking for his brothers. These men had fought alongside him from the mortal world to the immortal world, focusing solely on getting stronger and avoiding distractions like romance. But now, Long Chen was considering their future. After the Hidden Dragon Legion's female warriors grew up, then one day, when the 9 heavens were at peace, perhaps it would be time for everyone to settle down. Long Chen was being rather thoughtful. After experiencing countless battles and hardships, the Dragonblood Legion had become legendary. Men like them wouldn't be easily impressed by ordinary women. They needed companions who had shared similar experiences, and Long Chen believed the Hidden Dragon Legion could offer that. Long Chen didn't care too much about the female warrior's innate talent, because he could upgrade their talent. But finding someone with a good heart, that was much harder. So, Long Chen was determined to help Tang Wan build a powerful legion, no matter the cost. For the wives of his brothers in the Dragonblood Legion, he was willing to spend any amount. Tang Wan was pleased once she understood his intentions. Any man from the Dragonblood Legion was a hero, and she would be happy if one of her sisters married them. Most importantly, Long Chen's thoughts showed that he had no ulterior motives toward these female disciples himself. Once they were back in the Wind God Sea Pavilion, they saw many disciples. Some bowed and looked at Tang Wan reverently, while the others sneered and acted like they didn't see her. Some people even pointed and whispered behind her back. It went without saying that the ones respectful to her were foreign disciples who viewed her as their idol, while those who acted arrogant were native disciples. Even though Tang Wan was a divine daughter, they still looked down on her, expressing the superiority of being born in the right place. This time, though, the black veils worn by the female warriors drew the most attention. In the past, such disdainful looks might have hurt or angered them, but after all they had endured, the actions of these disciples seemed childish and laughable. It didn't affect their moods. Long Chen and Tang Wan brought the Hidden Dragon Legion back to Hidden Dragon Island. Once they were away from other people's gazes, Long Chen looked at Tang Wan and smiled warmly. "I didn't expect to find you so suddenly this time. I didn't get a chance to prepare a proper gift. But here, consider this a small offering," said Long Chen. With that, the entire plaza shook as a massive chest landed before them. Chapter 5343 Treasure Chest. The massive chest before them was the treasury of the Soaring Dragon Company. While it had once been fortified with countless formations, those runes had long lost their effectiveness. Now, it looked like nothing more than a giant iron chest. However, its sheer weight was astonishing, and if the plaza beneath it wasn't tough enough, it would have collapsed. Tang Wan and the others were all baffled to see Long Chen take out a giant square chest. They were unable to tell what was so special about it. "What is it?" asked Tang Wan curiously. With a knowing smile, Long Chen slammed his hand against the chest, causing a crack to appear. The next moment, a giant gate materialized, and the runes finally became visible. Everyone was startled when they saw Long Chen use brute force to break the lock. "The treasure chest is now open. Beautiful fairies, go explore this unknown world. From now on, everything inside is yours," said Long Chen, gesturing dramatically toward the gate with a playful air of mystery. Seeing Long Chen intentionally act mysterious, Tang Wan was suspicious. She knew that any gift he prepared for her could not be ordinary. When they walked in, everyone, including Tang Wan, cried out in shock. They finally discovered that it was a treasury. This treasury was filled with many divine weapons, medicinal pills, secret tomes, housepet eggs, and other incredible stuff, dazzling them. Let alone the female warriors, even Tang Wan had never seen such wealth before. "There are so many human emperor divine weapons," someone exclaimed, staring at racks of weapons hanging from the walls. "I've never seen this many medicinal pills in my life," another voice echoed, their eyes wide at the sight of shelves stacked with baskets, each filled with high-grade pills. This was their first time seeing medicinal pills stored in baskets. Normally, such precious items were stored individually in protective cases to avoid any damage. But here, the medicinal pills were piled together like garbage. Their jaws dropped in disbelief. "Look at this, wind spirit stones, and so many," someone cried, drawing everyone's attention to a pile of shimmering stones. All of them were stunned to see a mountain of wind spirit stones piled up here. Every single one of them exuded pure wind energy fluctuations, their dazzling light reflecting in their eyes. For them, these wind spirit stones were even more valuable than medicinal pills. These wind spirit stones contained the primeval wind energy of the world, a must-have for wind element cultivators. Seeing this mountain of wind spirit stones, they felt like they were dreaming. They stealthily pinched their cheeks just to confirm that they weren't asleep. "Long Chen, where did you get so many treasures?" asked Tang Wan. She covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes filled with disbelief. Wind spirit stones were what they needed the most. The world was full of spirit stones, but elemental spirit stones were extremely rare. Among them, wind spirit stones were some of the most coveted. Even in the Wind God Sea Pavilion, they were distributed sparingly, and most hidden dragon warriors received only a few each month. That small amount was far from sufficient for their needs. As a result, they often had to rely on spirit-gathering formations to cultivate, which significantly slowed their progress. Most critically, without the support of wind spirit stones, their ability to comprehend wind energy was greatly diminished. This intense need was why they stood frozen in awe before the mountain of wind spirit stones. In response to Tang Wan-er's wide-eyed question, Long Chen replied with a solemn smile, "I recently wrapped up some business. It was tiring, but the profits were impressive. I hope that Fairy Wan-er will not turn away this humble gift of mine." Recognizing Long Chen's playful tone, Tang Wan-er shot him a skeptical glare. "What kind of business results in obtaining an entire treasury? I don't believe a word of it." With a chuckle, Long Chen replied, "A business with no upfront costs." Realization dawned on Tang Wan-er. You robbed someone's treasury. Isn't that a bit harsh? I'm an emissary of righteousness, and I redistribute wealth from those who gained it unjustly. It's called chivalry. Some people hoard their riches through fraud and exploitation, treating people's lives as nothing more than blades of grass. I am simply the hand of justice confiscating their ill-gotten gains, said Long Chen righteously. Tang Wan-er laughed, knowing that Long Chen only acted this way against truly vile individuals. He had done similar things back on the Martial Heaven continent. Without asking for details, she smiled, knowing that anything he gave her was now rightfully hers. "Sisters, this treasury belongs to us now. Take whatever you need, and don't forget to thank Big Brother Long Chen." Tang Wan-er called out, "Thank you, Big Brother Long Chen." The group shouted in unison, eagerly dividing the wind spirit stones. Each person took just 100 stones, enough for 2 months of cultivation. After everyone had gotten their share, the mountain of wind spirit stones didn't seem to have dropped in the slightest. This pile would last them several years. As they turned to divide the medicinal pills, Long Chen suddenly shouted, "Take whatever treasures you want, but leave the medicinal pills there." Shocked, they jumped and hastily put down those pills, staring at Long Chen in confusion. Startled by Long Chen's strictness, Tang Wan-er asked, "Why? These pills are absolute garbage. If you let the Hidden Dragon Legion consume them with me here, I'd lose face," Long Chen said sternly. "Scoundrel." Tang Wan-er pinched him, realizing he was joking. The group laughed, but Long Chen was serious about them avoiding the pills. They were of poor quality, and with something better available, why settle for less? With a grin, Tang Wan-er said, "It's so convenient having you around. I don't have to worry about anything. Just wait, I'm going to expand the Hidden Dragon Legion." Excited, she rushed off, leaving Long Chen behind, watching the female warriors pick through the treasury with joy. He smiled warmly. "Brothers, you're going to owe me big time in the future." Chapter 5344 Ranking Battlefield. Tang Wan-er wasted no time. In just half a day, she selected an additional 3,600 female disciples to join the Hidden Dragon Legion. Long Chen looked through them, noting how much Tang Wan-er had grown. All these women had clear and bright eyes, and Long Chen had no doubts about their sense of loyalty and pure nature. Some of them weren't even heavenly chosens, but that wasn't an issue. Long Chen provided them with heavenly chosen pills to help them advance. Long Chen had asked Tang Wan-er about it. The heavenly chosen pills existed in Heaven Essence World and were not considered overly rare. However, those who became heavenly chosens through these pills were significantly weaker than those who awakened naturally. Although Long Chen used the name, Heavenly Chosen Pill, as a cover, the pills he gave them were actually refined from the essence of heavenly Tao fruits. As a result, these women would be no different from naturally awakened heavenly chosens once they advanced. After helping them advance, Long Chen examined their foundations and crafted personalized foundation building pills based on their talents and aptitudes, ensuring they had a rock-solid foundation. 3 days later, Long Chen summoned the 7 treasure-colored glass tree and transported everyone into the 7 treasure space, where he joined them this time. He personally instructed them on how to fight, work together, and maximize their killing power with minimal effort. The 7 treasure-colored glass tree was indeed a priceless treasure. Within it, their comprehension and senses were heightened to unimaginable levels. With every instruction Long Chen gave, these disciples grasped the tricks almost instantly, which allowed them to advance at a rapid pace. In the first few days, Long Chen trained their wills and reactions. Once they met his standards, he started teaching them how to work together. Even with the help of a cheat-like divine treasure like the 7 treasure-colored glass tree, some skills couldn't be mastered in just a few days, or even a few years. Experience had to be accumulated over time, along with continuous comprehension. In any case, Long Chen was in no rush. Their opponents in the upcoming competition weren't merciless devils or ferocious beasts, but mere fellow disciples, flowers raised in a greenhouse, as he called them. He was confident that with daily training, the Hidden Dragon Legion's power would quickly surpass their peers. Long Chen didn't go too tough on them this time. He just wanted them to have at least an embryonic formation of the Dragonblood Legion before the competition began. Even if it was just the most basic and crude formation, it was enough. What Long Chen admired most about these female warriors was their unyielding determination. Despite the painful training, they persevered with their full might. From their eyes, Long Chen could see just how strong their desire to get stronger was. Their daily routine was rigorous. In the morning, they trained in the 7 treasure space. In the afternoon, they focused on improving their comprehension skills. By evening, they absorbed wind spirit stones, and later at night, they took the medicinal pills Long Chen refined for them and rested. In order to refine pills for everyone, Long Chen had Tang Wan bring out wind attribute medicinal pills from the Wind God Sea Pavilion. He tasted each one, analyzed their properties, and made improvements to the pill formulas. Experimenting with his own pill concoctions, he refined top-grade golden pills that left the warriors stunned, as many had never seen or even heard of such high-quality pills. With the Earth Cauldron and Huo Linger's assistance, Long Chen only had to refine a pill once. Afterward, the Earth Cauldron could manifest 10,000 furnaces within its body, refining pills on a massive scale. So, let alone consuming them one at a time, the ladies could even eat them like snacks. For these warriors, who had never experienced such luxury, it felt as if they had gone from beggars to princesses overnight. This blessing was beyond anything they had ever imagined. Day by day, they advanced extremely rapidly within the 7 treasure space. Their excitement for training bordered on obsession, as if afraid that this opportunity would slip away at any moment. All of them trained with their full might, not wasting a moment. Although their progress was remarkable, their teamwork still had significant flaws. But there was no way around that. They would need to train more in the future. They hadn't yet reached the level where they could fight in perfect unison, understanding each other's thoughts without a word. However, Long Chen had drilled them in a few simple formations, and they practiced switching between them during combat. He also made them memorize when and how to use each formation. When they started practicing the formations, their confidence took a hit. Their transitions were slow, full of gaps, and sometimes chaotic. Sensing their frustration, Long Chen reassured them. He reminded them that even the Dragonblood Legion had started just like this, one step at a time. This phase of trial and error was necessary for growth. Once Long Chen taught them the basic foundations, he left the 7 treasure space. He noticed that his presence made them too eager to impress him, which led to impatience. Without him there, they were more composed and communicated better, making more effective progress. With just half a day left before the competition, Tang Wan informed Long Chen that, unlike previous years where only 16 groups participated, this time there were 17. Qian Runshui's position hadn't been fully revoked yet, so she still had a chance to join. Tang Wan also explained that she was under immense pressure because she was the only foreigner among the divine sons and daughters. Every single divine son and divine daughter had a powerful faction behind them. These factions resented outsiders, and Tang Wan expected them to all gang up on her squad first before turning on each other. In other words, what she would be facing during this competition was not just Qian Runshui's squad, but all of them. 1 against 16, hee, what a challenge. I like it, Long Chen said, feeling his blood stir at the thought of battling against the divine sons and daughters. While everyone trained, Long Chen didn't slack off either. He focused on adjusting to his new realm and attempting to commune with his spirit root. At first, his clump of root chi didn't react, but after patiently matching his aura, bloodline, and even his heartbeat to its rhythm, he felt it quiver. His body shook in surprise. His spirit root was finally reacting to him. Just as Long Chen was trying to commune with it, the sound of a bell echoed across the island, and the ground quivered. Long Chen immediately put away the 7 treasure space. Divine sons and divine daughters, prepare yourselves. We will go to the ranking battlefield in 2 hours. An ancient voice boomed, reverberating through every corner of the Wind God Sea Pavilion. Chapter 5345 Clay Jar. Sisters, we will definitely win this battle. Tang Wan stood before the Hidden Dragon Legion, trying to rally the spirits of the excited yet nervous warriors. Tang Wan had planned to say something motivational, but as the battle bell rang, she found herself at a loss for words. Frustrated, she turned to Long Chen for help. Long Chen, you should do it instead. Smiling, Long Chen stepped forward and loudly announced, Sisters, we've all dreamt of becoming heroes that everyone can only look up to. We've also dreamt of shining brighter than the sun and moon. In the face of bullying and ridicule, we've longed to rise and repay every humiliation tenfold, 100-fold. We are carrying a great weight on our shoulders while enduring pain many people cannot even imagine. His words grew heavier with emotion, resonating with the warriors who had suffered through similar struggles. Long Chen's own memories of hardship on the martial heaven continent poured into his speech, connecting deeply with the women. Tears welled up in their eyes, but they refused to let them fall. That was their last act of stubbornness. Long Chen continued, we train bitterly to live with dignity, and we fight for every chance to get stronger to protect our loved ones. In the 7 treasure space, you faced countless deaths and endless pain, but you didn't retreat. You knew that the only thing you are lacking from so-called experts is a chance. Today's battle isn't just about rankings. It's the first step in your blood-soaked rebirth, the first victory on the Hidden Dragon Legion's path to greatness. We don't fear death. We don't fear even heavenly tribulations. So tell me, what in this world could possibly stop us? Long Chen's voice thundered across the plaza, igniting a fire in their hearts. Standing by his side, Tang Wan was also affected even though she knew that Long Chen was doing this intentionally. Power seemed to flow through every inch of her body. Truly a capable swindler, she thought, admiring how effortlessly Long Chen could lift the spirits of an entire army. In just a few words, he had their morale soaring. There were 7,200 warriors now, but only 3,600 could participate in this battle, the first batch of Hidden Dragon warriors. Sisters, wait for our good news. Tang Wan called out to the second group of warriors as they stepped onto the transportation formation. The space around them twisted, and in an instant, they found themselves standing in a large plaza. It was simply an island that had been cut flat. 16 large blocks were etched into the ground, each labeled with the name of a divine island. They stood on the block marked Hidden Dragon, and across the plaza stood the 16 other squads, with Qian Runshui's group occupying a blank block. Qian Runshui's gaze was murderous as she glared at Tang Wan, but Tang Wan met her gaze coldly, unafraid with Long Chen by her side. It's been 1 month. Has your Hidden Dragon Legion become a blind legion? Sneered Qian Runshui. Because the Hidden Dragon warriors wore black bands over their eyes, they became extremely conspicuous, and everyone looked at them scornfully. Ugly people sure act differently, another divine daughter taunted. She was short and pudgy, though her aura was strong. Tang Wan had mentioned her to Long Chen before, but he had forgotten her name. It seemed that he was the second rank of the 8 divine daughters. With her ugly appearance, she was exceptionally jealous of Tang Wan, who was blessed with both talent and looks. As a result, she often found trouble for Tang Wan. Tang Wan was about to respond to her taunt when Long Chen suddenly said, "Is that clay jar speaking? Are you talking about yourself?" Tang Wan burst into laughter. Looking at the fat woman, she couldn't help feeling like the name clay jar really suited her form. This name was truly lethal, causing the Hidden Dragon Legion's side to laugh. The onlookers quickly covered up their laughter and turned away. But unfortunately, some were unable to react as quickly. While they quickly muffled their laughter, many of them were red in the face from the effort. They rubbed their faces to cover up their smiles. Giving Long Chen a thumbs up, Tang Wan silently thanked him for improving her mood. "Who are you calling a clay jar?" The fat divine daughter's expression darkened. With her killing intent blazing in her eyes, she looked as if she would bite Long Chen to death. "I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about, Long Chen looked around in a panic. Seemingly not being able to find another target to shift this nickname to, he shook his head. "Whatever. This is too hard. No one here looks like a clay jar as much as you, so I guess I am talking about you." Long Chen's tongue was truly sharp. Was he not saying that she was the ugliest of all the women here? He couldn't shift this title to someone else. How was that possible? Let's not argue. Just look at yourself. Besides your butt, you're all waist like a perfect match for a clay jar, just with a head slapped on top. Aya, what happened to your neck? Long Chen exclaimed in shock. Tang Wan burst into laughter once again, and the others joined her thanks to Long Chen's observation. This fatty truly lacked a neck. I'll kill you, the woman roared in a fury, her killing intent locking onto Long Chen. How brazen! Who permitted you to cause trouble here? A booming voice suddenly interrupted. Space quivered as a group of powerful figures descended from the sky, their emperor-level pressure crashing down like a tidal wave. Chapter 5346 Bullying. Several figures appeared in the sky, their emperor might crashing over the crowd like a powerful wave. At the front were 8 men and women, radiating overwhelming power. Long Chen's pupils shrank as he recognized their status, 9 vain human emperors. Moreover, they were far stronger than Chu He one. Though they were all 9 vain emperors, Chu He seemed like an ant in comparison. These 9 vain human emperors were truly terrifying, their auras comparable to those of the silver wing heaven devils he had taken. They are the Wind God Sea Pavilion's assistant pavilion masters, Tang Wan transmitted to Long Chen. Behind them are 3 of the 4 divine wind elders, but my master isn't here yet. Feng Xinyue was also one of the divine wind elders, ranking just below the assistant pavilion masters. Despite her apprentice preparing for battle, she hadn't arrived yet. Behind the divine wind elders were the higher-ups of the Wind God Sea Pavilion. Thousands of them had gathered, showing how much importance the pavilion placed on this ranking competition. Qingyan, what are you doing? How can you act out at such a gathering? Can you randomly attack people here? A general's sword is not meant for flies. You are becoming more and more of a disappointment, rebuked a middle-aged woman among the 8 assistant pavilion masters. Qing Tu Yan. More like not light, Long Chen murmured to himself but loud enough for everyone to hear. They want to play, right? Then I'll play. Although it was a quiet murmur, it was too quiet here, so everyone heard it. The young disciples bit their lips tightly, afraid of accidentally laughing. Some people bit down so hard that their lips bled. The clay jar ground her teeth furiously. This clay jar's name was Bu Qingyan. It was a nice name, but Long Chen's mocking made it seem ill-fitting. Impudence! Who gave you the right to speak here? The elderly woman shouted, anger flashing in her eyes. She is Bu Qingyan's family elder. Long Chen, be careful, transmitted Tang Wan. Long Chen now understood why this old woman immediately stepped forward to speak to Bu Qingyan and insult him. So they were actually from the same family. Tang Wan, what are you trying to do? All the assistant pavilion masters are here. Is secretly communicating between yourselves the proper decorum? Did your master never teach you basic manners? Shouted another elder. Disciple knows her wrongs, said Tang Wan, bowing. HMPH, it's fine. Children raised in the wilderness don't learn proper manners, scoffed another divine wind elder. Your talent isn't bad, but you lack proper upbringing. It's not entirely your fault, though. It's your master's fault for not raising you properly, added the last divine wind elder, an icy-faced old crone. Gritting her teeth, Tang Wan answered, my master is the best master in this world. Any mistakes I make are my own and have nothing to do with her. Hearing this, the 3 divine wind elders furrowed their brows, and the old crone snapped, you dare to argue? You really don't know how to recognize other people's kindness. We are offering guidance out of kindness, yet you repay us with disrespect. There's no hope for you. Tang Wan quivered with rage but bit her tongue, refusing to cry. As they criticized Tang Wan, Long Chen's gaze swept over the crowd. He noticed that the 8 assistant pavilion masters, 3 divine wind elders, and thousands of higher-ups treated Tang Wan frostily. They all seemed to dislike her. Hearing them dare to sanctimoniously criticize Tang Wan, Long Chen stepped forward and sneered at the crone, put away your hypocritical kindness. You are old, so keep your mouth cleaner. Leave some good karma for your descendants. Seeing Long Chen dare to insult this elder, everyone was shocked. Did he have a death wish? Outrageous. The crone roared, unleashing her emperor might upon Long Chen. Tang Wan grunted in pain and almost spat blood as the pressure slammed down on them. The hidden dragon warriors felt as though their bones were about to break, the pain was immense. This powerful overwhelming force tried to crush them, pushing them to kneel. If they knelt, the suppression would instantly stop. However, they were no longer the people they once were. Having endured the trials of blood and fire, the tests of life and death, they had transformed. Even under the crushing weight of a nine-vein emperor's might, they refused to kneel. They would rather die standing than live on their knees. What they faced were only the aftershocks of the true force, as Long Chen bore the brunt of the pressure. Yet, he stood firm like an unshakable mountain. The higher-ups looked on, astonished. None of them had expected a mortal saint like Long Chen to withstand the might of a nine-vein emperor. Was it even possible? Long Chen looked the crone straight in the eye. With a calm voice, he said, "You're old, your grave is already waiting for you. Stop embarrassing yourself with this pathetic show of strength and just go lie in it." Long Chen didn't fear a nine-vein emperor's pressure. His physical body was too strong to be injured by something so trivial. Moreover, the essence of this kind of pressure was rooted in will and soul, his strongest attributes. To him, this level of force was utterly insignificant. Once again, everyone was stunned. He truly seemed unaffected by the emperor's oppressive might. You rely on some treasure to shield yourself. And you think that makes you bold. Today, I'll teach an insolent brat a lesson, the old crone snarled, stepping forward with clear intent to strike. As she moved to attack, none of the higher-ups moved to stop her, not the 8 assistant pavilion masters or the other 2 divine wind elders. When Long Chen saw this, killing intent appeared in his eyes. He slowly raised his hands, about to summon the silver wing heaven devil. You think you're qualified to teach him a lesson? Even if you trained for another 10 lifetimes, you still wouldn't be worthy. Upon hearing that cold voice, Tang Wan'er immediately cried out in delight, "Master!" 1. Tianyu City's patriarch from chapter 5289, also a nine-vein emperor. 2. This is a pun on her name, switching out the "ching" with "lightweight," which sounds the same. Chapter 5347. You've disappointed me. The speaker was Tang Wan'er's master, Feng Xinyue. Today, she wore a majestic golden dress, radiating a graceful and noble air. Her presence was unmatched, and none of the other Wind God Sea Pavilion higher-ups could compare to her grandeur. The moment Feng Xinyue appeared, jealousy flashed across the old crone's face. Even though they were all divine wind elders, the difference was stark. The other 3 elders were like leaves beside a beautiful flower, with the old crone resembling a yellowing leaf on the verge of withering. In contrast, Feng Xinyue still appeared to be in her prime, exuding a natural aura that made her seem like the protagonist of the world, untouchable and unmatched. Compared to her, well, there was no comparison. Feng Xinyue, what are you trying to imply? Are you saying that I, a divine wind elder of the Wind God Sea Pavilion, am not qualified to teach this kid a lesson? The crone demanded. Before Feng Xinyue's arrival, the 8 assistant pavilion masters, the divine wind elders, and the other higher-ups were clearly against Tang Wan'er. To put it bluntly, they were natives rejecting outsiders. But the moment Feng Xinyue stepped in, her powerful aura suppressed their hostility. The atmosphere grew tense. You might be a divine wind elder, Feng Xinyue replied calmly, but you're not qualified to teach him anything. Have you heard of the world's #1 academy? The High Firmament Academy, the one claiming to be the oldest academy in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The crone was briefly taken aback, then sneered. That decayed academy is not even qualified to enter the heaven essence world. Don't tell me he's from there. Even if he is, so what? A disciple from that academy isn't worthy of being arrogant in front of me. Feng Xinyue smiled and looked at Long Chen. He is from the High Firmament Academy, but he is not a disciple. He is the youngest dean in their history. Dean. Everyone was stunned, whether it was the higher-ups or the disciples. Even the Hidden Dragon Legion's warriors stared at Long Chen in disbelief. The High Firmament Academy was legendary, the supposed #1 academy in the world. And Long Chen was its dean. Long Chen's expression remained calm under their astonished gazes. He knew Feng Xinyue was promoting him, though he didn't understand why. In truth, he preferred playing the role of the underdog. What nonsense! How can a mere mortal Saint Brad be the dean of the High Firmament Academy? If he's dean, then just how far has that academy fallen? Shouted the crone. Seeing Feng Xinyue's eyes on him, Long Chen knew it was time to speak. I'm not talented enough to be the true dean. I'm only the branch dean of the first academy. Hearing that he was merely a branch dean made the disbelief fade slightly, but even that was still hard to accept. A young man like him holding such a high position. It seemed absurd. Feng Xinyue continued, the relationship between the Wind God Sea Pavilion and the High Firmament Academy is something others might not know, but you should. Long Chen is a branch dean, while you are only a divine wind elder. Now tell me, are you qualified to teach him anything? The assistant pavilion masters and divine wind elders were left in shock. What Feng Xinyue was referring to was a top secret in the Wind God Sea Pavilion, known only to core members like them. HMPH, how can we believe it just because you say so? Where's the proof? Even if it's true, he holds a disciple tablet of the Wind God Sea Pavilion, meaning he's still bound by our rules, the crone sneered. He only holds the tablet for Tangwan Er's sake. Otherwise, with his status, why would he bother becoming a disciple here? The first academy is outside the desolation. Long Chen crossed the endless desolation on his own just to find Wan Er. At those words, everyone jumped in shock. He crossed the endless desolation. How was that possible? Ignoring their reaction, Feng Xinyue continued, now he's here with a disciple status, fighting under the name of a retainer. Clashes between disciples should be left to the disciples. If you abuse your seniority, you'll only be making a fool of yourself. Don't hide your intentions behind a lesson. Long Chen was stunned. The Wind God Sea Pavilion had a secret relationship with the High Firmament Academy. And it seemed to be an important one. If he revealed his dean status, even the Divine Wind Elders would rank below him. Feng Xinyue's warning had a clear message. Don't try to use your position against him. Could it be that a branch dean is on par with their pavilion master? Long Chen wondered, making a very bold guess. You're right, clashes between disciples should be left to the disciples. It's not too suitable for seniors like us to interject. However, Long Chen is participating in this competition as a disciple, so he should follow the rules. Do you not know how to respect your seniors? Interjected an assistant pavilion master. Long Chen responded calmly, you're wrong. Respect isn't just for the old, it's for those who deserve it. It's for wise and noble elders, not petty, malicious ones. Respect is for heroes who protect their families and nations, not for selfish elders who abuse their position to bully juniors. Just like that, Long Chen insulted every higher-up present, much to Tang Wan'er's satisfaction because they indeed abused their position like that. Best of all, they couldn't argue back. To do so would be admitting they were exactly the kind of people he described. One of the assistant pavilion masters coughed awkwardly and said, the ranking competition is about to start. I'll explain the rules. Wait a moment, Feng Xinyue interrupted, walking over to Tang Wan'er. She stared at her disciple for a long time before shaking her head and sighing. You've really disappointed me. Chapter 5348 Rotten Melons. Master. Tang Wan'er was stunned. Feng Xinyue had always doted on her, treating her like a treasure. In the Wind sect, Tang Wan'er was practically in charge, as her master rarely ever scolded her. But today, Feng Xinyue's words shook her to the core, leaving her mind blank. She couldn't figure out what she had done wrong. Do you still remember what I told you when I accepted you as my disciple? Asked Feng Xinyue. Tang Wan'er immediately nodded. Of course I remember. You said that from now on, no one could bully me, only I could bully others. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to you. If I couldn't defeat someone, I could ask my senior brothers and sisters for help. And if they couldn't win, I should come to you. Tang Wan'er recalled that day perfectly, the day she officially became Feng Xinyue's disciple. If you remember, then how did you end up like this? Aren't you being bullied? Did you ever come to find me? Feng Xinyue's voice was calm, but her words pierced Tang Wan'er. Tang Wan'er was at a loss for words. When did it become acceptable for the disciple of Feng Xinyue to be bullied? You've truly embarrassed me, Feng Xinyue sighed. It was my weakness, master. I'll work hard to cultivate and restore your honor, Tang Wan'er quickly promised, panic rising in her chest. Feng Xinyue had always treated Tang Wan'er kindly, like a mother figure. Hence, hearing her disappointment was agonizing for her. Tang Wan'er hated herself for not being strong enough. Foolish child, did I ever say I wanted you to carry the Wind sect on your shoulders? All I ever asked was for you to be true to yourself, no matter the circumstances. But instead, you've burdened yourself with one thing after another, losing sight of the essence of cultivation. If you continue like this, you'll end up like them, blinded by greed, dragging others down for power, and bowing to profit. In the end, you'll be completely inhumane, said Feng Xinyue, her gaze sweeping over the other elders. Everyone's expressions darkened. Feng Xinyue had essentially cursed them all. Only Long Chen nodded in agreement. Feng Xinyue was completely right. Tang Wan'er had been carrying too much on her shoulders, constantly thinking about how to protect her people and avoid burdening her master. She had endured countless grievances, and over time, this had dulled her sharpness. Her once clear Dao heart was now clouded with dust. Feng Xinyue's words hit the nail on the head. The 8 assistant pavilion masters, the 3 divine wind elders, and the other higher-ups had all treated Tang Wan'er as an outsider. Their behavior stemmed from their desire to cling to power and suppress Feng Xinyue, who had suddenly joined their ranks. Although they were powerful and had high cultivation levels, their positions had blinded them. In the end, people like that would never be able to grasp the true essence of the Grand Tao. Feng Xinyue's words were painfully accurate. Their minds were shrouded by selfishness, and their hearts were too small to understand the bigger picture. Worst of all, they didn't even recognize their own shortcomings. They genuinely believed that everything they did was correct. "Master, I was wrong," Tang Wan'er said, her eyes brimming with tears. Feng Xinyue's expression softened as she wiped them away. "Good child, I know your intentions were to protect me, but you must have faith in your master's strength. It's more than enough to shield you. At the very least." Feng Xinyue's gaze swept over the higher-ups, and her mouth broke into an arrogant smile. "At the very least, it's enough to handle this group of rotten melons." Hearing Feng Xinyue refer to them as rotten melons, Tang Wan'er couldn't help but burst into laughter, though the higher-ups' faces darkened like charcoal. "Feng Xinyue, you've gone too far," shouted one of the assistant pavilion masters. "You old fools, instead of focusing on your cultivation, you gang up on a little girl. And you say I've gone too far." Feng Xinyue snorted. "Don't worry, those who dare to humiliate my disciple will face retribution sooner or later. I won't forget this debt." Without sparing them another glance, Feng Xinyue turned to Long Chen. "I didn't step in while Tang Wan'er was being bullied. Do you blame me?" Long Chen hastily shook his head. "How could I? Your wisdom is boundless. I'm sure you had your reasons. In any case, every loss comes with a gain. Wan'er's character has been tempered by these challenges, which is invaluable for her future growth. Most importantly, in her plight, she could see other people's true characters and gain a group of sisters who would fight for her to the death. That's the greatest blessing one can have. Just ask yourself, can any of those rotten melons entrust their lives to someone else? Just that point alone is a great blessing for Wan'er and the Hidden Dragon Legion's warriors." Feng Xinyue smiled, as expected of the High Firmament Academy's youngest dean in all of history. "Your insight is truly rare. I was thinking of how to explain it to Wan'er, but with this, any explanations would be superfluous." Only then did Tang Wan'er fully grasp her master's intention. Feng Xinyue had stayed silent, letting Tang Wan'er face these struggles so that when she was at her lowest, she could see people's true colors. In just a few words, Tang Wan'er felt like she had grown a great deal, as if she had matured overnight. "Are you done yet? We're here for the competition, not to listen to your endless flattery," an impatient divine son finally interrupted. Feng Xinyue ignored him, instead smiling at Long Chen. "Do you understand why I asked Wan'er that question?" Long Chen was momentarily startled, but then he smiled knowingly. The two exchanged a glance of understanding before Feng Xinyue returned to her place. Though she stood among the divine wind elders, Feng Xinyue looked like a crane among chickens. Her aura was so grand. She was like a princess decked in wonder, standing amongst a group of beggars in tatters. "The ranking competition begins now. Bring out the roulette," one of the assistant pavilion masters announced, and a giant roulette appeared in the air. Chapter 5349 Fiend Blood Battlefield. This roulette was a magical artifact, which was covered in countless runes that began to flash when an assistant pavilion master activated it. After a moment, the flashing stopped, and an egg-sized sphere of light dropped into a stone case at the bottom of the roulette. The stone case was then handed to the assistant pavilion master. Both the roulette and the stone case were protected by formations, preventing anyone from seeing inside. Long Chen could only see a sphere fall into the case. But he didn't know exactly what that was. The elder slowly reached into the stone case. Long Chen frowned and glanced at Feng Xinyue, who happened to meet his gaze at that moment. "Long Chen, what's wrong?" asked Tang Wan'er. Seeing Feng Xinyue unbothered by it, Long Chen shook his head. "Nothing much. It's just rather funny how they like cheating so much. How shameless. I can't believe they wasted all their years living like a dog." His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for most of the experts present to hear. The assistant pavilion master's expression twitched in response. As the elder reached into the stone case, his sleeve moved oddly, and Long Chen instantly noticed something strange. He quickly deduced that the elder was hiding another sphere in his sleeve, using his sleight of hand to switch the objects. This kind of trick was something Long Chen had seen long ago in the Phoenix Cry Empire. Who would have thought the same scam would appear here, in the immortal world? It seemed that his experiences had truly opened his eyes to the ways of the world. Both Long Chen and Feng Xinyue noticed the deceit, but since Feng Xinyue didn't say anything, Long Chen saw no point in exposing it. The guilty elder pretended not to hear anything. He simply raised the sphere in his hand and announced, "It is the Fiend Blood battlefield. The ranking competition will take place in the Fiend Blood battlefield." After his announcement, the roulette and stone case were swiftly removed, and someone stepped forward to explain the rules. The Fiend Blood battlefield was a dangerous hive of the devil race, and it was located in the Endless Desolation. The race that resided there was known as the Fiend Wind Blood Devils, a rare devil species that possessed wind energy. Their vast territory was even larger than that of the Wind God Sea Pavilion, and it was often a target for the Wind God Sea Pavilion's hunting and trials. That was because every Fiend Wind Blood Devil had a special item in their head called a Blood Devil Crystal, a condensation of their life essence. This crystal contained violent wind energy mixed with negative chi, making them dangerous and unusable in their raw state. However, once purified, their value soared to 10,000 times that of a wind spirit stone. This immense value, along with their specialized use for wind element cultivators, made the Fiend Wind Blood Devils prime targets for the disciples of the Wind God Sea Pavilion. Hence, the disciples frequently ventured into Fiend Blood battlefield to hunt the devils. However, because the Fiend Wind Blood Devils domain was located in the Endless Desolation, the stronger experts would be suppressed by the laws of that land. As a result, only disciples below the human emperor realm could hunt there. Furthermore, the territory was so remote that ordinary transportation formations couldn't reach it. To travel there, they had to rely on the Wind Dominion Pearl's power. This time, 17 groups would be sent to the outskirts of the Fiend Blood battlefield. Thanks to their frequent skirmishes with the devils, the Wind God Sea Pavilion knew this area was relatively safe. The goal was to strike quickly, obtain their targets, and retreat before alerting the more terrifying beings deeper within. If they encountered danger, they could crush their transportation tablets, which would activate the Wind Dominion Pearl and return them to safety. Unfortunately, not everyone could afford to use these transportation tablets. As they were crafted from rare wind elemental immortal metal, they were extremely valuable. Most disciples wouldn't use them unless they had no other option. Moreover, each use would require a lot of energy supply, so most experts would just travel on their own. Only divine sons and daughters were provided with these tablets during trials. However, they came with a mission. Each group needed to collect at least 100,000 Blood Devil Blue crystals to break even with the cost of transportation. These crystals were only found in high-level Blood Devils, and only 1 in 10 Heaven Saint Blood Devils produced them. 100,000 crystals meant killing at least 1,000,000 Heaven Saint Blood Devils. This trial would be scored based on the number of crystals each group returned with. The group that ranked last would be eliminated. In the past, only 16 groups competed, but this time there were 17, meaning one group had to be eliminated before the real ranking competition began. Once these rules were explained, Long Chen understood that this trial tested a group's cohesive power. With him leading the Hidden Dragon Legion, he wasn't afraid. The Hidden Dragon warriors were no longer the weak women they once were. They had transformed into true experts, and it was time to reap the rewards of their hard work. Long Chen checked the other groups. In terms of talent and aptitude, those people truly did surpass the Hidden Dragon warriors. However, all of them were incredibly arrogant and prideful. They were clearly greenhouse flowers that had never fought real battles. In a one-on-one fight, Long Chen was confident that none of these groups could rival the Hidden Dragon Legion. So, even though the elder had pulled a fast one, Long Chen wasn't concerned. As he always believed, schemes were powerless in the face of absolute strength. Feng Xinyue also didn't say anything, which showed that those old fools could at most play some little tricks. If they dared to go overboard, Feng Xinyue would go crazy on them. Though Feng Xinyue and Tang Wan'er's conversation seemed directed at Tang Wan'er, it was also intended for Long Chen. The underlying message was clear: he didn't need to hold back. If Tang Wan'er were mistreated, it was up to him to take action. That was a good thing. After all, Long Chen had long since found these people dislikable. With Feng Xinyue's backing, holding back would be betraying his true nature. After the rules were explained, the assistant pavilion master offered some half-hearted words of encouragement before distributing the new tablets to everyone. These were life-saving tablets, so everyone carefully accepted them, although they might not end up using them. Not having one in a moment of need could spell disaster. Once everyone had a tablet, Long Chen noticed the cold smiles from the other groups, so Long Chen smiled back at them, finding the mutual disdain amusing. At that moment, the Wind Dominion Pearl at the top of the Wind God Sea Pavilion emitted a radiant light. Long Chen felt a powerful suction force envelop him and his group, and in an instant, they vanished. Chapter 5350 Underhanded Methods. Space twisted violently, and Long Chen felt the laws of space become chaotic. The aura of the heavenly Taos also became turbid, like a hot spring contaminated with mud. This nasty feeling shocked Long Chen, the aura of endless desolation. Why was it that he hadn't noticed it before? After pondering a bit, Long Chen understood why those with higher cultivation bases could not cross the endless desolation. No matter how strong an expert was, they would be unable to resist the corruption of the laws in the endless desolation. For Long Chen and his group, this aura only caused discomfort without affecting their combat abilities. However, when Tang Wan took in their surroundings, her expression shifted to shock. This isn't the Fiend Blood battlefield. We're way off target, one of her retainers exclaimed after quickly checking the map. They were indeed nowhere near where they should have been. TCH, as expected, they're using underhanded tricks, scoffed Long Chen. Long Chen, are you saying they did this intentionally? No way, Tang Wan found it hard to believe. Such blatant abuse of power seemed too far-fetched. I personally saw that old fellow do a switcheroo. Your master saw it too but chose not to say anything, said Long Chen. But this is a major mistake. They have to take responsibility. Tang Wan was still in disbelief. What responsibility? Did you not hear him tell everyone not to make any odd movements during the spatial transportation, or it would affect the accuracy of the transportation? He repeated it 3 times. Now that we're off target, they'll blame it on us, saying someone didn't follow the rules. It's the perfect excuse, and there's no proof to refute them. What can you do? Long Chen shrugged. How hateful. They're 9 vain emperors. Did they really have no conscience? Tang Wan gritted her teeth. Long Chen rubbed her face gently, calming her. Tang Wan, you silly girl. You still don't understand your master's intentions. She is letting you see the ugliness of the world. Do you think people are born like this? No, most people have a conscience. But the pressure from the world erodes their bottom line until it snaps. Once that happens, they'll do anything for their goals, shameless, depraved acts, and feel completely justified. Do you remember how prideful you were when we first met? You were an unbending fairy. But now, you're constantly enduring their abuse. Sooner or later, as your own bottom line sinks, you'll start using similar means. They no longer care about karma and act purely out of self-interest. If someone sees this every day, they will start to feel like there's nothing wrong with acting according to their own interests. After all people are like this. Tang Wan's heart shook. She finally understood her master's deeper intentions, but she hadn't realized it until Long Chen pointed it out. Big brother Long Chen is right. These wretched people don't believe in karma. They will do anything for their goals, said Xiao Yu. Long Chen smiled. No, little sister, you're half right. This doesn't mean that people can do bad things just for their own interests. This karma is different from karma between people. It's about a person who doesn't cultivate their morals or restrain their desires. Eventually, they'll be sentenced by the karma of the heavens. Long Chen viewed the warriors of the Hidden Dragon Legion as his own little sisters. After all, many of them might one day become his sister-in-laws. They were one family, so he didn't need to be that reserved with them. Hearing that, they were surprised. So karma had such a meaning. Long Chen continued, that's enough of that. No matter what underhanded tricks they play, they're all nonsense in front of absolute power. Xiao Yu, you should be more familiar with this area, so tell me what you know. I'll guess what those old fogies are planning. Xiao Yu was clever and quick-witted, so she often acted as Tang Wan's strategist. She would usually come up with plans, and Tang Wan chose her actions from them. Xiao Yu handed the map to Long Chen and pointed out their current location, which was 2 days' travel from where they were supposed to be. Worst of all, there was no way to shorten that time since they had to go around a region controlled by bone devils. These bone devils were a type of devil creature with bones that grew outside their bodies, giving them an incredibly strong defense. Although their devil cores contained powerful metal energy, they were too hard to obtain, so people rarely hunted them. The Bone Devil's stronghold wasn't massive, but it housed millions of them, including at least 7 vain emperors. They couldn't afford to confront them head-on, so they would have to go around, adding 2 days to their journey. And that was assuming they faced no sneak attacks from other devil races along the way. We only have 7 days. After that, any achievements we make will be invalid. Losing 2 days like this. They're truly despicable, Tang Wan fumed, clenching her fists in frustration. But there was nothing she could do other than curse them for being shameless. Long Chen had originally suspected they would be transported into the heart of the Fiend Blood battlefield, hoping they'd be annihilated. Now, it seemed their plan was simply to delay them. We have no choice but to go around. We'll have 5 days left, but with our power, we should be able to catch up, said Xiao Yu, trying to remain optimistic. However, Long Chen shook his head. You're thinking too simply. They want us to be eliminated and already know our path. My guess is that they have 2 plans. One is to go to our intended destination and kill all the devil creatures there, leaving us with nothing to hunt. The other, more vicious option, is to lure powerful devil creatures to our location and get us killed. Everyone's expressions darkened. If Long Chen's guess was correct, their best-case scenario would be elimination. Worst case, they could suffer heavy casualties. After all, in the heat of battle, it was possible to fail to crush the transportation tablet in time. All right, I get it. Now it's time to get to work. Long Chen clapped his hands and led them straight towards the Bone Devils. If you want to win, you can't walk the ordinary path. Chapter 5351 Embryonic Form. Long Chen led the Hidden Dragon Legion straight toward an army of devil creatures. There was no complex strategy, no elaborate formation, they simply blasted through with brute force. Wielding their swords, the Hidden Dragon warriors moved as quickly as the wind. They cleaved through the bone scales of the dual-horned devil creatures, cutting them down with ease. At first, Long Chen took the lead, but after dispatching a few bone devils, he quickly identified their weak points on the neck, eyes, and a small spot 3 inches below their abdomens. With this knowledge, he left the fighting to the 8 divine retainers while Tang Wan stood by, ready to intervene if any unexpected danger arose. Long Chen observed from the rear. Seeing their somewhat clumsy and stiff formation, Long Chen reminisced about the early days of the Dragonblood Legion. Things had been far, far harder on them. Back then, there had been no one to save them, no guiding hand. Every lesson they learned was paid for with their own lives and blood. Though the Hidden Dragon Legion's formation was still rather messy, with noticeable flaws, it was surprisingly effective. The Heaven Saint Devil creatures were unable to stop them, so the warriors pressed forward with determination. As they fought, the Hidden Dragon Legion grew more ferocious with every kill. Their momentum built like an unstoppable wave. Back in the Wind God Sea Pavilion, they had trained against devil creatures, even exchanging points to fight sealed Heaven Saint Bone Devils. In those training sessions, defeating one of these devils in single combat would take over 100 moves, and a single slip-up could result in severe injuries or death. But now, they were cutting them down with ease. The Wind God Sea Pavilion had always deployed large groups to capture and seal devil creatures for their disciples to use as training. It was a method to gauge their growth. The existences that had been powerful opponents for them in the past now collapsed beneath their swords. Only now, as they tore through the battlefield, did the Hidden Dragon warriors truly comprehend just how much they had grown in a single month. After all, in the 7 treasure space, they had to face incredibly powerful existences. Though the relentless training had blurred their sense of improvement, this battle proved otherwise. Before death, they remained calm. Their senses, spiritual perception, and instincts had been sharpened. Had they not been pressed for time, Long Chen wouldn't have revealed the weaknesses of the devil creatures to them. With their current strength, he was certain they would have figured it out within a day. That kind of discovery would have been far more valuable to them in the long run. Unfortunately, they were pressed for time. They had to get through this region as quickly as possible, so Long Chen could only go for the second best option. They blasted through the horde of bone devils, but some of the warriors felt a bit sad because they didn't even have time to pick up these corpses. After all, those devil cores were treasures and could be exchanged for things that they needed in the Wind God Sea Pavilion. As for Long Chen, he couldn't muster up the will to gather Heaven Saint corpses. The primal chaos space no longer benefited much from Heaven Saint corpses. It seemed that as the primal chaos space grew stronger, its needs evolved. Now, it would only be worth the effort to collect Emperor corpses. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed, and the powerful might of an Emperor devil creature swept over them. Most of the devil creatures here were around the same size as humans, but this one was a giant. A powerful blood chi exuded from it as it charged over like a bolt of lightning. However, before it could even reach them, a figure shot forward and decapitated it in a single, clean strike. Good job, Long Chen and Tang Wan shouted in unison. The attacker was Xiao Yu. She was decisive and ruthless with this attack, cleanly killing the devil with impeccable timing. This single blow displayed the true fruits of her training in the 7 treasure space in front of a stronger expert. The first thing to do was stay calm. Then, when an opening appeared, attack without hesitation. Even Xiao Yu herself seemed stunned by his killing prowess, having acted purely on instinct. It was almost unbelievable that such a terrifying enemy had been dispatched so easily. Seeing her expression, Long Chen and Tang Wan exchanged smiles. Xiao Yu truly was exceptional. Her combat instincts had risen to such a level, and her potential seemed limitless. The hidden dragon warriors cheered after this attack. Xiao Yu's display had fully ignited their fighting spirits. Their morale soared, and they pressed on with renewed vigor. Whenever a human emperor devil creature appeared, one of the 8 divine retainers would launch a sharp attack. If the attack struck the devil creature in a weak spot, it would die instantly. Amongst these female warriors, quite a few were still outer disciples. Hence, they hadn't yet realized the full extent of their transformation through Long Chen's medicinal pills. Actually, even the ordinary warriors were qualified to challenge human emperor devil creatures on their own. However, they were simply unaware of it. Although they could challenge human emperor devil creatures, killing them in one strike required perfect timing. That was why Long Chen had praised Xiao Yu. Her skillful timing showed the culmination of her improvements. It showed that she had leapt to an even higher level. As they continued further, more roars resounded. What began as 1 or 2 emperor devil creatures appearing at a time soon escalated to dozens. Long Chen checked the map. They were approaching the core of the stronghold. That was why more and more devil creatures appeared. With an influx of emperor devil creatures, the hidden dragon legion came under immense pressure. Their unpracticed formation began to falter. As everyone panicked, their cohesion started to fall into disorder. The more they tried to fix their formation, the worse things became. Calm down. The more critical the situation, the calmer you must be. Don't let any negative emotions affect your movements. Trust your backs to your sisters. Just focus on killing the enemies in front of you, Long Chen instructed, grounding the warriors in the heat of battle. These warriors had grown a great deal through the 7 treasure spaces tempering, but to have them betray their instincts and leave their backs to others was quite difficult. This was the reason the formation was starting to crumble. But now, they pushed through their fear, trusting Long Chen's words. They left their backs exposed and concentrated on the enemies ahead. Their trust in Long Chen was absolute. If he said it, they would do it, even if it meant facing death. To their astonishment, the formation instantly stabilized. Not only did they stop the enemy's advance, but their collective power surged to new heights, pushing the devil creatures back. The warriors were left in awe at how quickly the tide had turned. Long Chen smiled, knowing that the hidden dragon legion's true strength lay in their unity. Once they fully trusted one another, their power as a team would reach unprecedented levels. Suddenly, the earth started to shake as a vast pressure engulfed the land. Chapter 5352. Move on. The ground erupted, sending shockwaves through the air as violent chi waves surged outward, blasting the devil army away. Seeing the oncoming force, the hidden dragon legion reacted instantly. Wind defense. They shouted in unison. They executed the strongest defensive technique Long Chen had taught them, condensing all their wind energy into a powerful barrier. The violent chi waves hammered against it, causing the barrier to tremble and groan under the pressure. Even emperor-level devil creatures were thrown back by the force of the waves. What is going on? Long Chen muttered, surprised by the sudden explosion of energy. His divine sense extended outward, and he soon spotted an altar surrounded by thousands of devil creatures. At the center of the altar, an elderly bone devil waved a bone staff over a broken egg. Standing within the remains of the egg was a man with disheveled hair, his expression furious. Long Chen immediately understood what had happened. It seemed that they had activated the altar to awaken the man in the egg, who was exuding the familiar aura of a heaven devil. Long Chen had seen it countless times in the endless desolation. Back then, the Dragonblood Legion had specifically hunted the sealed heaven devils, but this was the first time Long Chen had witnessed one being awakened like this. Judging by the angry man's pale face and the blood dripping from his mouth, the awakening process had gone wrong. His growth had been interrupted, and though he was now awake, it wasn't the proper time. All the emperors of the Bone Devil race present were supposed to participate in this ceremony. They needed to give everything they had to awaken him properly. However, the arrival of Long Chen and the Hidden Dragon Legion disrupted the process. The Bone Devils had sent many of their warriors to stop the intruders, but the Hidden Dragon Legion was too strong and quickly broke through, forcing the Bone Devils to dispatch even more experts against them. As the ceremony had reached a critical juncture, they could not stop midway. Gritting their teeth, they could only keep going. However, because of the absence of so many emperors, the energy in the egg had gone out of balance, causing the awakening to fail and the egg to explode. What should have been a controlled awakening now resembled a chaotic detonation. The surrounding Bone Devils glared at Long Chen and his companions with venomous hatred. "It seems like we've stirred up quite a problem," said Tang Wan, taking note of their reactions. "What are they doing?" asked Xiao Yu. "They tried to awaken a Heaven Devil fetus," Long Chen explained. "The Heaven Devil race sealed their geniuses inside these fetuses to preserve their power. The Dragonblood Legion encountered several of them in the endless desolation, and we helped them move on, out of the goodness of our hearts," Long Chen replied solemnly. "Move on?" Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean by that?" "We freed them from their eggs, and then," Long Chen replied, pausing for dramatic effect. "And then we guided them on the path to reincarnation," he finished with a smirk. Despite the tension in the air, Long Chen's companions couldn't help but give him odd looks. It wasn't exactly the time for jokes, yet Long Chen always found a way to lighten the mood. "Damn humans!" roared the elder of the Bone Devil race, pointing his staff at Long Chen. "How dare you interfere with the great Heaven Devil race? Have you considered the consequences of your actions?" The Bone Devils immediately charged toward Long Chen and the others, surrounding the Hidden Dragon Legion. Hundreds of thousands of Emperor-level devils closed in, more than half of them two vain emperors. The Hidden Dragon Legion had never seen such a terrifying lineup before. To say that they were unafraid would definitely be a lie. Although their eyes showed signs of unease, there was no fear, and Long Chen was pleased by their resolve. Nervousness would affect their display, but fear might cause their wills to collapse and make them unable to even fight back. Long Chen and Tang Wan stepped forward to face the Elder and the Heaven Devil. Long Chen's eyes flicked between the furious Heaven Devil and the Elder. "Friend, these Bone Devils were planning to kill you. They've betrayed the Heaven Devil race and were using your corpse as an offering. Lucky for you, we arrived just in time to save you. How about we join forces and wipe out these traitors?" Long Chen suggested, feigning sincerity. Perhaps because the Heaven Devil had just been awoken, his mind was still muddled. As a result, he turned toward the Elder of the Bone Devil race menacingly. The Bone Devil's expressions changed, and the Elder roared, "Great Heaven Devil, we have always been loyal to the Heaven Devil race. We would never betray you. If you don't believe us, just look at the Devil rune on our heads. The Heaven Devil's seal is right there. How could we dare to betray you?" Seeing the Devil rune on the Elder's forehead, the Heaven Devil turned back to Long Chen, who shrugged. Long Chen knew that his little plan to see dogs eat dogs was a failure. With a raspy voice like grating iron, the Heaven Devil spat out, "Damn human, you're as despicable and foolish as ever. Did you think your lies could trick the great Heaven Devil race?" "All right, I can't be bothered anymore," Long Chen said casually. "Let me introduce myself properly. I'm the great guide of the Devil race, responsible for helping ugly souls like you move on. Today, however, I'm a bit busy and missed the timing of your birth. To make up for it, I'll personally guarantee a swift and painless journey to your next life. We're professionals in this line of work, you know. Courting death." The Heaven Devil roared, finally understanding Long Chen's mockery, and lunged toward him. "Hold it!" Long Chen raised his hand. The Heaven Devil surprisingly paused obediently, though still seething with rage. Standing a mere 300 meters from Long Chen, he asked, "Do you have any final words?" "No, you misunderstand," Long Chen replied smoothly. "I'm not handling this today. The one sending you off will be the peerless beauty standing right beside me." Tang Wan had been itching to test her strength against this Heaven Devil from the moment she saw him. Seeing that Long Chen left this battle to her, she immediately stepped forward. Without hesitation, she launched her attack. Chapter 5353 Tang Wan-er's Heavenly Fate Manifestation. Tang Wan-er shot out like a bolt of lightning toward the Heaven Devil, her sword unsheathing with a cry like a dragon's roar. When her sword slashed down, the wind energy of the world gathered, and a sharp sword chi sliced toward the Heaven Devil's head. Caught off guard by her sudden attack, the Heaven Devil hastily raised his left hand, summoning a white bone shield. The sword chi slammed into the shield with a thunderous explosion, sending him reeling from the impact. Like an elegant cloud, Tang Wan-er charged over, her sword strikes flying as swiftly and relentlessly as a tempest. The air around her glowed with brilliant sword light as she pursued the retreating Heaven Devil. Vast wind energy concentrated on her sword without leaking, and each of her strikes was sharp and precise, slicing apart the very laws of the world, forcing the Heaven Devil further back. Long Chen smiled, watching her fight. The impish girl he once knew had been tamed by responsibility ever since becoming a divine daughter, but now, in battle, her true nature revealed itself. She attacked unceremoniously, not even saying a word beforehand. The Bone Devils grew panicked upon seeing Tang Wan-er take the initiative. The Heaven Devil had been prematurely awoken by their ritual, which left him injured and unstable. Now, under Tang Wan-er's relentless assault, he was unable to unleash his full strength. Suddenly, the elder of the Bone Devils, the only seven-vein emperor present, waved his staff, conjuring a barrier in front of the Heaven Devil. He wanted to halt Tang Wan-er's momentum. How shameless! Xiao Yu and the others were outraged by his interference. Indeed, while Tang Wan-er sliced the barrier apart, her movements slowed, and her rhythm was interrupted. The Heaven Devil grasped this chance to shove his shield forward, and the two combatants were blown back. Tang Wan-er's tempestuous assault ended just like that. Outraged by the elder's interference, Xiao Yu and the others glared at him, but Long Chen shook his head. Long Chen reprimanded them. This is a life and death battle. To survive, there is nothing wrong with being crafty or even shameless. Remember, you are not only disciples of the Wind God Sea Pavilion, you are also warriors of the Hidden Dragon Legion. What you face now aren't sparring matches with rules and principles. You're up against enemies who won't hesitate to kill you. Fairness, shamelessness. I don't want to hear those naive words again. His cold reprimand caught them off guard, and they quickly realized their mistake. They had been judging this battlefield according to the principles of the Wind God Sea Pavilion's martial stage. That was a fatal oversight. To put it frankly, although they had gotten stronger, some of their rigid thinking had yet to change. They were actually angry that the elder had interfered in the battle, a reaction that Long Chen found laughably naive. It was this naivety that angered him. We understand. Xiao Yu and the others turned red and apologized. In that moment, they felt utterly foolish, even growing to resent their own ignorance. It's fine as long as you realize this. Battle is not a game. If you want to live, you must understand these principles. For now, just watch and absorb what you can. Long Chen sighed, starting to regret being so harsh just now. Becoming stronger wasn't just about power, changing someone's mindset took time. It was his fault for being in a rush. After all, they were all young and inexperienced. Being able to grow to this point was already very amazing. He couldn't judge them with the standards of the Dragonblood Legion. At this moment, the Heaven Devil's Heavenly Fate disc appeared, and Berserk Devil Chi exploded out of him. You despicable human, do you only know how to launch sneak attacks? The Heaven Devil shouted, a white bone spear appearing in his hand. With a shield in one hand and a spear in the other, his Devil Chi surged, making him appear like a battle god. What a powerful aura, exclaimed one of the Hidden Dragon warriors. Despite them all being in the Heaven Saint realm, the Heaven Devil's pressure made their souls shake. Fortunately, their training in the Seven Treasure space had hardened them, or they might have been paralyzed with fear. He's as strong as a divine sun, Xiao Yu whispered in awe. Within the same realm, the strongest heavenly geniuses they had seen were the divine sons and divine daughters, so the Heaven Devil's aura shocked them. Refusing to take the Heaven Devil's insult lying down, Tang Wan-er retorted, HMPH, you despicable devil, do you only know how to rely on numbers? If you have any guts, you'd send your minions away and fight me one-on-one. But I bet you're too scared. Tang Wan-er's sudden attack might not have been the most honorable move, but the Bone Devil Elder's interference was just as shameless. Neither side was better than the other. The Heaven Devil was left at a loss for words. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, you invaded the Devil race's territory, disrupted my awakening ceremony, and injured me. You already deserve 1,000 deaths. Who would fight you fairly? All of you will die. The next moment, devil images appeared within his heavenly fate disc, pouring their energy into him like a massive army fueling his strength. His devil chi ignited, and flames erupted from his body as he thrust his spear forward. TCH, so you are gutless after all, Tang Wan sneered. Whether it's one-on-one or a group battle, do you think my hidden dragon legion fears the likes of you? Tang Wan raised her sword, and her own heavenly fate disc manifested behind her. Seeing this scene, Long Chen was stunned. Tang Wan's heavenly fate disc held vast mountains and endless plains, with a full moon shining in the sky. Though the image was still somewhat blurry, its meaning was unmistakable. It was Long Chen's first time seeing a manifestation like this. Could this mean that Tang Wan's manifestation was already on the verge of awakening? She was just one step away. Within the 7 treasure space, no one had bothered to summon their manifestations, as it had been unnecessary. But now that Long Chen saw hers, the entire world seemed to change. A murderous aura filled the air, and even the wind that accompanied the Heaven Devil's spear vanished without a trace. Hovering in the air, Tang Wan appeared peerless, bathed in the ethereal glow of the moon behind her. Her presence was majestic. Slowly, Tang Wan swung her sword, meeting the Heaven Devil's spear head-on. Chapter 5354 Breaking Out. Tang Wan's sword was silent at first, but when it struck the Heaven Devil's spear, all the wind energy concentrated within it exploded into a wild tempest. The sheer power blew apart the land, and violent winds formed into razor-sharp blades that tore through the air. The Bone Devils were caught off guard and scrambled to defend themselves. Even a 7-Vein Emperor was blasted back. They had been the closest to the Heaven Devil, ready to rescue him if something went wrong, and thus were the first to be hit. The terrifying wind blades clashed against their bone armor, causing explosions. 6 Vein Emperors were forced to retreat, while 4 Vein Emperors and below were sent flying. The wind blades seemed endless. Although the Emperor-level Bone Devils could rely on their bone armor to withstand the assault, the non-Emperors were instantly annihilated. Not good, someone shouted. These wind blades did not differentiate between friend and foe and were now heading for the Hidden Dragon Legion. Xiao Yu and the others were horrified. But just as panic set in, Long Chen raised his hand, and a violet shield appeared in front of them. The wind blades struck the violet shield, slicing through it, but their energy dissipated instantly, turning into nothing more than a harmless breeze by the time they reached the Hidden Dragon warriors. The violet blood is truly miraculous. It uses softness to counter hardness, making it much more efficient than meeting force with force. This saves me a lot of energy, Long Chen mused. Long Chen's strongest bloodline was his dragon blood, followed by his 7-color supreme blood, and lastly, his violet blood, at least in terms of pure destructive power. The strength of his dragon blood came not just from its raw power but also from the sovereign blood seal, which appeared when he unleashed the god-slaying cross. Yet, while seemingly weak, his violet blood had many miraculous uses, often providing Long Chen with unexpected benefits. His violet blood seemed to have all-encompassing power. With it as a foundation, he could unleash any magical art. For instance, the violet blood was essential in using the curse art he had swindled from the mysterious green parrot. Neither his 7-color supreme blood nor his dragon blood could handle it. Summoning a barrier with violet blood had also proven to be surprisingly effective. It was strong against strong attacks, and weak against weak attacks. The wind blades had sliced through his violet shield like paper, but all their power was instantly nullified. This was the miraculous ability of the violet blood, and even Long Chen didn't fully understand its power. Seeing Long Chen's shield easily deflect Tang Wan's wind blades, the Hidden Dragon warriors were shocked. Although they had heard of Long Chen's strength, witnessing it firsthand was a different experience. Even surrounded by Bone Devils, they felt a strange sense of safety in his presence. The Heaven Devil's eyes burned red with fury. His spear trembled as he struggled to push back against Tang Wan's sword. Tang Wan was forced back 3 steps, but on her 4th step, she suddenly smiled. The Heaven Devil was shocked, feeling that all the power he had exerted on Tang Wan had vanished, like a clay ox thrown into the sea. Just as he faltered, Tang Wan sidestepped gracefully, her robes billowing in the wind, and her sword flashed toward his waist as he stumbled forward. This wasn't just a quick strike, it was backed by immense, unimaginable power. A visible wind blade trailed behind the edge of her sword, slicing through the laws of space like tofu. Careful, the Bone Devil Elder shouted. He realized that Tang Wan had absorbed the Heaven Devil's energy and merged it into her own strike. This was an attack that couldn't be blocked with mere brute force. The elder rushed forward, but it was too late. Sensing the danger, the Heaven Devil poured all his devil chi into his bone shield, which flared with light. Tang Wan sword shattered the bone shield. The Heaven Devil coughed up blood and was sent flying. Seeing this, the Devil Elder immediately shot at Tang Wan, as did the other emperors of the Bone Devil race. "Hidden Dragon Warriors, it's time to fight," shouted Long Chen. In response, the Hidden Dragon Warriors roared and charged forward. Tang Wan clashed with the Bone Devil Elder, her sword meeting his staff. To her surprise, his strength was not as overwhelming as she had expected. "This old fellow already has one foot in the grave. He was also injured by the ceremony. You can definitely take him on. But your priority isn't to kill him, it's to lead your legion out of this blockade." Long Chen's voice transmitted to her. As the leader of the Hidden Dragon Legion, Tang Wan couldn't focus solely on herself. She needed to guide her legion and work in harmony with them. Only then could the legion's full potential be unleashed. The Hidden Dragon Legion was still inexperienced and needed Tang Wan's care. With Long Chen's reminder, Tang Wan pressed the elder back with a powerful strike but didn't pursue him. Instead, she rejoined her legion. Just then, a swarm of bone devils charged at them from all sides. "Kill!" Tang Wan led the charge, with the 8 divine retainers protecting the flanks. The Hidden Dragon Legion charged straight through the densest ranks of the bone devils, their formation unstoppable. With Tang Wan at the front, they broke through the blockade in an instant, leaving countless bone devils dead in their wake. "Divine Dragon Tail Pendulum," Long Chen shouted as he unleashed an attack on the bone devils who had turned to pursue them. Caught off guard, many were slain. In just a few charges, the bone devils had suffered heavy losses. The Hidden Dragon Warriors gradually found their rhythm, and their confidence grew. "Retreat," the Bone Devil Elder shouted when he saw their high morale. Grabbing the injured Heaven Devil, he fled. "Kill," Tang Wan shouted, ready to chase after them. But Long Chen grabbed her arm and pulled her back. "Are you lost in the heat of battle? What did we come here for? The main objective is more important. Retreat." Only then did Tang Wan and the others remember their true goal, the ranking competition. Embarrassed, she stuck her tongue out at Long Chen. She had been caught up in the battle frenzy and forgotten about it. This was still Bone Devil territory, and who knew how many reinforcements they might have. Without wasting any more time, Long Chen led everyone at full speed toward the Fiend Blood battlefield. Chapter 5355 Play Big. The Hidden Dragon Legion rushed across the land, quickly charging out of the heart of the Bone Devil's territory. Though some Bone Devils in the outskirts foolishly attacked, they were swiftly obliterated, their bodies torn apart like decaying wood. In just 4 hours, the Hidden Dragon Legion had passed through the Bone Devil territory, completing a journey that should have taken at least 10 hours. This saved them a lot of time, leaving the warriors exhilarated. Even after the fighting ceased, their excitement lingered, they couldn't calm down. The previous battle had been the Hidden Dragon Legion's greatest achievement, fully cementing their confidence. They finally understood that even the most formidable enemies could be defeated with a single strike if they exploited the enemy's weaknesses. The key was maintaining composure in the face of death and finding those weaknesses despite the overwhelming pressure. Long Chen had trained them using the Dragonblood Warriors' methods. However, certain things couldn't be taught, they could only be realized through experience. After all, a group's trust in one another and their coordination could only be refined through life or death battles. This was just their first step. However, it was a good start. Originally, Long Chen wanted to point out their more critical mistakes, but seeing how excited they were, he felt that it would be cruel of him to do it now. Once they were safe, he ordered them to rest, especially those who were injured. Though the injuries weren't severe, a single person's condition could impact the entire legion. "I didn't expect the Devil Fetus to be so strong. Who are they, exactly?" Tang Wan asked, pulling Long Chen aside as the others rested. "They're ancient geniuses of the Heaven Devil race, sealed away long ago." "Though, genius might be an exaggeration," Long Chen replied. "I encountered many such devil fetuses along the way. While they're powerful, they lack a certain regal air. It seems the Heaven Devil race is raising an army of young warriors. Based on what I saw, their numbers are likely staggering." Long Chen had tried to gather information by conducting soul searches on the fetuses. However, he was essentially unable to obtain any useful information, their memories were locked away when they were sealed. Thus, Long Chen could only make guesses based on what he saw. His best guess was that the Heaven Devil race was sealing those heavenly geniuses to raise a young army. The fact that they're awakening now, does that mean? Tang Wan trailed off. Long Chen nodded. Yes, the Heaven Devil race should be preparing to make its move. Dark undercurrents are flowing throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and the world might change at any time. Yet, the Wind God Sea Pavilion's higher-ups are all playing these senseless games and tearing each other down. It really is foolish. Senior Feng showed you these people so that you could see the essence of cultivation. Intelligence and power don't always go hand in hand, and age doesn't necessarily bring wisdom. This is something you should take to heart. Aye, Tang Wan blushed, lowering her voice. But I still don't understand what lesson I'm supposed to learn. Tang Wan reddened even more, feeling herself to be incredibly foolish. Long Chen gently rubbed her head and smiled. What Senior Feng wants you to see is that you shouldn't waste time on fools. If you keep trying to deal with them, they'll drag you down to their level, and then beat you with experience. If you refuse to give up and continue trying to beat them in this regard, even if you win one day, you will have become just like them. Your goal should be to elevate yourself in the Hidden Dragon Legion, so you can stand on your own, even without Senior Feng's protection. If you can't stand the sight of those fools, either leave the Wind God Sea Pavilion or overthrow its corruption and establish a new order. Tang Wan stared at him with wide eyes. I'm just speaking my mind, Long Chen continued. You don't need to take it too seriously. After all, you still have your master and me. As long as I'm here, there won't be any problems. Trust me, and I'll handle everything. It's your fault I've gotten like this, Tang Wan complained. Letting you do all the thinking for me for so long has made my brain rusty. Long Chen was speechless. While she hadn't mastered certain skills over the years, her ability to make ridiculous accusations had clearly grown. In any case, our cultivation path cannot be delayed by a pack of fools. The future is filled with danger. If we aren't strong enough, we might die in the next tribulation. Thus, anyone who blocks our way with malice is an enemy, and I don't take enemies lightly. Once someone becomes my enemy, they're as good as dead, said Long Chen. Then I'll wait for you to deal with them, Tang Wan said with a smile. They really are annoying. Thinking of Long Chen's usual methods, she became particularly happy. Whatever the Divine Daughter commands, this humble servant will do his best, Long Chen replied, his mock-serious expression making her laugh. After laughing, Tang Wan asked, the Fiend Blood battlefield is up ahead. Based on your guess, they've already calculated our path. What do you think we should do? Long Chen took out the map and studied it again. Their assigned destination was clear, and the enemy's intentions were just as obvious. Their hunting region was right in the middle, with 8 groups on their left and 8 groups on their right. Did they really have to be so obvious when scheming? The enemy had placed Tang Wan group right in the middle, where they would be the prime target. Studying the Fiend Wind Blood Devil race's territory, Long Chen saw that over 300 tribes were scattered across the region. The area was vast, and the Fiend Wind Blood Devil race was a top-tier force among the devil creatures. What would be considered a peak expert among the bone devils was merely second-rate here. Most importantly, there were existences beyond the Emperor realm here. Even the pressure from an 8-vein Emperor could disrupt the transportation tablet's function, resulting in a delay that could lead to their deaths. After reviewing the map, a thought crossed Long Chen's mind. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he turned to Tang Wan. Wan, what do you think about playing big this time? Chapter 5356, Indecision. What do you mean by, play big? Asked Tang Wan. Long Chen studied the map and replied, I mean, if they're planning to kill us, we should make sure none of them leave alive. What? Tang Wan gasped, her face becoming pale. The idea of killing them all was so shocking she could barely comprehend it. Isn't that too extreme? Even if they are targeting us, we can't just wipe them all out, Tang Wan stammered, her voice trembling. She hadn't even dared to think of such a thing. With a cold expression, Long Chen replied, if they're only trying to slow us down or eliminate us from the competition, then yes, it's still within the rules of the game. But what if they aim to kill us? They wouldn't dare, right? Tang Wan said hesitantly, not believing her own words. Are you willing to risk the lives of the Hidden Dragon Legion for that? Asked Long Chen coldly. Tang Wan would normally play off such a question, but Long Chen's cold expression told her how serious it was. You are no longer the old Tang Wan. Now, you are the commander of the Hidden Dragon Legion. The lives of everyone here depend on your decisions, and your indecisiveness could cost them their lives. If you are going to be like this, you should just disband the Hidden Dragon Legion, said Long Chen, his tone sharp. Startled by his anger, Tang Wan quickly responded, Long Chen, please don't be angry. It's my fault. I'll follow your lead, alright. Despite her words, Long Chen could see that she still hesitated, unable to fully commit to a decision. He sighed inwardly. The truth was that Tang Wan wasn't suited for commanding people. Her gentle nature made her too hesitant, and she lacked the ruthlessness needed to make tough choices. These weren't good traits for a leader. Xiao Yu, come here, Long Chen called out to one of the 8 divine retainers. After Long Chen laid out his thoughts, the retainers were visibly shaken, fear flickering in their eyes at the thought of killing everyone. Only Xiao Yu remained unfazed, her expression cold and resolute. Big brother Long Chen is right. Our lives are gifts from our parents, and no one has the right to take them. If they're trying to kill us, we must respond in kind. If we endured when we were weak, we shouldn't keep enduring now that we're strong. Otherwise, what's the point of all our hard work? Said Xiao Yu, her eyes filled with determination. Seeing the resolute light in Xiao Yu's eyes, Long Chen nodded and sighed. Of the 8 retainers, she possessed the greatest courage and meticulousness. She had what it took to be a general. One retainer said hesitantly, if we kill them, it'll be considered a serious violation of the rules. The consequences for us are one thing, but an offense at this level will implicate our original sects as well. If they attack us first, we can retaliate, but any deaths will escalate things beyond our control. We won't be able to justify ourselves. As disciples of the Wind God Sea Pavilion, we're bound by its rules, and we should act within them. They're the ones setting the rules against us, though, Xiao Yu interjected, shaking her head. Big brother Long Chen already said this transportation setup was a trap. How can we be expected to play by their rules when they've rigged the game? Another retainer spoke up, albeit more conservatively. I feel like we're in a period of rapid growth. Right now, patience is key. Once we become emperors, they won't be able to bully us any further. To clash with them directly now is not wise. Though this stance was more cautious, it made sense. They were indeed growing stronger every day, and avoiding a direct clash until they were more powerful could be the best strategy. Each retainer expressed their views, one by one. Only Xiao Yu's thoughts aligned with Long Chen's. She believed that if the other side wanted their lives, they had to reply in kind. Even if they didn't kill them outright, they needed to deliver a harsh enough blow to make sure their enemies would think twice before provoking them again. Only by crushing their enemies now could they prevent future conflicts and distractions. Of the remaining 7 retainers, 5 expressed that they should avoid such a clash as much as possible. In the worst-case scenario, they could evade their enemies entirely and take an alternate path. After another day, they'd reach a different hunting area. Even if it meant losing a day, they were confident they could still outperform most of the other groups and wouldn't end up last. The last 2 were undecided. They felt that both sides had valid points and couldn't commit to one strategy over the other. In the end, the decision was left to Tang Wan. She found herself in a difficult position, torn between the options. She knew where Long Chen stood, but only Xiao Yu fully supported his stance, while the majority leaned toward caution. Tang Wan glanced at Long Chen for guidance, but he simply shook his head. This is the Hidden Dragon Legion's decision. You are its commander. Whether we attack or defend, that choice is yours to make. In the end, the minority had to obey the majority. After considering everyone's opinion, Tang Wan chose not to fight the other divine sons and daughters directly. Instead, they would take an extra day to circumvent the original transportation site and search for another hunting ground. However, Tang Wan felt uneasy after making this decision. Once the 8 retainers left, she grabbed Long Chen's hand and, with some hesitation, asked, "Are you angry?" Long Chen shook his head. "I was for a moment, but I came to realize that it's natural for people to have different ways of thinking. For example, men and women see things from distinct perspectives, and no one knows how things will turn out. What may seem wrong now could later prove to be right, and the reverse could also be true. Time will reveal whether a decision is wise or not. Perhaps something will be right after 10 years, but it might be wrong after 100 years. Who can say? But the reason I'm angry is not because of the decision you made, it was because you were so hesitant in making it. As long as you're not angry, it's good. It's all because I'm too dependent on you and my master. Just give me some time, and I'll adapt, said Tang Wan'er softly, holding his arm. Long Chen wanted to say more, but seeing her like this, he relented and smiled. Consider this time letting them off the hook. But next time, we won't be so merciful. All right, it's a promise, Tang Wan'er said, smiling as if a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. Once everyone had recovered, Long Chen had Tang Wan'er lead them, deciding the next course. With the spatial laws in this area behaving strangely, Sha Chen's formation discs were ineffective, so they had to rely on their own abilities to travel. Meanwhile, deep within the Blood Fiend battlefield, in a hidden location, over 10 figures stood together, watching as a dot of light moved across a formation disc. Chapter 5357, Taking Risks to Advance. The Hidden Dragon Legion advanced swiftly, their speed unmatched due to their wind element cultivation. In just one day, they had managed to get far away from their original hunting region. The rankings would be decided by the number of Blood Devil Blue crystals collected. Since there was no rule requiring them to hunt in a specific region, their movement wasn't considered breaking the rules. However, Tang Wan'er and her comrades were concerned that other groups might have attracted the surrounding devil creatures, leaving fewer in their vicinity. This would force them to delve deeper into the battlefield to find stronger devil creatures. How troublesome. The more you fear something, the more likely it happens. We haven't seen a single devil creature on our way here. They've definitely been attracted elsewhere, Tang Wan'er muttered as the group arrived at their destination. Long Chen didn't say a word. Everything was unfolding as he expected, but since this course of action had been a collective decision, he simply went along with it. The path to growth was littered with unavoidable pitfalls, so the only way to grow was to fall. Without suffering, there would be no growth. Although Tang Wan'er had fought alongside Long Chen since their days in the mortal world, many of those pitfalls were things she had only seen but not personally stepped into. So, when she became a commander, she didn't fully know what to do. There's no way around it. We either continue searching for devil creatures in this ring or venture deeper. If we stay, we'll only waste another day and find low-ranking devils. If that happens, we will be in danger of being eliminated from the competition. However, if we go further in, we might draw out some terrifying emperor devil creatures. If there are too many of them, we'll be forced to crush our tablets and retreat, one of Tang Wan'er's retainers advised. All eyes turned to Tang Wan'er, and she glanced at Long Chen, hoping for guidance. However, he was gazing into the distance, making it clear that this was her decision alone. Whether right or wrong, she needed to lead the Hidden Dragon Legion with confidence. At this moment, being decisive was more important than worrying about right or wrong. Tang Wan'er couldn't afford to keep hesitating. Sometimes, hesitation and fear of failure were more dangerous than failure itself. After all, growth came through learning from mistakes and failures, allowing people to gradually walk the path of a true expert. In the end, being wrong wasn't that frightening, being too cowardly to make mistakes was. Tang Wan'er gritted her teeth and made her decision. Let's venture deeper. If we hunt higher-ranking devil creatures, our odds of success will increase. If we can't handle them, we'll crush our tablets and return to the Wind God Sea Pavilion. In the worst case, I'll have my master deal with those old fellows. After all, those old fellows had cheated, sending them to the wrong location. So, even if they really failed, they could still turn the situation around. No one from the Hidden Dragon Legion argued with her decision, so they immediately set off. Long Chen, I'm sorry for being so hesitant. Don't ignore me, transmitted Tang Wan'er as they traveled. Long Chen's lack of participation in the decision had made her uneasy. Ever since she had met Long Chen had always done everything in his power for her. He had never treated her so coldly. Smiling, Long Chen replied, "Why would I ignore you? Just because I'm not saying anything doesn't mean I don't support you, or that I'm angry. If you were one person, I'd carry all your burdens. But now it is different. As the leader of the Hidden Dragon Legion, you have to carry this responsibility. If you love every one of your sisters, you need to grow with them. Just like how the Dragonblood Legion and I rose from a ragtag group to become the top legion of the Martial Heaven continent, you have a similar journey ahead. Remember, growth comes at a cost. Since you've chosen this path, you must carry out your duty without complaint. Confidence isn't taught, it's forged through overcoming countless challenges. Don't be afraid, Wan'er. Whether you succeed or fail, I will always be by your side." Long Chen grabbed her hand and smiled. Hearing Long Chen's words, Tang Wan calmed down. His emotional support gave her the strength to move forward with confidence. With Long Chen here, what was there to fear? As they rushed deeper into the battlefield, they quickly heard some growls. A tribe of fiend wind blood devils appeared before them. This was Long Chen's first time seeing these devils up close. They resembled humans but looked sturdier, with wings made of flesh that were covered in blood-colored lines. They had fangs sticking out of their mouths, their heads had a bat-like appearance, and a bone protrusion from their foreheads held a small crystal. It was as blue as the sea, looking bewitching but filled with violent energy fluctuations. The deeper the blue, the stronger and purer the devil's bloodline. Fiend wind blood devils at the Heaven Saint realm had a chance of producing these valuable crystals. Upon seeing the crystals, the hidden dragon warriors immediately charged forward. Tang Wan led the charge, her confidence bolstered by Long Chen's support. They had to wipe out the tribe before alarming the more terrifying existences that lurked deeper within the battlefield. This approach was the most efficient way to secure victory. Tang Wan believed that other groups wouldn't dare target even a small tribe like this one. While the divine sons and daughters were formidable, their teams lacked the strength of the hidden dragon legion and could only handle lone roamers, not entire tribes. This particular tribe was classified as medium-small within the fiend blood battlefield, only slightly stronger than the bone devil tribe they had previously encountered. With their previous battle experience, the hidden dragon legion moved smoothly and efficiently. Their formation was also in a much better state. As they slaughtered their way to the heart of the tribe, a mass of emperor devil creatures emerged. Their crystals were no longer blue but violet, indicating their immense power. A one-vein emperor's crystal had a faint color, while a two-vein emperor's crystal was slightly deeper. The stronger the blood devil, the richer the color of its crystal. The fiend wind blood devils spread their wings, moving as fast as lightning. Their claws sliced through the air, and wind blades shot from their mouths. These devils were more powerful than the bone devils, but as fellow wind element cultivators, the hidden dragon legion warriors faced them with ease. Their movements were even more fluid and confident than in their previous battle. Long Chen's heart suddenly trembled as he followed them. He turned to stare in a certain direction, disbelief on his face. Chapter 5358, Radiant World Star Crystal. Long Chen was filled with astonishment as he stared off into the distance. He sensed a strange aura but couldn't quite make it out. Without hesitation, he called out to the Earth Cauldron, "Senior, Senior." "What is it?" The Earth Cauldron was disturbed by his call as it was in the middle of refining pills. "I feel a faint summons. It's weak, maybe due to the distance or something blocking it. Can you help me confirm it?" Long Chen asked, his curiosity piqued. A summons. The Earth Cauldron paused its refinement, its runes glowing faintly brighter. After a brief moment, it exclaimed in shock, "You've run into something good." "What is it?" Long Chen asked, instantly becoming excited. "In the mountain range up there to the right, there is a radiant world star crystal," exclaimed the Earth Cauldron. "And what is that?" "You know of star cores. A radiant world star crystal is similar but far more extraordinary. It is the core of an entire starry river, an object from beyond the heavens. When a starry river is destroyed, its core sometimes falls, absorbing the laws of heaven and earth around it. That crystal contains immense astral energy, the exact thing you need right now. With it, your 8-star battle armor can reach its full power in the shortest possible time," explained the Earth Cauldron. Really? Long Chen was delighted but quickly faced a dilemma. According to the Earth Cauldron, it was in the mountain range up ahead, and that was a bit far from here. At this moment, the battle was growing increasingly intense. Tang Wan'er had already led her forces deep into the heart of the Blood Devil tribe, where a 7-vein emperor had just appeared. This 7-vein emperor, double the size of its kin, roared and charged at Tang Wan'er, its claws aimed at her. Wind's Peak, Wind Moon Slash. Tang Wan'er immediately went all out. Her manifestation trembled, its light dimming as her sword lit up with a dazzling glow. At this time, the Hidden Dragon Legion's morale was at its peak, so their charge could not be interrupted here. She had to blast past this 7-vein emperor. Her full force strike unleashed a torrent of wind energy, shattering the Blood Devil's claws. However, the recoil sent Tang Wan'er flying backward. Before she could recover, her 8 retainers rushed in, their swords targeting the injured devil's vital points. Having just lost its arm, the Blood Devil was in pain, and its defensive powers dropped. 8 blades pierced it at once, with Xiao Yu's sword landing the sharpest blow. She stabbed its eye and drove her blade deep into its head. The seven-vein emperor let out a furious roar, and its blood chi suddenly erupted like a volcano. The explosion sent everyone flying back, but Xiao Yu found her sword stuck in its skull. She couldn't pull it out. The right thing to do would be to let go and retreat. However, as every cultivator viewed their weapon as a second life, they wouldn't let go lightly. Without it, it would be like losing their soul. Xiao Yu instinctively tried to tug her sword free. "Xiao Yu, fall back!" Tang Wan'er cried out. At this moment, the seven-vein emperor opened its mouth, blood-colored wind blades forming inside. It was unleashing its full power. If Xiao Yu didn't retreat, she'd be torn to shreds. It was the result of it igniting every bit of its blood chi. Even Tang Wan'er would be instantly sliced apart if struck by them. Xiao Yu gritted her teeth and released her sword, but to her horror, the space around her froze. She was trapped, unable to move. "Xiao Yu!" A cry of panic echoed as the space around her twisted. Just then, an arm wrapped around her waist, yanking her away. It was Long Chen. As he pulled her back, he kicked the blood devil in the jaw, diverting its attack. Though Long Chen's kick was powerful, it wasn't enough to break the devil's jaw or interrupt its divine ability. However, it succeeded in redirecting the blood-colored wind blades, which tore through the battlefield, annihilating everything in their path, including several six-vein emperors. The once crowded battlefield now felt eerily empty as mountains in the distance were sliced apart. A long bloody line of death lingered on the battlefield. "Remember, this isn't like the Seven Treasure Space," Long Chen said sternly to Xiao Yu. "There, you don't have to worry about dying, but here, every chance to survive counts." Xiao Yu's combat style was ruthless. She never left her opponent any room to survive, but in doing so, she also risked her own life. Wanting to kill her target in one attack was not wrong, but she needed to judge the difference in power between them. Against an enemy too strong, a one-hit kill was simply impossible. Xiao Yu's face was pale, realizing how close she had come to death. Without Long Chen's intervention, she would already be dead. Despite being gravely injured, the seven-vein emperor still held immense power. It spread its wings, releasing a surge of violent aura. "This is your chance. Go for it," Long Chen shouted, pushing Xiao Yu toward the blood devil. Startled, she let out a cry but quickly caught her sword. Instinctively, she yanked it free, and in doing so, disrupted the blood devil's rising aura, throwing its energy into disarray. "This is my chance," Xiao Yu thought excitedly. She realized that her strike had interrupted the circulation of its blood chi, sealing its power temporarily. Without hesitation, she drove her sword into its other eye. This time, she pulled upward, slicing clean through its head. In truth, her previous attack had also been a killing move, but her angle had been a bit off. However, with this attack, the blood devil convulsed before its aura finally disappeared. Powerful wind energy directly shattered its soul. Seeing that they had killed this seven-vein emperor, the hidden dragon warriors cheered. Xiao Yu herself was unable to believe that she had killed a seven-vein emperor devil creature. "The battle isn't over yet, keep going," shouted Long Chen. With renewed determination, the hidden dragon legion continued slaughtering the remaining blood devils. Confident that the remaining enemies posed no further threat, Long Chen sent a message to Tang Wan'er, instructing her to quickly clean up the battlefield and then find a secluded place to rest. As the battle raged on, Long Chen quietly slipped away, heading toward the distant mountain range where the radiant world star crystal awaited him. Chapter 5359 Wind Spirit Violet Crystal. Long Chen spread his divine sense, doing his best to avoid the senses of the surrounding devil creatures. If he couldn't avoid them, he would instantly kill them to prevent alerting other devil creatures. Moving swiftly, Long Chen felt a growing sensation of being summoned by something. He wasn't sure what the radiant world star crystal was, but the pull he felt made it clear that it was connected to his 9-star hegemon body art. As Long Chen ventured deeper, the concentration of the devil creatures increased. This place was the hive of the fiend wind blood devils, and even Long Chen had no choice but to proceed with caution. Soon, he came across a sparkling mountain entirely made of crystalline ore. Heavens, those are all wind spirit stones. Long Chen was completely shocked to realize that those sparkling crystals in the mountain were wind spirit stones. This was an enormous wind spirit stone vein, yet it wasn't marked on Tang Wan'er's map. It was likely that the higher-ups of the Wind God Spirit Pavilion had deliberately kept it hidden, fearing that their disciples wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of coming here to take some of it. After all, this was the heart of the fiend wind blood devil's hive, and stealing from right under their noses was no different from courting death. Now, Long Chen understood why the fiend wind blood devils had chosen this spot for their hive. Being wind element creatures, cultivating here would greatly enhance their growth and power. Long Chen proceeded cautiously, but suddenly, a disturbance made him freeze in his tracks. There's someone there. To his surprise, Long Chen saw a short, fat humanoid figure in strange clothes that fully covered its body. Despite their odd appearance, the figure moved swiftly and stealthily, making for a comical sight. Clay jar, Long Chen guessed it might be Bu Qingyan, based on the figure's unique build. Though its face was hidden and its aura concealed, he couldn't shake the feeling that it was her. Is she after the wind spirit stones too? Long Chen wondered, but before he could dwell on it, Bu Qingyan headed deeper into the hive, moving within mere meters of the blood devils without being detected. How strange, she's definitely up to something, but I have my own business. Long Chen was not interested in her motives. After all, he was in a rush to find the radiant world star crystal. Bu Qingyan had clearly come prepared, using an invisibility cloak to hide from the blood devils. Long Chen, however, didn't have such an invisibility cloak, so he didn't dare to get too close to the blood devils. It was only with great difficulty that he arrived at the foot of the mountain. Here, the pull was particularly strong, and the starry sea in his dantian also reacted intensely. After finding a secluded area, Long Chen set up formations to conceal himself and slowly circulated his astral energy in an attempt to connect with the radiant world star crystal. His divine sense followed the astral energy deep into the mountain, revealing layers of rock embedded with sparkling wind spirit crystals. As he had suspected, the entire mountain was a massive wind spirit stone vein. The deeper he probed, the higher the quality of the stones. Eventually, he began seeing violet wind spirit crystals, top-grade wind spirit stones. Even though he wasn't a wind cultivator, the sight excited him. His divine sense went deeper, and the violet wind spirit stones grew more common until he saw violet wind spirit stones everywhere. He felt a chill run over him. Now, he had the urge to dig out this entire mountain. When his divine sense penetrated a thick crystalline layer, a beautiful world appeared before his eyes. This was an unimaginably huge space. Within it, he saw a starry river flowing, which filled this world with wondrous divine light. He felt like he was floating within a starry river. This was not a real starry river but a projection of light. At the heart of this space was a fist-sized crystal. Long Chen's starry sea stirred in response, and his astral energy surged uncontrollably. Startled, he suppressed his aura to avoid alerting the blood devils, but the starry sea within him continued to boil with desire for the crystal. The crystal, in turn, seemed drawn to him, pulsing with energy that made the entire mountain tremble. Stop. Long Chen used his soul to calm the crystal, which responded to his emotions and slowly settled down, giving him a chance to examine it closer. The crystal was translucent, and inside, a miniature starry river swirled like a cosmos. Long Chen was shaken by its boundless power, feeling like a mere speck of dust in comparison. The sight of the swirling starry sea was like a bolt of lightning striking Long Chen's mind. It felt like he had comprehended something, but when he tried to think of it, he couldn't quite grasp it. Reaching out instinctively, he was interrupted by the earth cauldron's urgent voice. Are you suicidal? Even if you only use your will to touch it, its power is enough to wipe you out 1,000 times over. At this moment, Long Chen was in his spiritual form, not his true body. However, he didn't expect that he couldn't even touch it. Long Chen hastily asked, then what should I do? Use your astral energy to commune with it. Place your astral seal on it and then draw it into the primal chaos space. Right now, you can't touch it, it's a masterless object and will attack anything that tries, advised the earth cauldron. Long Chen obediently followed the earth cauldron's suggestion. Using the starry sea in his dantian, he tried forming a resonance with the radiant world star crystal. His spiritual strength served as a bridge between them. Once he was on the right frequency, he started carefully placing his spiritual seal on the crystal, infusing it with astral energy. After what felt like an eternity, Long Chen successfully imprinted a 3-flower star diagram on the crystal. That was his astral mark. Even then, he didn't dare touch it directly. Instead, he guided the crystal out of the mountain slowly and carefully. The power of the radiant world star crystal was immense, and a single misstep could shatter the mountain. Of course, If he were alone, he wouldn't mind. He'd just take it and run. However, because Tang Wan and the others were not that far away, they would definitely be affected. Hence, Long Chen let the radiant world star crystal slowly come through the mountain. Yet, just as everything seemed to be going smoothly, furious roars echoed from the distance. Long Chen then saw countless blood devils come pouring out of their hive. Have I been noticed? At first, he thought he'd been discovered, but then he saw figures in strange clothes rushing off in all directions. Rage surged through him. These bastards, how dare they? The mountain collapsed. With no time to spare, Long Chen sent the radiant world star crystal into the primal chaos space and had the earth cauldron gather the scattered wind spirit stones. Lightning wings burst from his back as he shot toward Tang Wan-er's location. Crush the tablets, Long Chen shouted. Tang Wan-er and her group were in the midst of cleaning up the battlefield and gathering devil crystals, but they froze at the sound of furious roars and Long Chen's warning. Tang Wan-er was shocked. But without hesitation, she ordered everyone to crush their tablets. They tried, but to their horror, the transportation runes had lost their power. The tablets, which should have been effortlessly breakable, were now as hard as iron. It's not working, someone cried in disbelief. Not good. Tang Wan-er and the others exchanged shocked glances as the blood devils closed in. Chapter 5360 Inverse Wind Stone. Countless blood devils surged from all directions, leaving everyone stunned and unsure where to run. Xiao Yu, lead the Hidden Dragon Legion to the left. Wan-er, guard the rear. Everyone, stay in formation. If you fall out, not even a god can save you. Move, Long Chen shouted as he charged forward like a bolt of lightning. At this time, terrifying auras appeared, and amidst the endless swarm of blood devils, 9 vain emperors emerged. What about you? Cried out Tang Wan-er. I'll hold them off for a moment. I've got my own way out. Go, keep trying to break the tablets. Long Chen commanded. As Long Chen formed hand seals, giant figures materialized his silver wing heaven devil puppets. He quickly realized there were dozens of 9 vain emperor blood devils behind them. Unable to hold back, he summoned every last puppet he had. The silver wing heaven devil puppets radiated such a terrifying aura that it momentarily stalled the blood devil's charge, opening gaps in their formation. Xiao Yu was following Long Chen's order but didn't know why he would tell her to go left, as there was no path there. Despite that, she still charged into what looked like an impenetrable wall. Yet, just as they reached it, a gap opened, exactly as Long Chen had calculated. Long Chen, shouted Tang Wan-er. Go! Long Chen roared, both shocked and enraged. He hadn't expected Clay Jar and the others to go beyond sabotaging them. They were aiming to get everyone killed. It was clear that everything had been pre-arranged. They had lured the blood devils from all sides, leaving the Hidden Dragon Legion with no escape. Somehow, they had also disabled the transportation ability of the tablets. Long Chen had suspected such treachery early on but dismissed the possibility, thinking these idiots lacked the guts to do such a thing. But they taught Long Chen a lesson, showing him that fools were capable of the craziest things. Tang Wan-er's eyes were red. She was worried about Long Chen and her sisters in the Hidden Dragon Legion. Gritting her teeth, she charged out with the Hidden Dragon Legion. By now, no matter how foolish she was, she could tell that this was a trap set up by the divine sons and divine daughters. Thinking of how she had done everything in her power to avoid them, Tang Wan-er felt like she was about to go insane. Tang Wan-er's hatred overflowed. She hated her enemies for their treachery, but she also hated herself for her naivety. Long Chen had seen this coming, but she hadn't believed him. Thinking of that, she was so enraged that she had to dash away in tears. Clenching her teeth, she did her best to slaughter the blood devils. The Silver Wing Heaven Devil puppets managed to intimidate the blood devils briefly, but their power wasn't enough against the 9 vain emperors. With every attack, the puppets collapsed. Seeing this, the blood devils knew the Silver Wing Heaven Devils were just puppets, and they resumed their charge. Seeing this, Long Chen triggered the self-destruction of the Silver Wing Heaven Devil puppets, blowing back countless blood devils. After that, he summoned Lei Linger and Huo Linger, who formed a wall of flames and a sea of lightning. Though powerful, the 2 elemental spirits were not strong enough to harm the 9 vain emperors. Luckily, Long Chen's goal wasn't to defeat them just to buy time for the others to escape. Despite Long Chen's best efforts to block the strongest enemies, he saw 8 vain emperors lying in wait for Tang Wan-er's group. But this was the best he could do, the rest was up to them. Countless lightning dragons and flame dragons wove together in this space, coiling around the blood devils and slowing them down. The blood devils were incensed. But since they couldn't do anything to the lightning and flame dragons, they could only barge through clumsily, which gave Long Chen the precious seconds he needed. They've broken free and been transported away. But Tang Wan'er is still fighting the blood devils and waiting for you, said the Earth Cauldron. Hearing this, Long Chen relaxed slightly. He wasn't in such a rush anymore. Senior, help me search for the cause of this disruption, Long Chen requested. He suspected the enemy had tampered with the surroundings. Found it, said the Earth Cauldron, revealing 360 fist-sized blood-colored stones. These are inverse wind stones. They cause the tablets to lose their transportation effect by blocking the Wind Dominion Pearl's senses, explained the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen's expression darkened. Gathering the inverse wind stones, he recalled Lei Linger and Huo Linger before dashing off to rejoin Tang Wan'er. Long Chen, Tang Wan'er cried out, still battling the blood devils. Seeing him, she couldn't help but weep, and Long Chen's heart sank. He knew what had happened. Let's go, he urged. They crushed their transportation tablets, and a vast power enveloped them, instantly whisking them away from the battlefield. When they reappeared at the Wind God Sea Pavilion's plaza, the other 16 groups were already there. The 8 assistant pavilion masters, 4 divine wind elders, and other high-ranking members stood nearby, watching with indifferent expressions, though Long Chen could detect profound shock in their eyes. Looking at the hidden dragon legion, Long Chen saw their mournful expressions, their clenched teeth, and tears streaming down their faces. In front of them lay 17 corpses, and Long Chen also felt pain at the sight. Cultivation was simply this cruel. They had fought alongside 17 of them just moments ago, but now, they were gone forever. 17 young lives had vanished just like that. They had just grasped the chance to change their fates, and as they felt full of hope, their future disappeared. Why did this happen? Tang Wan'er screamed, her heart breaking as she gazed at the familiar faces of the fallen. She let out a heart-rending roar. With an insincere expression, an assistant pavilion master said, "This accident is unfortunate, but in the cultivation world, the weak are." "Shut your mouth," Tang Wan'er roared, her tears almost turning to blood as her killing intent surged, causing the assistant pavilion master to take a step back. Realizing he had lost face, the assistant pavilion master was about to reprimand her when another stepped forward. "That's enough. She's upset, and it is understandable. However, we still need to rank the groups. Everyone, hand over your crystal cores for the ranking. The last place group will be eliminated," the second pavilion master announced. At this moment, Tang Wan'er couldn't care less about rankings, but Long Chen gently rubbed her back and said, "Hand over the crystals. Don't forget, the real battle starts soon. That's when we'll make them pay for this blood debt." Long Chen's icy gaze swept over the divine sons and daughters, as well as the higher-ups. His eyes were cold and filled with deadly intent. Chapter 5361 Divine Ranking Battlefield. Tang Wan'er didn't want to look at the faces of the higher-ups, so she handed the crystals to Xiao Yu, who was clenching her teeth and shooting a murderous gaze. Fearing Xiao Yu might explode, another retainer took the crystal and handed it up instead. As each group submitted their collected crystals, the 8 assistant pavilion masters started counting them in front of everyone. As they counted, Long Chen asked Xiao Yu and the others to properly tend to the fallen, planning to give them a proper burial when the time was right. As Xiao Yu carefully put away the bodies of her fallen sisters, she wept, "Big brother Long Chen, what did they do wrong? They were so kind, so innocent. Why won't the heavens spare us? It's our fault. We shouldn't have chosen to run from them. We should have met them head-on," said another retainer, who had previously supported avoiding the other groups during the competition. Guilt weighed heavily on her, and she felt responsible for their deaths. Long Chen shook his head and said, "Whether you retreated or charged forward, only the process would have changed, not the outcome. Learn from this. Constantly retreating and conceding won't bring peace, it only brings pain. And remember, the people around you may look human, but they're fiends in human skin. They are crueler and more devious than devils. Your sisters didn't fall to the blood devils, they died because of these fiends." Perhaps this was the harsh reality of cultivation. Wherever there were people, there was conflict. Where there was conflict, there was death. And if someone didn't kill, their enemy would kill them. No one could survive on kindness alone. As the Hidden Dragon Legion finished laying their sisters to rest, the counting of crystals was complete. To everyone's shock, the Hidden Dragon Legion ranked 7th, which seemed unbelievable. Impossible. They definitely cheated. Someone must have given them some blood devil blue crystals to inflate their numbers. Shouted Qianrunxue, glaring at Feng Xingyue. This bitch clearly suspected them of cheating, but Feng Xingyue didn't even glance at her. Her focus was entirely on Tang Wan, and there was pain in her eyes. At this moment, no one else seemed to exist for her. Nonsense. These blood devil blue crystals are fresh, with bloodstains and lingering devil energy. They can't be fake, said one of the vice pavilion masters, unwilling to go along with such an absurd claim. This was just common sense. So, Qianrunxue didn't even have common sense but dared to accuse a divine wind elder. She was clearly lacking brains. Even though they supported Qianrunxue, no one could back such an obvious falsehood. It was simply ridiculous, but so many of their people died, Bu Qingyan cut in righteously. That's still a failure. As a commander, leading her team into danger and letting them die shows poor judgment. For her people to die while she survives unscathed clearly, she used them as shields. Such a person doesn't deserve to rank among us. I propose we strip her of her divine daughter status. Tang Wan'er looked up, fury in her eyes. Everyone from the Hidden Dragon Legion was equally enraged, their hands clenched on their swords, ready to turn the ugly fatso into mincemeat if Long Chen gave the order. I agree, said Mad Lightning. I also agree. I fully agree. One by one, the other divine sons and daughters followed Mad Lightning's lead. All 16 of them stepped forward in unison. The Hidden Dragon warriors were nearly exploding with rage. The blatant disrespect and sanctimonious criticism pushed their fury to the brink. Although the Hidden Dragon Legion didn't know every detail, it was clear from Long Chen and Tang Wan'er's conversations that this had been a trap from the start. Now these same people dared to criticize them, even as they mourned their fallen sisters. Thinking of this and seeing their contemptuous gaze, the Hidden Dragon warriors clenched their teeth so hard they almost shattered. Tang Wan'er quivered with rage but stayed silent. She had sworn to listen to Long Chen. If he wanted her to endure, she would endure with all her strength. At this point, one of the assistant pavilion masters stepped forward. Quiet. The dead cannot be revived. I understand your emotions. However, Bu Qingyan is correct. This competition wasn't just about gathering blood devil blue crystals. It was also about testing a group's cohesion and the leadership of its commander. Get to the point already, Long Chen interrupted, his patience wearing thin. If he let this bastard keep going on, he felt like he wouldn't be able to wait until the real competition. The assistant pavilion master glared at him, clearly annoyed, but swallowed his retort due to Long Chen's status. He continued, although the Hidden Dragon Legion's harvest was impressive, too many of their members died. Technically, they should be disqualified. However, because they're still young, we'll give them another chance. They'll be allowed to participate in the next round. The hypocrisy was staggering. It should have been the last place team that got eliminated, but now even they were being allowed to continue. Despite the Hidden Dragon Legion passing, this elder made it sound like they were being granted mercy. Unfair, unjust. Why should they be allowed to participate? Anyone could gather more crystals if they were willing to sacrifice lives. I could have done that too. The divine sons and daughters roared in outrage. Long Chen's fists creaked from how hard he clenched them. Looking at the Hidden Dragon warriors, he silently told them, remember their faces. Though unsure of Long Chen's plan, they memorized those faces, searing them into their minds. At this moment, the roulette spun again. The next round would take place on the Divine Stage battlefield, a chaotic elimination-style battle arena inside the Wind God Sea Pavilion. The battlefield was protected by a formation that would teleport anyone in mortal danger to safety, meaning no one would truly die. This was all overseen by the Wind Dominion Pearl, the Wind God Sea Pavilion's most powerful divine item. It possessed incomparable power and could predict when a person was about to die. In other words, anyone who died on this battlefield wouldn't really die. Their deaths would be played out by the Wind Dominion Pearl. Upon hearing this, the divine sons and daughters exchanged sinister smiles, glaring at the Hidden Dragon Legion. This chaotic battlefield was clearly chosen with them in mind. The next moment, the Wind Dominion Pearl quivered, and Long Chen and the others appeared in the sky. Below them, an enormous martial stage materialized. Kill! Roared all the opposing groups in unison, charging at the Hidden Dragon Legion. Sisters, the time for vengeance has come. Your fallen sisters are watching you. Slaughter them all, shouted Long Chen. The hidden dragon warriors' long brewing killing intent erupted as they charged forward, meeting their attackers head-on. The 16 divine sons and daughters stood by. It seemed that they wanted to enjoy the sight of the hidden dragon warriors being killed. Just like that, blood sprayed through the air, heads flew, and limbs were severed. The brutal carnage elicited gasps of shock from both the battlefield and the spectators outside. Chapter 5362. A tooth for a tooth, a life for a life. Blood rained from the sky as one corpse after another collapsed, leaving the onlookers horrified. According to the rules, anyone killed should have been transported off the stage, which represented that they had lost and could not keep participating. The goal was to stay on the stage for as long as possible, and that was how they were ranked. But this time was different. From the moment the battle began, participants were truly dying, and the stage wasn't transporting them out. The disciples on the battlefield turned pale when they realized the deaths were real. In an instant, their arrogance vanished, replaced by sheer terror. The higher-ups watching were equally shocked. The battle scenes were projected throughout the Wind God's Sea Pavilion, causing gasps and startled cries from the audience. Only Feng Xingyue smiled calmly. "He really didn't disappoint me," she said softly. "What is going on?" roared an assistant pavilion master. "Look at that." Suddenly, one elder pointed at the stones scattered throughout the stage. "Inverse wind stones. Why are they here? Aren't they supposed to be?" the old crone cried out, but quickly covered her mouth. Indeed, 360 blood-colored stones lay scattered across the stage, unnoticed until now. Upon seeing them, the higher-ups panicked. No one else knew better than them what these inverse wind stones represented. They disrupted the Wind Dominion Pearl's power, transforming this into a true battle of life and death. "Stop!" shouted an assistant pavilion master. Tang Wan-er's eyes blazed with fury. "Stop! You didn't call for that when they were killing us. You didn't stop when you twisted the rules in your favor. When you suppressed, bullied, and abused us, where was your call to stop? Keep dreaming. Today, I will avenge my sisters. A tooth for a tooth, blood for blood, a life for a life." With that, Tang Wan-er charged through the disciples, her sword cleaving them apart. Like a berserker, she raced toward the 16 divine sons and daughters. Tang Wan-er's frenzy ignited the hidden dragon legion, who unleashed their long-suppressed rage. Thinking of how their sisters had died because of these people, they were filled with overflowing killing intent. Hence, they didn't show the slightest mercy. Mad Lightning lunged at Tang Wan-er with his lightning spear, blocking her sword. But with a powerful explosion, he was sent flying. Tang Wan-er was also forced to a halt, her blood chi flipping. However, she didn't bother adjusting her condition and directly shot after Mad Lightning, swinging her sword at him. Shocked and caught off guard, Mad Lightning thrust his spear at her. Though he attacked second, since he used a spear, his strike would land first. However, Tang Wan-er ignored it and still swung her sword toward his head. Panicking, Mad Lightning jerked his head to the side and swung his spear to block. The spear's butt collided with the blade, but the sword chi sliced a piece of his scalp, sending blood spraying into the air. Mad Lightning screamed in terror. Just now, if he had reacted one step slower, his head would have been cut in half. "She's crazy. She's gone absolutely mad," shrieked Mad Lightning as he fled. Tang Wan-er chased after him. However, when she spotted the frightened xianxia, her killing intent went in her direction. "You're angry that I took your spot, right? You see me as a thorn in your side. You wanted a life and death battle, huh? Fine." Fueled by both old and new grievances, Tang Wan-er attacked xianxia with unrelenting fury. Xianxia was paralyzed by the murderous look in Tang Wan-er's eyes. It was as if she had been possessed by an asura. Overwhelmed by the sheer killing intent, Xianxia felt an icy fear grip her heart. She didn't even have the courage to fight back and immediately turned to flee. "Don't retreat. Attack her together," shouted a divine son. If Xianxia kept fleeing, it would only be a matter of time before Tang Wan-er caught up and killed her. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the other divine sons and daughters quickly joined forces. Tang Wan-er's berserk fighting style was practically suicidal, and anyone facing her alone was at risk of being killed. Despite repeatedly fleeing, Xianxia was no match for Tang Wan-er's relentless assault. In just a few moves, Tang Wan-er disarmed her, sending her sword flying. "No!" Xianxia screamed in terror. Tang Wan-er's sword fell, slicing Xianxia in half before anyone could intervene. Just like that, a divine daughter's life ended in front of everyone. The other divine sons and daughters reached Tang Wan at this moment. But all of a sudden, Tang Wan shouted, and her manifestation blazed with light. When her sword fell, a white moon fang sliced through the air, sending all of them flying. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Just when did Tang Wan get this strong? She's finally begun to awaken, murmured Feng Xinyue, smiling in satisfaction. She had been waiting for this moment. Tang Wan fought the divine sons and daughters all on her own, her killing intent shaking them to their core. Her strikes were relentless. As one round of her attacks ended, a divine son made the fatal mistake of exposing an opening. In an instant, Tang Wan's sword slashed through him, cutting him in two. Before anyone could react, her sword twisted again, and the two halves of his body were sliced into four. The divine son's soul was immediately extinguished, but even after the kill, Tang Wan's bloodlust didn't wane, it only grew stronger. Her continued assault shattered their pride and confidence. With two of their own already dead, the remaining divine sons and daughters were too terrified to put up a fight. The process of deactivating the battlefield had already begun, but it would take at least an hour to fully activate the Wind Dominion Pearl's power. When they saw Tang Wan in a state of frenzied rage, it was clear these disciples wouldn't survive for that long. Suddenly, Mad Lightning's gaze shifted toward Long Chen, who was calmly observing the chaos. Blinded by fury, Mad Lightning shot toward him with burning anger. "Capture him alive," one of the divine sons shouted. Long Chen stood still, his hands casually clasped behind his back. Just as Mad Lightning's hand was about to reach his neck, Long Chen shook his head and sighed. "It seems the heavens have decided I must deal with you. Kneel," Mad Lightning roared, unleashing a surge of violet Doyan energy, crackling with lightning, as it engulfed Long Chen. But in the midst of the lightning storm, a hand covered in starlight pierced through the violet energy, slapping Mad Lightning directly in the face. With a thunderous explosion, the lightning dissipated. When the dust settled, people saw a twitching figure with only half his face remaining, and it was lying under Long Chen's foot. Chapter 5363 Yanshu Soul Refinement. "You wanted to bully a weakling, huh?" asked Long Chen. Long Chen eyed Mad Lightning beneath his foot, a sinister smile spreading across his face. As he recalled the words Mad Lightning had said to him when they first met, icy killing intent surged within him. Mad Lightning had sneak attacked Long Chen, only to be slapped to the ground, shocking everyone. No one even saw how Long Chen had moved, but Mad Lightning suddenly lay beneath his foot, half dead and helpless. "Is it me who is angry, or is it my heart devil?" Long Chen muttered to himself. His body trembled as a fierce desire to kill surged within him. Long Chen remembered how, back then, Mad Lightning had brazenly told Tang Wan to follow him instead, and everything happened right in front of Long Chen touching his reverse scale. That memory caused Long Chen's killing intent to spike uncontrollably. Back then, he had told himself he'd only slap someone for angering him, not kill them. But now, his heart devil was pushing him, feeding his thirst for blood. An assistant pavilion master, Mad Lightning's ancestor, roared, "Long Chen, if you dare to kill Mad Lightning, I will definitely." Long Chen was doing his best to control his emotions when that elder's words triggered him. In an instant, his foot slammed down, and Mad Lightning exploded. That stomp wasn't something he intended, it was a reaction to the elder's threat that caused his killing intent to erupt like a volcano. Afterward, Long Chen's fists clenched tightly, creaking from the force. He had tried to suppress his violent emotions, but the elder's words shattered all his restraint. He was filled with hatred. He had failed. In other words, he had gotten one step closer to the abyss of losing control. Next, it would become harder and harder to control himself. Actually, Long Chen had never thought of letting Mad Lightning off. He simply wanted to leave that bastard to Tang Wan so she could kill him and avenge her sisters. After all, there was a fundamental difference between killing that bastard because of anger and because of vengeance. But in the end, the elder's threat made Long Chen lose control. "Why are both the young and the old so stupid?" Long Chen muttered, raising his gaze to meet the elder's dumbfounded face. "I'll kill you," the elder roared, raising a tablet in his hand as he charged at the battlefield's barrier. "No, you can't go inside. Your cultivation base will be suppressed to that of an 8-vein emperor," shouted one of his companions, dragging him back. "Release me," the elder roared, shaking off the hand holding him back. He shot toward the barrier in an instant, while the other elders gathered together, seemingly, unintentionally, positioning themselves in front of Feng Xinyue. Feng Xinyue smiled disdainfully. They were clearly trying to block her from entering the battlefield, but she didn't budge. She had no intention of joining the fray. The aggrieved assistant pavilion master slammed the tablet in his hand onto the barrier. The barrier shuddered, allowing him to pass through, while the tablet disintegrated into dust. After entering, he let out a thunderous roar and summoned his manifestation. A powerful emperor aura locked onto Long Chen, shaking the entire battlefield and affecting everyone present. Pavilion master, kill them. They've gone crazy, screamed a divine son in panic. They were already retreating in disarray under Tang Wan-er's crazy attacks, any one of them at risk of being killed at any moment. Although they were all powerful, they had always relied on their elders' favor and protection. None of them had ever truly faced death. But now, after witnessing the deaths of a divine son and daughter, their courage shattered completely. Meanwhile, the hidden dragon warriors continued to hunt down the remaining disciples. Blood had long since soaked the battlefield. Die, the elder bellowed as he lunged at Long Chen, throwing the full weight of his life's cultivation into a powerful palm strike. Dragon blood battle armor. A dragon cry rang throughout the land, followed by the surge of majestic dragon might. Long Chen met the elder's strike with his own bare hand. No one expected Long Chen to face the attack of an assistant pavilion master with nothing but his hand. When their palms collided, a blood-colored cross instantly pierced the assistant pavilion master's hand and tore into his body, continuing onward until it slammed into the battlefield's barrier. The barrier, which even 9 vain human emperors couldn't shake, cracked under the impact, shocking everyone. Even Feng Xinyue's expression changed. The power of Long Chen's strike far exceeded her expectations. Long Chen himself was surprised by the strength of his god-slaying cross, but in his current state, he paid it no mind. As the elder's body was shattered by Long Chen's attack, his fury had turned into terror. Without hesitation, he fled. But just as he tried to escape, Long Chen grabbed his hair and yanked him back. He drove his knee into the elder's face, smashing his nose. Why? Long Chen snarled, slamming his knee into the elder again. With every blow, Long Chen's voice grew darker, more ferocious. He was venting all the rage bottled up inside him. On the 4th blow, the elder's head finally caved in, shattering beneath Long Chen's relentless knee strikes. As the elder's head broke apart, his Yuan spirit escaped the limits of his body and fled. Even if he lost his physical body, it was still good if he could escape with his Yuan spirit. However, just as his Yuan spirit flew out, Long Chen extended his hand. Black flames surged from his palm, engulfing the elder's fleeing spirit. Yanshu flame. Feng Xinyue gasped in shock. Long Chen could control the Yanshu flame. Ah! The elder screamed in agony as his Yuan spirit was consumed by the black fire. Yanshu's soul refinement. Long Chen roared, and the Yanshu flames intensified. The elder's Yuan spirit exploded, transforming into nothing but black smoke. Chapter 5364 The Cause and Effect. The Yanshu flame. Long Chen rarely used it not because he couldn't, but because he didn't want to. He could sense the power of karma every time he invoked it. The more he utilized the Yanshu flame, the more likely the Yanshu lineage could find him. If someone in the same realm came for him, he wouldn't be afraid. But if the Yanshu line sent someone like the Silver Hair Void Crusher after him, even if he were 100 times stronger, it could spell his end. As a result, Long Chen refrained from using the Yanshu flame lightly. However, in his fury, he unleashed it. The black flames obliterated the assistant pavilion master's Yuan spirit, and in that instant, Long Chen absorbed his memories. The Yanshu flame's core power was devouring. It could consume all flames in heaven and earth, devour laws, and even memories. Moreover, this was just a fraction of its terrifying abilities. When the Yanshu flame devoured the elder's memories, Long Chen instantly grasped the full story. It wasn't that far off from his assumptions. The 8 assistant pavilion masters and the 3 divine wind elders had all conspired in this plot. Their original goal was to stall the hidden dragon legion, buying time for the divine sons and daughters to set up a trap. Hence, they altered the hidden dragon legion's teleportation spot. The plan had been to use surrounding devil tribes to attack simultaneously and deploy inverse wind stones to disable their opponents' tablets. The hidden dragon legion would be forced to retreat, and once they were outside the range of the stones, they'd flee back to the Wind God Sea Pavilion, effectively eliminating them from the competition. However, the divine sons and daughters changed the plan. Instead of a small range the Hidden Dragon Legion could easily escape from, they expanded the inverse wind stone's coverage over a vast area. Furthermore, Tang Wan and the others had also gone in an unexpected direction, provoking the strongest existences within the Fiend Wind Blood Devil race. Since that was the case, the new goal was no longer to delay or trap, but to annihilate the Hidden Dragon Legion completely. After Long Chen learned this, his expression sank, and he coldly stared at the higher-ups, who had yet to recover from the death of one of their companions. Long Chen's icy gaze shook their souls. They felt like they were staring into the eyes of a death god, and their souls were about to flee from their bodies. They involuntarily shivered. Wan kill them all. They all knew the plan and participated in it. You've got one incense stick of time, shouted Long Chen. As he said this, his spiritual strength erupted, projecting a scene in the sky. It showed the elder and other higher-ups handing over the inverse wind stones and invisibility cloaks to Qian Runshui and the others. In an instant, an uproar exploded within the Wind God Sea Pavilion. After all, this competition was set by the Wind Dominion Pearl, so it was broadcast throughout the entire pavilion. Everyone could see it. The revelation shocked the audience. The 8 assistant pavilion masters and 3 divine wind elders had plotted something so vile. Even the native experts were outraged, let alone the foreign disciples. This was completely inhumane. Now understanding the whole truth, Tang Wan and the Hidden Dragon warriors were consumed by even greater rage. They started killing with renewed fury. Tang Wan decapitated a divine son, though his sword managed to pierce her shoulder in his dying moments. Covered in blood, some from her enemies, some her own, Tang Wan paid no attention to her injuries. Her mind was focused solely on vengeance. These despicable people had caused the deaths of her sisters. If not for Long Chen, they all would have perished in the Fiend Blood battlefield. The divine sons and daughters fell into panic as they were slain one by one. They could only passively defend, trying to maintain a cooperative formation to avoid being picked off. However, they were such haughty existences that they had never joined forces with everyone. As a result, they couldn't form an effective formation. Tang Wan took advantage of their many openings to attack. Tang Wan, listen to me. It was the higher-ups who ordered us to do this. We had no choice, a divine daughter pleaded as Tang Wan blade came for her. However, Tang Wan showed no mercy. With a single swing, she sliced off half of the divine daughter's head, and the terrifying wind energy shattered her soul. The death of this divine daughter became the final straw for these geniuses. They broke their defensive formations and fled for their lives. Although they knew they would die even faster like this, they could no longer face Tang Wan bloodshot eyes. Some of them started to scream to be saved. Patriarch, save me, cried another divine daughter. Hold on for a bit. The battlefield will vanish soon, shouted an assistant pavilion master. They had already begun the process of deactivating the battlefield. However, while activating it was easy, dispelling it took time. All they could do was wait. The higher-ups watched in shock and fury as Tang Wan and the Hidden Dragon Legion slaughtered their disciples and descendants like executioners. Elder Feng, are you really going to stand by and let them kill each other? One of the assistant pavilion masters yelled. Not even looking at him, Feng Xingyue replied, those who provoke disaster must accept its consequences. But if you all charge in, you might be able to stop the battle. That is, if you have the courage. None of them knew what to say to that. Long Chen had killed the idiotic assistant pavilion master with a single slap. Moreover, it wasn't through trickery or technique but pure brute force, proving that the assistant pavilion master truly lacked the strength to face him. Though the rest of the assistant pavilion masters and divine wind elders had powerful cultivation bases, they had reached their levels through abundant resources rather than hard-fought battles. Their actual combat prowess was pitifully weak. They were nothing more than paper tigers, intimidating in appearance, but easily torn apart. On this battlefield, their cultivation bases were suppressed. Even with the strength of an 8-vein emperor, they would likely struggle to defeat a 5-vein devil creature. Without the ability to suppress their enemies with sheer aura, their chances of victory were slim. They all had similar cultivation bases and battle prowess. After seeing one of their own fall to a single slap, would they really dare to charge in? Tang Wan, if you won't give us a chance to live, we'll drag you down with us, snarled Bu Qingyan, her face twisting with malice. She turned toward the Hidden Dragon Legion, ready to drag them down with her. The next moment, a sword pierced through the back of her heart and out her chest. The immense power blew a large hole into her body. Who would want to die alongside an ugly clay jar like you? Long Chen's icy voice rang out behind her. Chapter 5365 Kill All. Bu Qingyan's chest was pierced through, with thunder force ravaging her wound, paralyzing her. With a lost expression, she slowly turned back. However, there was no one there. Long Chen was standing far away, still in a throwing stance. How is this possible? Bu Qingyan stared at her chest, feeling her life force rapidly slipping away. Her heart was consumed by rage and resentment. She hadn't even sensed the danger when Long Chen struck, nor did she feel the sword piercing her. It was as if the attack came out of nowhere. Long Chen stared at her coldly. In truth, that sword hadn't been aimed at her specifically, it wasn't aimed at anyone. She had simply turned toward the Hidden Dragon Legion, placing herself in the sword's path. The thunder force on the blade effortlessly broke through her divine protection and penetrated her body. This was a predictive attack, a technique that seemed simple but was nearly impossible to execute with such precision. Yet Long Chen had done it. Paralyzed by the thunder force, Bu Qingyan was helpless as she saw a figure rushing toward her. She tried to raise her weapon to protect herself, but her body refused to obey. In her final moments, she could only watch as Xiao Yu's sword severed her head. Xiao Yu caught Bu Qingyan's head. Through gritted teeth, she sneered, "Bitch, my sisters will be happy to have your head as an offering." After that, Xiao Yu tied Bu Qingyan's head to her belt and flew at a divine sun. Her ferocity sent chills down the spines of countless onlookers. Her sword danced through the air, forming a whirlwind of suicidal killing moves. Seeing this, the divine sun was too terrified to fight properly and was repeatedly forced back. Inspired by Xiao Yu's ferociousness, Tang Wan'er's other retainers took the initiative to attack before the divine sons and daughters could turn toward the Hidden Dragon Legion. They fought with reckless abandon, indifferent to their own survival. Their only thought was revenge, and only the blood of their enemies could bring any comfort to the spirits of their fallen sisters. At this point, the Hidden Dragon Legion had abandoned their formation, scattering to hunt down the fleeing disciples. From the moment the battle started, it had been a one-sided slaughter. Now, tens of thousands of bodies littered the ground, a chilling and gruesome sight. While the divine sons and daughters were held at bay by the retainers, Tang Wan'er swiftly dispatched them, often with a single strike. In just a short time, all the divine sons and daughters were dead. With only the regular disciples remaining, one of them suddenly dropped his weapon and knelt, pleading for mercy. "Don't kill us. Please, we didn't do anything. We didn't know anything at all. The ones who hurt you have been killed. The leaders are dead." In seconds, the others followed suit, throwing down their arms and begging for their lives. The Hidden Dragon Legion's warriors hesitated, their swords hovering in midair. The battlefield fell silent. Of the original 57,000 disciples, fewer than 20,000 remained. Those left alive trembled in fear, while the pavilion's higher-ups clenched their jaws, powerless to stop the slaughter. Everyone watching was stunned. Nothing like this had ever happened in the long history of the Wind God Sea Pavilion. 16 divine sons and daughters all killed. Most of their heads dangled on Xiao Yu's belt. Those whose heads weren't there had been too mangled to hang. Facing the disciples who had surrendered, the Hidden Dragon warriors hesitated. Although they despised them for their past bullying, they found it difficult to kill those now kneeling and begging for mercy. "Damn brutes, just you wait." The assistant pavilion masters seethed. They had watched their descendants fall but hadn't dared to intervene. Their fury was palpable, but they didn't have the courage to step onto the battlefield. They wanted to tear Long Chen and the Hidden Dragon Legion apart. As for Feng Xinyue, she remained seated, smiling as she watched what was happening. She seemed very pleased by the events unfolding. Tang Wan'er stood beside Long Chen, her body drenched in blood, her expression cold and unyielding. Even though she had slain many and her sword dripped with the blood of countless disciples, her eyes still burned with killing intent. No matter how many enemies she killed, it wouldn't bring her fallen sisters back. Seeing the disciples on their knees, she turned to Long Chen, silently asking for his direction. If he gave the word, she would finish them off. "You should decide for yourself," replied Long Chen. Given Long Chen's character, there was no need to ask his opinion. These people had all participated in this scheme setting up the trap. When they placed the inverse wind stones, they had not once thought about leaving the Hidden Dragon Legion alive. After enduring this battle, Long Chen believed that Tang Wan'er had already matured. She understood now that compassion for the enemy was cruelty to oneself. The principles of mercy didn't apply on the battlefield. With a determined nod, Tang Wan approached the kneeling disciples. As she neared, her killing intent flared, and the hidden dragon warriors readied their weapons. There would be no mercy, no one had ever shown them any. What's the point of begging now? When you set your trap to kill us, did you give us a chance to kneel and plead for our lives? Can my dead sisters be brought back if I beg for mercy? Tang Wan voice trembled with fury as her resolve solidified with each step. Don't kill us, please, I beg you. Before they could finish, space twisted around them, and the battlefield vanished. In an instant, they reappeared in the plaza. Once they were back, the surviving disciples cheered, thinking that they were safe. One of them even had the gall to curse. You damn bitches, your deaths are coming. Just wait in. Tang Wan swung her sword, turning them all into blood mist. In the end, their fate didn't change. Capture these brutes. Don't let them escape, roared an assistant pavilion master. Countless experts began to surround Long Chen and the others, but Long Chen merely glanced at them with disdain. He then turned to Feng Xinyue. Senior, we've taken half of our revenge. Now, I need to send some old fellows' heads to our fallen sisters. I trust you have no objections. Chapter 5366 Divine Emissary. How brazen. Capture him. Anyone who resists shall be executed on the spot. One of the assistant pavilion masters roared. The assistant pavilion masters were furious to see Long Chen still act so arrogantly. So, when one of them shouted angrily, they all summoned weapons into their hands. Who dares to try it? Feng Xinyue slowly rose, her eyes cold as she gazed at them. You dogs have been in power for too long, so you started to believe you're the masters of this place. Just who gave you that courage? Courting death. One of the divine wind elders, the old crone, roared and slashed her claw at Feng Xinyue. However, before anyone could react, the old crone's head flew into the air, and her body crumpled to the ground. When the head tumbled to the ground, it rolled until it stopped at Tang Wan feet. Everyone froze and stared in horror at the head. Even in death, the old crone hadn't understood how she was killed, her eyes wide open with disbelief. Long Chen was just as shocked. Feng Xinyue hadn't moved a muscle, no hand seal, no fluctuation of blood chi or spiritual strength. Yet, the old crone was dead. With his immense spiritual strength, Long Chen could barely sense the faintest breeze of wind energy before the crone's life was snuffed out. Long Chen was stunned. The strongest expert he had ever encountered was the Silver Hair Void Crusher, but even he couldn't kill without making a move. What Feng Xinyue had done was on an entirely different level. The rest of the higher-ups were all paralyzed with fear. Their very souls seemed to tremble in Feng Xinyue's presence. When Feng Xinyue first arrived, due to her possessing the Wind God's tablet, she was given the status of a divine wind elder as a descendant of the Wind God. From the start, all of them had been trying to squeeze her out, secretly probing the power of the so-called descendant of the Wind God. However, Feng Xinyue ignored all their attempts, never revealing her true strength. Now that they saw her abilities, they were all horrified, realizing they had provoked a calamity. Wow, a divine wind elder killing another divine wind elder. Just what is happening here? A voice suddenly rang out, startling everyone. Long Chen turned to see a middle-aged man seated casually atop the divine palace in front of the plaza. He chewed on a stalk of grass, and the grass fluctuated as he chewed. He looked very content. The man seemed to be in his 30s, dressed in black robes and beast-hide boots, with a black broadsword resting beside him. His aura was completely concealed. Had he not spoken, Long Chen wouldn't have sensed his existence. Long Chen's attention was instantly drawn to his broadsword. It radiated immense sacred energy. It was clearly a terrifying divine weapon. The man's aura was completely concealed, making it impossible for even Long Chen to gauge his cultivation level. His sudden appearance left Long Chen shocked. The assistant pavilion masters were even more rattled. The moment they saw the broadsword beside the man, their faces changed dramatically, and they cried out in unison, "Divine Emissary!" A divine emissary was a god's envoy, second in rank only to the pavilion master within the Wind God Sea Pavilion. However, this position was so shrouded in mystery that even the assistant pavilion masters had never seen an emissary before. Over time, many of them started to believe that the role might not even exist. Legend spoke of divine emissaries as the protector battle gods of the Wind God Sea Pavilion, beings who would only reveal themselves when the pavilion faced dire threats. While no one had seen them, it was known that the divine emissaries always wielded the Wind God's blade, an ancient weapon blessed by the Wind God. This blade, was said to possess the power to tear the heavens and the earth asunder, and it featured a pearl engraved on it, the exact likeness of the Wind Dominion pearl. This pearl was the unmistakable mark of a god-blessed weapon and the unique weapon of the divine emissaries. All the higher-ups of the Wind God Sea Pavilion were left stunned by its appearance. In contrast, Feng Xinyue seemed entirely unfazed. She asked calmly, "Are you here to protect these people?" The divine emissary shrugged helplessly and replied, "This young friend's killing intent is overwhelming. With you here, if I didn't intervene, he'd kill them all. That wouldn't end well." "What wouldn't end well about it?" "Clearing away tumors, even if it means carving into bone, is the way to full recovery. These people are a waste of air. Burying them would be a waste of dirt. I don't see the point in leaving them alive," Long Chen said coldly. The pavilion's higher-ups were enraged by his words, but none dared voice their anger in the presence of the divine emissary. Meanwhile, they grew increasingly uneasy at Feng Xinyue's calm reaction to the emissary, as if she had expected his arrival all along. This realization gave them a bad feeling. "No, little brother, you're wrong," the middle-aged man said with a shake of his head. "What's wrong with what I said?" demanded Long Chen. "The earth does not give birth to nameless grass, and the heavens do not give birth to worthless people. Though their characters are lacking, these people still hold significance for the Wind God Sea Pavilion. They cannot be killed, at least not right now," replied the emissary. Hearing this, Long Chen turned toward Tang Wan. Since this was a matter involving the Wind God Sea Pavilion, it wasn't his place to interfere further. The decision was hers to make. "Do you want them dead or alive? If you want them dead, I will make it happen, no matter the cost," said Long Chen, his voice unwavering. If Tang Wan wanted their lives, then even if the divine emissary tried to stop her, Long Chen would kill them all. "Hey, little brother, that's going too far. I call you brother, but you still don't give me any face," the middle-aged man teased, his tone light. Though he held the revered title of divine emissary, he carried himself with a lazy, indifferent air. His casual demeanor left people unsure of his true strength, and some even started to suspect he might be a fraud. Tang Wan looked at the hidden dragon warriors. After the brutal battle, their fury had finally subsided. 16 divine sons and daughters had been slain along with their accomplices. That was enough to comfort the spirits of the fallen hidden dragon warriors. "I swear my sisters will not die in vain," Tang Wan promised to herself. "For the sake of the Wind God Sea Pavilion, I'm willing to wait. But I will claim their heads sooner or later." Her merciless words made Feng Xinyue's eyes glimmer with a hint of approval. "Child, you've finally started to awaken," Feng Xinyue remarked softly. Chapter 5367 The True Wind God Sea Pavilion. "Wan don't hold back. If you want to kill them, do it. I swear you can take them down before the divine emissary can interfere," Long Chen transmitted to Tang Wan. However, Tang Wan responded with a maturity that Long Chen hadn't seen before. "Long Chen, after everything we've been through, I've learned so much. Right now, I want them to live. Their heads can stay where they are for now, as a reminder of the pain they've caused us. Each time we see them, it'll fuel our resolve. And when I'm in the mood, whether I'm feeling good or bad, I'll take their heads. Let them live in constant fear of death." Long Chen looked into Tang Wan's tear-filled eyes and felt a deep ache in his heart. Growth often came at a heavy price, and the losses of the Hidden Dragon warriors weighed heavily on her. Every member of the Hidden Dragon Legion had been personally chosen by Tang Wan, not for their talent or strength, but for their kindness. She had always remembered Long Chen's words: "Kind people deserve to be treated with warmth by this world. If the world won't provide that warmth, then we'll create a new world for them." Long Chen had first said these words when they visited the spirit race's world, a place where purity and kindness seemed to radiate from every being. It was the first time they saw such pure eyes and felt such pure kindness. They could let down all their defenses and embrace every single one of them. The spirit race's goodness had a large impact on the Dragonblood Legion, who had grown accustomed to endless slaughter. At the time, Long Chen saw them freely dancing and singing. It was during this peaceful moment that Long Chen made his promise. Tang Wan had taken those words to heart. She had sworn that one day, when she was strong enough, she would protect the kind-hearted. That dream had given rise to the Hidden Dragon Legion. However, in their first battle, the Hidden Dragon Legion suffered a cruel blow. Tang Wan watched helplessly as tens of her sisters were killed, and she couldn't do anything to save them. The pain of that loss, coupled with the crushing weight of self-blame, was like poison gnawing at her heart. This ordeal had hardened her. The once naive Tang Wan had become a more decisive, determined leader. Long Chen was aggrieved for her, but he knew that these were experiences she had to go through as a commander. He had endured similar pain when the Dragonblood Legion had suffered devastating losses on the Martial Heaven continent. It was a pain that haunted him to this day. Though Long Chen wished he could carry her burden, Tang Wan was no longer a solitary warrior. She was the commander of the Hidden Dragon Legion and had to lead them forward. Once she had taken on this role, there was no turning back. She had to follow through and keep advancing forward with them. At this moment, the divine emissary jumped down from the palace and walked over to everyone. When he stood in front of them, Long Chen's heart shook. Previously, Long Chen had been unable to sense the divine emissary's aura at all. But now that he was closer, Long Chen's astral energy suddenly started to circulate. This divine emissary was even more terrifying than Long Chen had expected. Despite giving off no hostility, the pressure he gave Long Chen activated his astral energy automatically. The divine emissary looked at Long Chen with a hint of surprise, making Long Chen's heart tighten. He had a feeling this man had seen through him. But the emissary said nothing. He turned to the assistant pavilion masters and declared, "Today's matter ends here. All those with positions in the Wind God Sea Pavilion are hereby forbidden to leave Wind God Island." The faces of the higher-ups changed. They appeared to understand something but kept their emotions in check and slowly dispersed. With a wave of his hand, the divine emissary activated the Wind Dominion Pearl, and its divine light enveloped the entire Wind God Sea Pavilion. He then bowed slightly to Feng Xinyue, waved to Long Chen, and with a few steps, vanished from sight. Tang Wan dismissed the Hidden Dragon Legion to rest on Hidden Dragon Island. She and Long Chen then made their way to Feng Xinyue's palace. Once inside, with no one else around, Tang Wan could no longer hold back her emotions. She threw herself into Feng Xinyue's arms, sobbing. "Master." Feng Xinyue gently embraced her disciple, her face etched with sorrow. She sighed, "Child, I told you not to form the Hidden Dragon Legion. Being a commander is much harder than you could ever imagine. Do you regret it now?" Tang Wan cried in her master's chest, but she firmly shook her head. She clearly did not regret making this decision. She just couldn't accept the deaths of her sisters. "Child, this is the price of growth," murmured Feng Xinyue, stroking Tang Wan's hair. "I know you're tired, child. Rest now. When you wake up, it will be a new day." Tang Wan's sobs gradually faded as she fell asleep. Feng Xinyue gently laid her down before turning to Long Chen. She said, "You have many questions, don't you? Sit." Long Chen waited for Feng Xinyue to sit before asking, "Senior, I don't understand. Why would such a powerful force like the Wind God Sea Pavilion be controlled by people worse than dogs and pigs? There are many things behind the scenes that you don't know about. The assistant pavilion master you killed was an undercover agent from the Brahma Pill Valley, and the old crone I killed was a spy from the Soaring Dragon Company. It's not just the two of them. Almost all the higher-ups in the Wind God Sea Pavilion are enemies who've infiltrated our ranks and sought to destroy the Wind God's legacy," said Feng Xinyue. Long Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend how things had deteriorated to this extent. Then why not use this opportunity to restore order to their chaos? Restore order to their chaos? The Wind God Sea Pavilion isn't in chaos, so why must the order be restored? Countered Feng Xinyue. The pavilion has been reduced to this state, and you still don't consider it chaotic. Long Chen was astonished, almost speechless. Feng Xinyue shook her head. "No, what you've seen is not the true Wind God Sea Pavilion. This is merely a facade, a mask the pavilion wears. This isn't the true Wind God Sea Pavilion. Then where is the true Wind God Sea Pavilion?" asked Long Chen. Feng Xinyue silently looked up toward the Wind Dominion Pearl. Long Chen's heart shuddered as realization struck him. Are you saying this Wind God Sea Pavilion is just a deception meant to mislead its enemies? Exactly. Feng Xinyue gave a small nod, satisfied that Long Chen had caught on quickly. Now, tell me about your gains. Did you manage to acquire that? What do you mean? Long Chen asked, momentarily confused. Don't play dumb. You know exactly what I'm referring to. It's the thing that's tied to your source, Feng Xinyue said, her eyes sharp and penetrating. Long Chen's heart shook. Could it be? Chapter 5368 The Yanshu Line's True Strength. Long Chen stared at Feng Xinyue in disbelief. As he looked into her eyes, He felt like he understood everything, but it was still hard to accept. Senior, did you arrange all of this? His voice trembled at the thought. If Feng Xinyue had orchestrated everything, that would be terrifying. He knew what she was referring to, the piece of radiant world star crystal in his primal chaos space. That was why he was so shocked. Feng Xinyue shook her head. How could I have such power? This is fate. The moment those old fellows started scheming, I had a feeling that it would end up in your pocket. And it did. The 9-star lineage's karmic luck is starting to awaken. Otherwise, there's no way you could have acquired it. Senior, you know of the Radiant World Star Crystal? Asked Long Chen. The Radiant World Star Crystal is a priceless treasure for the 9-star line. It contains immense astral energy, but more importantly, it holds the profundities of the birth and death of a starry river. Comprehending it will let you truly step through the door of the 9-star line. This thing is very important to you, but I'm also not too sure about the exact details. You'll have to figure it out yourself, replied Feng Xinyue. Hearing that, Long Chen was delighted. The Earth Cauldron had also emphasized its importance to him. It seemed his luck had truly turned for the better this time. That's right, how did you get entangled in the Yanshu line's karma? Feng Xinyue's tone suddenly grew serious. Long Chen obediently told her about the precious story with Yan Hong. Upon hearing that Huo Linger had devoured Yan Hong's power, Feng Xinyue nodded. No wonder. In theory, the Yanshu line's power cannot be controlled by outsiders. But when you condensed your 8-star battle armor using both lightning and flame energy, the Yanshu flame's power was devoured by your astral energy. That's how you're able to use it. Feng Xinyue had known of Long Chen's enmity with the Yanshu line, but she hadn't expected him to control the Yanshu flame. Now, after hearing his explanation, she realized that his stars had absorbed the Yanshu flame's power. It's best to avoid using the Yanshu flame. Utilizing it will bind you to them karmically, and Yanshu's sons will soon find you. They are incredibly powerful, especially the first 8 sons, whose strength is comparable to Lord Brahma's 8 great divine commanders, Feng Xinyue warned. Comparable to the 8 great divine commanders? They're that terrifying. Then why was Yan Hong so weak? I saw his big brother too, and he didn't seem that terrifying, Long asked. Yan Hong is weak because Yanshu is still gravely injured. He is essentially in a dormant state, unable to grow and heal. But Yanshu's other 8 sons have been helping him recover for countless years. As a result, only their weak avatars can occasionally roam the world. What you've encountered are their weakest clones, each with less than 1/10,000th of their true power, explained Feng Xinyue. Long Chen was shocked. If what Feng Xinyue said was true, the Yanshu line was no weaker than the Brahma line. Long Chen had always assumed that Lord Brahma was the strongest being in the world, but now it seemed there were others who could rival him. You shouldn't be too proud of killing Yan Hong. The Yanshu line is undying. You can kill their bodies and destroy their souls, but you cannot erase their wills. As long as Yanshu lives, his sons will be able to revive indefinitely. The stronger Yan Hong is when he dies, the more energy and time it will take for his revival. Aiding his revival will also severely slow Yanshu's recovery. So, if you encounter Yan Hong again, be cautious, Feng Xinyue advised. Does that mean if Yan Hong comes out again, it signals that Yanshu is almost recovered? Long Chen asked. Feng Xinyue smiled. It really was easy talking to a smart person. He instantly understood what she was saying, deducing the truth without her having to say it explicitly. If Yan Hong wasn't revived, it meant that Yanshu's recovery was at a critical stage and there wasn't enough energy for his son's revival. But if Yan Hong did return, it indicated that Yanshu no longer needed that much energy. Yan Hong had essentially become a benchmark to measure the Yanshu line's state. Since Long Chen had grasped the situation, Feng Xinyue switched the conversation back to the Wind God Sea Pavilion. The Wind God Sea Pavilion is keeping those idiots alive to trick its enemies. This way, the true Wind God Sea Pavilion can grow without problem. Over the years, the spies have done their part well. They've bought the Wind God Sea Pavilion many years to rest and grow. They thought they had killed the Wind God Sea Pavilion's true heavenly geniuses, but in truth, the geniuses had been transported to the true Wind God Sea Pavilion. However, before the Wind God Sea Pavilion is ready to display its power, we must endure. We left those old fellows alive, using the Wind Dominion Pearl to control them and deceive their masters. Although information about what happened here will soon leak, we still have time to prepare many things. Speaking of which, what was your goal in barging through the endless desolation? asked Feng Xinyue. My first goal is to find my mother's violet blood race, replied Long Chen, not holding anything back from Feng Xinyue. The violet blood race. They appeared 13,000 years ago on the other side of the heaven essence world and then vanished. If they are still around, they would likely be deep in the endless desolation. However, crossing the entire heaven essence world is extremely dangerous for you. News of your presence will soon reach the Brahma Pill Valley, and their people may already know you are here at the Wind God Sea Pavilion. Once you leave, the Silver Hair Void Crusher will strike again, and this time, he won't hold back. He won't give you a chance like last time, warned Feng Xinyue. Long Chen nodded. Feng Xinyue was entirely correct. As long as he stayed within the Wind Dominion Pearl's protection, the Silver Hair Void Crusher wouldn't dare to attack him. But the moment he left, he would be in danger without its protection. And your second goal? Asked Feng Xinyue. My second goal is to reach the Dragon Domain, said Long Chen. The Dragon Domain is also very far away, and you have to cross the Devil Sea to reach it. It's a rough journey. Feng Xinyue paused and thought about it for a moment before saying, but you should prepare yourself. The Dragon Domain's situation is no better than what you see here in the Wind God Sea Pavilion. What? Long Chen was stunned. Could the Dragon Domain also be in such a dire state? Chapter 5369 Wind Domain Battlefield. The Wind God Sea Pavilion had essentially been entirely infiltrated and corrupted. Almost all the higher-ups were agents working for enemy factions. Long Chen had never seen such deep-rooted corruption before. If the Dragon Domain was in a similar state, that would be bad. Feng Xinyue said, the dragon race is constantly fighting among themselves, with each race prioritizing their interests. Not only do they have to fight off the attacks of the Heaven Devil race, but they also have to deal with the Brahma Pill Valley's schemes. The dragon race is like a plate of sand unable to work together. If not for their individual power, they would have been destroyed long ago. If they could unify, as long as Lord Brahma doesn't personally act, there are almost no factions that could threaten them. Their situation is dire. Long Chen instantly understood that the Dragon Domain here was no better than the one outside the endless desolation. Without the primal chaos dragon sovereign to lead them, the dragon race had become fragmented. However, there was one key difference. Here, the dragon race was constantly under attack, facing endless battles and the threat of annihilation at any moment. Senior, is there any way for me to get to the Dragon Domain? Asked Long Chen. Searching for the violet blood race was too difficult, so it would be better for Long Chen to resolve the problem with the Dragon Domain first. Most importantly, the Dragon Sovereign had told him that its Emperor Blood Reverse Scale was located there. If Long Chen could obtain the Emperor Blood Reverse Scale, he wouldn't need to fear the Silver Hair Void Crusher. Thus, he put the matter of the violet blood race aside temporarily. If you wish to go to the Dragon Domain, there's a good method. I was about to send you and Tang Wan to lead the Wind God Sea Pavilion's disciples into the Wind Domain battlefield. You can reach the Dragon Domain's territory by going through the other side of the battlefield. That way, you can also avoid an attack from the Silver Hair Void Crusher, said Feng Xinyue. What's the Wind Domain battlefield? Asked Long Chen. Feng Xinyue explained, long ago, the Wind Gods experts left the human race's territory to fight the foreign heaven devils from beyond the heavens. The Wind Domain battlefield was the site of a massive conflict where humanity ultimately fought to the death against the devils, overwhelmed by the devils' sheer numbers. The Wind God's disciple, Feng Wuji, sacrificed his own life, using the Tao of Reincarnation to unleash a supreme curse art. When this curse activated, it destroyed the foreign devils' souls. However, their wills persisted, and they turned into powerful devil corpses. Luckily, the devil corpses cannot leave the battlefield due to the effect of the curse. Every 3,000 years, the curse flares up, reducing their power greatly, even putting the weaker ones into a slumber. This is the best time to hunt on the battlefield, which lasts about a month. Many factions send people there to search for treasures during this period. The battlefield contains countless divine weapons and the bones of divine emperor-level experts. They also left behind their own inheritances and treasures for the right person. Divine emperors. Long Chen couldn't help but let out a startled cry. The strongest foe Long Chen had faced so far was the Silver Hair Void Crusher, a 9-vein human emperor. A divine emperor would be at least 10 times stronger than him, and that was beyond Long Chen's comprehension. There are divine weapons, legacies, and treasures scattered across the battlefield. Moreover, the cursed devils themselves are treasures. They come from beyond the heavens, so their devil blood, bones, and skin are priceless. Their remains can be used in medicinal pills, weapons, or armor. Do you know why the swords of the Wind God Sea Pavilion's disciples are so much stronger than other weapons of the same tier? Asked Feng Xinyue. Long Chen shook his head. The first weapon he saw from the Wind God Sea Pavilion was Qing Zai's sword 1. Long Chen knew that the material and craftsmanship were only average, but the sword itself was very strong. Feng Xinyue explained, those swords have been soaked in devil blood. A single drop of Wind Devil Essence blood can turn over 100 ordinary weapons into Wind Element Divine weapons, forming wind runes all over the weapons. That's incredible. Long Chen was amazed. A single drop of essence blood could turn 100 ordinary weapons into Wind Element Divine weapons. It was simply unbelievable. Feng Xinyue nodded and started to explain. Different devils possess different kinds of energy. Because they aren't from the 9 heavens and 10 lands, many of their energies are foreign to us. Because of that, in the great battle of the Primal Chaos era, the 9 heavens and 10 lands were torn asunder by the foreign heaven devils. The 10,000 races were forced to retreat over and over again, and even our strongest experts of that time took hideous losses. After all, the heaven devils knew our strengths, but we knew almost nothing about them. Although we've now studied them and uncovered some of their secrets, it's only the tip of the iceberg. If we want more of their corpses to study, we need to go to places like the Wind Domain battlefield. The Sovereign Emperor Heaven has countless such battlefields, but most are buried in the endless desolation. In the vast Heaven Essence world, there are only 7 such battlefields, and 6 are controlled by other factions who allow only their own disciples and allies to enter. The Wind Domain battlefield used to be private to the Wind God Sea Pavilion, as its main forces were the descendants of the Wind God. The curse was also cast by Feng Wuji, one of the Wind God's disciples. However, due to its distance from the pavilion, we couldn't maintain control over it. Many sects backed by supreme factions started eyeing it, so under all the pressure, the Wind God Sea Pavilion was forced to open the battlefield to everyone. Whenever the Wind Domain battlefield's curse energy flared, the Wind God Sea Pavilion would welcome the chance. The pavilion's 8 divine sons and daughters would lead their respective squads into the battlefield. But now, only Tang Wan remains, and the pavilion only has 1 squad left. Once inside, the fighting will be fierce. The 8 assistant pavilion masters, the 3 divine wind elders, and the rest of the higher-ups all have enemy forces supporting them from behind the scenes. The reason we haven't killed them yet is to avoid exposing the current situation, buying time for you too. Upon hearing this, Long Chen finally understood her strategy. Killing a few key figures wouldn't be an issue, but wiping out all the corrupted higher-ups would alert their enemies, putting everything at risk. For now, it was better to keep those individuals alive, lulling their enemies into a false sense of security. Senior, then what do you think I should do? Asked Long Chen. In the Wind Domain battlefield, kill all your enemies. The time has come. This battle will signal the revival of the Wind Domain line, showing the world that we are back. Feng Xinyue declared. A cold gleam flashed in her eyes, and her voice exuded an undeniable arrogance and dominance. She seemed to transform into an entirely different person. Long Chen grinned, pounding his chest in response. All right, I may not excel at everything, but when it comes to killing enemies, I'm an expert. 1. Xianxia is the young disciple who brought Long Chen to the Wind God Sea Pavilion. Chapter 5370 Comprehending the Star Crystal. Long Chen was taken aback by Feng Xinyue. She was an enigma, and it was like there was nothing in this world that she did not know. Her knowledge of both the Brahma and Yanshu lines was startling. From the way she spoke, it was clear that Long Chen's work for the Wind God Sea Pavilion had not been in vain. The rewards were bound to be beyond imagination. If anyone else had said this, Long Chen might have been skeptical, thinking they were trying to deceive him. But Feng Xinyue was different. Long Chen had absolute faith in her words. She even knew about the Radiant World Star Crystal. After Tang Wan'er woke up, she and Long Chen returned to Hidden Dragon Island. Upon returning, they were greeted by a somber scene. The Hidden Dragon warriors stood silently in the plaza, their eyes red as they stared at the corpses covered in white cloth. The pain of their loss was still raw. All of them felt like the fallen didn't deserve this. They had bitterly endured and were about to rise above their oppressors, only to die before they could savor it. Tang Wan'er's eyes filled with tears again as she saw the bodies of her fallen comrades. Long Chen gently patted her shoulder, then turned to address everyone. Say your goodbyes to your sisters. Complaining or dwelling on it won't change anything. Some people give their all on the path of cultivation but can only walk with you for a short time. Now, it's up to you to live for them as well. You must see the world and its wonders for their sake. After all, you are carrying their dreams and hopes for the future. To honor that trust, you must become stronger and go further. The name of the Hidden Dragon Legion must resound across the world. Let them feel proud that they were part of this legion too. Long Chen's words helped lift the spirits of the Hidden Dragon warriors. With renewed determination, they carefully placed the bodies of their fallen comrades in crystal coffins. But even though they felt better, it would take time for their hearts to fully heal. Long Chen didn't push them to resume training right away. Instead, he instructed them to meditate quietly, to slowly come to terms with their loss. This meditation also served another purpose: to relive their experience on the battlefield. At that time, they had displayed a hint of the Dragonblood Legion's fighting spirit. Long Chen wanted them to remember that feeling and build upon it. Afterward, Long Chen found a quiet place and entered seclusion, his mind sinking into the primal chaos space. Fuck, he cursed. All the precious medicinal plants in the primal chaos space had withered away. Even the fusong and moon trees appeared wilted and lifeless. Alarmed, Long Chen quickly checked on the mysterious vine. It was teeming with life, and some parts had begun to bulge, showing signs of new shoots. The mysterious vine devoured all the energy of the primal chaos space for itself, severely affecting the other vegetation. However, after looking through the primal chaos space, Long Chen found that the 7 treasure-colored glass tree and the heavenly Dao tree were unaffected. This won't do. I need more corpses, or I won't even be able to refine pills. What is this thing? It's wreaking havoc in the primal chaos space, Long Chen muttered, frustrated by the vine's rampant growth. Long Chen couldn't help sighing as he witnessed the withered up state of the primal chaos space. Unable to resolve the issue at the moment, Long Chen turned his attention to a fist-sized crystal floating in the sky, the radiant world star crystal. Its brilliance was subdued by a layer of bronze light. This was done by the Earth Cauldron. According to the Earth Cauldron, if it hadn't suppressed the crystal's power, the primal chaos space would have absorbed its energy uncontrollably, so it placed this seal around the crystal. Long Chen's spiritual strength gradually seeped into the crystal, and he felt his soul being drawn into a vast river of stars. As he sat within this endless, flowing current, he was overwhelmed by its boundless energy. The river's vastness was awe-inspiring, even frightening. He felt like a tiny speck of dust, adrift in the cosmic flow of the heavenly Taos, utterly powerless to influence it. Don't just sit there staring, said the Earth Cauldron. Try to comprehend the profound laws of this chaotic river of stars. Compared to it, your starry sea is a pool of dead water. Although your starry sea also has a circulation, it's completely random. Now you have this river of stars as a reference. Carefully figure out how to make your astral energy undergo countless transformations. The Earth Cauldron continued, back when you fought the 9-star disciple, you stole quite a few techniques. Why couldn't you fully replicate them afterward? Why did they seem incomplete? It's because your starry sea is lifeless. But once you bring it to life, with your intelligence, you'll easily wield the divine abilities of the 9-star lineage. You might even surpass that 9-star disciple's power. Excitement surged through Long Chen. He had exchanged blows with a 9-star disciple during the 9-star trial and was profoundly shaken by the 9-star disciple's terrifying techniques. Long Chen had memorized those moves and studied them afterward. But aside from the footwork technique, he hadn't been able to replicate the other abilities. Later, he learned the God-slaying cross. Although this was a powerful technique, it was a move designed for a single, decisive strike. It wasn't suited for long-term combat. Thus, Long Chen thirsted for the techniques of that 9-star heir. With the Earth Cauldron's guidance, Long Chen realized that if he could comprehend the orbit of the starry river, he would be able to use those moves. Of course he would be excited. Hence, he started to focus on the starry river's chaotic circulation. Most people would have been overwhelmed by its complexity, but Long Chen had encountered countless cultivation techniques in his life. This challenge wasn't beyond his abilities. The starry river looked lawless, but it actually operated according to a set rhythm. Having previously studied his own starry sea, grasping this rhythm was nothing difficult for him. Once he understood the rhythm, his Dantian's starry sea began to resonate with it. The two forces started to interact, forming a strange resonance. No, what's the point of copying its orbit? If they are able to mutually attract each other, I just need to form a bridge. I can just let them interact. No. Long Chen suddenly thought of a much simpler method. The method that the Earth Cauldron had told him was not wrong, but after all, it had never cultivated the 9-star hegemon body art. Its methods were all extremely inflexible. On the other hand, Long Chen always innovated stuff. Once Long Chen let his starry sea interact with the starry river through space, his whole body started to glow with radiant starlight. The Earth Cauldron was shocked. That's fast. Is he a monster? Chapter 5371 Out of Food. Astral light swirled endlessly around Long Chen as he merged with the starry river from the radiant world star crystal. As the energy of the crystal intertwined with his Dantian's starry sea, he lost his sense of self, becoming one with this vast flow of stars. Long Chen sensed their interaction. At first, they just probed each other, clashing and forming ripples. However, they quickly started to merge with each other. Unbeknownst to Long Chen, his astral energy was awakening at a remarkable rate, something even the Earth Cauldron found astonishing. The Earth Cauldron was a divine weapon from the primal chaos era, and it had witnessed the rise and fall of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. However, this was the first time it had witnessed someone so quickly resonate with the radiant world star crystal and understand its core. What an unfathomable person, the Earth Cauldron muttered. When he's smart, no one can match him. But when he's stupid, he's in a league of his own. Even the Earth Cauldron couldn't decipher whether Long Chen was a genius or a fool. Long Chen sat in midair with a starry sea behind him. Within it, a river of energy flowed, like a fish exploring its new pool. As it swam, Long Chen's starry sea started to pulse with life. Wherever the river passed, the starry sea resonated, and astral energy spread across it. Suddenly, the Earth Cauldron cried out in alarm, "Not good." It appeared above Long Chen, enveloping him and his starry sea in bronze divine light. Despite its swift action, it was a moment too late. Beneath Long Chen, the ground sank, revealing a massive black hole. Most frightening of all, this hole appeared without any warning or sound. It was really bizarre. Damn, any slower and this entire island would have vanished. How has he already linked up with the radiant world star crystal's energy so quickly? The Earth Cauldron was in disbelief. The Earth Cauldron had a great understanding of the radiant world star crystal. It had seen many 9-star heirs before, and even the best of them took around half a month to resonate with the radiant world star crystal. Yet Long Chen had done so in under 2 hours. Not only that, but the crystal had completely let down its defenses, eagerly sending energy to expand his starry sea. Long Chen's starry sea rapidly expanded, birthing new stars and spreading across a vast area. The astral energy within it also carried a terrifying annihilation force. Without the Earth Cauldron's intervention, that energy could have obliterated the island. Hey, wake up, the Earth Cauldron roared, forcibly waking Long Chen up. Long Chen jolted awake, and the starry river retreated back to the radiant world star crystal, leaving his starry sea. As Long Chen regained consciousness, an intense headache hit him like needles piercing his skull. He then opened his eyes to find his body covered in blood, his skin cracked as if he had almost exploded. How did this happen? Asked Long Chen in alarm. You're asking me, what were you up to just now? You just let the radiant world star crystal mess with your body. If it had continued expanding your starry sea, you would have exploded, chided the Earth Cauldron irritably. At first, the Earth Cauldron thought that everything was under Long Chen's control, and it had been impressed by Long Chen's rapid advancement. But now, it realized Long Chen had essentially been asleep, completely unaware of what was happening. Had it not intervened, Long Chen would have been crippled at the very least. As the starry sea grew too big, the energy reached his spirit root, spreading its influence throughout his entire being. To accommodate even more power within this starry sea, it began to expand not just his Dantian, but his physical body as well. However, Long Chen's body was made of flesh and blood. How could it stretch to match the starry sea's growth? At first, the Earth Cauldron assumed that Long Chen was trying to test his endurance with this method. But when his skin burst open, it instantly woke him up. Had it acted any slower, the consequences would have been unthinkable. The Earth Cauldron's amazement at Long Chen's talent quickly turned to exasperation. Though it had no face, its loss for words at him was expressed through the flashing runes on its body. Damn, how dangerous! Long Chen jumped when he saw that his meridians were covered in cracks. If they had exploded, he would be doomed as hell. Repairing meridians was no small task, and with the journey to the Wind Domain battlefield ahead, he didn't have time for such a setback. Senior, take a look. Long Chen called out, spreading his inner vision for the earth cauldron to see. The earth cauldron then saw a powder-like crystal layer on his cracked meridians. The earth cauldron was shocked. Little fellow, you've somehow turned a calamity into a blessing. Could the 9-star line's karmic luck truly take a turn for the better? The crystalline powder was astral energy left by the radiant world star crystal, which had expanded Long Chen's meridians to the point of near destruction. However, instead of leaving him broken, the crystal had left behind energy to heal his wounds. Even with the earth cauldron's experience, it had never seen something like this before. Normally, refining the radiant world star crystal involved intense resistance, with the crystal needing to be coaxed or forced into submission. But here, it seemed to willingly pour its energy into Long Chen. Long Chen hadn't done anything, yet the radiant world star crystal simply handed over its energy as if afraid that Long Chen wouldn't refine it. It also helped him expand his starry sea and the power of his physical body. This attitude was like it was set on making Long Chen's body its new home, and to make this environment a bit more comfortable, it changed things around. Despite knowing the radiant world star crystal's intentions were favorable, the earth cauldron sternly warned him, the radiant world star crystal's power isn't something to joke around with. It doesn't know how much is enough, and one slip will cripple you forever. You can't let it do whatever it wants. Take things one step at a time, all right. Long Chen nodded, but as he sat down to repair his injured meridians, he almost spat out blood. The primal chaos space was utterly devoid of life energy. He couldn't absorb any life energy to help him recover unless he wanted to extract the energy of the mysterious vine. However, that mysterious vine was just starting to germinate, and Long Chen didn't want to disturb it yet. Left with no other choice, Long Chen went to find Tang Wan and the others. Let's go. Big Bro will bring you hunting. Chapter 5372. A cup of water on a burning cart. The Hidden Dragon Legion charged into the heart of one of the devil race's tribes. Over 7,000 warriors split into 8 groups, surrounding the enemy. As their swords danced, the astral winds howled, slicing through enormous, horned devil creatures. As soon as these devils fell, they were bound by lightning chains and disappeared, only to reappear on the black soil of Long Chen's primal chaos space. In an instant, the corpses were devoured by the starving black soil, which then unleashed a large amount of life energy. Though these devils were only heaven saints, their life energy was equivalent to that of emperor-level beings. After passing through 3 devil tribes, Long Chen finally found creatures with abundant life energy. As more corpses filled the primal chaos space, the withered medicinal plants and the previously listless moon trees and fusong trees started to recover, greedily absorbing the fresh life force. The golden crows that once perched on the fusong trees had vanished long ago, turning into golden crow runes to sustain the trees when they started to wither. Now, with the trees reviving, the golden crows re-emerged, and flames flickered back to life on the leaves. However, despite the influx of corpses, the primal chaos space was still desperately lacking in life energy. To fully restore it, Long Chen needed to put more corpses into it. Meanwhile, the mysterious vine within the space was undergoing a nirvanic rebirth. It instinctively devoured life energy, absorbing most of what the primal chaos space had to offer. As Tang Wan and her sisters advanced, more emperor devil creatures appeared in their way. Those devil creatures exuded powerful blood qi, spewing flames that swallowed the battlefield. Make sure to strike precisely. Don't waste energy. Every attack should be a killing blow. Work together to create openings if there are none. Long Chen shouted. These emperor-level devil creatures put immense pressure on the hidden dragon warriors. They were powerful, as shown by the life energy they released when devoured. It seemed that the primal chaos space's black soil was an excellent judge of how strong a devil creature was. These devil creatures were stronger than their predecessors, but Long Chen needed them. After all, only powerful devil creatures could provide the life energy necessary to satisfy the primal chaos space. At first, the Hidden Dragon Legion had 3,600 members, but now, it included many new recruits, who were facing such a fierce battle for the first time. Their movements were clumsy, and their formation was disorganized. But luckily, the experienced veterans of the Legion were there to guide them. Having survived their last battle, they were now entirely different. Even under this much pressure, everything was basically under control. For everyone to work together seamlessly, they needed more experience. After all, there was no shortcut to reach an unspoken coordination just like the one existing among the Dragonblood warriors. Every failure became a lesson for them, and their formation steadily improved. This time, the devil creatures were far stronger. Though in the same realm, their power far surpassed the fiend wind blood devils. As tens of thousands of emperor-level devil creatures appeared, the pressure on the hidden dragon legion skyrocketed. At this moment, the 8 retainers showed their killing prowess. With almost every blow, they felled these powerful emperor devil creatures. After experiencing a life-and-death battle and learning from their previous losses, they had awakened their combat instincts. Adding on Long Chen's training, as well as countless resources, they started to show the style of true experts. The 8 retainers slaughtered emperor devil creatures in large numbers, reducing the pressure on the formation. Once the immediate threat was neutralized, they turned their focus back to assisting the ordinary warriors, helping them advance. Tang Wan, as the leader, followed a strategy. When the legion struggled, she would intervene, but as soon as they could stand on their own, she would withdraw, allowing them to grow stronger through the struggle. Hence, the 8 retainers used the same method to help the hidden dragon warriors. As they controlled the pace of the battle, the hidden dragon legion gradually turned the tide. Even under intense pressure, they fought with increasing confidence. Tang Wan led the charge and directed her sisters. As for Long Chen, he stayed at the rear, cleaning up the battlefield. Just like that, the entire hidden dragon legion advanced forward quickly. The more emperor devils they slew, the more life energy gathered in the primal chaos space. A faint mist of life chi started to appear in the air, still thin, but now visible to the naked eye. Wan charge forward faster. We need more pressure, or they will start to take it easy, Long Chen transmitted to her. Though none of the warriors would slack off, the absence of mortal danger would reduce the effectiveness of their training. Hence, Tang Wan increased the pace. But the next moment, the earth shook violently, and an intense devil chi surged. An enormous devil creature erupted from the ground, sending rubble flying. Its terrifying aura crashed down on the hidden dragon legion like a tidal wave, and raging astral winds buffeted them. 8 Vain Emperor, exclaimed one of the retainers. The previous devil tribes only had 7 vain emperors, but now, they were facing an 8 vain emperor. This devil tribe was already far stronger than the ones before, and the appearance of its 8 vain emperor brought a devilish pressure so overwhelming that it nearly suffocated the hidden dragon warriors, stirring fear deep within them. That's a big piece of meat. Long Chen nearly drooled, eyeing its enormous body and sensing its surging blood chi. Tang Wan was about to take it on herself when Long Chen instructed the 8 retainers to join forces with the hidden dragon warriors and bring it down together. Many of the warriors felt their hearts shake when they heard this, thinking that they misheard. How could they fight an 8 vain emperor? But the 8 retainers, fully trusting Long Chen's judgment, felt their fighting spirit blaze. If Long Chen believed they could defeat it, they had no doubt they would succeed. With that confidence, they led their groups forward, attacking the giant creature from 8 directions. Seeing everyone attacking, the 8 vain emperor devil creature raised its foot and slammed it into the ground, sending a wave of destructive earth energy surging toward them. It's earth energy, exclaimed one of the retainers. This wave of earth was imbued with destructive earth energy and the full might of an 8 vain emperor. If it hit, many would surely die. The 8 retainers, expressions shifted as they braced themselves for the impact. Chapter 5373 The Wind's Softness. What are you doing? Did you forget everything I taught you? Use the wind's softness, shouted Long Chen. Wind inheritances contained countless transformations. Most wind element experts, however, focused on the wind's ferocity, intensity, and violence in their pursuit of maximum destructive power. But wind energy also had a soft side, much like water. This gentler form of wind energy was often overlooked as elementary, and many people looked down on it. Hence, most wind cultivators abandoned it altogether, never considering its potential. When Long Chen established the basic formations for the Hidden Dragon Legion, he noticed their greatest weakness: they relied solely on the hard, aggressive force of wind. In battle, using hardness against hardness often resulted in injuries on both sides. Against an immense force, such rigidity would lead to mutual destruction. Even with Long Chen's basic understanding of formations, he knew this was a fatal flaw. So, Long Chen devised a training regimen centered on the wind's softness. At first, many were confused and reluctant to embrace it, but Long Chen was adamant they had to master this technique or face expulsion from the Hidden Dragon Legion. Even Tang Wan'er didn't fully understand why he would make everyone focus so much time and effort on this elementary energy, but she believed Long Chen had his reasons. Now, as a crisis loomed, brute force would be futile against the full might of an eight-vein emperor. Tang Wan'er had lost the initiative and couldn't possibly interrupt this attack, so the only one who could save the warriors was themselves. Hearing Long Chen's shout, everyone gritted their teeth. As the 8 retainers formed a series of hand seals, their violent wind energy softened instantly. After that, each warrior placed a hand on the back of the one before them. Their power merged as one, forming a gentle, unified flow. They didn't dare to believe that this soft energy could block the overwhelmingly destructive earth energy, but other than trusting Long Chen, they had no other choice. A gentle wind wrapped around them, causing them to feel as light as a feather floating in the breeze. When the apocalyptic wave of earth reached them, they were lifted, floating as the destructive wave crashed below. The wave crushed countless mountains, its powerful rumbling nearly deafening them. Astonished, they realized they had escaped unscathed. Even Tang Wan'er was struck by the effectiveness of their technique. The warriors were floating in the air as light as a feather. Just as a feather might float around a striking staff without damage, they had avoided the devastating attack of the 8-vein emperor. However, Tang Wan'er was not so fortunate. She swung her sword against the earthen wave, severing part of it, but the impact forced her back, nearly making her cough up blood. Although the attack was spread over a wide area, its power still overwhelmed her in direct confrontation. "This is our chance," shouted one of the retainers. After unleashing this attack, the 8-vein emperor had to take a breather to recover. This was the best time to attack it. Without hesitation, the 8 retainers shot forward like bolts of lightning, transforming the gentle wind around them instantly. They left behind countless afterimages as they flew through the air. Their swords streaked toward the enormous devil creature, slicing through its vital points. The devil creature roared in pain, and its body began to radiate with a wild chi wave. The 8 retainers quickly retreated, maintaining their positions as they rode out the turbulent wave. Though they appeared vulnerable, they remained steady, enduring the wave without faltering. After the violent chi wave, the 8 retainers attacked again. This time, all the hidden dragon warriors charged in as well, sending their sword chi toward the giant devil creature, whose defenses started to crumble under the storm of attacks. Long Chen nodded slightly. The hidden dragon warrior's wind energy was refined, capable of penetrating the defenses of an 8-vein emperor. They had come a long way from ordinary disciples to reach this level. This was all thanks to Long Chen's medicinal pills, wind spirit stones, the 7 treasure space, and everyone's hard work. They were like great hawks spreading their wings and soaring toward the heavens. With the creature weakened and covered in wounds, Xiaoyu struck a particularly effective blow, nearly cleaving its head in two. It went without saying that the cooperation of the 8 retainers had improved immensely during this time. Xiaoyu's attacks were the sharpest, and the others drew the devil creature's attention to give her chances to attack. Despite her efforts, Xiaoyu's strongest attack only managed to slice through part of the devil creature's skull. Her power had reached its peak, but it wasn't enough to finish it. The enraged devil creature let out a ferocious roar as its blood chi started to surge, signaling its berserk state. Everyone fell back, aware of the danger. Just then, a black saber pierced through its head, exiting from the back. The creature quivered, then fell limp as life drained from its body. Evilmoon returned to Long Chen's hand, and Long Chen stared at it speechlessly. Evilmoon could have simply gone through the wound left by Xiaoyu's attack, but it stubbornly chose to hit the devil creature in its toughest spot right around its devil core. Evilmoon intentionally did this to show off its strength. As expected, the hidden dragon warriors stared at Evilmoon in shock, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. What weapon could slice through an 8-vein emperor's toughest bone like it was tofu? "Everyone, keep going," commanded Long Chen as he cleaned up the battlefield and led the group to a new location. Long Chen's intervention wasn't meant to display his power, but rather to preserve the giant devil creature's essence blood. Its essence blood contained its vast life energy, which was precisely what the primal chaos space needed right now. After that, Long Chen tossed the corpse into the primal chaos space. As expected, a huge amount of life energy was instantly released. The black soil had finally found a piece of fat meat and greedily devoured it, leaving nothing behind in a matter of seconds. As the dense life chi mist filled the primal chaos space, Long Chen noticed a subtle quiver within it. Hurrying to check on the space's growth, he looked inside the primal chaos space. A new sprout had finally emerged from the vine, but Long Chen was shocked to see it. Chapter 5374 Terrifying Vine. A soft shoot sprouted from the mysterious vine. It was only 2 inches long, with 2 tender leaves, yet its color was startling pitch black and surrounded by intense death chi. Black energy swirled around the shoot, forming a small cloud the size of a fist, and it was flickering with black lightning. Long Chen's heart trembled at the sight. This black lightning held a potent aura of annihilation, eerily similar to his heavenly tribulation's power. What strange lightning! It's fundamentally different from the lightning of heavenly tribulation, said Lei Linger, attracted by the lightning in this tiny shoot. How is it different? Long Chen asked. Heavenly tribulation lightning is made of countless types of thunder force mixed together, including one similar to this. But this lightning is pure destruction, it carries no other laws. It's incredibly refined, more so than the annihilation lightning I've absorbed. The difference in purity is astonishing, Lei Linger replied. As a lightning spirit, Lei Linger had unparalleled insight into lightning, yet even she was intrigued. It was her first time seeing this kind of lightning, and she was extremely curious. Lei Linger told Long Chen not to underestimate this tiny lightning as its destructive power was shocking. If harnessed, it could even kill a human emperor. It can kill a human emperor. Long Chen jumped in shock. The black lightning was thinner than a strand of hair, but it could kill a human emperor. That was terrifying. The soft shoot seemed alive, curiously surveying its surroundings through the black chi. When it noticed Long Chen, the black cloud quivered, and the little leaves waved as if reaching out to him, stirring a strange feeling of connection. Long Chen felt its emotional fluctuations and was taken aback. Was this the first time something in his primal chaos space seemed to recognize him? Slowly, he reached out to touch the black chi. As his fingers made contact, he felt a chill that sent shivers down his spine. This death chi is unbelievably pure, Long Chen muttered in surprise. Just what kind of origin did this mysterious vine have? A newly born shoot actually possessed such a terrifying death chi. If it spread, it could probably infect an entire world's laws, forever turning it into a world of death. Other than sensing death chi, Long Chen also felt a prickling pain when his fingers came into contact with the black chi. Lei Linger was right, this lightning was nothing like he had seen. It could pose a lethal threat to even 2 vain emperors. Gently, he placed his fingers on the soft shoot, and it responded by wrapping its tiny leaves around them. Long Chen could now sense its spirit more clearly. It felt like a newborn baby, and it actually seemed to view Long Chen as family. Long Chen could sense its pure heart. Although its outer appearance was frightening, its inner heart was as pure as a blank piece of paper. Long Chen was moved. If nurtured, this vine might grow into an extraordinary existence. Originally, Long Chen was worried about it. If it already possessed this much power at this size, what would he do once it grew up and he couldn't control it? However, after sensing its inner emotions, Long Chen relaxed and withdrew his hand. In response, the soft shoot shuddered as if trying to express something to him. Long Chen quickly extended his hand again, but he still couldn't understand what it was trying to say. He just saw it shaking but had no idea what it was trying to say. Staring for a while, Long Chen suddenly realized that it was reaching toward the black soil. Intrigued, he carefully uprooted the vine and moved it closer to the black soil. Long Chen kept a close eye on it as he moved it, finding that it grew more and more excited as he brought it closer to the black soil. It's not afraid of the black soil. Long Chen was surprised. Upon reaching the boundary of the black soil, the vine grew increasingly animated, tugging toward a particular direction, the heavenly Dao tree. When Long Chen placed it beneath the tree, it finally settled down. To his surprise, the black soil, which usually devoured everything, left this mysterious vine untouched. Instead, he found that the mysterious vine seemed to become even more energetic after being placed in the black soil. Seeing it thriving, Long Chen clicked his tongue in wonder. The black soil had always been a mystery to Long Chen. At first, it formed a circular area with the heavenly Dao tree at its center. Later on, the 7 treasure-colored glass tree moved in, and the black soil actually split in half. The central zone of the primal chaos space actually resembled a Taiji diagram, with 2 yin and yang fish inhabiting it. The area around the 7 treasure-colored glass tree thrummed with life, as countless medicinal herbs gravitated toward it. In stark contrast, the side of the heavenly Dao tree remained a desolate expanse of black soil, devoid of life. Aside from the heavenly Dao tree, nothing else could survive in the black soil. However, Today, a mysterious vine had germinated there. Remarkably, even the heavenly Dao tree did not seem to reject it. Seeing the vine growing happily here, Long Chen decided to let it stay there for now. He sensed that this tiny shoot could grow into a terrifying existence. If nurtured properly, it might become a supreme weapon. When his mind left the primal chaos space, the battle outside had ended, so he gathered the corpses and quickly left with everyone. After all, they were in the endless desolation, where countless unknown threats appeared randomly. To be safe, it was best to strike quickly and then retreat. The Hidden Dragon Legion relentlessly pursued devil creatures, with Long Chen guiding them and selecting various devil tribes as targets. This strategy led to a rapid increase in their combat power and teamwork. After 20 days of battle, Long Chen's primal chaos space was finally teeming with life energy. However, he knew this state wouldn't last long. Without ongoing replenishment, it could quickly revert to its previous desolation. As the days passed, Long Chen realized that the hunt needed to conclude soon. Clenching his teeth, he rallied his companions, saying, "All right, sisters, let's go for a big target." Chapter 5375 Returning to the Fiend Blood Battlefield. The Fiend God Battlefield. The Hidden Dragon Legion launched a fierce assault on the heart of the Fiend Wind Blood Devil race. The warriors attacked fearlessly, driven by the memories of their fallen sisters who had perished here. Today, they sought vengeance. Their swords wrought devastation among their enemies, sending flesh and blood flying. The Hidden Dragon warriors had finally acquired their own special assault form. In this form, they could merge all their powers into a lance that could pierce through all obstacles. Once they initiated the charge, they became a force to be reckoned with. When Long Chen proposed returning to the Fiend Blood Battlefield, no one objected. The last time they doubted him, they paid a painful price. Furthermore, after being with him for a few days, they started to view him as a god. They would follow him anywhere even if it meant charging into the gates of hell. As the Hidden Dragon warriors reached the core of the Fiend Wind Blood Devil race, the Blood Devils came pouring out. In this place, even the weakest among them was a human emperor, resembling ants pouring out of their hive. Among this throng, 5 and 6 Vein Emperors were mere foot soldiers, while 7 Vein Emperors were plentiful, and dozens of 8 Vein Emperors roamed freely. This was the same ground where 17 Hidden Dragon warriors had fallen, their blood still staining the earth. When the warriors thought about this, their killing intent surged. "Kill!" Xiao Yu roared, fueled by her past helplessness. She had been unable to save her sisters back then, but she had returned for revenge. The charge of the Hidden Dragon Legion combined the might of over 7,000 warriors, a force capable of overwhelming even an 8 Vein Emperor. At the forefront, Xiao Yu swung her sword, sending an 8 Vein Emperor flying. The power behind her strike was bolstered by the collective wind energy of her comrades, so it was the combined attack of over 7,000 people. Even 8 Vein Emperors had to submit in front of it. This move was inspired by Guo Ran's Dragonblood Cross Slash, but adapted for the Hidden Dragon warriors. After all, the Hidden Dragon warriors were different from the Dragonblood warriors. The Dragonblood warriors had dragon blood flowing through their veins and the support of their dragon souls. With their bloodline power, they were able to merge their power perfectly. However, the Hidden Dragon warriors had none of that, so Long Chen had to find another way to achieve something similar using their wind energy. As a result, once their wind energy merged, it was like a flood crashing forward, allowing the warrior at the front to act as the tip of the spear. However, the warrior leading the charge had to be strong enough, or they wouldn't be able to endure all that power. In any case, this formation was only a prototype, with plenty of room for improvement. Long Chen was only able to give them this much, and they would need to figure out the path onward by themselves. Xiao Yu sent an 8 Vein Emperor flying with this power, which instantly raised everyone's confidence. They had gotten the sweet taste of working together. It was important to note that, without their formation, they would have been decimated by an 8 Vein Emperor. But now, even an 8 Vein Emperor had to be wary of them. That was the difference. The Hidden Dragon warriors stealthily glanced up to see Long Chen overlooking the battlefield. His presence gave them unwavering courage. They barreled through any devil creatures that stood in their way, leaving devastation in their wake. Once the charge began, it was nearly unstoppable. Yet, it had a critical flaw: if they halted, their combined strength would dissipate. Regaining this momentum would take time, leaving them vulnerable in the meantime. In other words, stopping mid-charge meant being surrounded and risking total annihilation. Hence, this charge meant no retreat. Even if it led them straight into the gates of hell, they had no choice but to push forward. The 8 retainers took turns leading the way, each becoming the arrowhead, carving a path of destruction wherever they went. From above, Long Chen observed as the hidden dragon legion tore through the devil creatures like a scythe through dry stalks. His blood burned with pride, watching this group of brave women take its first true steps toward greatness. To him, it was like witnessing the dawn of a new day. He knew that one day, their brilliance would shine across the heavens. As the hidden dragon legion advanced, roars echoed ahead. The aura of 9 vain emperors loomed, and dozens of similar presences erupted in their path. Seeing this, the hidden dragon warriors gritted their teeth and charged forward without hesitation. In response, the 9 vain emperors roared and charged at the hidden dragon legion as well. They were intent on a brute force clash. At this moment, Tang Wan, who had been observing, surged to the front of the formation. Raising her sword, she formed hand seals with the 8 retainers, channeling the legion's wind energy into her manifestation. Wind swiftness heaven-rending slash, she shouted, bringing her sword down. The world seemed to split apart as an enormous sword image descended, striking the legion of 9 vain emperors ahead. The ground exploded, and the heavens cleaved open. Multiple 9 vain emperors were obliterated instantly, while the remaining ones were sent flying by the sheer force of her sword chi. The hidden dragon warriors erupted in cheers at the sight of their triumph. But just then, a vast pressure appeared in front of them like an iron wall. They crashed into it at full speed, so each warrior was momentarily stunned. Tang Wan bore the brunt of the impact, blood spilling from her lips as she felt her bones threaten to shatter. Foolish humans, you have dug your own grave, a chilling voice declared. The space ahead twisted ominously as an ancient blood devil emerged. Unlike the others, this creature resembled a human, but it had 4 horns and glowing blood-colored runes in its eyes. The pressure radiating from it far surpassed that of any 9 vain emperor. Just its mere presence had halted their charge. Tang Wan gasped in shock as she sensed its overwhelming might. A Devil Emperor. Chapter 5376 Half-Step Devil Emperor. No, your master said the leader here is a half-step Devil Emperor, Long Chen said, looking at the ancient devil creature, who was radiating torrential devil chi. So, this is a half-step Devil Emperor. In the Eternal Realm, there were 6 minor realms, but the Emperor Realm was divided into 2 levels. The first was the Human Emperor Realm, while the second was named after the race of the Emperor. For humans, they could be called Divine Emperors or Immortal Emperors due to the split of human cultivation into God and immortal paths. For the Devil race, they were called Devil Emperors, while the Demon race called theirs Demon Emperors. Other beast races had their own branches too, for example the Dragon race's Dragon Emperors or the Pung race's Pung Emperors. However, the devil creature before them was not a true Devil Emperor. It had only just touched the boundary of the Emperor realm, earning the title of a half-step Devil Emperor. Even so, a single foot in this realm made it countless times stronger than a 9 vain emperor, and its aura alone was enough to crush them. Foolish humans, face your deaths. The half-step Devil Emperor exclaimed and raised its hand, causing heaven and earth to quiver. Tang Wan and the others were instantly immobilized, unable to even twitch a finger. Everyone was horrified by the immense power of the half-step Devil Emperor, which left them utterly powerless to resist. Hey, hold it, old thing, as a half-step Devil Emperor, you're not supposed to be so blind, right? Long Chen hastily waved for the elder to stop. The elder's eyes flared with rage, but noticing Long Chen pointing upward, it followed his gaze and froze. Tribulation clouds had gathered in the sky, and its expression shifted. I've heard that someone on the verge of breaking through could accidentally trigger their own tribulation if they interfere with someone else's. How about we test that theory? I'd love to see what a Devil Emperor's tribulation looks like, Long Chen taunted. The half-step Devil Emperor went pale. The torrential devil chi around it vanished as it suppressed its aura with all its might. If the tribulation were to lock onto its presence, it would be forced into a deadly tribulation it couldn't survive. Though these devils were from beyond the heavens, generations of dwelling in the sovereign emperor heaven meant they were bound by its laws, including heavenly tribulation. This was unavoidable. Just as the elder's aura receded, Evilmoon appeared in Long Chen's hand, aimed straight at the elder. A streak of black light shot from Evilmoon's tip, striking the half-step Devil Emperor in the head. Although it cut to the bone, it wasn't enough for a fatal blow or even a serious wound. Bastard! The half-step Devil Emperor roared furiously. Long Chen had attacked just as it was suppressing its aura. If it hadn't activated its protective light in time, the attack would have pierced its skull. Just as its fury exploded and it was about to attack, Long Chen pointed to the sky once more and made a gesture to be quiet. At that moment, the tribulation cloud swelled, seemingly sensing the half-step Devil Emperor's presence and threatening to change. The elder's face fell. If this tribulation transformed into its Devil Emperor tribulation, it would kill everyone in the area. You, wretched human, just you wait. The elder spat and fled, disappearing instantly. The surrounding blood devils also scattered. This heavenly tribulation incited them a sense of immense fear, even making them abandon their stronghold. Then, torrents of lightning struck the ground, leaving craters and turning hard rock to dust. Sisters, this tribulation is fiercer than before, thanks to that old devil's interference. But I know you can handle it. Long Chen shouted. Last time, Lei Linger had collected the thunder force just as it was about to dissipate, allowing the new hidden dragon warriors to be tempered by it. With that experience behind them, the hidden dragon warriors had managed to cast aside their fear of the heavens. As for Long Chen, he let the lightning fall on him and flew toward a mountain, drawing the tribulation's eye with him. This mountain was the core stronghold of the fiend wind blood devils. From there, he spotted an altar with over 10 coffins. Counting 18 neatly placed coffins, Long Chen was delighted. The Wind God Sea Pavilion's information really is accurate. Even the number of coffins is correct. Long Chen went to one of the coffins and kicked it open, revealing a corpse inside. Devil Chi immediately poured out of it. Ha ha ha, yes, Long Chen laughed crazily. This was the corpse of a half-step Devil Emperor. Long Chen had flipped through the books in the Wind God Sea Pavilion, and according to their records, these corpses came from half-step Devil Emperors who had failed their Devil Emperor tribulation and had their souls extinguished. However, their physical bodies were left intact and were preserved here so the heavenly geniuses of the Fiend Wind Blood Devil race could use the corpses' bloodline power to aid their own breakthroughs. Long Chen tossed the corpse into the primal chaos space's black soil. The moment it touched the soil, it was devoured. The entire primal chaos space quivered as life energy surged forth, filling the space with vitality. In just a few short breaths, the primal chaos space was in its peak state. Furthermore, as this life energy filled it, the laws within the primal chaos space underwent a subtle transformation. Ha, I've struck gold this time, Long Chen shouted with glee as he kicked open the next coffin. But the moment he did, a hand shot out, filled with terrifying devil chi that shook the world. Chapter 5377 Heaven Soul Blood Curse. A zombie, screamed Long Chen. A claw suddenly shot out from the coffin, lunging at Long Chen and startling him into sidestepping hastily. The void exploded in its grip and quickly went still. Long Chen then wiped off some cold sweat from his head. Mo Nian would have handled this better, given his knack for archaeology. A corpse on this level would never decay, its physical body was not withered at all, and its combat instincts still existed. When Long Chen kicked the coffin open, the shift in airflow triggered the corpse's reflexes, causing it to instinctively launch an attack. Though soulless, its body retained ingrained instincts, resulting in this automatic strike. Seeing the corpse no longer moving, Long Chen carefully probed it and then pulled it into the primal chaos space. From then on, he opened each coffin from a safe distance. Fortunately, no more zombie reactions occurred. He transferred all 18 bodies into the primal chaos space, about to place them on the black soil when the earth cauldron suddenly interrupted. Have you forgotten something? Forgotten something? Long Chen was baffled, glancing at the coffins with their carved devil blood runes, which he couldn't decipher. He wasn't sure what use they had, if any. He didn't feel like these things had any value to him. Think harder, the earth cauldron urged. Long Chen was baffled. Had he really forgotten something? But even after a long time pondering, he couldn't tell what the earth cauldron meant. The earth cauldron finally said, "Last time, on the Fiend Blood battlefield, what did you lose?" "What did I lose? You mean the Silver Wing Heaven Devil puppets?" But only then did it hit Long Chen. He had brainlessly tossed 6 corpses into the black soil and couldn't pull them back. Long Chen stamped his foot in frustration. These were the corpses of half-step Devil Emperors, and Long Chen had forgotten that he knew the Green Parrot's curse art, the Heaven Soul Blood Curse, a technique used for controlling corpses just like this. If Long Chen could control a half-step Devil Emperor, how helpful would that be? These blood devils were no match for the Silver Wing Heaven Devils in raw power, but their physical bodies remained perfectly intact, uncorroded by time. If Long Chen could gain control over them, they would unleash devastating force. Most importantly, they still had plenty of energy in them. Rather than expending all their strength in a single attack, these bodies could be used continuously. Luckily, Long Chen still had 12 of them left. He quickly transferred them from the primal chaos space to his spiritual space and used his spiritual strength to imprint his mark on each. With this branding complete, he could use the Heaven Soul Blood Curse to control them fully. At this moment, the heavenly tribulation intensified, and an endless stream of lightning beasts rained down from above. Seeing this scene, the Hidden Dragon Legion stood firm, their formations growing more cohesive and adaptive with each strike. This allowed them to withstand the fierce onslaught. Lei Linger had transformed into millions of lightning dragons, swimming through the air and devouring the lightning runes that scattered whenever the hidden dragon warriors destroyed a beast. After taking the corpses, Long Chen spread his divine sense and suddenly swung Evilmoon. The entire mountain split apart. Half of it crumbled, while the other half remained intact, revealing a vast cave with 2 treasuries inside. The first one was filled with white bone divine weapons, the innate weapons of bone devils. Only blood devils who had reached at least the Emperor realm could leave their bone weapon here, so this cache held a formidable collection of Emperor-level weapons. The second treasury was filled with devil crystals. However, they were golden instead of blue. Only pure-blooded blood devils whose cultivation bases had reached the Emperor realm could condense these devil crystals. They were invaluable to the Fiend Wind Blood Devil race, as heavenly geniuses would absorb these crystals to break through bottlenecks in their cultivation. Together, the bone weapons and golden devil crystals represented the race's most prized resources. Fortunately, the hidden dragon warriors remained focused on battling the lightning beasts. If they had seen the golden devil crystals, their attention would have shifted immediately, weakening their combat efficiency. Long Chen waved his hand, gathering them all. He directly tossed all the bone weapons into the black soil, and they released an amazing amount of life energy. In an instant, the Fusong trees, golden crows soared around the branches like miniature golden suns, thriving as their power reached unprecedented heights. Ha ha ha, I've really struck gold this time. Long Chen laughed excitedly as he sensed the aura of the golden crows. Long Chen discovered that once the half-step devil emperor corpses were absorbed, the released life energy triggered a powerful transformation in the Fusong trees and golden crows, whose aura now matched that of a heaven saint. As pure golden crows, their auras were as vast as the sea, their true power unfathomable. The thought of Huo Linger commanding this formidable golden crow army sent a thrill through Long Chen. If they could grow to the Emperor realm, who in existence could possibly stand against her? As the primal chaos space's flame god, Huo Linger controlled everything within it. She could direct the golden crows to fight at her command or even draw upon their power for herself. Long Chen couldn't imagine what would happen if she compressed the full power of these golden crows into her. Just what kind of terrifying force would she unleash? Meanwhile, beneath the heavenly Dao tree, the mysterious vine was flourishing. It had sprouted 4 leaves and reached 3 inches in height. Black chi continued to swirl around it, with black lightning streaking inside. It was growing rapidly. Though its aura was dark and sinister, as long as there was enough life energy, it wouldn't suppress the other vegetation. Strangely, whenever it sensed Long Chen, its aura would soften, as if it had already accepted him as its master. Grow strong, all of you. When the time comes, we'll conquer the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Long Chen exclaimed, clenching his fists. Time. All he needed was time. As long as he had enough time to grow, why would he fear someone like the Silver Hair Void Crusher? When Long Chen's mind left the primal chaos space, the heavenly tribulation had ended. His aura had leapt to the Earth Saint realm, and the eternal runes in his Dantian got even closer to his spirit root, almost touching. Long Chen felt like they would touch once he reached the Heaven Saint realm. But as for what would happen when they touched, no one knew. As the last of the tribulation clouds faded, Tang Wan activated the divine wind transportation formation she had acquired from the Wind God Sea Pavilion. Using the Wind Dominion Pearl's power, they were instantly transported back. The moment they arrived, they spotted Feng Xinyue waiting for them. Chapter 5378 Wind God's Left Emissary, Yi Lingkong. The moment Long Chen and his companions arrived at the Wind God Sea Pavilion, they noticed Feng Xinyue and a divine emissary waiting for them. Are we moving out now? Tang Wan asked, startled. With a warm smile, Feng Xinyue asked. Do you have other preparations to make? Tang Wan smiled back. There was indeed nothing more to prepare. She was no longer the old Tang Wan. After facing the trials of the 7 treasure space and the loss of her sisters, she had grown stronger and more independent, ready to face any challenge. Now, she had the ability to stand on her own. Seeing Tang Wan's confident smile, Feng Xinyue's eyes held a touch of sorrow, but before she could speak, Tang Wan embraced her. Master, thank you for shielding me from the rain all these years, but I have my own responsibilities and missions in life. When I grow up, I hope I can block the rain for you. Tang Wan understood Feng Xinyue's feelings. Her master had always treated her like a daughter, but now that Tang Wan had learned to be independent, Feng Xinyue felt a sense of loss, as if the distance between them had suddenly grown. She couldn't help but feel a bit bad. Good child, I have been waiting for this day, Feng Xinyue said softly. But for now, don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one will dare to harm you. Gently, Feng Xinyue smoothed Tang Wan's hair and adjusted her robes with a motherly smile. Still embracing Tang Wan, she looked at Long Chen and meaningfully said, "You should understand what I mean." Of course, Long Chen replied, understanding her unspoken message. Though her words seemed directed at Tang Wan, they were meant for Long Chen. Feng Xinyue clearly implied that Long Chen could beat or kill anyone who dared to bully them, no matter who. No matter what happened, she would support them. Seeing him nod, Feng Xinyue nodded to the divine emissary and stepped back. Carrying a broadsword on his back, the divine emissary strolled over with an easygoing air, tapping the sword playfully. He had none of the solemn demeanor one would expect from a peerless expert. "Hello, brothers and, well, one brother and many sisters. I'm Yi Lingkong, the Wind God's left emissary. Though I've lived for many years, my heart is still young." He introduced himself. "And you still look very young," quipped Long Chen. "Ha ha ha, many thanks for your flattery, brother. I like that." Yi Lingkong laughed and then became serious. "Originally, there were supposed to be 16 teams heading to the Wind Domain battlefield, but now it's just you. Fewer people make it easier to lead, and with your strength, I don't need to worry." Hearing that it would just be them, Long Chen and Tang Wan exchanged a look. Feng Xinyue had mentioned that the Wind God Sea Pavilion was concealing much of its strength. But wasn't this trip to the Wind Domain battlefield critically important? They were puzzled that no other experts were joining them. "All right, prepare to move out," Yi Lingkong said, waving his hand. Spatial energy enveloped all of them, and they were instantly sent out of the Wind God Sea Pavilion. Just as they came out of this spatial transportation, a terrifying aura struck them, shocking Tang Wan and the others. It was on a similar level to the suffocating pressure of a half-step devil emperor. A 3-meter bird with 2 horns and vibrant, multicolored feathers stood before them, its blood qi radiating so intensely it seemed capable of tearing the sky apart. "A Qilin horn heaven swallowing sparrow," exclaimed Long Chen in shock upon seeing this bird. It was a species with a primal chaos bloodline, and he had only ever read about it. Seeing it in person was astonishing. As expected of the High Firmament Academy's youngest dean in history. "Your knowledge and vision are truly admirable," Yi Lingkong praised, not expecting Long Chen to recognize the Qilin horn heaven swallowing sparrow. "This is my old partner, the companion I trust with my life. I've tried giving it various names, but it disliked them all and settled on calling itself Horn Swallower," Yi Lingkong explained, somewhat resigned. He clearly felt that this name was lacking. "I actually like it simple, direct, and strong," Long Chen said with a nod of approval. Compared to Horn Swallower, the names that Long Chen gave, like Cloud and Little Snow, were truly lacking. They were plain and unimaginative. Long Chen couldn't help feeling embarrassed at himself because of it. The Qilin horn heaven swallowing sparrow chirped in agreement, rubbing its beak against Long Chen's shoulder in a friendly manner, as if he was a close friend. "The name might be strong and domineering, but it's not exactly elegant," Yi Lingkong sighed, shaking his head. Feeling the Qilin horn heaven swallowing sparrow glaring at him, Yi Lingkong quickly changed the topic. "All right, partner, our mission is to bring them all to the Wind Domain battlefield. You've gone with me there dozens of times, it's a familiar route. Let's go." The Qilin horn heaven swallowing sparrow gave a low cry. Hearing this, Yi Lingkong rolled his eyes and retorted, sending them to their deaths. "Don't worry, this time is different. This fellow's strong. He won't die." Although no one understood what the Qilin horn heaven swallowing sparrow said, it was evident from Yi Lingkong's response that it seemed worried about Long Chen's safety. Wait, does that mean everyone else who has gone to the Wind Domain battlefield died? Long Chen asked, surprised. Well, not everyone. A few of them are still alive, Yi Lingkong replied. Tang Wan and the others were stunned. Was the death rate on the Wind Domain battlefield that high? Why had they never heard of such a thing? What's so surprising? If people like Qian Runshui, Bu Qingyan, Mad Lightning, and the others didn't die there, what else would they be good for? Yi Lingkong asked in response. Long Chen's jaw dropped. So, when Yi Lingkong said the heavens didn't give birth to useless people, did he mean those divine sons and divine daughters were merely raised as sacrifices to trick their enemies? That was quite a vicious move. Alright, move out. With a wave, Yi Lingkong signaled the Qilin horn heaven swallowing sparrow to spread its wings. It grew in size, and everyone climbed onto its back. After that, they took off, vanishing in a radiant streak of 7 colors, soaring toward the unknown dangers of the Wind Domain battlefield. Chapter 5379 Refining Puppets. The Qilin horned heaven swallowing sparrow's wings sliced through the air, creating a rumbling sound as it soared across the sky, leaving a rainbow trail in its wake. As it passed over ancient cities and sects, Long Chen noticed countless admiring gazes from below. That feeling was truly satisfying. Is this some kind of show of might? Asked Long Chen, glancing at Yi Lingkong who was lying on the Qilin horn heaven swallowing sparrow's head. Gazing up at the sky, Yi Lingkong looked very relaxed with his legs crossed and hands tucked behind his head. But of course, if we didn't flaunt our strength, people might forget what kind of power the Wind God's Sea Pavilion represents or the Wind God's great name, replied Yi Lingkong lazily. Is this not a bit too exaggerated? What will we do if we encounter any other factions attending the opening of the Wind Domain battlefield? Won't there be a fight? Asked Tang Wan curiously. Possibly. If they want to fight, I'll oblige, Yi Lingkong replied with a shrug. Don't worry, while I can't control what happens inside the Wind Domain battlefield, I can guarantee your safety everywhere else. Tang Wan hesitated before speaking. Well, I don't know if I should say it, but... Yi Lingkong sat up and smiled. Looking at Tang Wan he guessed, you're thinking I don't exactly look dependable with my laid-back appearance, aren't you? Tang Wan laughed, covering her mouth. You're amazing, you guessed it in one go. The hidden dragon warriors chuckled. Although Yi Lingkong held the high rank of the Wind God's left emissary, he came off too carefree and lighthearted, like a big child, hardly the figure of authority they'd expect for someone of his caliber. If not for the existence of the Qilin horn heaven swallowing sparrow, they might have felt a bit uneasy to show off like this. My power can't compare to your master's, but it's more than enough for this mission. If there is a chance, I'll show you some of my abilities, so you know that my title as the left emissary of the Wind God is not fake. But I am not sure whether we'll get that chance, said Yi Lingkong, taking Tang Wan teasing in stride. Hearing his statement, Long Chen instantly smiled. You don't need to worry about that. With me here, I guarantee you'll have that chance. What kind of joke was that? When it came to fanning the flames and starting fights, Long Chen had never admitted defeat to anyone. He was always surrounded by idiots who would jump at his blade. If trouble was nearby, they would surely find him. Yi Lingkong eyed him cautiously. That smile seems a bit sinister. Just then, the Qilin horn heaven swallowing sparrow shook its head, causing Yi Lingkong to nearly lose his balance. Hey, am I not even allowed to say anything about his sinister smile? Yi Lingkong said, exasperated. His contracted divine beast was clearly favoring Long Chen after he had praised its self-chosen name. If Long Chen were to continue to flatter it, Yi Lingkong worried it might just switch sides altogether. The sparrow's antics brought another round of laughter from the group. Yi Lingkong's easygoing nature made him approachable, allowing everyone to feel relaxed and at ease around him. Their journey was a winding one. The Qilin horn heaven swallowing sparrow flew neither in a straight line nor too quickly. As Yi Lingkong had mentioned, they were making a deliberate show, reminding the factions below that the Wind Domain battlefield would soon open, and the Wind God Sea Pavilion was ready to participate. This action would feel childish to Long Chen if it was done by someone else. But he knew that while this left emissary of the Wind God looked frivolous, Long Chen doubted his actions were without reason. There had to be some deeper meaning behind this action. Long Chen had wondered why they had to move out a bit early, but now he knew that they were actually traveling in a rather roundabout manner. At first, Long Chen enjoyed the admiring gazes of the experts in the cities and sects down below, but the novelty wore off quickly. Closing his eyes, he retreated to his primal chaos space. Everything inside was as expected. The black soil had devoured 6 half-step Devil Emperor corpses, releasing a lot of life energy. There should be any problems here for a while. After that, Long Chen shifted his focus to his spiritual space, where 12 blood devil corpses lay. His spiritual strength had already seeped into them, marking each with his spiritual imprint. That's faster than expected. Long Chen was surprised at how quickly his spiritual strength had permeated the corpses. It was likely thanks to the unique properties of the primal chaos space. After all, they had stayed there for a bit before being moved to his spiritual space. Moreover, Long Chen noticed something golden on each corpse's forehead, an emblem resembling a gate. Long Chen suddenly looked up. His divine gate star was hovering above, casting its light across the spiritual space. Realizing that the divine gate star's energy had assisted this process, Long Chen marveled, 9-star hegemon body art, just what kind of cultivation technique are you? The more I know, the less I understand about you. Each of the 8 stars Long Chen had condensed held unique powers. However, he knew far too little about them. Today, he unlocked yet another formidable ability. With this newfound power, he could place the Heaven Soul Blood Curse directly on these puppets. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen summoned his Yuan spirit in his spiritual space. He then condensed a drop of blood on his fingertip and traced a rune on his forehead. This rune was the Heaven Soul Blood Curse rune. With the rune aglow, he lifted his finger, causing it to split in two, one remaining on his forehead, the other on his fingertip. Taking another deep breath, he flicked his finger, and the curse rune fell on the forehead of one of the corpses. Instantly, the corpse trembled violently, and devil blood runes illuminated across its body as if life were returning to it. Following that, devil chi slowly swirled out of it. Its withered devil blood started to thaw and circulate. As the devil blood circulated, its aura rapidly grew. All of a sudden, its body swelled. Not good, it's going to explode. Long Chen's expression changed. Chapter 5380 Controlling Puppets. As the devil corpse's runes activated, its aura surged, and its body began to swell rapidly. Long Chen jumped in fright. The green parrot had never mentioned this kind of scenario in the technique it had taught him. Just as Long Chen prepared to eject the corpse from his spiritual space to let it explode outside, the golden divine gate quivered. In an instant, the devil corpse vanished and reappeared in the primal chaos space, where its exploding runes crumbled under the primal chaos laws. Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Looking into the primal chaos space and seeing the corpse, he saw that it was already ruined, its runes black and smoking. Long Chen then tossed it onto the black soil and returned to his spiritual space. When he looked at the next corpse, he couldn't help but hesitate. Don't be suspicious. The green parrot's curse art is correct. This process just has a chance of failure. Keep going, the earth cauldron urged. Hearing that, Long Chen felt much more at ease. No longer doubting the curse art, he tried it again. Fuck. Long Chen cursed furiously. It was another failure. Once again, the divine gate transported the corpse into the primal chaos space, and Long Chen tossed it onto the black soil. Settle down. You plan to use these as fertilizer anyway. Even if you fail with all of them, you won't have lost anything, and you still get free experience, advised the earth cauldron. Long Chen took a deep breath and nodded. Senior's teachings are correct. I was too impatient. After calming down, Long Chen recognized his own greed and changed his approach. Even if they all failed, he'd still have fertilizer. Another failure. And another. Success or failure no longer mattered. He was simply experimenting with the curse art, testing different techniques with his spiritual strength. Although the green parrot had taught him the basics, he was certain it had held back a few tricks. However, there was no room for him to grumble, as it was something he had conned out of the parrot anyway. Was he really hoping for the parrot to teach him its secret techniques wholeheartedly? After 7 failed attempts, he finally succeeded on the 8th. This time, the devil corpse's runes vibrated harmoniously without losing control, connecting seamlessly. Ah, I get it now, Long Chen said with a smile, seeing the flashing runes around the corpse's body. With this insight, he tried again, succeeding on the next attempt. In the end, out of 12 corpses, he managed to activate the blood curse on only 3. Now, the curse would slowly awaken them, gradually restoring the blood and chi in their bodies over 10 days as per the parrot's instructions. Once complete, they would be his most powerful puppets. Long Chen was in an excellent mood. If he could control these 3 corpses, wouldn't he be unmatched in the wind domain battlefield? After dealing with the devil corpses, Long Chen turned his focus to studying the radiant world star crystal. With his prior experience, he sensed that its defenses had relaxed. When his soul connected with it, its power once again flowed into the starry sea within his dantian. This time, however, Long Chen didn't dare to let it move unchecked. Although it wasn't trying to harm him, it had no sense of when to stop. Allowing it free rein could very well cripple him. According to the Earth Cauldron, the radiant world star crystal contained the power of an entire starry river. The starry river had long since perished, but the star crystal remained eternal. To wield its power, Long Chen would need its acceptance and the physical resilience to contain it. His goal was to let the radiant world star crystal's energy upgrade his starry sea. With this strengthening, his starry sea would eventually contain the crystal's immense power without risk of shattering, though the path would be long and painful. Luckily, the radiant world star crystal lacked any wariness toward Long Chen and seemed to only want to help him. This was beyond the Earth Cauldron's expectations. This time, as the radiant world star crystal's energy entered Long Chen's starry sea, it caused the entire space to boil. At the same time, he felt a burst of pain in his meridians. Previously, the crystal had strengthened his body by forcibly injecting astral energy throughout his meridians and flesh. But now, with his starry sea activated, the energy immediately filled every part of his body. Despite the extreme pain, Long Chen was thrilled. Previously, mobilizing his astral energy would require a long process and preparations, but now, he could freely move his astral energy through his body just like his bloodline power. He could freely summon it at will. The pain basically stemmed from the inability of his physical body to endure this astral energy, but he knew that it would adapt soon. Thinking of how he would be able to freely use astral energy, he was excited. If he could use his astral energy at will, wouldn't he be able to easily use the 9-star heir's secret arts he had learned in secret? The prospect of unleashing those formidable attacks ignited a fierce anticipation within him. However, he first needed to carefully control the radiant world star crystal's energy. Its power was overwhelming, and he had to handle it cautiously. The crystal seemed impatient, constantly pressing to advance his body beyond its limits. His astral energy coursed through his meridians, diffusing throughout his body. However, the radiant world star crystal wasn't content with a gradual spread. It attempted to force his astral energy deeper, directly into his flesh and blood. Long Chen immediately intervened. Regardless of whether he could endure the pain, the strain would leave him half crippled, unable to fight for some time. With the wind domain battlefield opening soon, he couldn't risk it. Thankfully, he managed to stop the crystal's advance in time. The radiant world star crystal reluctantly withdrew. Long Chen, on the other hand, was left drenched in sweat, his vision spinning with stars as he fought off the dizziness from the intense pain. Before he even had time to consume a medicinal pill to recover, the void around him shuddered, and an immense blood chi surged through the air. Long Chen heard the Qilin horn heaven swallowing sparrow's startled cry, which was laced with fierce fighting spirit. Chapter 5381 Divine March Gate. Long Chen hastily looked to the left and saw an enormous white rhinoceros with a golden horn. It was running through the air as it pulled a flying boat. The rhinoceros's skin was snow white, and upon closer inspection, Long Chen could see porcelain-like scales covering its body. But then, the cracks between the scales were so small and smooth, so they looked more like a solid hide than scales. A pair of golden horns adorned its head, covered in runes that gave off a beautiful light. A full moon gold horn rhinoceros. When Long Chen saw the rhinoceros, his heart trembled. This beast also bore a primal chaos bloodline, with an aura that rivaled the Qilin horn heaven swallowing sparrow. A massive golden flying boat rested on the rhinoceros's back, with a dragon emblazoned flag flapping above it. When Long Chen saw the two characters on the flag, soaring dragon, his expression turned odd. Enemies really do cross paths often, Long Chen mused. He hadn't expected to encounter people from the Soaring Dragon Company here. The flag was unmistakably their symbol. I was wondering who it was. So, it's the illustrious and famous Wind God Sea Pavilion. Are you also planning on entering the Wind Domain battlefield? A sharp, shrill voice came from the flying boat, dripped with mockery. Figures appeared atop the flying boat, men and women, young and old. Their leader was a middle-aged woman with hair tied up high in a regal fashion. Unfortunately, she wasn't blessed with a pleasant face. Her expression was icy, and her eyebrows were so high they looked like they were about to jump off her head. Moreover, Her sharp chin seemed as if it could cut anyone who dared look directly at it. The disdain in her tone, especially with that last question, was clear. In any case, the Wind Domain battlefield belonged to the Wind God Sea Pavilion, so why wouldn't they be here? Liao Qingyu, it seems that time hasn't done anything for that vile mouth of yours, Yi Lingkong said, frowning slightly as he looked at her. With his back still reclining on the Qilin Horn Heaven swallowing sparrow's back, he continued, "Tell me, how much trouble has that mouth brought you? Are you a pig incapable of learning a lesson?" This woman was a notable figure from the Soaring Dragon Company. Using their immense wealth, this group of vile merchants had inserted their spies into the various large factions, including the fake Wind God Sea Pavilion. They had bribed the assistant pavilion masters and wanted to cause chaos to win over popular opinion and seize control eventually. Indeed, money was power. The Soaring Dragon Company had already taken control of several ancient sects in the Heaven Essence world, making them puppets. Liao Qingyu's group belonged to one such faction, the Divine March Gate, a sect with a legacy dating back to the immemorial era. However, the Soaring Dragon Company had seized it thousands of years ago. However, instead of running the Divine March Gate into decline, the company poured immense resources into it, spurring a new golden age. The sect kept its original name, but when they went out on missions, they had to carry the symbol of the Soaring Dragon Company. All this was to set up a model for other sects to see. In other words, they were flaunting the promise that under the Soaring Dragon Company's banner, rather than declining, they would thrive. The Divine March Gate was the prime example. With the huge sums being spent on it, the sect was now filled with powerful experts and heavenly geniuses. It had gone from a second-tier sect to a first-tier one, and now brazenly claimed it would soon rival supreme sects like the Wind God Sea Pavilion. When a person's light spread limitlessly, they would get blindly arrogant. She had originally been a guild leader within the Soaring Dragon Company but was transferred to become a vice-sect master of the Divine March Gate. From her words and demeanor alone, it was obvious that Liao Qingyu lacked any aptitude to become a businesswoman. In any case, within the Divine March Gate, she no longer needed to negotiate or compromise, her word was now law. As the sect's power grew, so did Liao Qingyu's ego. Each time she spoke, what came out was unrestrained contempt and disdain. Of course, with her character, she had run into many tough nails. She had also been put in her place several times by people who didn't fear the Soaring Dragon Company. Yi Lingkong, in particular, had crossed paths with her on 3 separate occasions, yet her character never changed. Today, as expected, she was quick to mock them, rousing his irritation. Though Yi Lingkong was the left emissary of the Wind God, he wasn't one to flaunt his status needlessly. Still, he had his pride and didn't care to argue with someone who bickered like a common shrew, nor did he find it worth his effort to strike her down as a lesson. Though she held the same cultivation realm as he did, the Soaring Dragon Company's expertise lay in scheming and manipulation. But which true experts actually grew through scheming? Seeing her now, Yi Lingkong felt a headache brewing. Hence, he simply gave a brief, icy reply before urging the Qilin Horn Heaven swallowing sparrow forward, choosing to ignore this shrew entirely. Liao Qingyu didn't take note of Yi Lingkong's mocking and instead turned her gaze mockingly toward Tang Wan and the others. She mocked, "Oh, what's this? Isn't the Wind God Sea Pavilion supposed to have 8 divine sons and 8 divine daughters who are said to be 1 in 8,000-year geniuses? Why would you send a group of girls instead? Are you afraid to send your divine sons and daughters after what happened to the last generation?" The Wind God Sea Pavilion's previous generation of divine sons and daughters had been completely wiped out, becoming the subject of ridicule. However, the insiders were well aware of the truth. The last generation's divine sons and divine daughters were just like this generation's, all specially raised and picked out by the corrupt assistant pavilion masters and Wind Divine Elders. However, the last generation's divine sons and daughters were so lacking. As a result, they were sacrificed in the Wind Domain battlefield to make way for a new batch. In truth, this generation's divine sons and daughters didn't satisfy the real higher-ups either, deemed unable to become pillars of the Wind God Sea Pavilion. Like before, the higher-ups wanted to send them to the Wind Domain battlefield to die. In truth, the outrage and fury that the higher-ups had shown toward the deaths of the divine sons and divine daughters had been an act for everyone. Tang Wan couldn't hold back. "Shut your mouth. Just looking at you disgusts me." She turned to find Long Chen, intending to have him deal with Liao Qingyu. "Where is Long Chen?" Tang Wan asked in shock, realizing Long Chen was gone. "Big brother Long Chen, he..." Xiao Yu suddenly cried out, pointing at the rhinoceros, her eyes wide. Everyone followed the direction of her finger to see Long Chen at the rear of the rhinoceros, his black saber slicing toward its leg. Chapter 5382 Getting a Piece of Meat. The full moon gold horn rhinoceros and the Qilin horn heaven swallowing sparrow shot through the sky, both building up their energy. It seemed a clash was bound to happen because disciples from both sides were glaring daggers at each other, spurred by the heated exchange between Liao Qingyu and Yi Lingkong. While no one was paying attention, Long Chen slipped to the rear of the full moon gold horn rhinoceros. When Tang Wan'er and the others noticed him, Evilmoon slashed down in a flash of black light. The next moment, blood spurted as a chunk of flesh the size of a small mountain was cut from the rhino's massive right leg. Because the full moon gold horn rhinoceros was too focused on its opponent, it didn't sense Long Chen until it felt the sharp pain. It then let out a furious bellow as it jolted forward. Its reflex sent the flying boat soaring into the sky, and everyone on it was flung off. The sight stunned everyone present, Yi Lingkong included, who hadn't sensed Long Chen's movement at all. In truth, Long Chen had managed to appear behind the rhino only with the Earth Cauldron's assistance. Upon spotting the full moon gold horn rhinoceros, he suddenly recalled the unforgettable flavor of the beef soup he'd once had, courtesy of Long Zaiwei. 1. Eyeing the rhino's plump hind leg, he felt the overwhelming urge to take a piece. When he asked the Earth Cauldron for help, he'd half expected it to scold him for being crazy, but to his surprise, it agreed and asked him to gather some essence blood for refining pills. It appeared that the Earth Cauldron had its own interest in the full moon gold horn rhinoceros. Long Chen wasn't sure if the Earth Cauldron also had eyes on the Qilin horn heaven swallowing sparrow, but was restrained from acting against it, due to being on the same side. However, Long Chen couldn't care less. It was time to get some meat. So, while everyone's attention was elsewhere, the Earth Cauldron transported Long Chen directly behind the full moon gold horn rhinoceros. Long Chen carefully suppressed his aura until the very moment of attack, when his starry sea's power erupted. His saber then struck without warning, slicing off a massive chunk of flesh. Blood from the half-step demon emperor sprayed into the air, shocking everyone around. Liao Qingyu's face contorted with fury when she saw Long Chen. "You bastard, so it was you. Die," she shrieked, recognizing him instantly as the thief of the Soaring Dragon Company's treasury. After all, Long Chen was on their wanted list. Her sharp claws tore through the air with deadly intent, sending a shiver down Long Chen's spine. It wasn't something he could block head-on. However, Long Chen didn't flinch. He simply reached out and grabbed the chunk of meat along with the essence blood. Yi Lingkong flicked his finger, shattering Liao Qingyu's claws with a gust of wind. The impact shook the ugly shrew, showing the difference in power. After all, this was her full-force attack against his casual gesture. Calmly, Long Chen returned to the Qilin horn heaven swallowing sparrow's back, knowing that Yi Lingkong would block Liao Qingyu's strike. Furious, the full moon gold horn rhinoceros glowed with rage, and its killing intent filled the air. But the Qilin horn heaven swallowing sparrow had been ready for a fight from the start, and its wings now spread, bursting with a seven-colored radiance as its noble bloodline power erupted. "Control your rhino, or it'll end up as lunch," Yi Lingkong said flatly to Liao Qingyu. "Gold horn, stop," Liao Qingyu ordered, knowing her beast was no match for the Qilin horn heaven swallowing sparrow. She also knew that she couldn't beat Yi Lingkong. While her mouth was sharp, she would definitely be at a disadvantage if they were to fight. However, that didn't hinder her from snapping angrily at Yi Lingkong. "Yi Lingkong, what do you think you're doing? How dare you harbor a wanted criminal of the Soaring Dragon Company?" "Wanted criminal, are you talking about him?" "No, he is a new disciple of the Wind God Sea Pavilion. His name is Long Chen, and he's not a wanted criminal, so you've got the wrong person," replied Yi Lingkong. "Bullshit, he stole the Soaring Dragon Company's treasury. Countless people saw it. Do you think you can refuse to admit it?" roared Liao Qingyu. Xiao Yu and the other hidden dragon warriors exchanged glances, now realizing that the treasury Long Chen had given them came from the Soaring Dragon Company. "Slander! How dare you accuse me of such lies?" shouted Long Chen in righteous indignation. "So you refuse to admit it?" demanded Liao Qingyu. Long Chen put his hands on his waist, righteously saying, "What kind of person do you think I, Long Chen, am? Am I the type of person to refuse to admit to my deeds? You say that I stole your Soaring Dragon Company's treasury. You're wrong. I clearly and honorably took it from you. Long Chen's retort was filled with indignation and outrage, causing Tang Wan'er to almost burst into laughter. His buffoon character was reappearing. Seeing Liao Qingyu quivering and ashen with rage, Tang Wan'er cheered inside. When it came to pissing people off, if Long Chen claimed to be number 2, no one would dare to say that they were number 1. Xiao Yu and the others also saw Liao Qingyu fuming, steam practically bursting out of her ears. They almost cheered out loud for Long Chen. Liao Qingyu was so enraged she didn't even know how to reply. She turned to Yi Lingkong. Your Wind God Sea Pavilion is set on harboring a wanted criminal. Yi Lingkong simply shook his head. Our Wind God Sea Pavilion never harbors any wanted criminals. As I said, you have the wrong person. Fine, don't regret it, she spat before storming off with the full moon gold horn rhinoceros. As they departed, a burly man turned to Long Chen and the others, his powerful aura crackling as he warned, you dare provoke the Soaring Dragon Company? I'll take your head on the Wind Domain battlefield. This man's aura was powerful, and his gaze was electric, a sign of a powerful expert. Unfazed, Long Chen replied, a little servant like you should keep quiet. You're not even qualified to speak here. Long Chen's words hit right where it hurt. Being called servants was especially insulting to the Divine March Gate, as their alliance with the Soaring Dragon Company often drew such ridicule. Go. Liao Qingyu gritted her teeth and ordered her people to withdraw. Fighting here would only put them at a disadvantage. Their grudges would have to be settled on the Wind Domain battlefield. Ha ha ha, before the big battle, I'll treat you to some good beef cough, rhino meat, shouted Long Chen. Liao Qingyu and the others hadn't gone far before they heard Long Chen's voice from behind. When they turned back to look, Long Chen pumped his fist in victory, driving them mad with anger. Just you wait. Liao Qingyu gritted her teeth so hard that they were about to break. She quickened the pace, leaving before they really died of anger. 1. Former 10th rank of the Heaven rankings in Long Clan. Long Chen's fanboy. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.